Chapter 321 Defending the City 2. All the siege players hiding aside were stunned. The speed of the city defense is too fast, including the boss. It takes less than 3 minutes to finish them all. And the most important thing is that there are many defensive equipment that have not exerted their power at all. Strong. Really strong. The people in the Glory Guild are really perverts. Not only the people from the Glory Guild, but also the people from Launchi Valley. Their top combat power is indeed terrifying. Now it's just the first wave of wild monsters that scare you like this. Only when the 8th and 9th waves come will you know whether they are really strong or soft-footed shrimps. There are people who are shocked. But there are also people who are equally disdainful. Guild leader of the Fanatics. How many siege machines do you have there? Shui Feng asked. The madman said, not many. Only 10. There were only 10 stations. And everyone frowned. Compared with the 35 stations opposite, it was simply far behind. Everyone waited silently for the second wave of wild monsters to attack the city. Yi Feng shouted loudly from the city wall, very good. Use your momentum, and wait for the second wave of wild monster targets. All of them will be eliminated within 5 minutes. Good. All the soldiers were full of momentum and heroic spirit. The second wave of monsters finally arrived. But under the super powerful attack of Yi Feng and others, the time was almost the same as the first wave of monsters. And they were solved within 3 minutes. Xiao He, who is now addicted to killing, said excitedly, this demon slayer profession is really awesome. And the dagger the boss gave me is so awesome. Yi Feng handed the orange dagger exploded by the demon marshal to Xiao He. He originally planned to give it to him. But Ying felt that he didn't need it because he was more capable than Xiao He. So he gave it to Xiao He. Waves of wild monsters arrived one after another until the 7th wave. Their time finally exceeded 5 minutes. And all the warriors were forced back within the defensive barrier by wild monsters. At this time, the 5th level arrow tower showed its power. It was almost a wild monster one by one. Mercilessly. And these wild monsters couldn't break through the 5th level at all. The enchantment of the city defense equipment was outside the enchantment. And they attacked the enchantment desperately. At this time, the long-range professions on the city wall also began to show their power. And Yi Feng also joined the battle. With the addition of long-range professions and defense equipment, all wild monsters and bosses were killed in less than a minute. In the 8th wave, we were still forced into the barrier by wild monsters. But we used the same fighting method and the same time to deal with the wild monsters. Even if there was one more boss, it didn't matter. This time, the players who were hiding in the distance and preparing to attack the city finally lost their composure. This was already the 8th wave. And it took no more than 10 minutes in total. And at about 6 or 7 minutes, they still had time to rest and replenish their health. The expressions of the presidents of the big system were already as dark as rain. Even Shui Feng didn't dare to say anything arrogant at this time. After all, at that time, during the 8th and 9th waves, they had been destroyed by monsters. Attack the city. The 9th wave. The 10th wave. The real difficulty lies in the 10th wave of 10 big bosses, which rush up in an instant. The barrier of the 5th level city defense equipment in the Glory Guild's territory shook violently. Yi Feng shouted, everyone attacks the 10-headed boss. Adjust the position of all the defensive equipment, and attack the 10-headed boss. Because of the existence of the barrier, Yi Feng and the others did not pay attention to those wild monsters at all, but attacked the 10 big bosses as their first priority. Just in an instant, the blood volume of the 10 big bosses began to drop desperately. Seeing the current situation, it is obvious that it is impossible to break through Yi Feng's barrier. The fanatics can't wait any longer. They won't be able to attack at all if this continues. The fanatics shouted in the alliance, it's time for you to attack. Attack with the 10 bosses, so that we can still have a glimmer of hope to break through their city. Good. Almost instantly, all the siege players came over and ran toward Yi Feng's barrier. Their primary goal was to break Yi Feng's barrier. The player's attack power is definitely not comparable to the attack power of those wild monsters. Just for a moment, the barriers of Yi Feng's 2 level 5 city defense equipment began to tremble, especially where Shui Feng was, which turned into a shadow and launched a fierce attack on the barriers. Chu Tianai attacks that Shui Feng. Don't let him attack the barrier again. Chu Tianai said with some enthusiasm, no problem. I have wanted to fight this Shui Feng for a long time. And today I finally found the opportunity. Chu Tianai left the boss beside him, and stood in front of Shui Feng with a quick step. Shui Feng will ask me, Chu Tian, to come and meet you, and see how strong you. The guy who ranks second in actual combat ability. R. On the Fantasy World Forum, there was an actual ranking, with Yifeng ranking first, Zhui Feng ranking second, and Chu Tianai ranking third. This is not based on the original personal battle ranking, but based on the current combat ability of each person in the fantasy world. Ha ha ha. Don't think that you are ranked below me. You really think that he can get through a few moves with me? How can I be defeated by you? As soon as the two sides met, a terrifying battle broke out, and the little wild monster around them was directly affected and died. Some players nearby retreated one after another. Unexpectedly, this inconspicuous Chu Tianai could be so strong and even tied with Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng also didn't expect that this Chu Tianai would actually take one of his moves, and he would not be at a disadvantage at all. Chu Tianai said coldly, "Chasing the wind is just that." Zhui Feng couldn't stand the stimulation of others, so he launched an attack on Chu Tianai. Both sides went back and forth. Zhui Feng completely forgot that he was going to attack the barrier. At this time, as the Alliance's commander-in-chief, the fanatic shouted in the Alliance channel, "Zhui Feng, what do you mean? You are here to attack the barrier, not to compete with others." Zhui Feng ignored the madman at all and insisted on going his own way, continuing to be entangled with Chu Tianai. Seeing Chu Tianai stop Zhui Feng, Yifeng was relieved. But the attacks from other players did bring a lot of trouble to Yifeng and the others. But at this moment, a dragon roar sounded. Yifeng knew that a giant dragon appeared in the last big boss of the 10th wave. Yifeng pulled out the pig's trotters and shouted, "Pig's trotters, stop your tribe! Transform into a dragon!" The pig's feet roared and transformed into a giant dragon, waving its wings and flying directly in front of the location of the dragon that was about to appear. After a while, the real dragon appeared. This was an adult dragon, several times larger than a pig's foot. When he saw the pig's feet, the giant dragon was obviously stunned for a moment. But the purpose of coming here was to break the city and retreat. After roaring at the pig's feet, the dragon waved its wings and rushed towards Yifeng's gang territory. Pitfoot roared at the other party in the same way. But the adult dragon ignored the young dragon at all and flew towards Yifeng's gang territory. Chapter 322 Defending the City 3. The adult dragon ignored the pig's feet at all, and the pig's feet breathed fire at the adult dragon in anger. This directly angered the adult dragon. The length of the dragon today was dozens of meters, and it faced a pig's foot that was only less than 10 meters long. Like an adult lecturing a child, the adult dragon slapped the pig's feet to the ground with one wing. Yifeng saw the pig's feet being tortured from a distance, and was speechless for a while. It turned out that the adult dragon was so domineering, and the pig's feet looked like a child in front of the adult dragon. He said that the adult dragon wanted to destroy it. These people probably only lived in the blink of an eye, when the adult dragon flew outside the barrier and was blocked by the barrier. The adult dragon sprayed out a breath of dragon breath. Yifeng's barrier trembled violently, followed by the sound of glass breaking. Yifeng shouted, "No! The barrier is going to be broken. Everyone needs to return to the city." As Yifeng's voice fell, a barrier was broken, and a level 5 city defense equipment suddenly shattered. This proved that Yifeng's barrier was broken. But there was another barrier that was not broken. At Yifeng's prompt, everyone retreated because there was another barrier, which gave Yifeng and the others a lot of time to retreat. When everyone returned to the city, the second barrier was broken again. Wild monsters, the top 10 bosses, and giant dragons all rushed in. At this time, the defensive equipment on the city wall finally unleashed its full power. After all, in the past, some wild monsters were too far away and could not be attacked by the city defense equipment. But now, all the city defense equipment can exert power. In just an instant, the wild monsters were wiped out, and many players who were attacking the city fell to the ground and died. The big boss's health has dropped to the limit, and Yifeng and the others are waiting for the dragon to retreat. Just when the dragon walked to the city wall and launched an attack on the city wall, there was a big hole in the city wall. Just when the dragon was about to attack, a black shadow flew out and knocked the dragon away. It was none other than the pig's feet that had been shot away before. The dragon roared at the pig's feet in anger, as if to say, "You little guy, what do you want to do?" Then Pitfoot roared at the adult dragon again, as if to say, "That city belongs to my master." The adult dragon roared again, and the pig's feet responded again. The two dragons roared one at a time, and the other at the other, and slowly moved away from Yifeng's gang territory. The disappearance of the dragon reduced the pressure on Yifeng's side. The 10 bosses were quickly killed. But at this time, it depended on Yifeng's perseverance. The 9 guilds all rushed forward. Their numbers were large. Yi Feng's gun Lifeng put great pressure on them. And another piece of the city wall was broken. Yi Feng looked at the time, and saw that there were still 30 minutes left until the end. On the other side of the city wall, the large wall was definitely a safety hazard. Yi Feng couldn't bear it anymore. So he turned into a demon and blocked the gap in the city wall alone. Yi Feng, who transformed into a 12-winged angel, floated alone in the gap in the city wall. As long as anyone came close to Yi Feng, he would kill them with one strike without mercy. Although several city defense equipment were lost on the city wall, there were still a lot of city defense equipment that were intact. The members of the 9 major guilds arranged in an orderly manner to attack the city wall. But Yi Feng, the defensive equipment on the city wall was not a decoration. Their people fell forward and died outside the city wall. And the fanatics and others frowned. This way, instead of the giant dragon breaking their barrier, they might not even be able to open the barrier. Everyone stops attacking and gets out of the attack range of the city defense equipment. The fanatics had to shout in the alliance. Because as long as the player is close to the city wall, the attack range of the city defense equipment will be killed by either the player or the city defense equipment. The madman said, "What can you do? Presidents? We can't reach their city wall at all." Guild leader of the Quantu. "Don't you have siege equipment? Take it out," Shui Feng said anxiously. The madman shook his head and explained, "That's not possible at all. The opponent has too many defensive equipment. If I directly use the siege equipment, I'm afraid I will be directly smashed. Moreover, they know that we have siege equipment, so they will target me." Guild leader of the Mad Outlaws. "How about this? We arrange for people to go up front and support them. And your people arrange the siege machinery? It's possible. But wouldn't that mean we can't be cannon fodder? Moreover, the most important thing for us is not to be cannon fodder. I want to hinder Yi Feng." Speaking of Yi Feng, everyone looked at the gap in the city wall, where Yi Feng was floating quietly. At this time, Chao Ci walked behind the madman and said, "President, it's my turn to appear. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, I will really give them a territory." The fanatic asked, "How sure are you?" Chao Ci said, "If you add the 2 cities and the 20% of Guild Master Shui Feng, that would be a 40% certainty." Shui Feng said disdainfully, "An ordinary hidden profession can dare to say that he is 20% sure." Chao Ci raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "President Shui Feng, I respect you as a president. I don't want to be sarcastic with you here. Don't think that in the entire fantasy world, you and Yi Feng are the only ones who have the ability to transform. I also have it. You will know who is strong and who is weak after fighting. President Shui Feng, please don't underestimate others." At this time, the presidents of other guilds began to beat their heads. There were Yi Feng and Shui Feng in the past, both of whom had terrifying transformation skills. Now Chao Ci of the Domineering Guild also has transformation skills. This skill is too terrifying. It is completely dominate the entire battlefield. Humph. What do you think we should do? Shui Feng was unwilling to do so, but he had to admit that at the moment, if Chao Ci really had the ability to transform, that would be the best way. You and I will work together to transform and attack Yi Feng. Others will attack his territory. Our president will prepare siege equipment. Only in this way can there be a chance of survival. Okay, I'll do as you say. When will it start? Chao Ci said, "No rush. There are still 15 minutes left. It will start in 5 minutes. Others nodded and started making arrangements. The people under his command would launch the final attack in 5 minutes. If it succeeded, it would be a success. If it failed, they would have to watch Yi Feng become the first gang to own a territory in the fantasy world. As the saying goes, the calm before the storm seemed unusually quiet at this moment. Everyone is in good condition. They may have to go all out to attack, and they will definitely spare no effort. Everyone should be careful. Be vigilant, and don't let up at all." Yi Feng said on the Alliance channel. "Boss, how long can your transformation ability last? I'm afraid they will find you as a breakthrough to attack you." Xiao He asked worriedly. Yi Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry. The 30-minute transformation ability has only taken 15 minutes now, which means that the siege battle is over and my transformation ability time is up. Boss, be careful." An arrow flew towards Yi Feng like a tornado. Chapter 323 Defending the City 4. The moment Yi Feng spoke, an arrow flew towards Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows, and the black sword in his hand blocked the flying arrow with a clang. someone unexpectedly attacked Yi Feng directly. And this person was none other than Chao Ci, whom he had not seen for a long time. Yi Feng said condescendingly, "In 10 minutes, this city will belong to me, Yi Feng, and none of you can stop me. I, the Glory Guild, want to break the monopoly of your top 10 guilds and re-establish the guild in the online gaming world." That's right. Break the monopoly of the top 10 guilds and re-establish order in the online gaming world. Xiao He followed. Demo shouted, "Establish a new order. New order. New order. New order." All the city defenders shouted loudly, because they had been backlogged by the top 10 guilds for too long. As long as Yi Feng obtains the first gang territory in Fantasy World, then a new order will be established. Social resources that were monopolized by the top 10 guilds in the past, as well as various bosses in the game, will be redivided. As the former boss of the online gaming industry, the domineering president Kwang Tu said, "Yi Feng, don't be arrogant and want to take away power from us. It depends on whether you can withstand the blows of our 9 major unions." Yi Feng laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha. The 10 major guilds are about to become a thing of the past. What else do you have to argue with me?" The madman shouted, "President Jue Feng, it's your turn to take action." "Yes, President. Bring it on." Yi Feng didn't know how Feng used the transformation skill for the second time. But when another person used the transformation skill, Yi Feng was surprised. This person was Chao Ci, and a golden light flashed over him, covering the whole person of humidity. Humidity? The whole person had undergone earth-shaking changes. A pair of golden wings appeared behind him, and Chao Ci slowly climbed up, hanging in the air opposite Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, it's been a long time since you said it first. Today, you don't want to go anywhere. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that, brother Chao Ci. Your transformation skills are from the Law Enforcement Hall. Let's trample Yi Feng under our feet together." Seeing the two people transforming, Xiaohei besieged Yi Feng and shouted loudly, "You top 10 guilds are so shameless. You actually transformed 2 of them into 1. Which of you has so many tools to defend the city is already shameless? Aren't we allowed to use more to defeat fewer? Come on, brothers." Finally, the general attack was launched. Yi Feng said on his side, "Don't worry about me. You attack others with all your strength, and be careful of their siege equipment." In just an instant, Yi Feng was besieged by 2 people, unable to take care of the others. However, at this time, players from the 9 major guilds rushed forward in a swarm, and the siege and defense equipment had no time to stop them. At this moment, the madman put out his siege equipment. A total of 10 siege equipment were located outside Yifeng city wall. The siege equipment and defensive equipment of both sides clashed. There are many defensive equipment on Yifeng's side, but there are so many people on the 9 guilds side that the defensive equipment cannot attack them at all. The addition of siege equipment will directly lead to the decline of city defense equipment. Seeing this, Yi Feng shouted on the guild channel, "Hurry up and control the city defense equipment manually, and knock out those 10 siege machines. Otherwise we will suffer a lot." Because of the city defense equipment, his first goal was to get close to his enemies and kill them. Therefore, the siege equipment behind the people cannot be hit at all. At this time, the only choice is to use people to control the city defense equipment to attack the siege equipment. The group photo of Xiao He is the temporary owner of the city defense equipment. Because Yi Feng handed over the city defense equipment to the 2 of them, they can have control over it. Xiao He directly controlled a level 4 city defense equipment, and aimed at the level 2 and 3 siege equipment with one shot. A level 2 or 3 siege equipment cannot withstand the attack of a level 4 defense equipment, and one will be destroyed in less than 10 seconds. But this speed is still too slow. But for level 5 city defense equipment, no one else is qualified to operate it. Only Yi Feng is qualified to operate it, because his movements were too slow. Ing shouted, "Xiao He, follow me and destroy those siege equipment. Let me see if your apprentice has left the army." Xiao He had long wanted to express himself in front of Ing. When Ing said this, he immediately dropped the siege equipment and said, "Okay, let's see who destroys the most siege equipment." The 2 of them entered the stealth state one after another, and directly touched the location of the siege equipment, where the siege equipment is located. The fanatics are standing among them, protected by dozens of people. Each siege machine was protected by about 10 people. But at this moment, a dagger appeared in the darkness. Demon-killing blade. A player who was protecting the siege equipment fell down, and then another player also fell to the ground. And quietly, seeing this, the fanatic shouted, "Everyone, Be careful. It's the shadow of the Glory Guild. The only people who can achieve such operational skills are those from the Glory Guild. This assassin is recognized as the strongest assassin in the entire server. But at this moment, another player rushed out. The wild bear transforms into a beast. This is a player that has never been seen before. His appearance seems to have changed the pattern of the battlefield. Because this guy is also a terrifying existence and has the ability to transform. He found Ying's location in an instant and forced Ying to appear. Suddenly, there was another transformed player here. And Yifeng seemed to feel that something was wrong. Also surprised was Juefeng, who never expected that there would be another transformed player in Brazil. As expected, he was the #1 domineering guild in the online gaming industry, and had a profound background. Ying was entangled for a while. Not because Ying's god of killing profession was not strong, but because the opponent was too tough and his attack speed was not weak. Xiao He did not show up at the prompt of the shadow. Xiao He found the right moment and prepared to deal a fatal blow to the guy. But because of this delay, the walls of Yifeng's gang territory began to crack. The presidents of the other 9 major guilds are also not weak. They also have ways to block people of Chu Tianai, descendants, and Mian Yu's level. For a moment, Yifeng and the others felt like they were at a disadvantage, because there were so many people on the other side. When the city wall was broken, members began to suffer casualties. Yifeng was anxious, but he was entangled with 2 characters, Xuefeng and Yifeng. It could be said that they were easy to deal with. But with the addition of Chao Ci, it was hard to say, although Yifeng had the main artifact in his hand. But it doesn't mean that this is an invincible existence. Just a few minutes later, there was a bang from the city wall, and the entire city was exposed in front of everyone. The fanatic shouted excitedly, "There are 5 minutes left. There are 5 minutes left. Enough to hurry up and destroy the energy crystal." All the siege players poured into the Glory Guild territory like a tide, causing the Glory Guild and other defenders to desperately resist. As long as they persisted for 1 step, there would be more hope. But their number was too small. There's no way to stop it. Is it really going to fail? Chapter 324 Reinforcements appear. Yifeng roared. Chu Tianai shouted. And all the Glory members were angry. Ying, who had always had a calm face, now has angry eyes. Xiao He beside Ying can't help you because the Mad End stopped Xiao He. Xiao He's hidden profession is indeed good. But facing the experienced fanatics, Xiao He is still not sure of victory, and is entangled by the fanatics. Seeing the siege players approaching the energy crystal step by step, expressions of despair began to appear in their eyes. There were so many defensive equipment, but they still couldn't stop the dragon's attack, as well as the huge crowd. Ha 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 Yifeng. We have destroyed this gang's territory. Don't try to be the first guild to own a gang's territory. Juefeng laughed. Chao Ci shouted coldly, the first gang territory will always belong to our domineering gang. None of you can get it. In the past, domineering was the top of the top 10 gangs. And it is still the same now. Although Juefeng was a little reluctant when Chao Ci said this. But facing a player with 2 transformation skills, Juefeng could only remain silent. Yifeng said sadly in his heart, the sudden rise of the army is indeed a good thing. But it cannot be recognized by most people. Just like now, they are isolated and helpless. If there is more people from the gang to help them, I am afraid that the current scene will not be like this. It seems we can only wait 4 more days. 4 days later, Yifeng can commit suicide again and obtain a gang territory token again. But whether he can hold it at that time is still unknown. Yifeng said, even if we cannot defend the gang territory, we will never give in. We will still re-establish the gang territory. If this doesn't work, there will be a next time. And a next time. Juefeng laughed and said, you will never succeed in establishing a guild unless all 10 of our guilds are established. Oh, by the way, don't even think about establishing a guild territory in Lanchi Valley. Even if we can't establish a gang territory today, I will kill you too and darkness will fall. Yifeng fought fiercely with 1 against 2. But he still couldn't change the pace of the siege army approaching the energy tower. Ah! A scream sounded out. And the madman in front of Xiao He died instantly. What happened? A man walked out of the darkness. He was holding a weapon that looked like a sword but not a sword. His hands were as red as if they were stained with blood, from his palms to his arms. His entire hands were as red as blood. The man smiled and said, sorry, I'm late. Xiao He asked in confusion, who are you? The man smiled and said, pull me into the gang. I am Yifeng's younger brother. My name is Bai Yin. My boss's hair was young. As if he had heard the boss say that it had completely disappeared since he gave him the ring last time. Now it has finally come out. And he is also a master. Xiao Hei said, you can help my master kill the orc first. No problem, it's easy. Bai Yin raised the weapon in his hand. And his hands and weapon suddenly burst into blood-red flames. Bai Yin's face became extremely determined. And he rushed towards the orc with a single stride. With just one collision, the orc was knocked directly to the ground. Looking at this man in surprise. I have no choice in facing this guy. As soon as the man came up, he slapped the orc directly into the ground. And suffered a lot of damage. The orc was furious. Stood up and rushed towards Bai Yin. But Bai Yin just sneered. Blood kill guard. Blood sacrifice. The moving body exploded and splashed a large pool of blood. In just 2 blows, the orc who still had more than half of his health was directly killed. Horror. Who are you? Bai Yin said, pull me into the gang. And I will help you regain the gang territory. Okay. I believe you. Ing pulled Bai Yin into the gang. After becoming a member of the Glory Guild, he treated himself with blank eyes. Being a member of the Alliance has no lethality unless Bai Yin turns on the group mode. But generally no one would be so stupid. After becoming a member of the Glory Guild, Bai Yin did not rush towards the siege players immediately. Instead, he used the weapon in his hand to draw a sword on his arm. A drop of blood fell on Bai Yin's palm. Bai Yin kept making seals with his hands and shouted, summon! Blood kill guard! With Bai Yin as the center, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters began to vibrate, and pairs of snow-white hands stretched out from the ground. The siege members here looked at the hands on the ground and said in horror, what is it? His hands broke out of the ground, and a snow-white figure jumped out and pounced directly on the siege players in front of him, summoning thousands of white figures. Bai Yin sat down on the ground, gasping for air. This is his most powerful killing move. Normally, he can summon 100 or so at most. But this time for Yifeng, he exhausted all his energy to summon the maximum number. This is a summoning technique? Ing asked in surprise. Bai Yin gasped and nodded, yes. This is a summoning technique. Unfortunately, I no longer have any fighting power. The only weakness of this summoning technique is that the summoner will have no fighting power for a certain period of time due to the body summoning. One thing is that I must not be killed. Otherwise all the things I summon will disappear. The sudden appearance of the white army blocked the way of the siege players. And the 2 sides started fighting. What's going on? Why are so many white people suddenly here? What the hell is this? The appearance of Bai Yin completely changed the layout of the battlefield. Originally, it was almost pushed to the position of the energy crystal. But now it has been frozen. And both sides are neck and neck. Xiao Hei protects this Bai Yin. I will help you, Yifeng. No problem. Keep it on me. After the shadow got rid of the entanglement, a super master was finally liberated. And the nightmare of other players finally began. Kage has the title of God of Killing. Not just that, but with this title, her fighting power is terrifying. If it weren't for the amazing defense of the orcs before, Kage would have ended the battle long ago. Yifeng had already seen someone entering the scrappage at this time. But his name was Bai Yin. But Yifeng thought about it for a long time. And he didn't seem to know this person. Yifeng was struggling to resist the attacks of the 2 men. But the changes that occurred on the battlefield at this time made Yifeng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because the time was almost over. At this time, Zhu Feng and Chao Ci became even more anxious. The white army suddenly appeared and blocked their men. The 2 of them wanted to break away from the battle and prepare to attack the energy tower. But Yifeng couldn't do what they wanted. But the 2 wanted to escape. Yifeng could only stop one person. Yifeng stopped Zhu Feng. But Chao Ci rushed towards the energy tower alone. Bump! When Chao Ci approached the energy tower, he kept retreating because a shadow appeared in front of him. Ing said coldly, this road is blocked. Chapter 325 The Birth of the First Gang Territory. At this time, the leader of the domineering guild, the madman, said, Chao Ci, quickly attack the energy tower, and ignore the shadow in front of you. Of course Chao Ci wants to get over it. But the shadow in front of him is no longer the same shadow as before. As Chao Ci becomes stronger, the shadow is equally powerful. You Chao Ci couldn't beat Ing back then. And now you are still no match for Ing. But in order to break through the energy tower of the Glory Guild, Chao Ci had to rush forward. However, Shadow's attacks were extremely ferocious. And the 2 sides fought each other for 1 round without any distinction. How is it possible? You can block my attack. No. You are not an assassin. Humph. Are you allowed to have a new career? But I don't. Chao Ci shouted. I don't care what hiding period you are in. I've made a decision about the energy crystal today. Ing said coldly, get through me first. Chao Ci fought against Ing again. But this time, Ing was even tougher than last time. It wasn't until a minute later that the server-wide system prompted all players to stop their attacks. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Glory Guild for successfully defending its territory and becoming the first guild to own a territory in Fantasy World. The guild will be rewarded with 10,000 points for its contribution, 1,000 reputation points for all participating members, and 10,000 gold coins for the gang's support. This is not an ordinary system prompt. This is a server-wide system prompt that everyone must be able to see. And not just one, but dozens of congratulations. After the system prompts, all players who are not members of the Glory Guild Alliance are teleported out of the Glory Guild territory. It is no longer possible for them to attack again in the Glory Guild territory. No matter how they attack, it will be ineffective. Of course, there is another way to attack the territory of the Glory Guild, and that is to obtain another token called a siege token. Of course, it is impossible for them to obtain it at this stage, because the gang territory has just been established at this time, and it is impossible for the siege token to appear directly. So they had no chance to attack Mr. Ye's Glory Guild territory. The moment they received the reward, the players in the Glory Guild Alliance burst out laughing with joy. Some people even jumped for joy. The World Channel is going crazy. Players from the Glory Guild Alliance are constantly flooding the world. They want to tell the world that the previous online gaming world is over, and now there is a new online gaming world. Xiaohei stood next to Bai Yin and jumped up with joy. Great! Great! Damn! I finally managed to defend it. Bai Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time. If he hadn't learned from the old man that there were warriors establishing a gang territory today, he would still have been kept in the dark. Yi Feng appeared in front of Bai Yin. As soon as he saw Bai Yin's appearance, Yi Feng couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. It turns out to be you. Kid. I said. How could someone help us for no reason? You are such an awesome guy. One person leads a group. Bai Yin said with a weak look. This is enough for me to make up for my previous mistakes. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Bai Yin and said, what's enough is enough to stay and help me conquer this world, so that you can complete your redemption. Bai Yin smiled and said, since you are so sincere in asking me to stay, I will reluctantly agree. Hey. He had no idea what they were talking about, but he knew that this guy and Yi Feng were definitely very good buddies. Boss, our guild has become much stronger. Bai Yin said, no. I have sworn to help Yi Feng conquer this game world. You have already seen my power. Right? TCH. You are cheating. How can one person lead a group? Who can beat you? Xiaohei said unconvinced. Okay Bai Yin. I will take you to see our brothers and sisters. They have played a lot of roles in the gang territory this time. Oh. I haven't seen my two sisters-in-law for a long time. I have to go take a look. Bai Yin said excitedly. Bai Yin originally thought that Yi Feng would punch himself. But unexpectedly, Yi Feng suddenly became depressed and lowered his head and said, Xiaohei, take Bai Yin around. I want to be alone for a while. Seeing that Yi Feng was in a low mood, Xiaohei said hurriedly, I understand. Boss, just relax. It'll be fine. Well, you go ahead. I'm fine. Bai Yin still doesn't understand. Why? Yi Feng suddenly felt depressed and asked in confusion, what's going on with this guy Yi Feng? Xiaohei pulled Bai Yin and whispered as he walked, don't talk about the two sisters-in-law from now on. Sister-in-law Zisu's life or death is now uncertain. You have hit the boss's gun. Bai Yan's heart tightened, and he said uneasily, what's going on? What's wrong with Zisu? In Bai Yan's eyes, Zisu has always been that lively and willful little girl. Now he is saying that her life or death is uncertain. What's going on? Xiaohei whispered, in order to protect the boss. Zisu was shot from behind with an arrow, and his heart was shot. What? What's going on? Are they being hunted? Xiaohei nodded and said, the two of them were going out to buy things and encountered an accident on the way. Now sister-in-law Zisu has been sent to a certain place for rescue. But we don't know what the situation is now. Who is so cruel that he wants Yi Feng's life? Xiaohei said, I'm not sure. But we all agree that it's Xue Feng. Xue Feng. The one who can transform into a shadow? Xiaohei said, yes. It's him. The boss has a deep hatred for him. Excluding all other possibilities, he is the most likely. But there is currently no proof that he was the killer. An angry look appeared on Bai Yan's face. Damn it. It's just a game. You dare to do this. Yifeng must be very sad. Well, I heard that the boss's eyes were full of despair at that time. Hey, as an ordinary person, I can't help him at all. I can only help him in the game. I hope he can come out of it soon. Well, the boss eats alone recently, and we can't communicate with him at all. You are his childhood friend, so you should know him best. Can you come to our studio? Give him some advice. Bai Yan said, okay. Tell me your address. I will go right away. Yeah. The address is... Chapter 326 Start Working. Yifeng left all the matters to me, while Chu Tianai and Demo handled it. While he walked to a small house in his territory and sat down quietly. At present, because the territory has just been formed, there is no NPC, so the place is empty. Just as Yifeng sat down, a voice came to Yifeng's ears. Miss Zissou? Yifeng nodded and said, well, I do miss her a little. Do you need me to accompany you for a while? Yifeng shook his head and said, no. I just want to stay quietly for a while, so that others don't have to come over. I'm fine. Good. The woman who came was Ying. After I left slowly, I happened to bump into Yenyu on the road. She said she didn't want to be disturbed, and she wanted to stay quietly for a while. But you are his girlfriend, so I won't stop you. If you want to go, go on your own. Yenyu nodded and said, well, I'll go see him. I won't disturb him anymore. The two women passed each other, and Yenyu watched Yifeng sitting on the chair in a daze from a distance. If she were Yifeng at this time, she would probably have the same expression as Yifeng. So Yenyu looked at Yifeng from a distance, just watching quietly without stepping forward to disturb him. Lan Shi contacted Yifeng, but Yifeng didn't answer for a long time, and then found a Mo. What's going on? Your president. Why didn't you answer my call? Mo said, our president is in a very low mood now because of some things. So Chu Tianai and I have the final say on everything. If you have anything to do, tell me first and I will ask Chu Tianai to come over. Everyone has their own things and their own private space. Lan Shi also understood this, nodded and said, then you'd better call Chu Tianai over. But I nodded, and then Chu Tianai asked him to come over. Soon the three of them gathered together and stood on the broken city wall. Now that our sincerity has been accepted, can you tell me where you got your gang territory token from? Demo shook his head and said, I don't know much about this. They had already obtained a gang before I came here. Lan Shi looked at Chu Tianai, who shrugged his shoulders and said, I really can't say this. We, the president, must speak in person. Otherwise we won't talk nonsense. This is a secret. Lan Shi said, of course I know this is a secret. What I mean is, if you can use any other method to obtain the gang territory token, can you sell it to us first? Chu Tianai said, I heard our president told you about this issue. If possible, after our gang successfully defends the city, we will help you defend the city. Right? Yes. Yifeng did say that. But the premise is that we must have a gang territory token. You also know that there are only two bosses who can reveal the gang territory token at present. One is the human marshal, and the other is the demon marshal. The token of the first demon marshal has been used, and the token of the second human marshal is with you. Currently, the demon marshal has been refreshed. It may not be that easy to kill the demon marshal. The last time was because there were NPCs around. We have all seen how powerful the demon marshal is. We want to use our abilities to kill the demon. Clan marshal. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Chu Tianai thought to himself, of course it's not that easy. The demon marshal is a level 80 boss. For those of us in the 40s, even using the human C tactic is probably very difficult. Let alone players from the demon camp. We'll fight back. Chu Tianai said, I can help you ask our president. But whether it works or not depends on our president. He is not in a good mood at the moment, so I can't guarantee that he will agree to you. Okay. As long as you say something, it will be fine. If it doesn't work, we can only find a way ourselves. Chu Tianai nodded and said, no problem. This is easy to handle. I will ask you tonight. After the three of them chatted for a while, Lan Shi started to collect those materials for city defense equipment at Demo's instruction. After all, city defense equipment was more useful, at least in the first 10 waves of monsters. It was easier. After owning a gang territory, it is not just like this. You also need to recruit NPCs. All this work can only be done by the gang leader, because only the gang leader has this right. Yi Feng had already received a reminder that he needed to recruit some NPCs himself. Now the entire territory is just an empty city, and it is also a broken empty city that still needs repairs, all of which they have to pay for themselves. Yi Feng stayed for about half an hour and then started working. First, Yi Feng opens the system and provides the NPC employment interface for it. There are blacksmiths, pharmacists, guards, servants, maids, etc. inside. The best thing about owning a territory is that you can open your own store. I can use a pharmacist NPC, but you can choose the elixir sold in it. You can decide that the pharmacist only sells elementary or intermediate elixirs. Then you can open your own elixir store to sell high-end or higher-level potions. Yi Feng found Demo. Are there any members in our guild who can refine elixirs? Demo responded, of course. Do we want to open our own elixir shop? That's right. Of course, I have to open my own elixir warehouse. I don't plan to hire some useless pharmacist NPCs. Of course, I have to make the money myself. Yes, there are. But as far as I know, the members with the ability to make alchemy are only junior and intermediate levels, and there are no advanced elixirs. Yi Feng said, it's okay. We are in a level 60 area. There are at least 2 to 3 months before level 60. So we have plenty of time. Understood. What about the equipment shop and weapons shop? If I have someone, of course I will drive it myself. If there is no one, I plan to rent it out. Demo said, no one will rent it now. After all, it's still early. It will take at least 2 or 3 months. After 2 or 3 months, maybe our people will be there. You mean our guild doesn't have equipment production members and weapon production members yet? Demo responded, if you want to make weapons, you can go directly to the blacksmith. So no one learns this thing. But I have seen a lot of equipment production blueprints. There are also dedicated people in the mythical guild who learn and make equipment. But our guild doesn't seem to have them. Yi Feng nodded and said, if our guild doesn't have it, then I can only do it myself. If I do it myself, it may take longer. It turns out that you are capable of so many things. Yi Feng, who has an artifact and extra cores, of course knows a lot of things. But Yi Feng has never had much time to use this thing. After all, if you want to make a piece of equipment or a weapon, you need to collect a large amount of materials. This kind of thing is not suitable for Yi Feng to do by himself. Yi Feng said, in this case, I can only ask the guild members to collect the materials for making equipment. As for the price, you can refer to the market price before deciding. Yes, I understand. Leave everything to me. Chapter 327 Recruiting NPCs. If my gang still needs some NPCs in the territory, such as the guards of the territory, the NPC residents in the empty houses, and of course the active traders. Soon, Yi Feng received 2 system prompts. One is from the pet store, and the second is from the mount store. Once Yi Feng's gang territory is established, countless resources will be incorporated into it. For example, pet stores are preparing to enter Yi Feng's gang territory, as are mount shops. Of course, Yi Feng spared the 5 best stores, just in case he needed them, and the other stores could be rented out. With Yi Feng's agreement, pet shops and mount shops immediately began to move in. For these 2 stores, the monthly income for Yi Feng is very high, up to 100,000 gold coins per store, and there are also dividends. After taking care of these 2 stores, Yi Feng began to recruit some maintenance personnel. After all, his city gates were already rotten and the city walls were in shambles. If they were not repaired, they would not be able to stand it anymore when players came. Of course, the price of recruiting these maintenance personnel is also high. The price of each worker is as high as 2 gold coins per day. Yi Feng recruited 50 maintenance NPCs at one time. The system finally gave a prompt that it would take 50 NPCs a week to repair Yi Feng's city walls and gates. Although this time is far different from the few hours it took to complete it. This is also the most realistic time, because the city gate and wall do not need to do anything at the moment. So Yi Feng thinks it doesn't matter. Just let them repair it slowly. If you want to speed up the time, you need to pay double the price. Judging from the current situation, no one will attack the city. So Yi Feng is relieved. Not long after, 50 maintenance members arrived at Yi Feng's gang territory one after another and started working. Wow! Boss! You are very fast. You just started working, Xiao Hei said when he saw Yi Feng standing in front of the dilapidated city wall. Yi Feng said, there is no way. As the first gang territory, it has to be presentable no matter what. Boss, I want to tell you something. What's up? That buddy of yours is going to pass. Well, come on. It'll be nice to be more lively after you're here. Xiao Hei asked curiously. Don't you ask why? There is no reason why I just want to come see me. Well, I have something else to do. The NPCs in our gang territory haven't stopped yet, so I have to recruit some. As he spoke, Yi Feng continued to devote himself to his work. Ordinary blacksmiths must be recruited. Some players need to temporarily repair weapons, purchase some ordinary weapons, and some weapon traps. They all need to be purchased from ordinary blacksmiths. So ordinary blacksmiths still need to be recruited. In the recruitment column, ordinary blacksmiths are divided into several types. One is the most common, called junior blacksmith. Then there are intermediate blacksmiths, senior blacksmiths, and fine blacksmiths. I think the blacksmiths in Novice Village are all junior blacksmiths. The products sold by junior blacksmiths are of poorer quality. Most of them are of average quality. Yi Feng did not recruit a high-quality blacksmith, but a high-level blacksmith that he envied. The best thing that a high-level blacksmith can sell is blue equipment, but generally he sells green equipment, and occasionally blue equipment is sold. Look at the odds. Later, Yi Feng recruited an ordinary pharmacist. Only primary and intermediate potions were sold here, and the same was true for subsequent equipment shops. But there is no need to rush these things. The locations of NPCs are relatively remote. Because good locations cannot be occupied by these NPCs, Yi Feng himself needs them. Since we are recruiting NPCs, we should recruit some more powerful ones. For example, guards. On the recruitment interface, these guards are relatively rubbish, to be honest. Yi Feng planned to go to the Lord of Xuanwu City to ask for a group of them. After all, their guards were really powerful. True to his word, Yi Feng went directly to Xuanwu City and found Xuanwu City. It's simple if you need to guard. I have more here. How many do you want? 100 or 200? I'll give them to you. Yi Feng was a little flattered and said, Brother, do you think this is a thing? It must have cost a lot of money to cultivate these so-called things. The Lord of Xuanwu City said with an indifferent expression, It doesn't cost much. If you can help our brothers, you are the greatest benefit and their greatest blessing. I'll ask the old housekeeper to transfer 100 to you first. Okay. What if they don't listen to my orders? Brother, you don't believe me, do you? My people are your people. These 100 people are at your disposal. They have to do whatever you want them to do. Yi Feng said, Brother, I'm relieved by your words. So I'll leave first. Just as Yi Feng wanted to leave, he was caught by Xuanwu City. The Lord of Xuanwu City said with a sly smile, You don't even want to run away. Who said that? After establishing the territory, come with me to celebrate. Why do you want to run away? Yi Feng looked at the Xuanwu City Lord with a wry smile. Brother, I'm afraid you'll do this. Can we do it tomorrow? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, You successfully defended the territory today. Of course you want to celebrate today. When else do you want to hide away? Yi Feng said with a bitter smile, Can I call a few people over and let's drink together? They are all my dead brothers. They will never disobey us. Those warriors? Yi Feng nodded and said, Yes. They are the ones. But you can absolutely rest assured of their character. And I will never keep people with problems around me. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, As long as you don't worry, there is no problem in drinking together. If there are other things, I don't care. The implication of Xuanwu City Lord is that you and I can help you, but others absolutely cannot. Yi Feng nodded and said, No problem. They have wanted to see you for a long time. I will let them come over. Well, I would like to see what kind of people you come into contact with. Then Yi Feng called Yanyu, Xiao Hei, Chu Tianai ending over. Because it was the first time that Yi Feng didn't dare to call more. He only called these four representative characters. Of course, when they came to Yi Feng, they were all very reserved. Because in front of them was the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yi Feng said, This is my girlfriend Yanyu. What Mr. Xuanwu Qin didn't expect was that Yi Feng actually brought his woman over, which was a bit surprising. The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed and said, Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had your woman? I didn't even prepare anything. Doesn't this make me, the elder brother, stingy? Yi Feng said, It's okay. We are all our own people. Why do we need any gifts? If you want something, there must be a gift. Let me think about what I have here. Finally, under the warm hospitality of the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yanyu received an orange weapon. It was said that this orange weapon was left behind by a general who followed his father at that time. This orange weapon killed countless enemies. Chapter 328, I won't return until I'm drunk. Yinyu responded politely. Thank you very much, Lord Xuanwu. Hey, there's no need to thank me. None of you are weak in ability. Being able to reach this point shows that you all have something special. Since everyone is here, let's start drinking and celebrate Brother Yi Feng's gang territory. Yi Feng picked up the wine glass and said, Brother, this is all thanks to your 10 level 5 city defense equipment. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to successfully defend the gang's territory. Ha ha ha. Small things are small things. Several people raised their glasses at the same time and drained the wine in their glasses. Ha ha ha. So happy. Since there are so many people today, let's drink it until we get drunk. At this time, Yinyu stood up and said politely, Lord Xuanwu, thank you for taking care of Yi Feng for so long. My little lady is here to toast. The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed loudly and said, Look at how polite they are. Look at how every time you come to my place to ask for something, just take it away. Yi Feng said with an embarrassed look on his face, Aren't I anxious? Didn't I just take a drink from you? As for being so vindictive? Of course I hold grudges. I only drank the wine you brought. And you didn't tell me. Why didn't you show me the main artifact? Yi Feng said, Yanyu is toasting with you. Look at the main artifact. I will give it to you later. The Lord of Xuanwu City was also a polite person. Realizing his mistake, he quickly stood up and said, This is mine. I didn't do it first out of respect. Yinyu smiled slightly and said, It's okay. The little girl did it too. Afterwards, Yi Feng handed over his main city weapon to the Lord of Xuanwu City. The Lord of Xuanwu City held Yi Feng's main artifact and praised, Thanks to Senior Oyezi's move. It is really amazing. It is much better than your previous artifact. Yi Feng asked curiously, How do you know that I asked Senior Oyezi to help me refine it? It's hard for me not to know about such a big movement. But not many people know who you are. So there's no need to be nervous. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that practicing calligraphy can attract the prying eyes of other high-level NPCs. It seems that he should be more careful in the future. Although the others didn't talk much, they all learned a lot at this wine table. Especially the Lord of Xuanwu City, whom they knew more or less. Soon after, Ying saw Yi Feng's face was red and realized that Yi Feng was probably drunk in reality. Yinyu quickly stood up, supported Yi Feng and said, Master Xuanwu City Lord, Yi Feng is probably drunk. We will stay here soon. I will take him back to rest. Seeing Yi Feng's appearance, the Lord of Xuanwu City said with a smile, Every time I drink with him, he always behaves like this. He gets drunk every time without any increase in alcohol content. Then go back and take good care of him. You 2 men, it would be nice if you stayed and drank with me. Xiao He and Chu Ti and I nodded and said, No problem. If our president is defeated, it's up to us to do it. The younger brother will take the lead. I heard from the president that he didn't drink even once. I want to give it a try today. Xuanwu Lord City Lord, how good are you at drinking? Ha ha ha. Come on. I want to see how cold Brother Yi Feng's men are. Don't be like him, getting drunk as soon as you drink. Yinyu dragged Yi Feng out of the city lord's mansion and returned to Yi Mansion. After which the two of them went offline. You believe that the parrot came to Yi Feng's room and saw Yi Feng lying on the bed drunk. Yinyu shook her head helplessly. If you can't drink that much, then don't drink. Why do you keep drinking? Yi Feng muttered, I'm not drunk. Please bring me some wine. Yi Feng was dancing and wanted to drink. Yinyu knew that Yi Feng was using wine to relieve his sorrow. But he missed Zisu. Yinyu threw herself on Yi Feng, hugged him tightly, and said, I'm here. I'm still by your side. Don't be afraid. Of course, their bed made a squeaking sound that had spread throughout the studio. After all, their room was not that soundproof. The people living in the studio immediately started playing the game without even thinking about it. Because only in the game, I couldn't hear that embarrassing voice. In the game, Xiao He and Chu Ti and I were still there, drinking with the Lord of Xuanwu City. But they saw that other people who had just gone offline suddenly came online again. Xiao He asked in confusion, Didn't you go offline and go to bed? Why did you come up again? Xiao Hei's brother Xia said, You'll know why when you log off. Xiao He felt baffled. You really thought I didn't dare to go offline? As soon as Xiao He exited the game, he heard the sound of the bed about to break. He had to enter the game in embarrassment. You bastards. Can you please explain a little more clearly? How embarrassing it is for you to let me continue like this. Xiao He scolded in the guild channel. Chu Ti and I asked, What's going on? Xiao He came close to Chu Tianya's ear and said, "The boss and sister-in-law are doing that. And the bed will break. Why don't I go? Then let's drink some more." "That's right. Then Lord Xuanwu. Let's drink some more." The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. I just like people like you. Come and do it." Chapter 329 Glory Guard. Watching Yifeng being sneaky, He Ying returned to Yifeng's room. Xiao He, who was sitting in the living room on the first floor, said as if he was watching a show, "TSK? TSK? TSK? Boss, what on earth did you do last night? You actually asked my master to help." The arrogant brother on the side said, "Don't be sour. You single?" Xiao Bai glanced at arrogant brother and said, "Make it seem like you are not single. But just like me. TCH. I at least have a girlfriend. Where is your girlfriend? Do you know?" Xiao He was choked and had nothing to say. So far, Xiao He still doesn't understand what a girlfriend is. Maybe it's my fifth girl. Thinking of this, Xiao He looked at his right hand. Hey! Unknowingly, I feel a lot stronger. Not long after Yifeng entered, Yifeng was kicked out by Ying. Standing outside the door of his room, Yifeng had a wry smile on his face. "Is this my room?" At this time, Xiao He waved to Yifeng and said, "Boss, get up. Get up and have breakfast." Yifeng said seriously, "Well, come right away. I'll wash my face and brush my teeth." Seeing Yifeng's serious look, Xiao He suddenly laughed. "Boss, you pretend? Keep pretending. You really think we don't know anything? I got up so early. It's all thanks to you." Yifeng, who had just straightened his face, immediately felt embarrassed when Xiaoji said this. Yifeng said embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry for that. I really didn't mean it. Do you all know that? Isn't this nonsense? Your bed is almost rotten. Do you dare to use a little more force?" Yifeng finally understood why everyone knew it. It turned out to be his bed that betrayed him. Not long after, Ying helped the limping Yanyu out of Yifeng's room and quickly ran back to his room on the second floor. Of course, he glared at Yifeng on the way before being helped into his room by Ying. Of course, when eating breakfast, Ying Dao and Yanyu ate breakfast in the room, completely ignoring Yifeng as his lover. After everyone had breakfast, everyone finally played the game again. And it was finally not so embarrassing in the game. Just after entering the game, Chu Tianyi found Yifeng. "President, yesterday, Lan Shi, the president of Lanshi Valley, told me that he wanted you to sell gang territory tokens. He asked me what method you can use to obtain the gang territory tokens first revealed by the human race marshal." Yifeng said, "What did you tell him?" "I said I need your consent and let you speak for yourself." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll tell him. Soon." Yifeng found Lan Shi. I originally thought that Yifeng would reply something last night, but I didn't expect that none of those people replied to Lan Shi last night. "President Lan Shi, do you want me to find a way to kill the human marshal?" When Lan Shi saw Yifeng taking the initiative to look for her, she said with some surprise, "Of course. It would be better if President Yifeng told me personally." Yifeng said, "Actually, I don't know. I also bought it from a player." "What? You actually bought it from someone else? Who is that person? Don't you know if it will be valuable?" Yifeng said, "Of course he knows that the gang territory token is valuable. So I made a deal with him. I can't tell you the specific deal." Lan Shi nodded. "If that was the case, wouldn't it be troublesome to find Yifeng? If Yifeng wanted to make a profit from it, he would have to suffer a loss." Lan Shi asked, "Can you tell me the information about that player? I will talk to him. If successful, I will thank President Yifeng again." Yifeng thought to himself, "Do you think I'm stupid? I want to tell you that it's over. Then everyone in the world knows that I, Yifeng, have an ulterior secret with the NPC. For the time being, the only people who know Yifeng's identity as an NPC are people from Yifeng's studio. Other than that, Yifeng will not tell anyone. Of course, Yifeng needs a lot of money to develop the Glory Guild. However, in the previous battle to defend the Glory Guild territory, Yifeng almost all of his money was compensated for players who lost experience and equipment. Therefore, Yifeng barely had much money. At this time, Lan Shi came to his door. How could Yifeng let them go so easily? Besides, making money from the top 10 guilds was really not a problem for them. Yifeng said, "I really can't tell you this. The other party has made it clear that she cannot tell anyone her information. If you want the gang territory token, I can tell him. Whether he agrees or not is his business. If she promised that price, and I'll talk to you again." Lan Shi hesitated for a while and said, "Can it ensure that the gang territory token is obtained?" Yi Feng said, "Of course he can guarantee to get the gang territory token. You can rest assured about this. It's 100% guaranteed." "Okay. I'll go down and discuss with the members of the board of directors first. If there are any specific methods, we can discuss them later." "Okay." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Of course. For such a big matter, for you big guilds, the decision-making power should not lie with you as the guild president." "Right." Lan Shi said helplessly, "That's right. Just wait for my reply. I'll go discuss it with them now." "Good." Yi Feng hung up Lan Shi's call. Everyone heard that he could get 100% of the card type of the gang territory. Anyone could agree to such a condition. After all, things like gang territory are too rare. No matter how the fantasy world expands, it is impossible to popularize things like gang territory tokens. They will always be rare. The human demonic battlefield is a very intelligent existence. The human warriors and demon warriors inside change with the player's level. Therefore, even if the player's level is high, it will be difficult to attack the opposite camp because the level of the NPC on the opposite side is also improving accordingly. After dismissing Lan Shi, Yi Feng started his work. However, when Yi Feng came to his territory again, he found that it was already filled with 100 Xuanwu City guards. Soon Yi Feng gathered the Xuanwu City guards together. These Xuanwu City guards were all level 60 NPCs, needless to say. Their combat value was definitely terrifying. At present, they were terrifying existences. But Yi Feng brought them together not for anything else, but to change the names of these NPC soldiers. This is the Glory Guild. So Yi Feng changed all the names of these Xuanwu City guards to Glory Guards. From now on, your name will no longer be the Guards of Xuanwu City, but the Guards of Glory. Do you have any objections? Several guard commanders came out and said, "The Lord of the city has ordered us to fully obey your arrangements." Marshal. Yi Feng looked around. Why did this guy suddenly call himself Marshal? What if someone discovered him? Fortunately, they were all members of the Pesticide Association, and it was relatively early at this time, so not many people came. Fortunately, no one noticed it yet. Yi Feng said, "From now on, don't call me Marshal anymore. Just call me President. I understand. I will grow up." Chapter 330 Abducting NPCs in Novice Village. Currently, Yi Feng's Glory Guild territory is not open to outsiders for the time being, because Yi Feng's gang territory is still under repair. It is not allowed to be open to outsiders. Yi Feng searched around the gang territory and found a problem. He finally understood why there were not many people in the gang. Because if you want to come to the gang territory, you have to open the gang interface and use the gang teleport in the gang interface to return into gang territory. When you want to go out, you find that there is no teleporting NPC, so you can only use a town returning scroll. A town returning scroll costs 1 gold coin. No wonder no one wants to come to the gang territory, because there is no teleporting NPC. Soon, Yi Feng found a teleportation NPC on the recruitment interface. He needed to pay him 100 gold coins every month to teleport to major cities. And in each major city, he could choose the Glory Guild territory for teleportation. Return to the territory of the Glory Guild. If the player teleports through NPC, it will cost 50 silver coins to travel to major cities, which is half the price compared to the city return scroll. But compared to Yi Feng, it is not a matter of these 50 silver coins. 50 silver coins per person. If there are tens of thousands of people, it will be different. Yi Feng does not know how much money he can make in a day, and it is still at this transmission fee. Superior. Of course, Yi Feng also discovered a problem. That is, the transmission fee for members of his gang was reduced by another 50%, which is 25 silver coins. This is very good news for our gang members. After all, the transmission fee has always been 50 silver coins. Yi Feng decisively recruited a teleporter NPC. At this time, the number of NPCs in the Yi Feng gang's territory was almost the same. Next, Yi Feng had to recruit some unique NPCs. Such NPCs did not exist on the recruitment interface. Yi Feng first thought of the old guy Oyezi. Now that he thought of him, Yi Feng went to number 1 Novice Village without hesitation. When Yi Feng came to Novice Village number 1 again, he saw Oyezi, the old village chief, peeking at the blacksmith's wife lustfully. Yi Feng walked in front of Oyezi. Unexpectedly, it was Oyezi who pushed Yi Feng away and said, "Don't block the way. Don't block the way. You didn't see the old man. I'm busy, Yifeng said angrily. What are you doing? What about me? Is the blacksmith's wife pretty? You're so beautiful. You're a stunning beauty. How could you not be beautiful? After finishing speaking, Yezi glanced at Yifeng, then looked at the blacksmith's wife again, and finally looked at Yifeng and said, Damn it. Why is it you again? Yifeng said, Why can't it be me? Tell me. Nothing good will happen when I see you. Get out of my sight. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, Let me ask you one question. Am I so annoying? Right. Yifeng crossed his arms and looked at Yezi with a smile on his face and said, I have recently built a territory and am preparing to bring the blacksmith and his wife to my place. The wages I offer are not low. Go away. Are you the only one who can fall in love with a low-level blacksmith like Lao Tai? Yifeng said very bluntly, Of course I don't like him. But I like you. Yezi trembled all over, looked at Yifeng cautiously and said, Old man, I really don't like that. And I don't like you either. So get out. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, I'm not talking about that. I'm interested in your ability. Well, can you come and sit in my territory? I promise to entertain you with good wine and good food. Yezi refused. You want to capture me as a labor force again. Don't even think about it. I tell you, I won't go. There was no other way. Yifeng had no choice but to say, This is what you said. Don't regret it. With that said, Yifeng came to the blacksmith, Old Tai. How are you doing here? Just hanging around. That's it. Neither good nor bad. Of course, business is not as good as before. This is for sure. Because the number of people in Novice Village is getting smaller and smaller. And the blacksmith's business is getting worse and worse. Of course it is for sure. Yifeng said, I have a good place here. You can go or not. I will give you a high salary. Even if you can't sell anything, you won't have to worry about money. How about it? The blacksmith put down the sledgehammer in his hand, looked at Yifeng and said, Village Chief number 88. I am an honest man. Please don't lie to me. Yifeng said, I'm going to lie to you again. It's a new territory I just created. You tell me how much you want per month, and I'll give it to you. It doesn't matter how much. The blacksmith thought for a while and said, 10 gold coins cannot be less than 1 cent a month. Otherwise I don't want to go. It was only 10 gold coins. How could Yifeng refuse? He agreed immediately because Yifeng was here, and the senior blacksmith he recruited in his territory needed 50 gold coins for a month. Being able to get 10 gold coins a month is simply not what the blacksmith can imagine. Because he can only get 1 gold coin a month here at most. And he has to turn in the things he sells. Just like the senior blacksmith Yifeng recruited in the gang territory. All the money he got from the things he sold went to Yifeng. And he could only use his 50 gold coins for 1 month. Okay. I promise you. I'll ask my wife to pack her things and go with you. Okay. Here are 10 gold coins. I'll give you a deposit first. That's it. Don't worry about me playing tricks on you. The blacksmith who got 10 gold coins happily ran into the house to show off with his wife. At this time, the system prompts. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to recruit blacksmiths from Novice Village? Yes. The first step Yifeng needs has been taken care of. And the next step is the second step. Widow Wang at the east end of the village. Soon, Yifeng also took care of it. And next was the wife of the village head Lao Wang. When Yifeng squandered gold coins so boldly, they all agreed to follow Yifeng. As a result, all the NPCs in the village had to follow Yifeng. Yifeng came to Yezi again and asked again, Are you leaving or not? If not, you will be the only one left in this village. As the head of Novice Village. Of course he knew that he was the only one left in the village. Yezi pointed at Yifeng angrily and said, You are so cruel. Yifeng shrugged and said, Otherwise, would you come with me? Yezi said angrily, I want good wine and good food every day. No. I want to eat the food cooked by the blacksmith's wife and the wine from Xuanwu City. And I went to your place. You can't interfere with me and ask me to do this. That is, unless I want to. Yifeng said, Okay. You can say whatever you want. As long as you go there. You can make my territory what it is now. Humph. I just reluctantly agreed to you. Don't think you are very powerful. In the end, Yezi agreed to Yifeng's request, and was also recruited by Yifeng into his gang territory. It was reported that all the NPCs in Novice Village number 1 had left with Yifeng, and the players in Novice Village number 1 were collectively stunned. Fortunately, the system refreshed a batch of new NPCs in time, which alleviated the players' embarrassment. Seeing all the NPCs in Novice Village number 1 moving in and enjoying their own gang territories, Yifeng was ecstatic in his heart and said, "Once you enter my door, you can't even think about getting out. Especially Oyezi, who is equivalent to the Pope, which greatly increases the security of Yifeng's territory." Chapter 331 Resource Cleanup. Yifeng returned to his gang territory with an NPC from the Novice Village. Of course, Yifeng has already chosen the positions that these NPCs need. Yifeng has already given them the upper right corner of the gang's territory, in order to make them more adaptable to this kind of life. Yifeng renovated the place. Of course, the transformation required money. However, Oyezi's location was definitely at the center of Yifeng's gang territory, and it was also the location that Yifeng and the others needed to protect the most. This is the energy crystal in the gang's territory. Yifeng built a small house next to the energy crystal. The house was built according to Oyezi's requirements. He could build it however he wanted, and everything met Oyezi's needs. Moreover, Oyezi's location was not far from the blacksmith and the others, and could be seen at a glance. Looking at the newly built house, Oyezi took out a recliner from somewhere. He just lay there and said to Yifeng, "Don't tell me. This place is really nice. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It looks very fun. If you have a chance, go to this mountain to play." Yifeng said, "No problem. As long as you don't tear down my gang's territory, you can do whatever you want." "This is what you said. It will be noon soon. I have to eat. You think of a way to let the blacksmith's wife cook for me." Yifeng smiled and said, "This old guy knows how to eat and drink. Since you want to eat and drink, then I will satisfy you." Yifeng came to the blacksmith's new home without stopping. When the blacksmith saw Yifeng coming, he said excitedly, "Thanks to village chief number 88, you brought me to the city. I, a countryman, have never been to the city. It turns out the city is so big." Yifeng said, "There are relatively few people here now. It will be more lively after a while. By the way," the old village chief said, "we need to eat. Anyway, we have nothing to do now. Why don't you let your wife cook? This is necessary. Everyone has moved to a new place. Of course we have to celebrate. I will ask my wife to do it." Yifeng said, "Okay. I'm going to talk to the village chief. I'm going to get some wine by the way. Let's have some for lunch." While Yifeng was busy, he finally made Uya, the old village chief, serve him comfortably. Seeing many NPCs coming to the gang territory, Yifeng finally felt a little more at ease. The next step was to wait for Fang Hui to finish the hard work of repairs, and then open the gang territory. I don't know what the level 60 monsters around the gang territory look like. Yifeng hasn't found out yet. So why not take advantage of it now, and let Yifeng go out for a walk? Yifeng walked out of the city gate of the gang territory that was still under construction. As soon as he walked out, it was reminded that this was a non-safe area. However, there are no wild monsters on the section of road in front of Yifeng's gang territory. This is controlled by the system. Just in case, the wild monsters are pulled into the safe zone and killed by the players. Because each safe zone they are all guarded by soldiers. And the soldiers' attacks are much higher than the players' attacks. Of course, with Yifeng's current state, it would be easy to deal with a level 60 monster. But Yifeng came here not to deal with it. If he came to see what kind of resources there were around him, he could better promote himself, and how convenient the gang territory was. After leaving the city gate and walking straight for about 100 meters, Yifeng saw the first wild monster, which was level 60. Then Yifeng walked to the right. After walking for about 10 minutes, the level 60 wild monsters became level 59. In other words, on the right side of the door, there are lower level monsters. If you go the other way, it is on the left, which is higher level monster. However, when Yifeng was exploring resources, he discovered several big bosses. However, at your current player level, looking at this kind of mess, if you want to kill them, you still need crowd tactics. At level 60 and above, ordinary gold bosses can no longer attract the attention of mass players. If you want to attract the attention of players, at least platinum level bosses are required. Because in the later stages, everyone's equipment is up. And what is needed is better equipment. The platinum boss has a chance of breaking out purple and orange equipment. So this kind of boss is more popular. And then the gold boss breaks out gold. If you install it, I'm afraid not many people will need it. And it won't sell for much. Soon, Yifeng found Demo. Yifeng needed to tell Demo about the resources surrounding the gang territory. Demo was the person responsible for gang management. after telling him he could better promote Yifeng's Glory Guild territory to attract more people. Players come. Then, in the afternoon, Yifeng finally received a reply from Lanshi, the president of Lanshi Valley. Lanshi said, after unanimous discussion by our board of directors, if you can really come up with a gang territory token, no matter how high the price is, we will be the first to ask for it in Lanshi Valley. And your Glory Guild must help us defend the city. Yifeng said, President Lanshi, if you really need it, I can help you get it. How much is the money? I will help you ask now. You helped us defend the gang territory before. We the Glory Guild is not a white-eyed wolf. Since we promised you, we will definitely do it. We can help you defend the city. And I can help you make city defense equipment for free. Of course, the premise is that you must provide the materials. Lanshi was a little surprised. He originally thought that Yifeng might need a lot of fees to help them make the equipment to defend the city. But what he didn't expect this time was that Yifeng didn't take any money, as long as they handed over the materials. Is it really free of charge? As long as we hand over enough materials? Yifeng nodded and said, of course. This is in return for helping us defend the city. Great. It seems that I, Lanshi, am not on the wrong team. Yifeng said, but I hope that you, Blue Valley, will not forget your original intention. Continue to stand with us, join hands, and dominate the entire server. Lanshi laughed and said, ha ha ha. President Yifeng, who else in the entire fantasy world can deal with our guild now? I don't think that domineering guild can do it. Let alone me in Lanshi Valley. With President Lanshi's auspicious words, I will go and ask for you right now. You wait for my reply. After cutting off the call on Lanshi's side, Yifeng found Daimo again. Daimo asked curiously, President, why are you looking for something to do with me again? Yifeng asked, if we help Lanshi Valley defend the city, how much money will we need to consume? Daimo said, we have just successfully defended the city by ourselves. According to everyone's experience, some people have even lost 1 or 2 levels. If we defend the city in Fang'an Valley at this time, we will suffer a big loss unless they can wait for a few days. Yifeng nodded. It was true. For the sake of the city, if Bai Yan hadn't appeared in the end, they would have suffered more losses. Yifeng asked, how much compensation did we pay last time? Daimo calmed down for a while, checked the data and said, last time, the number of participants in our guild was more than 10,000. And we spent 2 million on financial compensation. Chapter 332, all parties come to explore. Yifeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that last time. Player compensation alone cost 2 million. And he also spent a lot of money on other places. After all this calculation, if Yifeng had not signed a contract with Huancher as a spokesperson, I am afraid that he would not even be able to compensate him enough. No wonder a super guild needs someone to invest, and then do some business activities to make money. It turns out that they spend so much money on every activity. This is the first time Yifeng feels that money is really not spent. Yifeng asked, according to the market price, if there is a gang now, how much can the territory token be sold for? Daimo frowned and said, I really can't guess this, because there are only 2 gang tokens. One is a myth, which was obtained by the guild, but failed to defend the city, and the other was obtained by us, and the defense of the city was successful. We will maximize the use of guild territory tokens, and we don't know how much we can earn at the moment. We will not be able to see the effect until all players reach level 50. Yifeng nodded and said, it means that the guild territory token will be more valuable when you reach level 50. Right? Daimo said, based on my nearly 10 years of online gaming experience. This is indeed the case. Okay. I get it. Yifeng immediately replied to Lanshi. What? It takes about half a month to a month. Why? Yifeng said, the other party is busy in real life, so it will take at least half a month to a month. Or it may be earlier. I will notify you in advance then. Is there no other way? No. Lanshi was a little disappointed in her heart. She originally thought that when the human marshal refreshed, that is, tomorrow, after when John obtained the gang territory token, they could choose the territory and carry out the battle to defend the city. Now it seems that this will definitely be delayed until half the time. Months later. Even 1 month later. But this is good. They can better choose the location of the gang they need to establish. Lanshi responded, well, that's the only way. If he stops, tell me in advance. The price really doesn't matter. Yifeng replied, I know this. Please contact me later. However, Yifeng had just hung up on Lanshi, And the president's call, a temporary call, came in again. The person who came was none other than the 10th ranked one, Qin Tian, the president of Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion. Yi Feng asked doubtfully, President Qin Tian, it seems we have no relationship now. Right? As a woman, Qin Tian knew that she should not have stood by Yi Feng before, because Yi Feng had helped him a lot before. But this time she was indeed a little treacherous. Qin Tian said, President Yi Feng, everything in the past was all my fault. If I choose to side with you now, I will definitely stand by your side. Yi Feng no longer cares about what Qin Tian says. If he wants to take sides, it will be the same as in Lanchi Valley. It will be done in hindsight after Yi Feng's gang territory is established. Yi Feng said, sorry. We already have enough alliances. Qin Tian said with some embarrassment, we can talk about the alliance later. I want to ask you a question. What is the problem? Qin Tian said, how did you obtain the gang territory token? If you still have it, we can buy it at a high price. I sneered and said, sorry. I picked it up. It's impossible. Right? Yi Feng said calmly, how is it impossible? The human marshal was fighting with other NPCs, and I was standing next to him. As a result, everyone died, and I picked up all the things that fell. Isn't there anything wrong with this? There's nothing wrong with this. Did you really pick it up? Yes. You don't know, don't you? The human marshal has many enemies, and he often issues missions to protect him. Doesn't he? I nodded today. This is indeed quite convincing. Marshal Du has many enemies, and he is often found attacked by other NPCs. It is very likely that it was precisely because Yi Feng was standing by, waiting for other NPCs to attack, that he took advantage of him. If there is such a good thing, and you pick up the gang territory token, please be sure to sell it to me. Yi Feng nodded and said, okay. Of course. As long as you are not afraid of being slaughtered by me. President Yi Feng is joking. A big shot like you is still short of money? Yi Feng said very seriously, I am really short of money. Well, since President Yi Feng is so humorous, it's worth being slaughtered by you. Let's make an agreement with President Yi Feng. If you have one, you must sell it to us as soon as possible. Okay. It depends. What surprised Yi Feng was that except for Baki and Xinhua, the other remaining gangs came to Yi Feng. Of course, Yi Feng's words are exactly the same as Qinqian's words. If you have the ability, go and guard the human marshal. If you can guard him to death, you are considered to be capable. Of course, it's useless for you to stick around. I am the marshal of the human race. How could I die in front of you? What a joke. When Yi Feng and the others were offline to eat, the doorbell came to mind. And Shui, go open the door and see who's coming, Xiaoye said. And Shui put down what she was doing and hurriedly went to open the door. Outside the door, a man was waiting anxiously. And Shui opened the door and saw this strange man, and couldn't help but ask, young man, who are you looking for? The man said, does Yi Feng live here? I'm looking for him. And Shui said, wait a minute. I'll call him out. Okay. And Shui ran back to the hall and said, there is a strange man outside Mr. Ye's door. He said he was looking for you. Appearing at this time. If I guess correctly, it should be Chen Wei. Yi Feng put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands, and quickly came to the door. When he saw Chen Wei standing outside the door, the two hugged each other. EZ. You really have a big family now. You live in such a nice place. I almost can't get in. Yi Feng said, this is just renting Xiaoye's house. Why are you here? I said I didn't find you in the game today. I also want to pay you wages. Chen Wei said, you are just talking to me outside the door. Why don't you go in and talk? Yi Feng patted his head and said, aren't you happy to see you here? We happen to be having dinner. Let's get together. Okay. I'm hungry right now. Yi Feng shouted into the room, and Shui, add a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Okay. Yi Feng pulled Chen Wei into the living room, stood in front of everyone and said, let me introduce to you. This is my little boy Chen Wei, whom Yan Yu has met. Chen Wei took a special look at the people in front of him. And sure enough, the girl Zissou was not there. It seemed that Xiaohei had not lied to him. Something had really happened. Hello everyone. I am Yi Feng's childhood friend, Chen Wei, the Bai Yin in the game. Chapter 333 The Arrival of Chen Wei. Chen Wei looked at Yi Feng. What did he want to say? But Yi Feng said it in advance. Come. Sit down and eat first. If you have anything to do, we can talk about it after dinner. Yi Feng knew what Cheng wanted to ask, and didn't want to do it in front of everyone. And there were some reasons. So he could only urge Chen Wei to eat first. Chen Wei understood what Yi Feng meant, and didn't talk about anything else. So he sat down to eat with Yi Feng and others. Of course, it was Chen Wei's first time here. So Yi Feng called on everyone to help Chen Wei clean up his dust. It looked like a pleasant dinner. But Yi Feng's forced smile looked sad. After the meal, Yi Feng took the initiative to pull Chen Wei. And the two of them walked up to the roof. There is a fancy balcony on the roof. And Yi Feng is sitting on a long wooden chair. Why are you here all of a sudden? Have you arranged everything at home? Chen Wei sat next to Yi Feng, looking at the stars in the sky and said, there is actually nothing to do at home. I have made arrangements. Before I came, I went to my uncle and aunt. They asked me to tell you. Pay more attention to your health, and don't be so fight hard. Yi Feng said with a smile, okay, I understand. Why did you come to me so late? Aren't you taking a plane? Chen Wei said with a wry smile, brother, I have no money. A flight costs more than 1,000 yuan. I can't afford it. I can only take the train. The green train, which takes 7 or 8 hours and costs about 100 yuan. You can still afford it. Yi Feng shook his head repeatedly and said, when you were playing games at night, you asked Mo to collect your salary from him. I came to find you. In our guild, I will not let you help me in vain. What is your ability? How much salary will I give you based on your ability? As long as you give me the salary. It doesn't matter. We are two brothers. So just be honest. Don't be like others. Yi Feng patted Chen Wei on the shoulder and said, do you still remember when we were kids and went catching fish together? Why don't you remember? Didn't I fall into the river? My clothes were all wet. You and I changed clothes. You were wearing wet clothes, which made you scolded by your uncle and aunt. Yi Feng laughed and said, ha ha. I didn't expect you to still remember it. When you were a child, I helped you carry the bag. No. To be honest, I helped you a lot. But everyone didn't see you and said I was cheating every day. Especially this little girl Yi Yanqiu. By the way, speaking of Yi Yanqiu, what is she doing now? What else is she doing? Are you at school? Yi Feng nodded and said, well, she hasn't been playing games recently because she has to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. So she is quite nervous about studying. I let her play games just to relax. She should study hard now and not play games. Lord. That's true. I heard from my uncle and aunt that Yi Yanqiu's grades are relatively good. But I heard that she majored in financial management. I wonder if she has any insights into the management game. Yi Feng shook his head and said, I don't know too well. The number of times she has played the game is less than a month in total. And she doesn't really like to manage those things in the game. She is more concerned about how to play happily. Good. She is also a little girl. So there is no need to expose him to these things so early. Really. When he can't find a job. You, as an elder brother, can do something for him. Such as bringing you now, it's also a good choice to let her manage the guild. Yi Feng said, let's talk about this later. If she likes it, let her do it. If she doesn't like it, forget it. Chen Wei nodded. He had already talked so much with Yi Feng. It was time to get down to business. Why don't you see that girl Zissou today? Yi Feng sighed and said, the main purpose of coming here is to ask about Zissou's situation. Chen Wei nodded and said, although this girl Zissou is a little willful, she has a good nature. Has anything really happened to him? Well, he blocked an arrow for me. What's going on now? Yi Feng shook his head and said, I don't know too well. After he was rescued by the master, they gave me a task. The first task was to establish the first gang territory in the fantasy world. Now I have it done. You should come back to me soon. You can just hand over Zissou to others with such confidence? Yi Feng nodded helplessly and said, there is no way. I can only believe him. And only they have the ability to save Zissou. Otherwise Zissou may never come back. With such serious injuries. What about those bad guys? I've already killed him. Did you kill someone? Chen Wei said in a panic. Yi Feng comforted Chen Wei's shoulders and said, it's okay. I'm just sitting here. I'm just waiting. When they come to me again, I want to know who wants to target me. I'll let him. I regret targeting me. Chen Wei said, as long as you are fine. You should be careful when you are alone outside. If something happens to you, what will your uncle, aunt, and Yi Yanqiu do? Don't worry. I'll be fine. The two chatted for a long time on the rooftop balcony. 2 hours later, when Yifeng arranged for Chun Wei and Xiao Hei to live together. They returned to the game again. When Yifeng came to the game again, Demo immediately approached Yifeng. President, before you guys went online, I received 2 advertising resources, and I need you to take a look. Yifeng asked, have you understood it? Tell me. The first is an advertisement for a pharmaceutical factory, and the second is an advertisement for a clothing factory. Their purpose is to put their factory's name and advertising slogans on the door of a prominent store in our Glory Guild territory. Yifeng knows that there are many such manufacturers, and most of the revenue in the game and in reality comes from these manufacturers. This is why when a guild establishes a gang territory, the benefits it brings are huge. Yifeng asked, do these 2 manufacturers have any dark history? According to my verification, this pharmaceutical factory has a little dark history, but the clothing factory does not have any dark history. There are contracts with other guilds in the clothing factory, and we are just one of them. Yifeng nodded. Yifeng was quite reassured when doing things in the desert. At least he knew that such things needed to be verified in advance, and then reported to Yifeng. Yifeng said, just remove the pharmaceutical manufacturer and leave the clothing factory here. How much is the advertising cost? Understood. The clothing manufacturer gives us a unified price, which is the same price as other guilds. 5 million a year. Yifeng said, this is not a small enterprise. The scale of the company is not small, and the annual profit is at least several billion to tens of billions. Tell him that our guild is the first guild in the fantasy world to have a gang territory, and the location is very advantageous. The price will be doubled. If it doesn't work, just refuse. Understood. I'll do it now. Chapter 334 Return to the Fantasy World. Yifeng hasn't visited the official forum of Fantasy World for a long time. When Yifeng came to the official forum again, Yifeng seemed to have discovered a problem. Why can't Yifeng himself see what players are chatting about now? I remember that Yifeng had a lot of fun chatting with other netizens on the game forum, and always admired those high-level players. But now Yifeng finds that he is incompatible with those people. Many posts are worshipping Yifeng and the Glory Guild established by Yifeng, which broke the monopoly of the current top 10 guilds, and became a benchmark in the new online game industry. But this doesn't seem to be what Yifeng wants. What was the purpose of playing Fantasy World in the first place? Yifeng still clearly remembers that it was a purpose to support himself. But now Yifeng realizes how small his original goal was. In order to have a meal for tomorrow's meal, and to have a place to live, Yifeng tried his best to upgrade, fight monsters, and explode equipment. But now, Yifeng realized that the hundreds of thousands or millions he opened and shut up seemed to be completely different from the few dollars he had on him. A Fantasy World changed Yifeng's life. It was also because of the Fantasy World that Yifeng and Huang Xiaotian became enemies. And it was also because of the Fantasy World that Zisu's life and death were unknown. All of this is because of Yifeng, who has gone from an unknown ordinary player to the admirable high-level player he is today. Even Yifeng doesn't know what to do on the forum. Looking for the information you need? It seems that Yifeng has nothing to look for. Is he going to discuss how some masters have become? But in the Fantasy World, Yifeng is already a top expert. Why should he discuss some gossip? But as Yifeng, it seems a bit inappropriate to discuss gossip. 8 out of 10 gossips on the forum has something to do with Yifeng. How to discuss it? Yifeng finally understands the loneliness of the strong. Apart from the friends around you, it is really difficult for you to make friends with other people. Now all Yifeng can do is to try to improve his level in the game and promote the game quickly. Back in the game, Yifeng found Demo and Chu Tianai again. In the gang territory, Yifeng brought Chu Tianai and Demo to the energy tower, pointing to a wooden house next to the energy tower. He said, "Can you see the old man in this wooden house? I saw it, but I don't know why he appeared here. Could it be that you, the president, recruited him here?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. I recruited him this morning. Although this NPC has the title of village chief, he is actually the ancestor of the blacksmith. Senior Oyezi. If you see him, you must be respectful and polite. Don't offend him. It will be of great use to us in the future." Clear. Both of them are understanding people, and they both know what kind of character Oyezi is. If you just go to the forum and check it, you will understand how powerful Oyezi is. There are also some villagers over there who I recruited from Novice Village. You order the gang members not to interfere with them. Clear. Okay. As long as you understand. I'm going out for leveling these days, And the affairs of the gang depend on you. Chu Ti and I said helplessly, listening to what you were explaining just now. I knew you were going to be a hands-off shopkeeper again. I'm going to ask you a question now. Yi Feng said with some embarrassment. Just ask. Our guild has become the first guild to own a guild territory. Now many players want to join us. So what are our recruitment conditions? Yi Feng said. The conditions are of course higher than before. After all, our guild owns a territory. You can decide on these conditions. If you think this person has great potential, you can also be admitted. Anyway, we elders and gang leaders are our own yes. I'm not worried that you will seek selfishness. Damn it. You said it. But you didn't say it. It's useless for me to ask you. Let's just figure it out. Well, it's up to you to decide. I'll leave first. Yi Feng walked directly to the teleporter and teleported directly to Xuanwu City. Yi Feng was very strange. The human marshal had died in the past few days. Why didn't the Lord of Qinglong City come out to cause trouble? He wanted to ask the Lord of Xuanwu City what was going on. When Yi Feng came to Xuanwu City so late, the Lord of Xuanwu City had already gone to rest. But now that Yi Feng is here, the Lord of Xuanwu City still comes out to receive Yi Feng without any reason. The two sat in the back garden and admired the crescent moon in the gray sky. Yi Feng asked, I am already dead in the battlefield between humans and demons. Why didn't the Lord of Qinglong City come out to cause trouble? Lord Xuanwu, what do you think is going on? It turned out to be this. The Lord of Xuanwu City explained, the battlefield between humans and demons is a rather magical existence. There, whether it is a demon marshal or a human marshal, they can be resurrected on the 7th day after death. So even if you die in the battlefield between humans and demons, the Lord of Qinglong City will not think there is anything wrong. But on the contrary, in the space where we are now, if we are, there is no resurrection. Death is the real disappearance. So this is why I have been looking for resurrection. Reason. It turns out that in the eyes of their NPCs, this setting has been in place for a long time. So the Lord of Qinglong City did not come out to cause trouble. But if Yi Feng died in a normal human space, and then resurrected, this would cause the Lord of Qinglong City to suspect. Therefore, why the Lord of Qinglong City wanted to assassinate Yi Feng was to see if he could be resurrected within a few minutes like those warriors. If Yi Feng can really be resurrected, he will definitely want to get the secret of Yi Feng's resurrection. Yi Feng nodded and said, it seems that when I am resurrected tomorrow, will the Lord of Qinglong City cause trouble for me again? Yi Feng originally thought that Xuanwu City would always say yes. But it was the Lord of Xuanwu City who shook his head and said, no, the Lord of Qinglong City will not take action against you for the time being. Why? Because the royal family has spoken and asked the Lord of Qinglong City not to touch you for the time being. So you are safe for the time being. So it turns out that the people who should be careful when buying clothes are not only the Lord of Qinglong City, but also the Emperor. They are the real group of people. Knowing that the Lord of Qinglong City and the Emperor are in the same group, there should be not only the Lord of Xuanwu City, but also other city lords. So this is why the other city lords prefer the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yi Feng and the Xuanwu City Lord had a brief chat, and then exited the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion. In this case, Yi Feng can boldly use his identity to obtain the gang territory token. Yi Feng doesn't know how to spread the gang territory tokens to every guild. If possible, Yi Feng even wants to take the gang territory tokens reported by the demon marshal as his own. If there is one less gang territory, there will be less. A gangland. This is the best. Chapter 335 Meeting the Holy Heaven Guild. During the 7 days after the death of the human marshal, Yi Tong could not gain experience by sitting back and enjoying the results. So Yi Feng's level remained at level 47. Because Yi Feng hasn't upgraded or done anything in the past few days, the level has never changed. But today, Yi Feng activated his clone skills again. Through the perspective of the clone, Yi Feng disguised himself as a human marshal. As soon as he disguised himself as a human marshal, he was discovered by many players, because a human marshal suddenly appeared in this place. All players still receive missions from the human demon battlefield from the human marshal. So within half an hour, Yi Feng started to gain experience again. But Yi Feng also discovered a problem. He found no less than 20 players monitoring him next to his human marshal. These people are probably the ones Yi Feng said at the beginning that his gang territory tokens were picked up. These should be those players sent by the big guild. Their only mission is to supervise the human marshal just in case. When he dies, he can steal gang territory tokens. Yi Feng sneered, you take your time. I don't care about you. With that said, Yifeng switched to his own perspective. Because today was the first day Chen Wei came to the studio. And this was the third day Chen Wei came to the Glory Guild as Bai Yin. At Xiao Hei's suggestion, a group of people prepared to look for a boss around the gang territory and practice beating the boss to increase the relationship between them. If you fight the boss, Yifeng already knows the location of the boss this week, because Yifeng has already explored it last time. Should we fight a level 50 boss or a level 60 boss? Yifeng asked. What about level 50 and level 60? With our current abilities, of course we have to fight platinum level bosses. Xiao Hei said arrogantly. There is a platinum level boss. It's a level 55 Millennium Beetle. Do you want to fight it? If you listen to the name, I'm afraid it's a boss with extremely high defense. Seeing that there were almost all hidden professions in the team, Xiao Hei said, with the configuration of our team, we are still afraid of a boss with extremely high defense. We can do it with just one word. Yifeng said, since you said so. Let's go! Yifeng walked to the front and led the way, because only Yifeng knew the location. After turning right out of the city gate, Yifeng and the others walked through the woods. After a section of woods, they suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. Auntie, why are there other people here? It's such a long distance. Could it be a big guild? There are many people who have been here before, because when they first attacked the gang territory, except for the Glory Guild Alliance, who could teleport here through the gang, others had to walk here from the main city. Therefore, many gang members and individual members know some of the situations on the road. But the level of this wild monster is relatively high. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a guild to come here to fight monsters. Yifeng said, if they can travel so far here to fight monsters, they must be here to fight the boss. I don't know which boss they are here to fight. Let's go and take a look. Following the sound, Yifeng and his party came to the place where the sound came from. In front of Yifeng and the others, a group of players were besieging a huge beetle. This beetle was the platinum boss 1000-year beetle that Yifeng and the others asked to kill. Unexpectedly, they finally wanted to come out to fight a boss. But someone else beat them to it. And the person who beat the boss was one of the top 10 guilds. Demo whispered to the team, they are from the Xingtian Guild. Their president is also there. That warrior in white, named Man Yi. Hey, people from the Holy Sky Guild. This is the territory of our Glory Guild. You are taking advantage of the courage of a leopard by fighting the boss in our guild's territory. Arrogant Brother took the lead and said. People from the Xingtian Guild had already seen Yifeng and the others when they came out. But hearing Brother Arrogant's arrogant voice, Man Yi, as the president of Xingtian Guild, felt extremely unhappy. Brother Arrogant, I know it's you. It's not like this boss belongs to your Glory Guild. You guys are really loud. Arrogant Brother crossed his arms and said with a playful look on his face, a shabby guild dares to show off in front of me. Do you think your Holy Heaven Guild can match our Glory Guild? Manny shouted, we are here to fight the boss today. We don't want to start a war with your Glory Guild. If we really want to start a war, I really think our Xingtian Guild is afraid of you. Xiao Hei walked out with a look of embarrassment and said, what a coincidence. We are also out to fight the boss today. We have been staring at this Millennium Beetle for several days. And you just beat it up. What do you think we should do? Manage. Humph. You can do whatever you are supposed to do. It has nothing to do with our Holy Heaven Guild. Xiao Hei and Arrogant Brother looked at each other and said. This is what he said. Let me do whatever I should do. Right? The Arrogant Brother said eagerly. No. This is the first time I heard someone want to be beaten. Then what are you waiting for? Come on. Let me show you how powerful my new profession is. Okay. Said that the two people didn't pay any attention to Man Yi's expression, but pounced on him one after another. Xiao Hei directly led into the darkness and used invisibility. And my Arrogant Brother directly activated the special effects of bloodthirsty fighting. Manny shouted, this is too much bullying. All members should abandon the boss and kill these two arrogant guys. Others on Yifeng's side wanted to get in, but Yifeng stretched out his hand to block the people around him and said, let them both play. It doesn't matter even if they can't beat him. The opponent obviously also has a hidden profession. But the opponent's hidden profession is an archer. Although facing a melee hidden profession like Arrogant Brother, it has some advantages. But the ordinary players around them were unlucky. Even the elite players. This time, they came out to fight the boss. There were only 20 people in total. And they didn't bring many people. Because by this time, everyone was already at level 45. Fighting a level 55 boss. And everyone was well equipped. So there was no need for any human C tactics. So this time Man E brought more elite members. But even this kind of relatively elite member still can't do anything in front of a master like Arrogant Brother. But don't forget that in front of them is not only Brother Arrogant, but also Xiao Hei hidden in the darkness. The hidden professional archer on the opposite side is taking aim at the Arrogant Brother who is jumping into the crowd. But at this time, one appeared behind him. Xiao Hei smiled evilly, and the dagger in his hand was not ambiguous at all. And he directly smeared the opponent's neck. As an assassin, their critical hits and damage are very terrifying. This is because their damage is terrifying. So their bodies are very fragile. So most assassins will retreat in time when they are hit by a hit. Will retreat even if it misses a hit. The dagger in Xiao Hei's hand was given by Yi Feng. It has an orange attribute, and the damage is very terrifying. Moreover, Xiao Hei's hidden profession is also quite terrifying. So when the dagger was struck, the hidden professional archer died suddenly. Chapter 336 Only one step away. As soon as the hidden professional archer died, the pressure on Brother Arrogance was reduced a lot. In addition, Xiao Hei showed up from time to time and took away a head. This made Man E very scared. Man E said angrily, Yi Feng manages your subordinates well and kills people to steal the boss. It turns out that your glory guild is like this. Yi Feng said, our people did the right thing. I don't think they did the wrong thing. When you attacked our territory, did you ever think about this situation? You? Manny had nothing to say and said through gritted teeth, let's go. After saying that, he led his men, leaving the half-battered Millennium Beetle behind, and withdrew from the attack range of Yi Feng and others. If they continued to fight like this, they would definitely be annihilated. Because Yi Feng and the others were watching eagerly, the Millennium Beetle chased out, but quickly broke away from the fighting state, and its blood volume immediately returned to full. The Millennium Beetle slowly returned to its original position. At this time, Xiao Hei and Brother Arrogant also returned to Yi Feng. Xiao Hei said with a proud look on his face, how about it? Now you can see how powerful my new profession is. Brother Arrogant said with a look of disgust, what's the difference between this and your original profession? It's not just like killing people hiding in the dark. Why is it the same? At least I'm better than before. Okay. You're awesome. You're awesome. I won't argue with you anymore. Xiao Hei said happily, look. That arrogant guy was impressed by me. Now he finally knows how powerful my new profession is. Yi Feng patted Xiao Hei on the shoulder and said, okay. Get ready to fight the boss. Good. Yi Feng said, the level 55 platinum boss is the Millennium Beetle. The warriors are in the front row. The assassins are looking for opportunities to find the boss's weaknesses. Our other long-range professions are behind. Xiaoya and Yu Mingming. Remember to add blood to the front row warriors. Clear. After arranging all this, Brother Arrogant rushed forward first. The SHL of the Millennium family was very hard. When it touched Brother Arrogant's sword, it actually emitted metal-like flames. Holy shit. He's so hard. Chu Ti and I. Come on. I feel like your fist can't hit his SHL. Don't mind saying with a look of disdain, you're kidding. There will be something I can't hit with my fist. Chu Ti and I rushed forward with a punch, knocking the Millennium Beetle back half a step. You can see how powerful Chu Tian's attack power is. No wonder he was able to withstand Jue Feng's transformation ability. Chu Ti and I and Arrogant Brother were fighting in the front. The Millennium Beetle couldn't attack the back at all, and it couldn't even knock them away. Waiting for the two of them to reduce their hatred, Yi Feng said, let's start remotely. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, an ice arrow hit the SHL of the Millennium Beetle in the misty rain beside him, and it made a clanging sound. Xiao Hei, Ing, and Bai Yin and I all entered the stealth state, that is, the invisible state, and touched the Millennium Beetle. Bai Yan's profession is like a summoner and an assassin, because he possesses the skills of these two professions. It is said that summoners are rarely seen in this game. Yi Feng and the others launched an attack on the Millennium Beetle. Of course, the Platinum Boss was not that easy to deal with. Even Yi Feng and the Millennium Beetle would not sit still and wait for death. After being enraged, the Millennium Beetle actually spread the wings on its back and wanted to fly high into the sky. At this time, Xiao Hei, Ing, and Bai Yan, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared. As long as the Millennium Beetle spreads its wings, the hard carapace on its back will lose its protective effect on its abdomen, revealing its weakest side. The three people unanimously plunged a dagger into the belly of the Millennium Beetle. These three injuries soared out, which made Yi Feng and the others' eyes light up. They actually dealt nearly 2,000 damage. It shows that its weakness is the soft belly under the SHL. After suffering a fatal blow, the Millennium Beetle recycles its carapace to hide its weaknesses. But without the ability to fly, he could only rely on his own physical attacks to attack Chu Tianai and Brother Arrogant in front of him. The Millennium Beetle's blood volume continued to drop. When the Millennium Beetle's blood volume dropped to half, the originally gray SHL of the Millennium Beetle began to gradually turn red. Upon seeing this, Yifeng reminded everyone, be careful of the Millennium Beetle. It may have other skills hiding in the darkness at the moment. Xiao He and the other three have been looking for opportunities to attack Qian Qian. But with his hard carapace, they cannot hit his weak point as long as they don't unfold the SHL on his abdomen. But at this time, the Millennium Beetle's carapace changed from gray to red, and the color became darker and darker. Just when the Millennium Beetle's health was still 40%, the Millennium Beetle's carapace finally turned red, and a gray Millennium Beetle turned into a red Millennium Beetle. The Millennium Beetle, which was originally capable of physical attacks, suddenly spurted a burst of fire from his mouth. It turned out that when his blood volume dropped below 40%, the Millennium Beetle switched from physical attacks to magical attacks. At this time, the Millennium Beetle flew up. Because of the flames, Yifeng and others did not catch the takeoff process of the Millennium Beetle. The flying Millennium Beetle began to spray flames at Yifeng and others. This long-range magic attack caused a lot of damage to Yifeng and other long-range professions and priests. Boss must let him down. Otherwise we can't attack. It is true that beetles in the air cannot be attacked by melee professions. Yifeng directly switched to the archer profession, and an ejection flew out. Yifeng arrived at the same height as the Millennium Beetle. But it was at this time that Yifeng used the Dragon Roar. Only this skill could force him to be stunned for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is enough for the Millennium Beetle to fall from the sky. Just as Yifeng fell down, the Millennium Beetle also fell down and was forcibly stunned. The Millennium Beetle was temporarily unable to resist Yifeng's attack. Hidden in the darkness, Xiao He and the other three people rushed forward. Their goal was not to kill the Millennium Beetle, but to knock it into a weak state. The three men unceremoniously drew a wound on the abdomen of the Millennium Beetle. Due to the forced dizziness, the Millennium Beetle's carapace was not recovered, revealing its most vulnerable side. The 5 seconds came quickly, but by this time, the Millennium Beetle had already entered a weak state. At this time of year, it is no longer possible to resist the damage from Yifeng and the others. You see, this Millennium Beetle is about to die. Xiao He said with a relaxed look, this platinum-level boss is nothing more than this. Yifeng smiled and said nothing. Don't you look at who is gathering here? But these people can't even defeat a level 55 platinum boss. So is this game really worthless? Just when Yifeng and others thought that this platinum boss was their definite prey, a flaming arrow flew out and nailed it directly to the abdomen of the Millennium Beetle. The Millennium Beetle fell down and exploded with equipment everywhere. Who is it? Brother Arrogant shouted angrily. Chapter 337 Gang War Application. Yifeng and others never expected that at this last moment, someone would rob their boss. Although the equipment was not taken away, the boss's huge amount of experience was gone. Not to mention that Brother Arrogant was angry. Even the others frowned and looked in the direction of the flaming arrow. Without saying a word, Ho-Yi shot his arrow in that direction. Come out! Sure enough, as soon as a figure jumped out from the bushes, this person was the hidden professional archer from Shantian Guild just now. Ha ha ha! We just snatched our boss. This time we snatched it back. What can you do to me? I will lose another 10% of my experience at most. Yifeng shouted, it seems that your Shantian Guild wants to start a war with our Glory Guild. Right? Our president has already said that if you want to fight, fight. There is nothing to say. Yifeng raised the magic wand in his hand. Dark entanglement. The archer had been controlled by Yifeng, and Yifeng took action. The others did not give the archer any chance to fight back and killed him instantly. Humph. Holy Heaven Guild. Let's kill each other every time we meet. Yes. I finally killed a platinum boss and gained a lot of experience. But this guy took it away. Yifeng said, it's our fault for being too careless. Everyone should pay attention to it in the future. When fighting bosses or doing anything else, you need to check the surrounding environment. Clear. President. I think we should fight with a certain big guild. Chu Tianai asked. Yifeng said, why do you say that? Our gang territory has just been established. So wouldn't it be bad to start a gang war with others? Arrogant Brother said, it is precisely because we have just been established that we should show our deterrence. Don't let others think that our glory guild was just lucky enough to obtain the first gang territory. For example, today's Xingtian guild. They don't particularly think highly of us, so we have to show them some color. Yifeng is just a newcomer in the gaming industry, and everyone here may be more qualified than Yifeng. Yifeng said, this matter is decided by Chu Tianai and Mo. You can do whatever you think. I agree. Great. As long as I can get you to talk. I will go and declare a gang war with the Xingtian guild right now. As the elders and leaders of the gang, the three of them have the authority to issue the gang's gauntlet. Since Yifeng agreed, Chu Tianai directly clicked on the gang interface without hesitation. In the gang interface, Chu Tianai found the gang war versus gang list. In the gang battle list, Chu Tian also directly entered the Xingtian guild. Okay. I'm going to declare war with the Holy Sky Guild now, and see if he dares to accept it. As soon as Chu Tianai finished speaking, he heard a system prompt. Ding! System prompt. The Glory Guild has officially applied to the Holy Sky Guild for a gang war. A type of outdoor battle. Will the Holy Sky Guild join the fight? The sudden gang war shocked everyone in the server. The Glory Guild had just established a gang territory. And was it planning to take action on some unions? As the president of the Holy Sky Guild, it is also a guild in the demon camp. This gang war is like the human camp versus the demon camp. As the president of the Holy Sky Guild, Manny never thought that the Glory Guild would directly apply for a gang war with him. If the Holy Sky Guild directly rejects the challenge from the Glory Guild at this time, it means that the Holy Sky Guild is afraid of the Glory Guild. Then among the 10 major guilds, wouldn't it be that the Holy Heaven Guild has become a joke? President, what should we do now? Should we engage in battle? Or should we avoid it strategically? Manny frowned and thought to himself, if they accept the Glory Guild's gang war, their Holy Heaven Guild may not be able to win. Now, in Mandy's opinion, the number of people in Xingtian Company is about the same as that of Glory Guild. And Glory Guild is a newly promoted guild. However, the Glory Guild has more super masters than the Xingtian Guild. Apart from him, the Xingtian Guild only has 1 or 2. And compared with the Glory Guild, there is still a huge gap between these masters. Theoretically speaking, today's guild cannot beat the Glory Guild. But from a level perspective, the Xingtian Guild has a profound foundation, and the backbone of their gang is very powerful, while the Glory Guild is just a group of individual guilds with equipment, relatively poor. This is also one point where the Holy Heaven Guild is better than the Glory Guild. But based on this point alone, it seems that it is still unable to compete with the Glory Guild. Manny said in the guild, based on the words of the people in our own guild, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to defeat the Glory Guild. Does the president mean to borrow people like other guilds? The cost is very high, and we need to advance all their materials. Manny nodded and said, this is the only way now. If we don't accept his challenge, I'm afraid our Xingtian Guild will fall into the laughing stock of others. But president, if we lose, won't we become the laughing stock of others? If you lose, let's lose. The Glory Guild is already so powerful. The only ones who can't defeat them are the Mythical Guild and the Hockey Guild. We didn't lose unfairly. Then do we still want to borrow someone? Manny said, of course we have to borrow people. If we win, wouldn't it be better? Not long after, it was difficult to reply, accept the challenge of the Glory Guild. Ding! System prompt. The Xingtian Guild accepts the gang challenge from the Glory Guild. The two sides will officially hold a gang war at 8 o'clock tonight. The gang war will last for 1 hour and end at 9 o'clock. Players, please hurry up and prepare. Many people did not expect that the Holy Sky Guild would accept the challenge from the Glory Guild. You must know that there are too many masters in the Glory Guild. And daring to accept their challenge shows that the Holy Sky Guild has great courage. There are 2 types of gang wars. The first one, gang wars in the wild. Both parties can engage in free PK in the wild, and no PK value will be increased during the gang war. The second type, on-site gang war. Each side selects 1,000 gang members and enters the designated site to engage in gang war. During this period, no PK value will be increased. The first type may be blocked by external forces, or other people may block it, or someone may cause trouble. The second type is a competition between 2 gangs, which outsiders cannot interfere with. The final winner of the 2 gang wars will receive an hour of full firepower and a 10% increase in attack damage. The most exciting thing is the outdoor battle, because you can run around anytime and anywhere. I can fight gorillas with you. I can also fight in a team with you. And I can also be lewd with you. The most direct battle is the gang war in the venue. You don't talk much. You just do it. The type of gang war announced by the Glory Guild to the Holy Sky Guild is an outdoor war. Yes, all players can participate. However, only 1,000 members can participate in the on-site gang war. Chapter 338 Borrowing People. After the Holy Sky Guild accepted the Glory Guild's request for a gang war, the forum was already abuzz. What they were discussing was not how the two sides could fight, but how well the Glory Guild could fight against the Holy Heaven Guild. Because every time a player is killed, 1 point is gained. The final score of both sides is calculated based on the number of kills by both sides. Which side kills the most people within an hour will win. Players on the forum have already started placing bets. They think that the Glory Guild and the Holy Sky Guild should at least get an equal share of tens of thousands. Of course, the ratio of betting on Glory Guild to win over Holy Sky Guild is extremely small. Only 1 minute and 1.1 second. However, the ratio of Holy Heaven Guild to Glory Guild was 10 to 1. Such a huge contrast is that no matter how good-tempered the people of the Holy Sky Guild are, they will explode. Why do you conclude that the Glory Guild can beat the Holy Sky Guild? But the players below are even more terrifying. If calculated on a head-to-head basis, the Glory Guild can kill at least tens of thousands of Holy Sky Guild's heads. And the Holy Sky Guild can kill a few thousand heads of the Glory Guild at most, without taking into account the feelings of the members of the Holy Sky Guild. This was a gang war without any suspense. Although I was satisfied to see that the posts on the forum were a bit angry. The facts seemed to be correct. Compared with the Glory Guild, our Holy Heaven Guild was indeed far behind. Moreover, since the Glory Guild obtained the gang territory, it also absorbed a large number of high-quality individual players. At this time, Man E, the president of the Temple Guild, found the domineering president. Since we are going to fight a gang war, and we are still confident that we can't win, of course we have to meet people. Now in the previous battle for the gang territory, the strength shown by the Daxingdong Club is not what the Shinhua Union expected. It can be compared. So the Xingtian Guild went to the Baki Guild, guild leader of the fanatics. You already know the matter. I won't beat around the bush. I want to use your people. The fanatic said, we are both members of the top 10 guilds. If you want to borrow someone, of course I am willing to lend it to you. But you have to think clearly. This method of borrowing someone is not advisable. Winning is disgraceful. And losing is even more ugly. Manny said with a grimace, what can I do? The Glory Guild robbed me of a boss this morning. Although the boss was robbed by us in the end, we also succeeded in irritating them. As one of the top 10 guilds, as a member, it would be too shameful for me not to accept their gang war. You actually fought for the boss with them? And you even snatched it from you. It can be considered a stain in Yifeng's life. Guild leader of the fanatics. Please stop teasing me. I'm talking to you about serious matters now. Do you want to borrow someone? The madman said, if you want to come, of course I will lend it to you. But the price depends on the quality of the person you borrow. Manny asked, what's the price of Chaozi? I was very surprised when I asked them about the price of top players. Don't you know that there are only so many of these top players in the whole server? The madman vetoed it. I really can't give you a price for this. If he wants to go, he can go. If he doesn't want to go, I can't help it. It all depends on his own wishes. Manny also knows that such masters have their own personalities. You must not force him. He can do anything in your unit. However, if you force him to do something he doesn't like, he can just ignore you. And there is nothing you can do against him. Manny said, why don't you ask him? If he agrees, I will give him 100,000. How about the appearance fee? Okay, let me ask you. The madman dialed Chao Ci. But looking at the madman's expression, he knew that he might not be willing. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the madman hung up the call and said, I'm sorry, brother. Chao Ci doesn't want to. There's nothing I can do. Manny sighed and asked again, what about the other one? Where is the orc-like warrior? He is my brother Kwangren. I contacted him just now. But he said that if he fights against the Glory Guild, he might be tortured to death. He also doesn't want to fight. Man E was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to invite one if he couldn't invite two. But now no one came. Manny said, then I might as well borrow some of your gang's elite members. At least I won't lose so ugly. The madman said, how much can I promise you to borrow? It's okay to borrow 500 people from the elite group. It'll be nice if I can discuss them. I don't expect to be able to defeat them. Okay. I will pick out the 500 elite members you want right away. They will definitely be able to join your gang tonight. But I think you can still ask Shui Feng to see if he is willing to help you with this. Man Yi frowned and said, I personally don't like Shui Feng very much. I don't want to have anything to do with him unless I have to. It seems that President Man Yi, like me, feels that Shui Feng is not a good person. So just pretend I didn't say this. Well, I'm waiting for your 500 elite members. Don't worry. I will definitely deliver the person you want. How about we just follow the old rules for the price? Okay. No problem. The Holy City Guild borrowed 500 elite members. And the Yifeng Glory Guild also received a reminder from the president of Lanchi Valley. In a gang war, there is an unspoken rule for both parties to borrow people. The Holy Sky Guild obviously can't beat your Glory Guild. So they will definitely borrow people. As for who they are borrowing, I don't know, Yifeng said, thanks to President Lanchi for reminding me. I know. It turns out there is such an operation. You are a newbie in the gaming world. Of course you don't understand. Moreover, your guild is very strong. For the sake of face, the Anglican Guild will definitely accept your challenge. But they don't want to lose too ugly. They will definitely borrow people. If it is me, I will also borrow people. Yeah, I understand. But what if they borrow it? If we misunderstand, we can beat them to a pulp without even coming in, leaving them with teeth everywhere. Lanchi laughed and said, President Yifeng is really confident. So I am here to wish President Yifeng's Glory Guild a great victory tonight. Ha ha! I can lend you some good words. After losing contact with President Lanchi, Yifeng found Dato. Tell the people below that the Holy Sky Guild will borrow people from other guilds to beat us tonight. So they should be careful. Demo said, don't worry. There are many old players here, and they also understand this truth. Moreover, I have informed them in advance that the Bible Society will definitely lend its capabilities to others. So, President, you can rest assured. It seems that it is good to have an experienced person in charge of management. Yifeng has no regrets and asked Demo to manage the gang. If he had known that Demo had such rich experience, he should have brought Demo to his Glory Guild. Chapter 339 Gang War. The members of the Glory Guild were extremely excited, finally being able to fight head-on with one of the top 10 guilds. This is something that these Sanrin could not even imagine before. Since joining the Glory Guild, they have seen too many miracles. In Yifeng's guild, the first gang territory in the server was established under the eyes of the top 10 guilds. The top player in the entire server successfully broke through the encirclement and suppression of the 10 major guilds. In short, this is a magical guild. A guild that makes you unexpected and wonders what kind of miracle will happen in the next second. Under Yifeng's high-spirited words, all the members who were about to participate in the gang war were already excited because it was almost 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, the system finally prompted a message. Ding! System prompts. The gang war between the Glory Guild and the Holy Sky Guild has officially begun. The gang war lasts for 1 hour. The two sides will not increase any PK value in Wild PK. The gang war has officially begun. But at this time, the Holy Sky Guild has not chosen a location yet. In gang wars in the wild, the party being declared war can give priority to the geographical location. They can make all defensive preparations first, and then they will tell you the address and let you attack. Yifeng shouted directly on the World Channel, President Manny. Where is the location? Manny said on the World Channel, why are you so anxious? If you want to hit us, just wait obediently. Xiaohei said, hey, this Manny is so arrogant. At this point, he hasn't chosen a position yet. Demo said, how about we go and see where they are? Yifeng said, it doesn't matter. Let them choose. About 10 minutes later, Manny shouted on the World Channel, the location is Shihua Village in the Imperial City. Demo immediately frowned and said, boss, that position is not good. It is extremely disadvantageous to us. It is a high and low position. They should be standing high at this time. And if we want to rush up, we rush up from below. It is not possible at all. It's not conducive to our attack. Even if we rush up and kill them all, we will suffer heavy losses. Yifeng said, I can't control that much. Let's go there and see first. All members are going to gather at the Imperial City teleportation point, and then follow us. Under Yifeng's call, thousands of players suddenly appeared at the teleport point in the Imperial City. Everyone knows that the Glory Guild and the Holy Sky Guild are fighting a gang war at this time. And the Holy Sky Guild has just announced the address of the gang war. It's the Imperial City. I'll go. This formation is too big. Look, isn't that Yifeng? Do you want to follow me and have a look? What are you looking at? What if I get accidentally injured? I don't want to lose experience. That's right. With so many people, it's really possible that they will attack us as the other party. We don't even know how they will die. Let me look at the guy in white clothes. Isn't that guy Bai Yin? He fights a group alone. This kind of summoner is so awesome. Only master concentration camps like the Glory Guild have people like this. Look. Is it the goddess Yin Yu? It is said that she has a hidden profession. And she is indeed an iceberg beauty. Why did I suddenly realize that lowly is pretty? Damn it. If you didn't tell me, I really didn't pay attention. These ponytails are amazing. Yu Mingming seemed to feel that someone was talking about her. Frowning and looking at the crowd of people outside, Yifeng said, "Okay. Everyone. Follow me. Don't fall behind. I have 10 minutes to gather for you." When Yifeng and a group of people arrived in Shihua village, the originally empty village was suddenly crowded with players. In Shihua village, Yifeng had already seen that people from the Shuntian Guild were already standing on a high ground, waiting for the arrival of Yifeng and the others. Yifeng looked at the terrain, and it turned out that it was very unfavorable for their attack. It is a slope, and the slope is very steep. It is very easy for them to attack from top to bottom, but it is particularly difficult for them to attack from bottom to top. And the opponent also has some covering objects. Yifeng, you are finally here. We waited until all the flowers withered. Manny shouted when he saw Yifeng and others coming. Yifeng didn't reply to him, but he came with his people, and was out of the attack range of Manny and others. Yifeng looked at the people from the Shuntian Guild on the slope. Yifeng could clearly feel that many of the players were not from the Shuntian Guild, because the gap between them and other players was a bit big. These should be the people borrowed by the Temple Guild. The members of the Glory Summit behind Yifeng are slowly gathering. There are also some bold individual players who come to watch the battle. Their purpose is very simple. I am here to record videos, or I am here to pick up equipment. But I am afraid that such people will not know how to die by then. Yifeng said when he saw that the members of the Glory players were almost gathered behind him. Do you know what kind of person they are borrowing? Demo looked at the other party's equipment and appearance and said, if I remember correctly, it should be from the Hockey Guild. The strange thing is, I thought they would borrow Chao Ci. Yifeng shook his head and said, it is impossible to borrow Chao Ci. A master like him should not take action easily. Unless he is in a gang. He will only take action when there is a gang war. Based on your experience, how do you think we should fight? Just after asking, Man Yi, the president of Xingtian Guild on the stage, couldn't wait any longer and said, you guys from the Glory Union have already chosen where to go. And you're here too. And you're just standing down there looking at us? That's no fun. Yifeng shouted, of course I'm going to fight you. But we won't rush in so stupidly. If you don't fight, we will leave. It's not that we don't fight with you. Or you don't fight with us. I'm satisfied with what I said. There's nothing wrong with what I said. It seems like the Glory Guild didn't take action. But they were standing in front of you. And it was you who didn't take action. At this time, Bai Yin stood up and said with a nonchalant look, it's not that we won't beat you. But we want you to stand a little longer. And you'll be lying down later. Ha ha ha. If you don't dare to fight, you just don't dare to fight. You have to find so many reasons. Bai Yin is not like others. He can pick a group by himself. When Manny ignores him like this, Bai Yin finally became angry. And Bai Yin shouted, you are seeking death on your own. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Bai Yin quickly said on the gang channel, wait for me to summon you. How about you take the opportunity to start attacking? Demo said, it is indeed a good idea. But we have to see what kind of chaos their formation will be. But after you summon the summoned beast, all long-range professions will attack. Yifeng shouted in the gang, do you understand everything? Clear. The white flames begin. The corners of Bai Yan's mouth raised. His hands kept forming seals. And he pressed hard to the ground. Summoning technique. Blood-killing guard. Chapter 340 Terrain Advantage. Where the temple Sanhedrin stood, under their feet, the soil loosened. A snow-white arm rose out of the earth. And the next moment a white figure jumped out. This was the blood-killing guard summoned by Bai Yin. There were not many blood-killing guards appearing this time. Only about 100 in total. Which was far behind the tens of thousands before. But just because of the appearance of these 100 or so, there was a commotion in the Shuntian Guild's formation. While they were commotion, the people on Yifeng's side began to attack. At the same time, as assassins, they had already turned invisible and pounced. Yifeng directly pulled the pig's feet out of his pet space. Without saying a word, the pig's feet turned into dragons immediately after appearing. There are long-range professional attacks here. Hidden assassin sneak attacks there. And the pig's feet in front of Yifeng have turned into a giant dragon more than 10 meters long. The length of the pig's trotters will increase by 1 to 2 meters every 5 levels. So the current pig's trotters are already more than 10 meters long. Of course, the blood volume of the pig's trotters is already as high as 100,000. After the huge pig's trotters appeared, they rushed directly towards the front row of the Holy Sky Guild. Although it could not be said to directly affect the front row of the Holy Sky Guild, the huge body of the pig's trotters directly disrupted their formation. Because there were so many people from the Holy Sky Guild, Pig's Foot had lost nearly half of its health in a matter of seconds. But the price paid by the Holy Heaven Guild is that the front row is almost out of health. At this time, Ing rushed out with their assassins. My front row warrior, who was almost at the end of his health, was instantly harvested by Ing and the others. The front row of the Holy Sky Guild suffered horrific injuries, and the formation was really in chaos. Chu Tianai and Arrogant Brother took the lead and rushed forward. During this period, they came into contact with the people of the Holy Sky Guild. Compared with powerful thugs like Chu Tianai and Arrogant Brother, the attack power of other ordinary members of the Glory Guild is much lower. Facing the elite members of the Shuntian Guild, the attacks of ordinary members of the Glory Guild are really damaging to them. Not very big, but the damage they did to the ordinary members of the Glory Guild was great. For a time, even if Yifeng and the others disrupted the opponent's formation, due to the geographical location, the members of the Glory Guild immediately suffered casualties. Yifeng fell directly in front of Man Yi. The presidents of the two guilds were fighting together. They faced each other. They did not take action, and no one came to disturb them. Man Yi took out his sword, clasped his hands, and stared at Yifeng. Man Yi said, "President Yifeng, as a new guild, I want to let you know that the names of the top 10 guilds are not for nothing." Yifeng certainly knew the meaning of what Man Yi was saying now, because he saw that the ordinary members of the Glory Guild were not comparable to those of the Holy Sky Guild, and that the members of the Union could not compare with them. This was not only a gap in equipment, but also in technology. In large guilds, the elite members receive systematic training and are supported by good equipment. So one of them is equivalent to a master among ordinary players. But they can at least resist 2 to 3 people in the Glory Guild. Although he saw members of his guild being suppressed, Yifeng was still not worried. Why not? Because in the Glory Guild, falling down is not scary. The scary thing is that you can't stand up after falling. What's more, in front of them, there is the number 1 god in the entire server. If the sky falls, there is a god holding up. They are not afraid. What's more, the supermasters in the gang are simply supermen. Around them, the members of the Holy Sky Guild simply dare not enter their bodies. Yifeng said, "Give me 10 minutes, and your geographical advantage will no longer exist." Of course, Manny had already seen this. If they hadn't asked the Baki Guild to borrow 500 people, their geographical advantage would have ceased to exist in 5 minutes at most. Because the supermasters behind Yifeng have already stepped forward, including Chu Tianai and Ho Yi. One person's fist can actually blast away 3 or 4 members of the Holy Sky Guild. One person's bow and arrows seem to have eyes. Likewise, he can keep a close eye on a certain member. Under such strong suppression, fear will arise in anyone's heart. As time goes by, their number will decrease, which will give Chu Tianai and the others more opportunities. Many shouted in the guild, "Don't scatter. Don't scatter. Gather together." Everyone concentrates their firepower and kill Chu Tianai first. After receiving Man Yi's message, everyone leaned together in unison. But their target of attack became Chu Tianai alone. When they attacked Chu Tianai alone, they exposed more weaknesses. Chu Tianai felt great pressure in an instant. But as a master, he can do it among the enemy and move forward and retreat freely. Only then can he be called a master. Chu Tianai almost relied on his own strength to avoid everyone's attacks. But the people of the Shuntian Guild suffered miserably. It is precisely because they are retreating and gathering together that the soldiers in the front row have already been lost. It is difficult to resurrect them. The resurrection point in Shihua village and running here will take at least a minute. That is, at this point within minutes, Yifeng's Glory Guild had already stood up. Seeing that the situation was about to end, Manny shouted on the guild channel, "Everyone retreat. Everyone retreat. Don't come back to life again. We implement the second plan. As a gang war, if the first sentence is hand, then there will be a second sentence. And there will also be a third and fourth sentence. The positions they choose are all biased towards themselves. Soon the remaining members of the Holy Sky Guild had to flee or die. However, the Glory Guild also suffered heavy casualties, because there was a big gap between the ordinary members of the Glory Guild and the ordinary members of the Holy Sky Guild. This made Yi Feng understand that there are many people. It must be good, but it must be well equipped. After all the members of the Holy Sky Guild retreated, Yi Feng opened the gang war column. In this battle, even though their Glory Guild won a temporary victory, their score was only 7,000 to 5,000. The Glory Guild is temporarily ahead by 2,000 points. This is if they win. If they lose, I'm afraid they will lose more. This stop highlights the weakness of the Glory Guild. Of course, Yi Feng understands that he cannot let other guilds catch him, taking advantage of the weakness of our own guild. It seems that we will need to provide more equipment to the gang members in the future. It is time to reduce the contribution of the guild in exchange for equipment. President, all members of the Holy Sky Guild have withdrawn to the Holy City, Demo said. Xiao Hei said unhappily, damn. They changed places again without even being beaten. Are these people interesting? Yu Mingming said even more unhappily, you guys are running here and there one by one. I can't keep up with my condition at all. So I had to follow Brother Yi Feng. But he didn't move. And I didn't do anything. Well, I didn't do anything. Yun Wanqian nodded and said. Both of them followed Yi Feng. But no one dared to touch them. And they didn't want to touch others. After all, neither of them had very high attack power. At this moment, the world channel sounded again. A mangy voice. Come quickly to the north gate of the Holy City and the North Slope Mountain. Yi Feng frowned. As soon as he saw the name, he knew that this was another type of terrain. They wanted to use this terrain to consume Yi Feng and his friends. Chapter 341 Attack with Force. President, the terrain of Beipo Mountain is similar to this. And the terrain is more dangerous. We have already lost a lot here. If we go there, even if we win, we may suffer more casualties than the opponent. Yi Feng frowned. Demo was right to say that. If the terrain over there was more steep, the 2,000 points they had gained here would probably be wasted. If they were allowed to lead the way like this instead of gaining a huge advantage at once, I'm afraid Yi Feng's Glory Union might lose points in this gang war. Even in the end, the people of the Holy Sky Guild were beaten by the people of the Glory Guild and fled in all directions. But the Holy Sky Guild would still win in the end. Yi Feng asked, is there any place in Beipo Mountain that is conducive to our attack? For example, we can go around the back or attack from other places. It does not necessarily mean that we have to fight them from the front. Demo said, I have only heard of that place. And I don't know anything about it in detail. I only know that Lan Shi and the others investigated that location and thought it was a good place for gang war. Yi Feng nodded and asked in the gang, who in the gang knows the terrain in Beipo Mountain? I understand, said an ordinary member. Yi Feng asked, tell me, do you know what's going on there? I accepted a mission there. So at that location, I knew a path to a hilltop. From that hilltop, I could attack the people on the North Slope Mountain. But I don't know if they discovered it. Yi Feng said, don't worry about whether they notice it or not. Arrogantly, you follow him and lead a group of long-range professions to the position he said. We want to capture this high ground. Such a frontal attack. And a sudden attack on this high ground. Understand? After receiving the mission, Arrogant said happily, understood. Half of the remote professions will come out. Brother Arrogant and the player took a group of remote professions and started walking directly. But the route was not Beipo Mountain. Because that road is inaccessible from the front. You have to take a detour to get there. Now you can't get down from the top. If you want to get down, you have to get down from the other side. Yi Feng directly took the other remaining people to Beipo Mountain. If possible, Yi Feng would directly use the demonization skills to let the people of Shengtian Guild understand that even if you use the terrain advantage, our Glory Guild can still blow you to pieces. But not long after, Man Yi from the Shengtian Guild had received the news. He knew that Yi Feng had a pair of characters who wanted to attack them from a high place. But they could not leave at this time, because Yi Feng and the others were already here. If they retreat at this time, then the face of the Holy Sky Guild will cease to exist. Attention all guild members. There may be someone on the hill over there. Members of the Glory Guild. Please wait a moment. Everyone should be careful. Obviously, the Holy Sky Guild has 007 in the Glory Guild. Otherwise, they would not have received the news so quickly. Of course, this 007 is difficult to detect because it is disguised as an ordinary player. Because only ordinary people can become 007. Explain what is called 007. It's a spy planted by the other party in the Glory Guild. Although the major guilds hate 007, as long as there are many people in the guild, the existence of 007 cannot be avoided. The 007 in the Glory Guild is probably the most among the entire guild group, because it is a newly established guild, and it is so powerful. The members he recruits are all mixed at first, so there will be many 007s mixed in. Yi Feng and others stood in front of the Holy Sky Guild. He had already seen that the Shuntian Guild had become suspicious of a hilltop next to them, and kept looking at the hilltop over there. It was obvious that the other party already knew about this hilltop. People who will show up to the guild. Yi Feng directly said to Arrogant Brother privately, "Are you already in place?" "Okay. No problem. We are all ready. As soon as you start attacking from the front, we will help you immediately." "Very good." After such a long time, the blood volume of the pig's foot has returned to full blood. Yi Feng once again threw the pig's foot, because the transformation of the pig's foot took a long time. And Yi Feng did not cancel his transformation. So from now on, the pig's feet thrown out by the pet space are still huge. Pig's foot reappeared, flying above the Holy Sky Guild's team, and directly fanned its wings, forming a series of wind blades. Unexpectedly, Pig's foot's mouth spurted out a stream of flames, causing the Holy Sky Guild to appear in front of them. A sea of fire broke out. "Knock down that giant dragon!" Manny roared. As soon as they started to attack the protagonist, Yi Feng and the others started to attack. And this time, Yi Feng no longer wanted to leave any chance for the opponent to make a comeback. Demonization. Yi Feng directly activated his transformation ability and transformed into a 12-winged fallen angel. At this time, Yi Feng's fighting power was extremely terrifying. In just an instant, Yi Feng flew into the crowd of the Holy Sky Guild. Death Scythe. Yi Feng, who was holding the main artifact, used his strongest skill. The players around Yi Feng fell down like wheat. It was a complete instant kill, and it was an instant kill without any obstruction. The appearance of Yi Feng scared the members of Shuntian Guild and backed away desperately. But at this moment, Brother Arrogance came out of the mountain and shouted, "Launch the attack." The skills of long-range magicians and long-range archers' arrows filled the sky, flying towards the members of the Holy Sky Guild. In front, Chu Tianai led the soldiers and assassins to rush forward. They were like tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. They could not stop the impact of Chu Tianai and the others. As long as the elite members of the Holy Sky Guild are parried, the ordinary members of the Glory Guild will be much more comfortable. And the most important thing is that the group of remote professions on the top of the mountain are simply unscathed and can directly output from their positions. This time, because of the appearance of Yi Feng's transformation skills, the entire battle became one-sided. Yi Feng's intimidation was too great. Everyone wanted to kill Yi Feng. But in Yi Feng's eyes, those injuries hit him. At most, it's a dozen points of blood. In addition, Yi Feng's weapon has a blood-sucking skill. Yi Feng only needs to kill one person instantly to regain full blood. Yi Feng was like a humanoid boss, swimming around in the Shuntian Guild, and the people in the Shuntian Guild had no way to deal with him. Soon, more and more players from the Shuntian Guild died. Man Yi, the president of the Shuntian Guild, died early due to Chu Tianai's attack. Fortunately, this time the gang battle will not lose experience or increase the PK value, so all players can attack freely. Yi Feng's transformation skills make it difficult to love and hate him at the same time. Why don't he have such perverted skills? Why are there no members with this kind of transformation skill in my guild? Why do other guilds have it? After the first gang war, everyone who watched the gang war understood the truth. Whichever guild has the transformation skills, there is a high probability of success. As a result, the 1-hour gang war was over within half an hour. Because this time the gap between the two sides was too wide. Yi Feng and the others did not hold back at all. And the final score stayed at 15-000 to 7-000. Chapter 342 Dispute. In a massive gang war, with Yi Feng's efforts to turn the tide, the Glory Guild defeated the Shuntian Guild with an absolute advantage. This also shows that this generation of super guilds has officially begun to rise. They do not rely on luck, but on their own strength. Although his guild lost, Man Yi did not feel regretful about it. The most important thing was that they almost used tactics to defeat Yi Feng's guild today. Unfortunately, Yi Feng and the others' personal fighting abilities were too strong. If the Holy Sky Guild has a few people with such strong fighting abilities, I am afraid that the only winner in this gang war will be the Holy Sky Guild. Even though the Shuntian Guild surrendered after only fighting for half an hour, this half hour was also the most intense battle. If the fight continued, it would probably be a one-sided situation. Manny wouldn't be that stupid. Look! He was beaten while watching his own people. Just leave the best part and that's it. TCH. I thought the Xingtian Guild could do it. But I didn't expect it was just a name. The top 10 guilds are not as good as Yifeng's new guild. That's right. The Glory Guild has really risen. Right? It seems that the Lanchi Valley Guild is right to take a stand. It seems that our world will not be peaceful in the future. In the middle and late stages of a game, it is impossible to be the same as in the early stage. In addition to downloading dungeons, it is to clear the wild. In the middle and late stages, gang battles, siege battles, and wild PK are the true meaning of the game. As an alliance of the demon camp, the president of the Myth Guild, Shui Feng, said disdainfully in the alliance channel, "Haha. I thought there were so many of you. But it turns out there are only a few of you. It really ruins the reputation of our top 10 guilds." Shui Feng's words were very harsh, which made him feel even more unconvinced after being satisfied with losing the gang war. Manny said angrily, "So? Your Xinhua Guild is better than our Xingtian Guild? If you have the ability, just declare war like the Glory Guild and show us victory in a game. It's the gang that your Xinhua Guild doesn't dare to do, but our Xingtian Guild dares to do. In this regard, our Xingtian Guild is stronger than you. That's long-winded. If you lose, you lose. And you still find so many excuses. I don't think your Holy Heaven Guild will cooperate with me in forming an alliance." Manny shouted loudly, "It is up to all of us to decide whether to join the alliance or not. If you feel that I am not worthy of being a part of this alliance, then please discuss it with the other presidents. If possible, I, Manny, will withdraw from the alliance immediately without saying a word." "What are you doing, President? Here? These sons of bitches from the Xinhua Guild are so ugly to speak of. Why are we staying here? Why are we here to help them? We might as well quit. Retreat? What are you doing here? Why don't we let them ridicule us? What they cowards don't dare to do, at least we dare to do?" At this time, the presidents of other demon camp guilds stood up. If they didn't stand up, it would be really bad for the Holy Sky Guild to withdraw from their alliance. "President Manny, calm down. We are all an alliance of the demon camp." Although President Jue Feng's words are a bit unpleasant, what he said is also true. He is just a man who speaks outright and doesn't know how to be tactful. Don't do it either. To be honest, this alliance is composed of 5 of our top 10 trade unions, and none of them can be missing. Yes, President Manny and President Jue Feng, why don't you accompany me? We are all our own people. When we speak in the future, let's try to think carefully before speaking. Now that the other guild presidents have come out to intercede, Manny feels a lot better. As for Jue Feng, the president of the Xinhua Guild, although what he just said was a bit excessive, if he really quits the Xingtian Guild, he can rely on his own how do people fight against players from the human camp. "Okay, President Manny, I just spoke a little rudely. I'm sorry. Don't take it to heart. I'm here to apologize to you." Although Manny heard Jue Feng say this, he was still a little angry. Humph. Knowing that we are all our own people, we should be more careful what we say in the future. We are all the same person as the president. Okay. In the Xingtian Guild's gang channel, a player said, "President, why bother with them? I think it's good for us to withdraw from this alliance. Even I have had enough. Especially this mythical guild. They are making irresponsible remarks all day long because they are the largest guild in the alliance. They are not as good as the domineering guilds before. Why did we choose the demon camp?" "President, I personally think we should withdraw. This alliance has no human touch at all." Manny thought about it in his mind and said, "Okay, don't talk about withdrawing from the alliance anymore. I know it well." Although the Bible Society players were not very happy, the president said so, and they didn't know what to say. So everyone fell silent in unison. As a domineering guild, it is still the top guild. After they watched the gang war video between Yifeng's Glory Guild and Man Yi's Anglican Guild, the fanatic said, "How much strength do you think the Glory Guild used in this battle?" Chao Ci looked at the video and said first, "This is why they defeated the Xingtian Guild using only Yifeng's transformation skills." The madman said, "Yes. They still have several terrifying combat powers, but they have no effort at all. If they really want to go all out, the Holy Heaven Guild will not be able to resist it in the first battle." "Madman, what did you think of that shadow when you were fighting her?" The madman said, "Because I was using my transformation ability at the time. My defense and blood volume were greatly improved. In addition, my agility was good. So when I fought with the shadow could not cause huge damage to me at all. So it is difficult to deal a fatal blow to me. But if it were a player with a lower defense, I am afraid that it would not be able to withstand him with 3 swords. Or even more terrifying, it could kill an ordinary crispy person with 1 sword. The fanatics frowned. They didn't expect the shadow to be so powerful. And there was also the Bai Yin summoner. So far, they only knew that Bai Yin could summon other skills. They didn't know anything about it. He was also an unknown figure. Chao Ci said from the side, President, don't worry. As long as we win the second gang territory, we will hire some Sanren masters with high salaries. I believe there are still many masters hidden among the Sanren, such as the one who appeared this time. Bai Yin. Well, although I don't know how Yi Feng conquered that Bai Yin, I also know that given the huge opportunities hidden in this game, it is very likely that an ordinary player will become a top master accidentally. But the individual masters have been observing the situation. If we really win the second gang territory, adding a high-paying recruitment might really attract some masters. Chao Ci asked, President, when are we going to kill the demon marshal? Tomorrow. Chapter 343 Raid on the Demon Camp. The next morning, when Yi Feng was not online yet, it was also 5 or 6 o'clock when the online rate of all players was lowest. At this time, almost all members of the hockey guild were online and scattered in various places. Their only target today was the demon marshal in the demon camp. This is the time when many players who stayed up all night are offline. And it is also when many players are getting ready to get up and go to work. So this is the time when the number of people in the fantasy world is the smallest. Baki did not inform all the players that they would attack the demon camp today, but told them to all gather at 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. They had an important task to do, which was to attack a level 60 legendary boss. The legendary level boss is second only to the mythical beast. It is quite difficult, and can reward you with super good equipment or materials. Its level of difficulty is completely different from that of a platinum boss. The platinum boss is easy to defeat if you have a few super master warriors. But the legendary boss cannot suppress them even if you have super masters. So you must use human C tactics. 007 from all the major guilds reported the situation on their side, and learned that they were going to attack a legendary boss so early. The other guild leaders thought it was nothing. And at worst, they would not fight for these bosses with them, because it was so early. Just to compete for a boss. It is not worth it. And the most important thing is that the legendary boss will not explode the gang territory token. Therefore, the hockey guild was very successful in hiding this time. At 5:30, almost everyone had gathered. The fanatic said in the guild channel, everyone gather with me and go to the battlefield of humans and demons. I will give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, if there are still people online who have not arrived at the battlefield of humans and demons, they will all be kicked out of the guild, and no more fees will be allowed. Yes! 10 minutes is very fast. And 007 doesn't dare to delay. Because if they go online and offline, 10 minutes may pass by. He will be kicked out of the gang. And he has no idea what they want to do when they go to the battlefield between humans and demons. And the fanatics, he also didn't explain why he wanted to go to the battlefield between humans and demons. After arriving at the battlefield between humans and demons, Kwang Tu quietly came to the human marshal alone. Because Yi Feng was not online at all at this time. The human marshal played by Yi Feng was controlled by the system. The madman came here with only one request, to launch an attack on the demon territory of the human race marshal. As the human marshal controlled by the system, when the number of people in the camp reaches a certain value, you can request the human marshal to start a war. Soon Yi Feng agreed and launched a war between humans and demons. The horn of war between humans and demons sounded, and all the members of the domineering guild were stunned. Why was the war between humans and demons launched at this time? Did the fanatics want them to come here to participate in the war between humans and demons? A member asked, President, are we going to attack the demon camp? The fanatic said, they are launching their war. We are here to fight the boss. Come with me. From the side. Or to the side. The madman led the people to walk to the side, avoiding the human soldiers and demon soldiers in the center of the battlefield. Although I don't understand what boss the madmen want to take them to fight. But such a big battle cannot mean they are really going to attack the demon camp. When the mad people passed by the sentry towers of the demon territory and appeared in front of the demon camp, the members of the hockey guild finally knew what they were going to do. That is, they were really coming to attack the demon camp. They said they were going to. Wasn't the boss killed just the demon marshal? 007 from each gang went offline one after another after learning about this situation. They didn't expect that the fanatics would create such a big circle just to kill the demon marshal and get the gang territory token. The fanatics shouted in the gang, "Kick off all the 007s who have just gone offline. Log into the gang's blacklist and never join them. It's the president." At this critical juncture, it must be 007 from other guilds. They want to tell their union president that the domineering union is going to attack the demon camp and take the gang territory token. The fanatic couldn't control that much anymore and couldn't delay any longer. He took out the engineering equipment that Yifeng made for him and placed it directly in front of the demon camp and began to attack their arrow tower. At this time, the demon camp players were a little panicked. Unexpectedly, the hockey guild was alone and wanted to break into their camp. And judging from the current speed, the two arrow towers would soon be destroyed. Moreover, some of the soldiers who were originally working at the Demon Clan film industry went out to fight. Because the human marshal launched the war between humans and demons, the NPC soldiers from both sides went out. There were no NPC soldiers inside to stop the hockey guild in them. Soon, the remaining guild presidents were awakened by a ringing bell. When they learned that the domineering union wanted to attack the demon camp and win the second gang territory token, they were all shocked. They were sleepy just now and no longer felt sleepy. They directly informed the management and gathered all the elite members of the gang to go online directly. But this gathering time cannot be said to be formed in 1 or 2 seconds. It will take at least 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Xue Feng, the president of the Shenhua Guild, went online immediately and shouted on the world channel, "You are so shameless, madman, for you dare to sneak attack the marshal of our demon camp." The mad disciple ignored Xue Feng and directly commanded the members in front of him, "Hurry up and attack. It will be broken soon." As the entrance of the demon camp was trampled and shattered, there was finally nothing that could stop them in the demon camp. The remaining demon players could not stop them at all. They rushed into the location of the demon marshal in a swarm. But at this time, players from the demon camp began to enter the human demonic battlefield one after another to protect their demon marshal. But as a level 80 magic book marshal, how could he be killed by some level 40 players? Chao Ci and the madman transformed and pressed directly in front of the demon marshal. But Xue Feng, who had the ability to transform, also stood in front of the demon marshal. "There are too few people on my side. If they really want to kill the demon marshal, I will definitely not be able to grab the gang token. I can block myself to death with Chao Ci and madman." Therefore, only Xue Feng would stand in front of the demon marshal. Without saying a word, Chao Ci pounced directly on Xue Feng. Facing a person like Xue Feng, Chao Ci didn't want to say another word to him. The supermarket opened the hair dryer, but others had already pounced on the demon marshal. But how could the current demon marshal be so easy to kill? The demon marshal was also angered. The last time he was killed, it was entirely due to an accident. How could he be killed so easily this time? They are just some warriors from the 4th generation. Chapter 344 Action failed. The demon marshal was not so easy to mess with. The moment the demon marshal took action, Xue Feng finally felt a lot more at ease. Because the demon marshal's attack was too powerful. But wouldn't the madman know that the demon marshal is very capable? Of course he knew that in order to deal with the demon marshal, he would not come here so easily. But because at this time, the time has been delayed for more than 10 minutes. The guilds in the demon camp have begun to gather a lot of people. Originally, they had rushed to the demon source mountain. But now they have been surrounded by many demon players. Attacked? If they cannot quickly deal with the demon marshal, their attack this time will be in vain. But whether it is a fanatic, Xue Feng, or other players from the demon camp, their goal is to get the gang territory token. But at this juncture, if the players from the human camp dare not leave the demon camp, what will they get? There is a high probability that the territory token will be a player from the human race, not a player from their demon race. Moreover, the players in the human camp here have also received information and have begun to gather. They cannot let the Baki Guild obtain the gang territory token. And they definitely want a share of the pie. So they have already rushed up behind the Baki Guild. For a time, more and more players gathered in the demon camp. The more players there were, the higher the damage the demon marshal received. However, the number of players in the demon camp has also begun to increase. And the players in the human camp are becoming more and more fans. Especially if someone dies in the human camp. The number of players in the human camp begins to decrease. Seeing the current situation, the fanatic had no choice but to use what he had prepared before. Before coming here, the madman went to the law enforcement hall. If he wanted to deal with the demon marshal, he had to use the special item owned by the law enforcement hall, which was holy water. When the demon marshal sticks to the holy water, all statuses will be reduced by 50%. The madman has spent several days preparing to obtain this holy water. Just when the demon marshal was chasing the madman to attack, the madman suddenly smiled. Because at this time, the madman received a message from the madman. Use holy water. Clear. When the madman was being chased by the demon marshal, the madman suddenly turned around and stopped. A water bottle appeared in his hand and threw it at the demon marshal. When the demon marshal saw something hit him, he smashed the water bottle with his fist. Humph. A bottle actually wants to hurt this marshal. What a dream. The madman laughed and said, Really? Just a second later, Marshal Dew's attributes were suddenly reduced by 50%. The demon marshal was shocked and said, Holy water of the law enforcement hall. You are so despicable. The demon marshal never thought that they would use the holy water of the law enforcement hall to deal with him. The demon marshal, who was eroded by the holy water, began to retreat, because after reducing his attributes by 50%, the demon marshal's attack power had dropped too much. If he was besieged at this time, he would be in danger. All attacked the demon marshal. Then when the battlefield between humans and demons was in full swing, he reappeared in the desert and finally received the news and passed the news to Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng was drowsily asleep and was woken up by a phone call. Boss, it's not good. The Domineering Guild actually broke into the demon camp. They want to kill the demon marshal and get the gang's territory token. Yifeng, who was sleeping heavily, felt a little weird after hearing this sentence, and thought he heard it wrong. They actually broke into the demon camp and are attacking the demon marshal? Yes, they are here, attacking the demon marshal. If they are lucky, they might really be able to kill the demon marshal. Okay, I'll go online and take a look. Putting aside his sleepiness, Yifeng directly entered the fantasy world. As soon as he entered the fantasy world, Yifeng received a system reminder that he had launched a war on the battlefield between humans and demons. It seems that the Domineering Guild can enter people while they are asleep and use the system mode to launch a war between humans and demons. In this case, let me give you a gift this morning. Yifeng directly shut down the war between humans and demons. Yifeng called the camp to withdraw troops. The demon camp soldiers in the human-demonic battlefield also withdrew from the war and returned to the demon territory. They also went back, and the players from the human camp on Baki's side were under great pressure. Of course, Yifeng was not idle and went directly to the human-demon battlefield. He wanted to see what would happen in the end. If he wanted to truly kill the demon marshal, it would be really difficult for them, unless he used the magic weapon, some special means. Soon, Yifeng arrived at the entrance of the demon camp. The arrow tower at the entrance of the demon camp had collapsed in ruins, and there were many players fighting in the territory. Yifeng crossed the door and saw him entering the forest of demons. He looked at them from a distance. These people were attacking the demon marshal, but the players in the demon camp resisted. Although the demon marshal's attributes have dropped by 50%, you must not deny his power. At this time, there are already a lot of players in the demon camp. If the fight continues like this, if the demon marshal is really killed, the person who gets the gang token may not be a player in their human camp. So the president of the Domineering Guild, the fanatic, said in the gang channel, It's not okay. It seems like it's not okay today. They have more and more players. If they really want to kill the demon marshal, the gang token may not be ours. Retreat. Players from the Domineering Guild exited one after another, and players from other guilds also retreated directly outside the demon camp. Damn. The players in the Domineering Guild are so insidious. Seeing that there are so many players from the demon camp on our side, they stopped fighting. If it were me, I wouldn't fight. If the gang territory token is really destroyed, it's not necessarily who got it. The retreat of the madman is the wisest choice. Of course, Shui Feng was indeed a little depressed at this time. He managed to protect the demon marshal, but when there were more people on his side, the Domineering Guild withdrew its troops, which made them happy in vain. Yifeng stood outside the field and looked at the retreating madman and said, You guys are really good at it. You come to attack other people's camps so early in the morning. Guild leader Yifeng really doesn't hurt when he stands and talks. We, a guild without a territory, must find a way. It's a pity that you still failed. The most important thing is that our level is too low. How could the fanatic not think of this? If they are over level 60, the Demon Marshal may have died. It seems that it is a bit impossible to steal the Demon Marshal in the early stage. Yi Feng looked at the Demon Camp players in the Demon Camp, and even saw Zhui Feng. Yi Feng yawned and said, I went back to sleep. I thought one of you could get the gang territory token. It's boring. Saying that, Yi Feng went back to the city and logged off. Of course, Yi Feng is not afraid of players from his Demon Camp attacking the human camp in the middle of the night. Even if they kill his clones, they will not explode the gang territory token. Chapter 345 Mythical Sneak Attack. When everyone retreats, this sudden attack method may not be used next time. If this happens again, other guilds may be targeted. Fortunately, the attack power of the Hockey Guild is not strong enough. Otherwise the token in the gang's territory would have been taken away by the Hockey Guild. I was scared to death. I was sleeping when I heard that the Domineering Guild was attacking the Demon Camp. They wanted to kill the Demon Marshal and get the gang territory token. I was so scared that I immediately ran and came to the game. Okay. Unless he succeeds, it will be another war. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and was not fooled by the Domineering Union's conspiracy. This is because the leader of the Domineering Guild, Quanzu, is very satisfied with this sneak attack. After all, he already knows at what level he wants to achieve real victory. However, other guilds do not know this. As the largest guild on the side of the Demon Camp, the Myth Guild had some thoughts in his mind when he saw the Hockey Guild sneaking into the Demon Camp when it was least popular in the fantasy world. After all, things like gang territory tokens are too important, and everyone wants them, especially Zhui Feng, who has just risen to the top, and wants to get a gang territory token to consolidate his position. Well, since you are domineering and the guild knows about sneak attacks, doesn't our mythical guild know how to do it? And the Human Marshal doesn't seem to be as powerful as the Demon Marshal. Because when the Human Marshal and the Demon Marshal fought before, the Human Marshal was always at a disadvantage. And it was finally possible to judge that the Human Marshal's strength was much worse than that of the Demon Marshal. A meal plan has been formed in Zhui Feng's mind. But it is obvious that he can no longer implement his plan at this time. After all, the person who should come up at this time has already come up, since he has already gotten up to play the game. If he wants to play the game immediately, that is it's impossible. So Zhui Feng must find another time. The next day, just when all the players thought that no guild had rushed so quickly, they attacked the human camp again, trying to obtain the guild territory token. And their action happened to be when everyone was eating. Is this an unsuspecting sneak attack? At this time, Yi Feng and others were also offline to eat. After finding out that all the super masters were not online, Zhui Feng immediately launched a war between humans and demons in the demon camp. Although it is very common for this war between humans and demons to start during the day. So this time everyone thought it was a very ordinary war between humans and demons. But under the leadership of Zhui Feng, the members of the mythical guild have arrived outside the human camp. However, at this time, of course, all the guilds also received the information. The mythical guild actually wanted to break into the human camp to obtain the gang territory token. Yi Feng and others also received this news. But Yi Feng still sat calmly at the dinner table to eat. Boss, why are you so calm? They want to kill you to get the gang territory token. Yi Feng said calmly, I'm not online. Where can he kill me? Xiao Hei slapped his head and felt that he was so stupid. The boss didn't play the game. Who were they looking for to kill? It was better to forget it and eat in peace. Because Yi Feng knew that it was impossible for them to kill Yi Feng to report the gang territory token. Yi Feng and they were not in a hurry at all. But the other guild members were anxious. They hadn't even finished their meal yet. After receiving such news, they immediately went online again. But the online rate at meal time is also not very impressive. But at least the elite members of the major gangs can be online on time. But at this time, Zhui Feng got the siege equipment from nowhere and directly smashed the 2 arrow towers in front of the human camp. They rushed to the position of the human marshal without hesitation. Of course, at this time, many gang presidents rushed into the battlefield between humans and demons. Especially the presidents of the major human camps led by you are very anxious. But they only saw that they were about to attack the human members. No, it's too late. We must grab the gang territory token. This was the first reaction of the fanatic when he came here and saw the situation. Not only the fanatics, but also the presidents of other guilds. But what everyone didn't expect was that although the human marshal offered resistance, he didn't seem to be on the same level as the demon marshal. It couldn't withstand the attacks of so many players. and was killed in just a moment. Of course, this was just a clone of Yifeng, with only 10% of the abilities of Yifeng's body. Seeing the moment when Marshal Rondu was killed, the fanatic shouted, "Quick! Grab the gang territory token!" Zhu Feng shouted with a ferocious face, "The gang territory token belongs to me, Shenhua, and none of you can steal it." Several forces appeared at the place where the human marshal fell at almost the same time. Before they saw the gang token, they were already fighting. While those people were fighting, Huang Tujin stared at the place where the human marshal fell to the ground. But he did not find the gang territory token. The fanatic shouted, Who stole the gang token?" The madman said one sentence, and everyone else looked at the human marshal's station. As expected, there was no equipment at the place where he fell. Zhu Feng shouted angrily, "Who is it? Whoever robbed my gang territory token, hand it over to me, or I, Shenhua, will hunt you down to the end." All the guild leaders recognized it at this time. And after fighting for a long time, they didn't even get it. And I don't know who took it away, or whether the gang territory token was revealed. Chao Ci and Quangren retreated from the battle and fell beside Quangren. Chao Ci frowned and said, "Strange. Very strange. Why is our human marshal so easy to kill? And I didn't seem to notice when I went over. Did he explode the gang territory token?" The madman said with the same confusion, "Although I didn't see whether she exploded the gang token. It was too easy. When we attacked the demon marshal, the guy didn't die so easily. Logically speaking, both sides they should be of the same level." The fanatics were even more confused at this time. They didn't know whether they had exploded the gang token or not, because everyone wanted to grab it at that time. Did it really not explode? When asked by the madman, Chao Ci shook his head hesitantly and said, "I'm not sure. I was just thinking about not letting others get close first, so I didn't look too carefully." "Me too. That's strange. Could it be that the human marshal is fake and can't explode the gang territory token at all?" Baki was completely confused. If they had obtained the gang territory token, they would have retreated without saying a word. But they also stayed here and did not leave. The presidents of other guilds were equally puzzled. They didn't seem to find anyone approaching the body of the human marshal. But where did Li Bai go in that gang? Didn't it mean that only the two marshals of the human race and the demon race would explode the gang territory tokens? And it is bound to explode. The scene fell into an extremely strange scene. Chapter 346 Playing with the whole server. Xiao He was holding his mobile phone and browsing the Fantasy World forum. Xiao He said excitedly, "Look, someone on the forum said that they killed the human marshal. And then, they didn't seem to reveal the gang territory token. Now they are looking to see if it was stolen by others." "Ha ha ha. Let him find it slowly," Yifeng replied. Brother Arrogant said, "A bunch of fools were fooled by our boss. Who else stole the gang territory token? That didn't explode at all. Ha. It's not for nothing that our president can become the #1 person in the fantasy world." Everyone on Yifeng's side was smiling cheerfully, and the players in their in-game group were being fooled around by them. In the game, even Zhu Feng looked extremely ugly at the moment. He finally killed the human marshal. But now there is a particularly embarrassing situation. Are there any bags licensed for the territory? Or has it been snatched away by an assassin? No matter what, Zhu Feng and others slowly withdrew from the human camp. "If I know who stole the gang territory token, you won't have a good life," Zhu Feng said threateningly. "Ha. Is this the threat from the president of the mythical guild? Zhu Feng? You don't even know whether the gang territory token has been revealed or not. What a bullshit threat here." The person who spoke was none other than Lan Shi from the Blue Brook Valley. They originally thought they could try their luck this time and grab the gang territory. But now the gang territory token has disappeared inexplicably. And they really didn't see whether it was there or not. "Explode things?" Zhu Feng stared at Lan Shi and said, "President Lan Shi, aren't you and Yifeng wearing the same pants now? Yifeng can get the gang territory token. Why can't he get one for you? I think Yifeng and the others are just taking advantage of it. It's just you. Just treating you as a watchdog." Whenever Zhu Feng spoke, Lan Shi had the urge to beat him up. Lan Shi said in a low voice, "I don't want to say anything to you. A lost dog. The next guild to have a gang territory will be our Lan Shi Valley. Lan Shi, left my words here. Believe it or not." When Lan Shi said this, what did the others seem to think of? Why didn't you meet the members of the Glory Guild and the president of the Glory Guild for such a big matter? They looked around, but couldn't find Yifeng at all. And the masters in Yifeng's association didn't come at all. The fanatic said in disbelief. So early in the morning. I could see Yifeng coming alone. Why is there none of them at this time? Are they all offline? Report to the president. Yifeng and others have been offline for dinner a long time ago. And they are still not online yet. They have not come up at all. The madman nodded and said, the gang territory token in his hand was obtained from the human marshal. Does he know how to get the gang territory token from him instead of killing him? So why are you so calm and not online at all? As soon as the madman said this, many people nodded. From this point of view, only this explanation can make sense. Then I am afraid that only Yifeng knows how the human marshal obtained the gang territory token. No wonder Yifeng and the others does not appear. And now that Lan Shi has said such words again, it means that Yifeng has long promised to give Lan Shi Valley a gang territory token. The madman calmed down. It seemed that he still needed to find Yifeng. And he didn't know if Yifeng was willing to help him at this time. The major gang leaders each had their own concerns, and then left the battlefield between humans and demons. By the time Yifeng and others came online, they had already heard a lot about what happened at noon on the human demonic battlefield. The last thing I heard was that the human marshal did not reveal the gang territory token. But there was another saying that someone had secretly stolen it. There are different opinions on the gang territory token. As soon as Yifeng went online, the madman gave Yifeng a temporary pop-up dialogue. Yifeng said, if the madman guild leader is here to ask me about the gang territory token, then I can tell you that we don't have to talk about this matter. I don't have a gang token. At this time, the fanatic came to him. It must be because of the gang territory token. The fanatic said, President Yifeng, you don't have to reject me so quickly. You haven't listened to my conditions yet, and are so anxious to reject me. You don't look like a gamer. Yifeng said, at the moment when I am talking to you, you have several other presidents chatting with me privately. They are all talking to me about the gang territory token. Who do you think I promise? So in order not to offend, I won't agree to any of you. Ha! President Yifeng is really funny. Multiple friends mean multiple paths. If you really help us get the gang territory token, our domineering guild will be your best ally. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth and said, as if he didn't care at all, thank you for the compliment, President Baki. But I really don't have a gang territory token. But you know how to get it. We killed the human marshal at noon today. But he didn't explode anything. Yifeng laughed and said, what does this have to do with me? I'm sorry. I have to go level up in a hurry. After saying that, Yifeng didn't wait for the other party to reply at all. I directly closed the temporary call between the two parties and closed the dialogue box. On the other side, the fanatic said angrily, a villain's success is a villain's success. Your glory guild is just lucky. You really think you are the #1 guild in the online game industry? Chao Si and Quangren stood beside the madman in silence. They had both heard their conversation just now. It was obvious that Yifeng did not want to help any of them in the union at all. Because before, Yifeng's gang territory was almost attacked by them. If Yifeng told them how to obtain the gang territory token at this time, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? If it were them, they would probably do the same. Like Yifeng. Boss, why are you so dazed? It's time to level up. You have a good chance of becoming the first level 50 player. Xiao He pulled Yifeng and said. Yifeng said angrily, I am now level 47. Look at the second ranked level 45. Who is 2 levels behind me. Do you really think he can surpass me? Hey, don't I let you be a human being? Being the first player to reach level 50 gives you a sense of accomplishment. And you can also get the last ultimate skill. Okay. Where do you guys go to level up? That goes without saying. Those wild monsters around our gang's territory. We people are together. Let him have thick health and high defense. As long as he has more experience, we can kill him. Okay. Let's go. Of course, during this period, Yifeng's clone skills were up. And soon the human marshal from the human demonic battlefield appeared again. And it was Yifeng's clone. Everyone understood that the human marshal they just killed was a fake and not real at all. Because it would take 7 days to refresh after killing the real human marshal. Chapter 347 Selling Territory Tokens. After a few days, Yifeng's level rose rapidly. As long as Yifeng's clone was still in the human demon battlefield, Yifeng's experience continued to increase. The people around Yifeng, because the wild monsters around the territory of Yifeng's gang have relatively high experience, and their spawn speed is relatively fast. In the past few days, they have risen to levels 46 and 47. But Yifeng was terrifying, rising to level 49. Boss, I'm surprised. Are you saying that the further you go, the slower the upgrade becomes? Why do you feel like you are faster than us? Xiao Hei said with an unhappy look on his face. Yifeng said seriously, I am different from you. I am an NPC. My experience gives me a little more. You also know that I lose a level every time I die. That being said, your leveling up speed is really scary. I think it's great. It's not like you can level up in 1 day, but in 3 days. Chu Tianai said with some jealousy, we will be promoted to a level in 5 days. And you will be promoted to a level in 3 days. Are you embarrassed? Well, let's not talk about this. Let's see if there are any more experienced monsters. Why are you so tall? It's time to eat. Okay. Let's eat then. Just when Yifeng was about to go offline, Lan Shi found Yifeng after nearly a week. President Yifeng, can you let your people sell me the gang territory token now? Yifeng said, let's wait until I finish eating. Okay. Yifeng then quit Fantasy World. In this nearly a week, Yifeng's gang territory has been repaired, and Yifeng has opened the teleportation from all main cities to Yifeng's gang territory. The gold coins in Yifeng's hands have been growing like crazy these days. Because Yifeng is the first gang territory, many players want to come here to take a look. What do you look like? And when they came outside Yifeng's territory and saw the levels of the monsters, they all decided to come here more often. Because the monsters here are of high level. It will take at least half an hour to get here from the main city. But if you use teleportation, you only need 50 silver coins. You can get here in 1 second, saving a lot of money. Less time. For a time, Yifeng's gang territory has become a gathering place for many players. Not only the money from teleportation, but also the money to buy elixirs, and the price of weapon maintenance all go to Yifeng. In just a few days, Yifeng has already made nearly hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Yifeng finally understood why the big guild must establish a gang territory. Why should it choose a very good location? It turns out that it is so easy for big guilds to make money. If it takes 1 month, Yifeng may be able to earn several million a month. Of course, compared to the big guilds, millions of dollars may be lost in a gang war. In fact, in the eyes of the big guilds, millions are really worthless. But for Yifeng, a few million is already a lot. This is also the first time Yifeng and the others have witnessed the terrifying ability of gang territories to make money. As soon as he came downstairs, Yifeng saw other people already sitting at the dinner table. Aren't you coming down together? Why are you so slow? Yin Yu asked. Yifeng said, Lan Shi asked me for the gang territory token. Do you think we should give it to him now? Hearing what Yifeng said, the others fell silent and stopped talking. Hey, I said I was asking you serious questions, but none of you said anything. Yin Yu took Yifeng's hand and said, it doesn't matter. You can just make your own decision. Moreover, our territory has gradually stabilized. If a new territory appears, it shouldn't be a big problem. Yifeng said, although I say that, we don't know exactly where they are going to build. If they are near us, it will be troublesome. Isn't this robbing business? Guild President, you can rest assured. If you build it near us, you won't be able to find a place surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. If Lanchi Valley wants to establish a gang territory, it will definitely be attacked by all other guilds. If it's just 1 or 2 places with the backing, there are only 2 to 3 places left to attack. So it might be difficult for them to defend it. Chu Tianai said. Others also nodded. If they really wanted to build one near them, it would be really difficult. Yifeng was still a little worried. Well, let's eat first. I'll chat with him online later. But for the price, how do you think I can give it to him? Boss, the big guild is not short of money. We, the Lions, are open to asking for it. That is, they are not short of money. They have plenty of money. And we are the gang that is most short of money. Yifeng nodded and said, okay, let's go online, and let's talk together. After the meal, Yifeng led a group of people to the location designated by Lan Shi, and the 2 parties had an okay conversation. Seeing that Yifeng had brought a group of people, Lan Shi said speechlessly, I don't know how to kill. Why did you bring so many people here? It makes me a little scared now. I don't have much negotiation experience. So I brought a group of people to embolden me. Yifeng said awkwardly. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I heard President Yifeng ask someone to encourage him. This is not the Yifeng I know. Yifeng said, okay. Let's start talking. Where do you want to build a gang territory? If you want to see us near us, then I'm sorry. We won't give you the gang token. You can fight it yourself. Lon, she said with a smile. Of course not. How could I build it near you? It will be very troublesome if the two gang territories are built together. And the best location in this place has been occupied by you elsewhere. There is no way to find it. We couldn't find a better location. So we found another place, surrounded by mountains on both sides. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Let's talk about the price first. How much do you think I will charge you for this gang token? Lan Shi knew the highlight was coming. According to the market price. This thing has a price but no market. It is worthless. I can only tell you that my psychological price is 20 million. Yifeng was a little hesitant. His gang token had been sold for a lot of money. This gang token should be worth more. Yifeng said, If it's 20 million. I'm afraid this price is not accurate. How about I shout to the world and discount the middle price from the price they gave? Lan Shi seemed to have expected Yifeng to say this. But still reminded Yifeng, You can scream in the world. But your gang territory token must be sold to me. Yifeng said, You helped me guard the gang territory. Of course I keep my word. And I don't like to owe others favors. So I will definitely give you this gang territory token. Good. Yifeng shouted directly in the 100 gold coin area on the world channel, selling a gang territory token. Direct price? Don't ask me why. When Yifeng shouted like this, the whole area exploded. Chapter 348, Level 50. When Yifeng said these words, the entire fantasy world exploded. Why did Yifeng get the gang territory token again? Where did he live? Isn't it a boss that doesn't have a gang token? Especially Juefeng was already angry when he saw Yifeng's words. He thought that the gang territory token he exploded by killing the human marshal must have been taken away by Yifeng. Juefeng didn't ask for a price, but directly cursed on the world channel. Yifeng, you despicable person. You actually stole my gang territory token. He was called a despicable villain by others for no reason. And this person was still chasing the wind. Yifeng frowned and responded, I stole your gang territory token. How do you know this? Isn't the gang territory token in your hand the one I killed before? The human marshal? Otherwise, where did you get this gang token and sell it? Without waiting for Yifeng to reply, Xiaohei couldn't help but said, Juefeng, you loser dog. Why do you have your business everywhere? Which eye of yours saw that we were online before? Which eye of yours saw that you guys were online before? Did you explode something by killing the human marshal? I'm talking to people like you. You idiot. Don't bark at me. Xiaohei is not a good-tempered person. Especially after obtaining the hidden profession. His strength has greatly improved. Juefeng, you loser dog. You still have the nerve to yell at me here. If you don't agree to our gang war, use your fists to speak. Humph. You can't be the one to decide the gang war. Yifeng said, How dare you take on a gang war? Of course. Juefeng was immediately discouraged. If he accepted Yifeng's gang war at this time, let alone the myth, he would not dare even with his current domineering attitude. Juefeng said, When I own the gang territory, I will definitely fight a gang war with you. TCH. Coward. Yifeng asked again, Who will bid for the gang territory token? The fanatics had long known that Yifeng might have a gang token, and knew that Yifeng would definitely get the gang territory token because Yifeng had no money to manage the gang. The fanatic shouted directly, 20 million. My domineering guild wants it. Juefeng shouted, My 30 million. When Xiaohei saw that Juefeng had also come to bid, he shouted directly, You lost dog. Get out of here. No matter how high the price you offer, the boss will not sell it to you. You? Just wait for me. Juefeng said angrily. Because it is the second gang territory token. If the location is chosen well and defended, then its effect may be better than that of the first guild that owns the gang territory. Because now, Yifeng's gang territory is in the level 60 area. So some ordinary players can't go to Yifeng's place. So Yifeng's position can't make much money for the time being. But if it reaches the mid to late stage, then Yifeng's place will definitely be a treasure land. And Yifeng also has a trump card. As long as Yifeng's trump card comes out, it will definitely attract more players. The price has risen from the 2,000 offered by the madman to 50 million. At this point, no one is raising the price anymore. And the price of 50 million is offered by the domineering guild's madman. 50 million for a gang territory token is already considered a very extreme price. Seeing that no one bid, the madman breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had decided on this gang territory token. But soon, Yifeng's words made the fanatic's mood hit rock bottom. This gang territory token has been sold to President Lanchi of Lanchi Valley. The bidding ends here. From the beginning to the end, Lanchi never offered any price. And in the end, Lanchi secretly bought it. How much value did Lanchi offer? The fanatic was a little dissatisfied and said, President Yifeng, this is a bit unfair. How much did Lanchi Valley give you? I will add 5 million on top. It was so easy to add 5 million. Which made everyone in the server confused. Is it really so easy to make money? Are you sure you used money or paper? Yifeng responded with a smile and said, Sorry. I am very satisfied with the other party's price. Since I have promised President Lanchi, this gang territory token can only belong to him. Kwang too was a little unwilling. But he didn't know what method the man used to get Yifeng to give him the gang territory token. But Kwang Bu decided in his heart that he must break through Lanchi's gang territory. Soon, the fanatics found the presidents of other guilds. Their opinions were very unified. That is, they must not allow gang territories to be established in Lanchi Valley. Thank you, President Yifeng. Then we have made an agreement. As soon as your gang token is released, I will immediately send you money, including all the expenses for defending the city in the future. And during this period, we have collected a lot of defensive equipment. We need to trouble President Yifeng to ask someone to make the materials. Yifeng nodded and said, Of course there is no problem. But the price cannot be less than 40 million. This is natural. Yifeng is not in a hurry and wants to raise his level to level 50 first. So Yifeng and Lanchi explained that it would be better to make the city defense equipment first and then establish the gang territory, which would give them enough time. With Lanchi's consent, Yifeng watched his level experience increase while making the city defense equipment. In just 2 days, Yifeng finally reached level 50. Yifeng also made 20 city defense equipment in his hands. Ding! System prompts. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 50. You have a brand new skill to be claimed. Do you want to claim it? Yes. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting a skill book beheading. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully learning the skill to kill. Execution. An extremely powerful group attack skill at level 50, which ignores all defenses and kills 18% of the opponent's HP. Except for invincible defense, cooling time is 5 minutes. This is an extremely powerful attack skill. If the opponent's health is lower than 18%, you can use this skill to kill the opponent directly. If the opponent is at full health, this skill is a bit inappropriate. This should be it is a harvesting skill. But unfortunately, the cooldown time is a bit long. Yifeng adjusted his character attributes and found the lottery page at the bottom. Since he reached level 40 or above, Yifeng has not been lucky enough for 2 consecutive times. So why did Yifeng wait until level 50 before giving the gang token to Lanchi? There is a reason. The first is because there is the last active skill at level 50. And the second is because Yifeng still has 2 draws. So Yifeng plans to see what he can draw now? Opening the lottery page was still the same. There were 2 draws, and Yifeng clicked on it without hesitation. The pointer kept turning. Now for Yifeng. It would be best if the lottery could give him something unexpected. But when the pointer stopped, there was one more thing in Yifeng's backpack. And that was the 9-turn gourd. If Yifeng remembered correctly, this thing was the most useless thing. It could not do anything except hold 100,000 experience points. How could he be so unlucky that he got another 9-turn gourd? He sighed. Forget it. Now that he has it, let him stay in his backpack with peace of mind. Maybe he will be able to use it one day in the future. I wonder what I can draw in another lottery. Chapter 349, Territory Token Release. The first time he ran out of draws, he got a piece of junk. And the second time Yifeng didn't want his luck to be that bad. Yifeng clicked on the remaining numbers again. The last lottery number. The lottery pointer was turning crazily. This time, Yifeng kept praying in his heart. Never be a 9-turn gourd again. Never be a 9-turn gourd. The moment the pointer stopped, Yifeng's heart suddenly became nervous. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting the 9-turn gourd *1. Yifeng suddenly wanted to jump. With 2 draws and 2 9-turn gourds, there were a total of 3 9-turn gourds in Yifeng's backpack. Damn it! You can't memorize it like this. This thing is the number of draws in the 2 draws. Why do I need this thing? Although he was very unhappy, looking at the 3 9-turn gourds in his backpack, Yifeng could only accept his fate. Maybe it would be useful in the future. But if it didn't work, he could only accept his fate. After doing all this, Yi Feng realized that the people around him were looking at him strangely, because Yi Feng had forgotten about him, and was upgrading with Chu Tianai and the others. Yan Yu walked to Yi Feng, touched Yi Feng's forehead with her hand, frowned and said, "I can't burn it. Why do I feel like something is wrong?" "Sister-in-law, do you have a brain problem? What are you touching in the game? Or in reality? Does the boss really have a brain problem?" Xiao He asked with a worried look. Yi Feng said with a black line on his face, "You have a problem with your brain." Xiao He said with an innocent face, "After you rose to a level, you seem to be stupid. Of course, I am worried that there is something wrong with your brain." Yin Yu asked equally worriedly, "Is there really no problem?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "Well, no problem. I was thinking about something just now. But it's not really a big deal. But I want to tell you now that since I have reached level 50, let's get started. Is it really okay? There's really no problem." Yi Feng explained patiently. He knew that everyone was worried about him. They were worried about him because of Zisu. What was wrong with him? Xiao He patted his chest and said, "Okay, let's continue to level up." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "It's not about leveling up. It's about killing me. Don't you want to wait a few more days? Our gang's territory has been gradually increasing its income in the past few days. How about delaying for a few more days?" Yi Feng said, "It doesn't matter. If we delay any longer, there will still be a second gang territory. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Why not let our alliance guild, Lanchi Valley, appear first?" Chu Tianai said, "Are you here? It seems unsafe here. Let's go to the previous place. It will be safer if there are people guarding us." Brother Arrogant also nodded and said, "Yes. Your identity is more important after all. It is better to be safe." With everyone's consent, Yi Feng had no choice but to return to the outside of Xuanwu City, and still came to the thatched house the first time. After confirming that there are no other guild players outside the thatched house, you enter through them. Of course, for safety reasons, Chu Tianai did not go in this time, but stayed outside the door. Even Brother Arrogant did not go in, also guarding the door. In the thatched house, Yi Feng took off his disguise, returned to his NPC appearance, and transformed into a human marshal. Yi Feng said, "Let's start." No one dared to take action before. It was Chu Tianai who did it alone. This time, I didn't expect Xiao He to be the first to step forward and kill Yi Feng directly. After the same death, Yi Feng did not choose passive skills to resurrect, but waited for Celia to resurrect himself. After being resurrected, Yi Feng picked up the gang territory token again. Unexpectedly, the thing that everyone was grabbing was on his own, which was very strange to say the least. Ding! System prompt. In the battlefield between humans and demons, the human marshal of the human camp has died. There are still 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds before the human marshal is refreshed. Similarly, Yi Feng dropped directly from level 50 to level 49. Yi Feng did not read the news immediately, but to see if his skills were what he thought. Even if he changed back to level 49, he could still use level 50 that killing skill. When he saw that the skill was actually on, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was exactly what he thought. Even if his level dropped, he could still use the skills he had acquired before. But this time, the world channel exploded again. "I'm a grandma and a bear. Which bastard killed the human marshal again? I'm on a mission. Oh my god." I was scared to death. The human marshal was standing next to me, and suddenly he died. So-and-so killed the human marshal again. This time it was rumored all over the world. He must have been killed for real. It must have revealed who took the gang territory token. Auntie, didn't Yi Feng reach level 50 just now? Why did he become level 49 again? Could it be that he was killed just after he upgraded? After being reminded by this person, everyone suddenly realized that it was Yi Feng who killed the human marshal, but was also killed by the human marshal. Moreover, because he had just reached level 50, his experience was 0%. So he dropped 10% and became level 49. Lan Shi was the first to find Yi Feng and asked, "Have you got the gang territory token?" Yi Feng directly posted the attributes of the gang territory token and passed it to Lan Shi. Of course, I saw the gang token. After the attributes were introduced, I finally felt at ease. Sure enough, Yi Feng had a way to obtain the gang territory token, and Lan Shi should have guessed that the human marshal in the human demon battlefield should be just a puppet. The real human marshal should be somewhere else. But he was discovered by Yi Feng and the others. The best proof is that Yi Feng fell down the level just now. Very good. President Yifeng. I will call you the price we discussed immediately. You need to hand over the gang token to me. Yifeng said, don't worry. Call me the money. And I will hand over the gang token to you immediately. Okay. I believe you. President Yifeng. If you are an ordinary person, you must first hand over the gang token to me before I give you money. This is a convention of the big guilds. But if the other party's identity is similar to yours, there is no other way. Give you money first. Trading. But in less than 10 minutes, 40 million more were immediately added to Yifeng's account. So I only received the 40 million that had just arrived. A minute later, Yifeng received another 500,000. Yifeng asked, President Lanchi, why did you give me another 500,000 yuan? This is the hard-earned fee paid to Chairman Yifeng by the board of directors of our group. The level you lose is ours. Yifeng said, quickly say thank you to the people on the board of directors of your group. Come to Xuanwu City, and I will hand over the gang territory token to you. No problem. I'll be there soon. Chapter 350 Conditions for Baki. President Yifeng. Can you sell us the gang territory token you just obtained? The moment Yifeng and Lanchi cut off the call, the madman had already answered. Yifeng responded with a smile. Sorry. The gang territory token I just obtained has been sold to President Lanchi. Didn't you sell them one piece before? They need 2 pieces? Yifeng shook his head and said, no. I just asked for the price before. And I haven't really won the human marshal yet. This time I just won him. So the gang territory token is now handed over to President Lanchi. I see. Before you say that, you were just bidding. You don't necessarily know whether you can get the gang territory token. Right? Yifeng said, if I am not completely sure, I will not bid. So, when you wait for the next refresh of the human marshal, you can still get it? Yifeng said, theoretically. It is indeed possible. Then let's book the next gang territory token. What do you think? Guild leader of the Mad Outlaws. This must be difficult for me. This time we managed to kill the human marshal. But we all lost 1 level because of it. It's not that easy to kill the human marshal. We have been preparing for a long time. You have also seen the time. It has been more than half a month since the last refresh of the human marshal. Every time we want to kill the human marshal, it takes a long time to prepare. Don't you think that the human marshal is really as simple as the puppet in the battlefield between humans and demons? You have dealt with the demon marshal, so you should know the difficulties. The fanatics felt that what Yifeng said made sense. They had indeed spent a lot of effort to deal with the demon marshal before, and they had not yet won. The madman nodded and said, President Yifeng, it was my fault for not thinking carefully. So, President Yifeng, can you sell me the next gang territory token exposed by the human marshal? Yifeng said, let's talk about this later. I have to make full preparations now to help Lanchi Valley defend the city. So I may not have the energy to help you prepare those things for the time being. So I can't agree to it. The fanatic was still very cheerful and said, it doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry. According to normal attack methods, if you want to kill the demon marshal or the human marshal, your level must be above level 60. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. But wait for us, it will probably take 2 or 3 months to reach level 60. And by that time, it will not be that easy to obtain a gang territory token. So I would like to ask President Yifeng to think about it carefully. If you are willing to sell us the gang territory token, we will quit attacking the gang territory in Lanchi Valley this time. Yifeng frowned. This is indeed a good condition. Moreover, if they do not attack the gang territory in Lanchi Valley will lose a very big competitor. If this condition is used to make a deal with Lanchi Valley, maybe they can win again. I got a lot of money in exchange. Yifeng did not rush to reply. Guangzhou, but asked beside him, what do you think of our next gang territory token being sold to Guangzhou? The people standing next to Yifeng are all people from Yifeng's studio. But selling it to fanatics is indeed a big risk. After all, the Baki Guild is a major overlord in the online game industry. And it has been in the first place all year round. If he gets the guild territory hard drive, maybe the development of the Glory Guild can surpass theirs. President, does that madman have any requests? Yifeng said, he promised not to attack the gang territory in Lanchi Valley, so that we can make a deal with Lanchi Valley on this condition. If she can give us a large sum of money, my guild will achieve better development. Zhu Ti and I nodded and said, this is indeed a good condition. But I think we should add one more thing. You are never allowed to go to war with our Glory Guild. Join our Glory Guild alliance, and sign an agreement with him. After all, the domineering guild is too powerful. The others also nodded. feeling that what Chu Tian said made sense. And Yin Yu also added, Chu Ti and I said it very well. If we let the domineering guild turn against us and sell the guild territory tokens to them just for some funds, this is obviously looking for a stone to hit ourselves in the foot. So we must only agree to it if there is a binding treaty. Yifeng nodded and said, Okay. Then when will we hand over this gang territory token to him? In a month's time. When we are almost at level 50. The game will have completely entered the mid to late stage. Our advantage is also very large. So we don't have to worry about them surpassing us. Okay. No problem. I'll talk to them right now. After a long time, Yifeng replied to the madman again. Is the madman guild leader still there? Of course. As long as President Yifeng doesn't reject me, I will always be here waiting for you. I still have this sincerity. Yifeng said straight to the point. I promise to sell you the next gang territory token. But we have conditions. The fanatic finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you sell me the gang territory token. Not to mention the conditions. As long as it is not too excessive. Almost all the fanatics will agree. President Yifeng. Tell me. Yifeng said, first, your gang is not allowed to attack the Lanchi Valley, where the gang territory is about to be established. There's no problem with this. Second, you must no longer be enemies of our Glory Guild. You need to become an ally of our Glory Guild Alliance. We still need to sign an agreement. The fanatic asked hesitantly, any more questions? Third, the gang. The price of the territory token is 50 million. Not a penny less. Just these 3 points. The fanatic said, I need to go to a meeting. After the meeting, I will definitely reply to President Yifeng, whether it is successful or not. Yifeng said, of course. After the madman left, other people came to ask Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng had no intention of helping them at all. Especially the Bihai Chaoshan Pavilion, who was in the same camp. She should have known that she was the Lord of Xuanwu City before. And Suzaku the City Lord and the Xuanwu City Lord were also on the same road. The Suzaku City Lord must have reminded her. But she didn't help him. So Yifeng ignored her at all this time. Except for vomiting in reply. Yifeng ignored any of the presidents. Because Yifeng knows that if there are too many gang tokens, his advantage will not be worth his existence. After handing the gang territory token to Lan Shi, Nancy immediately applied for the gang territory. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Lan Shi Pavilion for successfully applying for the gang territory. After the completion of the effort, you will have 3 hours to defend the city. After successfully defending the city, you will receive the gang territory. Come on, warriors! Chapter 351 Temporarily withdrawing from the battlefield. The other major guilds were very unhappy about the fact that Lanchi Valley started to apply for and build a gang territory. Why can they get a token from Lanchi Valley that is not in the gang? Moreover, Yifeng obtained the gang territory token illegally. Perhaps by taking advantage of a bug in the game. There are more than one people who have this idea. And Xuefeng is one of them. He knows that the human marshal they killed last time was a fake. And this is also the reason why the human marshal Yifeng and the others killed is real. Only the real one, only those who can help the marshal will explode the gang territory token. But they really don't know where they can help Yuan San. Therefore, Xuefeng determined that they must have used a bug in the game to find the real location of the human marshal. Xuefeng called directly to the Chinese headquarters in the fantasy world. Hello. This is the Huancher Customer Service Center. President Xinhua Xuefeng. How can I help you? Xuefeng said, check it out for me. How did Yifeng obtain the gang territory token? I'm sorry. President Xuefeng. I don't have the permission to view the user's data. Then call your manager. Please wait. About a minute later, the customer service staff replied to Xuefeng again. Hello. President Xuefeng. I have applied to the manager to check the player data. Yifeng's data is all normal, and there is nothing abnormal. So he obtained the gang territory token through formal channels. Let your manager talk to me. Xuefeng said impatiently. Please wait. 10 seconds later, a man said, President Xuefeng. What you want to investigate is player Yifeng. His data is all normal. There is nothing abnormal. And there are no bugs in the fantasy world. How can he be like this? His achievements were achieved through his own hard work. I can only say this much about President Xuefeng. Is there really no problem? I want to see a series of data on his growth. His growth is too outrageous. I don't believe at all that the data you say is normal. The manager said, if you want to check the player's data personally, please call our headquarters. We cannot meet your requirements here. Xuefeng hung up the phone angrily and called their headquarters. There was only one answer: everything was normal. Because they were not humane at all. So how capable are you in the game? No matter how powerful you are in reality, he will never offend you. This damn Yifeng. Why haven't those killers taken action yet and still let him live here? Should I look for them again? Shui Feng is back in the game again. And he once again comes to the city of good and evil. When he found the group of killers again, when they saw Shui Feng, they came over and said, "Let others take over your mission. We have already lost 2 people, but we will not refund any of your funds." What? You've already gone and 2 people died. Are you killers so unprofessional? Humph. I think we are not professional enough. Please find someone else. You are not welcome here. Then I don't know if you took my money and took any action. It has no effect at all. Just say that you have lost 2 people. You are playing tricks on me. I don't know. You are treating me as an idiot. One of the killers said, "Humph. Didn't you see that there is a woman missing from Yifeng's side? Get out of here." The killer didn't want to talk to Juefeng at all. After thinking about it with Juefeng, it seemed that there was really a woman missing from Yifeng's side. What was her name, like Rabbit? Indeed. I never saw it. Could it be that they killed that woman? Thinking of this, Juefeng's mood immediately improved. Even if I don't kill you, killing a woman of yours will always make you feel unhappy. As long as you have wounds in your heart, I will be happy. Moreover, I still don't know who killed me. The profession of killer is the most honest. Even if you die, you will not betray your organization. Otherwise, your organization will face the possibility of bankruptcy due to poor reputation. Although he didn't kill Yifeng and didn't get the gang territory token, Shui Feng was determined and in an unusually happy mood. He immediately logged off and his assistant got him a drink and celebrated alone. On the other side, the gang territory in Lanchi Valley was finally completed after several hours of construction. The 20 city defense equipment given to him by Xianjiang Yifeng were placed one by one. And he also spent a lot of money to buy a few. Platform. A level 5 city defense equipment. Just when the battle to defend the city was about to begin, the fanatics responded to Yifeng. President Yifeng. After discussion by our board of directors, we agree to the conditions you proposed. From now on, our domineering guild will no longer attack the gang territory in Lanchi Valley. Yifeng did not agree to the madman immediately, but looked around to see where Lanchi was. Yifeng found Lanchi and said, "President Lanchi, let's make a deal." "What deal?" "I can ask all the members of the hockey guild to retreat. So the probability of becoming your subordinate will increase by several %. You have to know how perverted the 2 members of the hockey guild with transformation skills are." Lanchi said excitedly, "Are you telling the truth?" Yifeng said, "Of course this is true. But I need equivalent funds." Lanchi nodded desperately and said, "I have been worried about the 2 members of the Baki guild who have transformation skills. Your glory guild almost failed before because the people in the Baki guild were too powerful. If you can really do it, I'll call you 5 million immediately." Yifeng said, "Okay. You watch." Yifeng replied to the fanatic, "You can evacuate all the people in your domineering guild. Since you agreed to my conditions, you must do it. Then the next gang token will be yours." "How long does it take to get that gang territory token?" Yifeng said, "At least 20 days. At most a month." "No problem." From the perspective of the fanatics, in 1 month, the players in Fantasy World are only level 50. If they have to wait until level 60, it will take more than a month. They can establish a gang territory in more than 1 month. It was already much better than they had expected. Moreover, if they launch this gang siege war, they will need funds. And they will also need funds to launch future wars on the battlefield between humans and demons. And it cannot be said to be completed in one go. Maybe the final cost will be more than Yifeng's 50 million. Need more. The fanatic responded readily, "No problem. I will withdraw my troops now." The members of the domineering union suddenly withdrew, which confused the entire battlefield, especially Jue Feng, who cursed angrily, guild leader of the Quangtu. "What do you mean? You were afraid of being beaten by Yifeng, so you even temporarily withdrew the troops." The fanatic said very calmly, "I think it will cost a lot of money to attack the gang territory in Lanchi Valley. I have calculated it, so I don't plan to attack. If you want to attack, you can do it yourself. Goodbye." No one understands why. The hockey guild suddenly withdrew from the battlefield with almost no warning. Even their 007 in the hockey guild didn't know at all, because this matter was completely led by a madman. Even the court neither CI nor madman know. There were a lot of questions in the gang, but they were all suppressed by the fanatics alone. Chapter 352: The Second Gang Territory. Why did the fanatic withdraw from the siege? Are you watching the establishment of a second gang territory in Lanchi Valley? Qingtian asked. However, others didn't know how to answer Qingtian's question, because they also wanted to know why the fanatics withdrew from the siege at this time. Moreover, the fanatics did not explain to them at all. The reason was definitely not that simple. Or Lanchi had given the fanatics enough benefits to make them think that attacking them in Lanchi Valley was not cost-effective. Brothers, shall we fight? Perfect Melody asked. As the president of Xinhua and an enemy of the Glory Guild, he also hates Lanchi Valley very much and thinks that Lanchi Valley is a piece of cake. So Xuefeng's first reaction was to fight. Why don't we fight? Don't think that if the domineering guild withdraws, we won't be able to fight. I don't want to just watch and see another gang territory. However, Xuefeng is not the only one who thinks so. Other guild leaders also think so. They have neither received the benefits of Blue Creek Valley nor the gang territory tokens. So of course they must stop it. Now that the remaining guild presidents have agreed, they have joined forces again, and the original 9 guilds have become 8 guilds. And this time, the attack can be divided and attacked from 2 sides. Unlike the last time, the Glory Guild only had one place to attack. It can be said that if the domineering guild does not leave this time, there is a high chance that it will prevent the other party from establishing a gang territory. Soon the siege began, and the first wave of wild monsters came out, thanks to the defense team composed of Yifeng, Lan Shigu, and a group of other small alliances. They easily killed the first wave of wild monsters, and so on. All they need to do is to block the 10th wave of wild monsters. Of course, in order to secure the gang's territory this time, Lan Shi bought 3 level 5 defensive equipment. What they want is to definitely take over the city. The 10th wave of wild monsters siege the city. It will appear under normal circumstances. Of course, there will be 10 big bosses, plus the giant dragon that will appear at an unknown time, because they can attack from both sides. The 10 big bosses are spread out, which gives Yifeng and the others a lot of opportunities to counterattack, compared with them focusing on one side. If they are separated, their strength will be greatly weakened. In the same situation, the other side is about to launch an attack. Xuefeng and others also saw it. It does not necessarily mean that being surrounded by mountains on 3 sides must be easy to defend. But while the monster's attack power is relatively concentrated, which makes it easier to break through their walls. This time 10 big bosses were killed, but their walls were still intact. At the moment when the 10 big bosses were killed, a dragon roar came, and the biggest test came. As long as the dragon did not destroy the city wall, the probability that they could hold on was very high. Similarly, Yifeng still sacrificed Pig's feet. He said that he would help Lanchi defend the city, and he would definitely help him defend the city. And he also showed his sincerity. Of course, after seeing Yifeng use the mythical beast to help him defend the city, he suddenly felt more at ease. As expected, if you treat others with sincerity, others will treat you with the same attitude. Moreover, you are very lucky to be in the same alliance as Yifeng. If Yifeng's mythical beasts hadn't come out of the city to help defend, I'm afraid their city wall would have been broken earlier. This time the dragon saw the pig's feet again and stopped directly. He roared at the pig's feet in confusion. He didn't understand why there were pig's feet blocking his way here every time. The pig's feet also roared at the giant dragon, and the 2 sides were talking in dragon language. None of them could understand this. Although the dragon's roar gradually became lower in the end, it still could not change the fact that the distance project was from Glory, because the mission must be to break down the city wall. After learning that the dragon had to fight through the city wall, Pifwood did not fight at all, but flew directly to Yifeng and watched quietly. This scene made Lan Shi feel a little scared and asked, "President Yifeng, why is your pet back? Isn't he going to help fend off the dragon?" Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know why it came back on its own. It seems that he talked to the other party about something. I don't know what it is specifically. It just depends on what they do next." Although Lan Shi didn't understand, she had no choice but to listen to what Yifeng said, and just watched helplessly as the dragon flew over, and a dragon's language magic directly knocked down Lan Shi's city wall. However, after destroying the city wall, he flapped his wings and flew away. It seems that the last dragon is determined to break through a city wall. Even if it is defended, it cannot be defended. Yifeng guessed this, seeing herself being knocked down as soon as she climbed the city wall. Lan Shi was a little heartbroken, but at least the dragon had left. The moment the dragon left, Xue Feng rushed up with all the union members. Now is the time for players to attack the city. Breaking the city wall is to allow players to better attack the city and make this game more reliable. Playfulness. Lan Shi immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and block the entrance to the city wall." Members of Yifeng's Glory Guild rushed forward, trying to defend these players from attacking the city. Yifeng's Glory Guild was the main force. If they hid behind, they would probably be attacked by the opponent soon. Maybe there was no domineering guild. They can destroy their energy towers. As 1 minute and 1 second passed, Yifeng transformed into a 12-winged fallen angel and stood in the void, as if one man was in charge and no one could stop him, just waiting for the time to pass quietly. The opponent can't beat him at all. Not to mention the super masters around Yifeng. They are not just standing there and letting others beat him. They are the gods of death for ordinary players. Ordinary players are simply not on the same level as them, as if they are not playing the same game. In the absence of the Baki Guild, Lanchi Valley, a gang territory, has relatively easy methods. At least they have 2 city walls and only need to defend 1 broken city wall. Moreover, without the powerful attack of the Baki Guild, it would be difficult for the Mythical Guild alone. The most important thing is that they have no siege equipment. In the end, as expected, the gang territory was successfully established in Lanchi Valley. At the moment the system prompted, the members of Lanchi Valley jumped up one after another. Lanchi even hugged Yifeng. "President Yifeng, thank you so much. Without you, we in Lanchi Valley would not have been able to establish a gang territory so early." "Thank you so much," Yifeng said. "We are allies. And you paid for it. So I have to work hard." Ha ha ha. President Yifeng is really good at telling jokes. Now, I can finally hold my head high in front of the chairman of the group. Seeing Lan Shi's happy look, Yifeng realized that it was not easy to be the president of such a large guild. What's more, the address chosen by Lanchi Valley this time is also a level 60 area. Unfortunately, their location is a bit different from Yifeng and the others. Their area is relatively remote, but fortunately it is easier to defend the city. But even in such a position, it can be used as a transfer station for players in the later stages. Since it is a large guild, its vision will definitely not be wrong. Chapter 353 Disbandment. I'm not in the mood to correct typos today, so I'll just make do with it. Very annoying. The city in Lanchi Valley has been successfully built, so other guilds have nothing to say. They can only withdraw. They already know that it is impossible to prevent Yifeng's alliance from establishing a gang territory. The most annoying thing is that the domineering guild temporarily withdrew from the siege. This was the reason for their failure. After the siege battle was over, Xue Feng was in the alliance group of the 10 major guilds and shouted by name, "Guild leader of the Mad Outlaws. What do you mean? Come out and explain it to us." The fanatics didn't care about what Xue Feng said, but said calmly, "President Xue Feng, I have made it very clear before. I just don't want to fight this siege. Isn't it enough? Who knows what kind of deal you have with Lanchi Valley? You actually took the initiative to let him establish a gang territory. This is not like your domineering style. Ha ha ha. What do we want to do? What does it have to do with your mythology?" Xue Feng couldn't bear it and said, "Crazy man. You betrayed our alliance and agreed to attack the territory of Blue River Valley together. But you actually voluntarily quit. You are really interesting. It turns out that you guys have such a bottomless domineering attitude." "Guild." Xue Feng said that he had no bottom line. Xue Feng was really going too far. The madman said angrily, "Xue Feng, our Dashi Guild has tolerated you for a long time. If I hadn't had some friendship with the previous Shenhua Guild, I would have taken action against you long ago. I really thought you could still be here to tell me what to do. Haha. What's so great about your domineering guild? Isn't it just that you have a few characters with the ability to transform? You're just like those who can't defeat you and turn to you." The madman said, "Are you surrendering to the enemy? That's wrong. Our Glory Guild alliance has no misunderstanding. How can we say we surrender to the enemy? What if it's not surrendering to the enemy? You fought Yifeng and the others to death before." The madman laughed and said, "It seems that the ones who fought Yifeng to death were your Dingtian Guild and the Shenhua Guild. It has nothing to do with our guild. Don't involve us with your personal grudges. You are not worthy." Among the top 10 guilds, there are really very few who actually have a grudge against Yifeng. Others just didn't want to see Yifeng's Glory Guild grow so quickly and suppressed it. They had a relatively good relationship with Yifeng before, and Lanchi Valley was not involved. So it was normal for their alliance to be together. But if the domineering guild were to form an alliance with Yi Feng and the others, it would be hard to hear. After all, they had been encircling and suppressing others before, and now they are allied with them. It would be hard to hear. But whether it sounds good or not, in reality, Yi Feng and the Baki Guild do not have a lot of hatred. After listening to the words of the madman, the others seemed to suddenly understand. It seemed that the relationship they had with Yi Feng had a greater relationship with the Jue Feng in front of them. Having said that, they felt as if they were being pulled into a whirlpool and were constantly being directed. As the president of the Perfect Guild, currently ranked 4th in online games, Melody said, in this way, our Perfect Guild and them, the Pesticide Guild Alliance, don't seem to have any deep hatred. They just didn't even say much. So why did they become enemies of each other? I have to reflect on this. Oh, yes. The same is true for us disciples of the Emperor. Although we don't like Yi Feng's Glory Guild very much, we suppress it. But the actual hatred is really nothing. It seems that I was also impatient and did not think things through clearly. You guys chat. I have something else to do. Although the other presidents didn't speak, they also realized something. So they left the group one after another. In the end, only the madmen from the Domineering Guild and Juefeng from the Mythical Guild were left in the entire group of the 10 major guilds. The originally good group of the 10 major guild presidents had only 2 of them left. It can be said that the current top 10 guilds have existed in name only. After Yi Feng obtains the first gang territory, the real top 10 guilds will be reborn later. Jue Feng had a gloomy face, looking at the presidents who were withdrawing one by one. His whole face was completely gloomy. He never thought that a pursuit of blame would scare everyone away. How would he go in the future? Dealing with Yi Feng's Glory Guild? Just rely on their Mythical Guild? No, just them. It is completely impossible for the Mythical Guild. The fanatic side, President Jue Feng. The top 10 guilds today are no longer the top 10 guilds before. You have been using them for a long time, and they are unable to react. Is it really that their brains have been gnawed by dogs? Jue Feng said with a sullen face, what happened today was not caused by your madmen. The 10 major guild alliances were disbanded by you, and you actually blamed me. Moreover, for attacking Yi Feng's Glory Alliance. Wasn't it you who called for it? Me? Did I call? Then you don't have to come. But why do you come? When I withdraw from this siege battle, you should understand that our top 10 guilds are over. Humph. So what if it ends? My Mythical Guild is still very powerful. Yes, you are very powerful. But there are people who are more powerful than you. It's time for the top 10 guilds to reshuffle their cards. After speaking, these madmen disbanded the group directly, because he had established this group in the first place. And the 10 major guilds relied on their mutual support to get where they are today. Now this group is finished. Jue Feng stood alone in the Imperial City. He never expected that the Alliance brothers, who had just attacked together, would now disband one by one. And the most important thing is that they seemed to have broken away from him. No one wanted to fight with him, standing on the same front. I am afraid it will be more troublesome to deal with Yi Feng. On the fanatic side, after disbanding the 10 major guild groups, the fanatics finally breathed a sigh of relief. This group has been established for no less than 10 years. During these 10 years, they competed, helped each other, and did not. I thought that the group would be disbanded on this day. All of this lies entirely in chasing the wind. If Jue Feng hadn't ordered the Xinhua Guild to attack Yi Feng, everything would not have developed like this. All of this was because of the personal enmity between Jue Feng and Yi Feng. Of course, Ao Tian's blindness were also indispensable. Arrogant! Soon the top 10 alliances dissolved their alliance, and the news spread throughout the online gaming world. Everyone is speculating whether it is because all the guilds began to suspect each other after the gang territory was established in Lanchi Valley. So they have reached this point. As for the reason, they do not know. Chapter 354 Seeking Alliance. Lanchi, who was still happy that he had established a gang territory, suddenly felt incredible after learning about this situation. I quit the group of the top 10 guild alliances because I really couldn't stand Jue Feng. However, today, just after my gang territory was successfully established, they all disbanded. What happened in this? Yi Feng was also surprised when he heard this. Aren't there many ulterior secrets in their top 10 alliances? Why were they all disconnected suddenly? Could it be because Baki quit the siege this morning and was caused by it? Boss, look, there is a guild showing favor to us, Xiao He said. At this moment, Yi Feng and the others were sitting at the table eating. My little girl habitually opened the fantasy world forum. Reading the forum while eating has become a habit of Xiaohei. By the way, I can get some from it. For example, some breaking news or gossip. Yifeng took Xiaohei's cell phone and said, "Let me take a look." The title of a set of posts opened by Little Black Spot is, "Today's top 10 guilds are trying to die. Where should I go?" Yifeng doesn't know who the poster is, because some people post under small accounts, and some posters are not talking about their own affairs at all. So it is difficult to distinguish the truth from the false. The content of the post is that the top 10 guilds have split. The most powerful guild now is Yifeng's Glory Guild. The domineering guild, which is on par with Yifeng, is ranked second. However, today's Qi Guild did not participate in the attack on Yifeng's alliance guild Lanqi Valley. Yes, this shows in disguise that the domineering guild is consistent. What are the hidden secrets of Yifeng's Glory Alliance? The post also mentioned, if our perfect guild is willing to join Yifeng's Glory Alliance. Is it possible? It was this one that was so explosive that the onlookers below exploded. Damn it. This is the first time I've seen the perfect guild, which is ranked 4th among the top 10 guilds, openly wanting to join their Glory Alliance. This is completely shameless. TSK. The Glory Alliance is so powerful now. Of course some people want to join them. If it were me, I would join too. But they don't want me. You see clearly, whoever posted the message knows whether they are a perfect guild or not. Maybe it is caused by another guild causing trouble. That's right. Nothing has been explained clearly. We know that the top 10 guilds have disintegrated. But it's really shameless to directly say that we want to join the Glory Guild. What if the Glory Guild doesn't agree? Wouldn't it be shameful? What a shame! Your mother and the others all use small sizes. What if someone rejects the large size? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Yes. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if someone else rejected me? Sure enough. The trumpet is invincible. Yifeng did not continue to scroll down. The most that he scrolled down was some quarrels and boring gossip. I still want to watch Yifeng hand the phone to me and then ask, "Boss, do you think this is true?" The perfect guild was the guild that ranked 4th before. Yifeng shook his head and said, "It's true. It's false. It's true. How much do we know? Just eat your own food in peace. Don't worry about him. If he really wants to come, he will come to us on his own. Why let us do it ourselves? Go find him." Chu Tian also said, "That's right. Do we still need to go to them? If we want an alliance, they will come to us. Not me. And we will go to them. This will reduce the price." Bai Yin said, "Whether love is coming or not, we don't lack a guild like them. Besides, if you are willing to come, I may not be willing to accept you." Yifeng nodded and agreed very much with Bai Yin. "If you are willing to come, I really don't want to accept you." But after Yifeng went online, Yifeng actually received a private message from Xiaobai, whom he had not contacted for a long time. "Master Yifeng, why haven't you seen Zisi during this time?" Seeing Xiaobai, Yifeng of course thought of Zisi, because the 4 of them lived together and had a good relationship. But when he mentioned Zisi, Yifeng once again thought of the Zisi who blocked the arrow for him. Yifeng said somewhat dully, "He has something to do, and he can't be online during this period. Do you have anything to ask him about? I can pass it on for you." Xiaobai said, "Nothing. I just want to ask you, does your guild still need an alliance? We Bihai can come." It turned out that he came to find his own alliance. This spring, he knew that he had some relationship with Xiaobai. Instead of telling him, he asked Xiaobai to come and talk about it. But it is impossible for Yifeng to form an alliance with Bihai. When he wanted to find an alliance with Bihai, he still vaguely remembered how Qi Tian rejected him. "Since you have already rejected our alliance, now you are looking for someone to join me in alliance. And there is no sincerity at all." Yifeng shook his head and said, "When I was in the guild territory here, I had already approached your gang leader Qi Tian and asked him if he would like to join an alliance with me to resist the other 10 major guilds. And her answer was that she simply rejected me. That's it. Although I don't know what you said to our gang leader. She asked me to come to you just for the sake of the alliance." Yifeng said, "Tell her that they're Bihai, and I will never be able to form an alliance. Now that we have missed it, there is no turning back." Although Xiaobai was a little disappointed, he was still very polite and said, "Okay. I will reply to our help according to the original words. Remember to say Lo to Zisi for us. I haven't seen her for a long time. I miss her very much." Yifeng said, "I will help you convey it. She misses you too." "Thank you, Master Yifeng." After cutting off Xiao Bai's call, Yi Feng started to level up with Bai Yin, Chu Tianai and others. After all, everything requires levels, so you can't lose the level. On Bai's side, Qin Tian, after receiving Xiao Bai's reply, although he felt angry, he was more helpless. At first, Yi Feng wanted his Bai to help Yi Feng's Glory Guild defend the city, because Zi Su was a former member of Bai Chaosheng Pavilion. However, at that time, Qi Tian did not agree to Yi Feng's request, because in the bottom of Qin Tian's heart, he completely looked down on Yi Feng at that time, thinking that Yi Feng was just lucky. But now, Qin Tian has understood that he is not lucky, but really powerful. The causes they planted, and the fruits they have now bear. Qin Tian has nothing to say. Since the Pesticide Alliance does not accept them, they can only develop behind closed doors for a period of time, to see what the future situation will be like and make plans. There are many guild leaders, who have the same idea as Qin Tian. Now that the top 10 guilds have taken charge of their own affairs, we can only wait quietly and see what the trend of the online gaming industry will be in the future. Chapter 355 The Angry Demon Emperor. However, there is one person who is particularly unconvinced right now. This person is Jue Feng, the president of the Xinhua Guild. He now feels as if he has been completely abandoned. Although outsiders don't know why the Grand Guild disbanded, nor do they know it was because of the mythical guild's pursuit of the wind. But Jue Feng is now completely like an abandoned person. He will work more or less because the friendship can still be connected. But in the mythical guild, no guild has been willing to pay attention to him so far. Jue Feng touched his conscience and asked himself, did I do something wrong? Am I wrong? Why does everyone want to betray? Since you are unwilling to help me, then I will do it myself. As long as I can suppress Yi Feng's Glory Guild under my feet, I will do anything. Jue Feng has been writing emails for a long time, and there are many people who are willing to follow him and be his little brothers. These people are his forever. Since I alone have the ability to transform and cannot defeat you. If I can't do it alone, then 2. If 2 people can't do it, then 3. If 3 people can't do it, then 10. Jue Feng selected 10 people among his confidants, and walked to the Demon Imperial City regardless of everything. However, in the Demon Emperor's city at this moment, the Demon Emperor in the Demon Emperor's palace is still very angry because of what happened before. Because Yi Feng summoned himself outside the holy city before. He had killed the Lingzhu Yuandan and the Lord of Qinglong City. But one day later someone told him that these 2 people were not dead. He felt that he had been deceived. And the 2 people he killed were not the real Lord of Qinglong City and the human race marshal at all. He no longer believed Yi Feng at all. Although he knew that the reason why Qinglong City Lord was able to survive was because of his life-saving skills. The reason for all this still had to be attributed to Yi Feng. Because neither Jackie Chan's City Lord nor the human marshal was okay. He received jeers from holdback. During this period of time, the Demon Emperor's city was eerie, and no one dared to make any noise for fear of offending the Demon Emperor. Demon Imperial City is a place where players from the demon camp can come and go at will. Unlike Yi Feng, who would be stopped by demon soldiers. Breeze took his 10 confidants, a total of 11 people, into the Demon Imperial City. Who is this? This is the Demon Palace. Entry is prohibited. Jue Feng said, we are players from the demon camp, and we are here to find the Demon Emperor. Lord Demon King. Actually, you said you can see me if you want. If you are not summoned, please leave. Otherwise we will kill you without mercy. Several demon soldiers took out their swords and guns and pointed them at Jue Feng and others, preventing Jue Feng and others from approaching the demon palace. Fortunately, at this time, a demon elder from the demon palace came out. What's going on? You guys stop. Jue Feng took a closer look. Wasn't this the demon elder who had captured him in the first place? Elder Bai. I am chasing the wind. When Elder Bai saw Jue Feng, he frowned and said, how do you know my name? Do we know each other? Jue Feng said, Elder Bai. When I came to Demon Emperor City, you took me to the Demon Emperor's side. Elder Bai thought for a moment and said, it seems that there is such a thing. Why are you here again this time? Jue Feng said, last time I received a reward from the Demon King alone. But I was not welcomed in the human camp. I couldn't defeat you. So I found some of my loyal subordinates. Elder Bai said, it just so happens that Demon King Dawn is worried about the human race recently. I will take you to see Demon King Dawn. Maybe it can solve his recent worries. Jue Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you, Elder Bai. Please excuse me. Elder Bai. Elder Bai nodded and signaled the soldiers not to stop them. Xue Feng and others followed Elder Bai into the demon palace. In front of the demon emperor's main hall, Xue Feng and others were half kneeling in the main hall. Xue Feng. I remember you. Why did you come to see me this time? Xue Feng said, Dear Demon King. I know what you are worried about recently. And I have a deep hatred for Yi Feng. So if the Demon King wants to kill him, I, Xue Feng, am willing to take action for you. The Demon Emperor said with a gloomy face, My target is the human race. Not just Yi Feng. Xue Feng said, This is why I have brought some loyal subordinates, hoping to get advice from His Majesty the Demon Emperor. This group of people, don't be like that Yi Feng, who caused me to fall short of my achievements. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, please rest assured. Our group of people have been bullied miserably by Yi Feng among the human race. Therefore, please rest assured. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, we only hate Yi Feng. Okay. As long as I can break into the human race and kill Yi Fengdu's human territory, I can meet all your conditions. Whatever you want, said the Demon King. Xue Feng said with joy on his face, Please imitate your Majesty and grant them the art of descending into darkness. No problem. I can give it to you. But you have to give me something first. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, please rest assured. Our loyalty will be yours. We are all ready. Ha ha ha. You are still reliable. That damn Yi Feng took my things and didn't do anything for me. Your first task when you go back is to kill the Yi Feng first. Xue Feng and others shouted in unison, Yes. Lord Demon Emperor. Xue Feng. I hope you can make great contributions to our demon clan this time. So I will give you another skill this time. I hope you won't disappoint me again. Xue Feng didn't know what words to use to describe his mood at this moment. Originally he just wanted his subordinates to have the ability to transform. But now it's good that he can add a more powerful skill. Recite a song. I don't need anything from you. Just take your skills. A ray of light fell into Xue Feng's hand and disappeared in Xue Feng's hand instantly. When Xue Feng saw the introduction of this skill, his face changed drastically. And then he laughed ecstatically. Obviously, this skill is very good. So good that even Xue Feng himself cannot imagine it. Half an hour later, Xue Feng returned to the Imperial City with his confidants. After that, the members of the mythical guild fell into silence. Time passed day by day. When Yi Feng's human marshal was resurrected, Yi Feng did not kill himself immediately. I let my clone stand and gain experience on the battlefield between humans and demons. Time passed slowly like this, and many guilds launched attacks on the demon camp. Since Yi Feng did not sell any gang territory tokens, they could only obtain the piece of gang territory from the demon marshal. Token. It's a pity that every attack can only break the city gate, but cannot kill the demon marshal. But it is strange to say that the mythical guild has not been seen for a long time. Even if the players from the Mo camp broke through the gate of the demonic camp, they did not see the members of the mythic guild. The members of the mythical guild seemed to have received some orders. Even when they were leveling up, they stayed far away. They rarely appeared in people's sight. Chapter 356 Shocking News. Yi Feng also noticed the anomaly of the mythical guild. They were really abnormal. Last time, the Perfect Guild said on the forum that it wanted to join Yi Feng's Glory Alliance. As long as the other party didn't ask Yi Feng in person, Yi Feng would not answer. Unfortunately, the Perfect Guild did not find Yi Feng. Since the president of the Perfect Guild did not take the initiative to find Yi Feng would not take the initiative to invite them. But during this time, many guilds began to attack the demon marshal. But no players from the mythical guild were seen here. It can be said that they seem to have disappeared. What on earth do you think this mythical guild is doing? And why haven't you seen Xue Feng for so long? Chu Tianai shook his head and said, I don't know. I heard that they seem to have begun to rectify this period. All members of the mythical guild are not allowed to cause trouble, and they only need to level up with peace of mind. Xiao He asked with a puzzled look on his face, Are they doing something? With Xue Feng's character and being so quiet, I will chop G2 live. Yes, they must have some purpose. Other guilds are trying to find ways to get the gang territory tokens, but they are extremely quiet. Yi Feng nodded and said, Well, so I'm going to tell you to be careful and don't be careless. But in the following days, Yi Feng and others were very puzzled. The Xinhua Guild had been silent. However, during this period, someone started to establish a gang territory. It was Xingtian Guild and Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion. The two guilds had a fierce conflict, officially because of an epic boss in the wild. The two guilds were in the wild, and they could fight as a team whenever they met. Even the gang war has been launched for 2 days. There is no way to start only one gang war every day. Therefore, outside of the gang war, both sides are still fiercely fighting. I don't know how many people on both sides have lost their equipment because of their red names. Even when such a fierce gang war broke out, no one from the mythical guild came out to say anything. The most active mythical guild actually remained quiet for nearly a month. Now it is the month that Yifeng and the fanatics agreed upon. During this day, almost everyone around Yifeng has reached level 50. It can be said that level 50 has become the norm in the entire fantasy world. Except for Yifeng, Chu Tianai and arrogant brother have reached level 51. But they still have not caught up with Yifeng. Yifeng is already level 55 at this moment. Yifeng not only has the perverted skill of sitting back and reaping the benefits, but he can also fight monsters and level up with everyone to gain experience. Of course, my level will rise faster than everyone else's. Boss, your level up is a bit scary. How did you level up? Is your experience different from ours? Xiao He asked Yifeng not once. Yifeng said, my experience should be the same as yours. But I have more states, and I have a lot more experience in fighting monsters. Boss, my experience level is 3000 without fighting a single monster. What about you? Yifeng calculated silently in his mind for a while, and said, what? I am 10,000. When Yifeng said 10,000, everyone else looked at Yifeng. Was this a mistake? How could there be so many more than them? Yifeng looked at the looks from everyone and said with some embarrassment, well, you should know that I have a good relationship with the Lord of Xuanwu City. He gave me some special pills that can give me experience. Xiao He immediately looked pitiful and said, boss, why don't you give me some? Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from everyone's expressions, they must believe it. It seems that the title of Lord of Xuanwu City is quite useful. Yifeng said with a pity look on his face, there is no way. He will only give it to me. If he would have given it to me, he would have given it to Yanyu long ago. And he will not give it to you. Damn it. You value sex over friends. By the way, does that Xuanwu City lord like you? Why is he giving you all the benefits? Yifeng glared at Xiao He and said, go away. The Lord of Xuanwu City is an NPC, and not a human being. There must be something wrong with your brain. Xiao He whispered, you are also an NPC. This is simply weird. Yifeng didn't say anything, and just chased Xiao He and beat him. If this guy doesn't fight for a day, he is just a skinny shrimp. He is too skinny, and must be beaten into a soft-footed shrimp. This kind of fight usually happens once or twice a day, mainly because Xiao Haida can liven up the atmosphere, which also makes the boring leveling life more interesting. At this time, the madman couldn't bear it anymore and found Yifeng, finally waiting for this day. In the past month, they, the Domineering Guild, have not participated in any gang wars, or the attack on the demon marshal on the battlefield between humans and demons. They are actively preparing. As long as they work hard to raise the level of their own gang territory, they will definitely be able to defend the city by then. After all, if other guilds don't attack the city, Xinhua will definitely come. President Yifeng, it's time for the time we set. Yifeng said, even if you don't come to me today, I will come to you. President Yifeng, I believe in you. Give me your account number, and I will give you the money directly. Yifeng didn't expect that the madman would be so cheerful. Yifeng said, okay. Today's gang territory token and the city defense equipment will be handed over to you. The fanatic laughed and said, President Yifeng, it's time to add us to the alliance. Yifeng nodded and said, okay. Welcome my domineering friends. Members of the Domineering Guild suddenly joined Yifeng, a major alliance, which caught some players off guard. Holy crap. I read that right. Hockey has come to our alliance. And he's going to cause trouble. Make trouble. Make trouble. Now the whole district can't beat our alliance. Damn. Invincible. Brothers of the Glory Alliance. My domineering president. Guangzhou. Please take good care of me in the future. Although Lan Shi knew about hockey and was very likely to join their alliance, it was just a guess. Unexpectedly, after a month, he actually joined their alliance. Lan Shi laughed and said, Guild leader of the Guangzhou, welcome you to join us. I didn't expect you to actually come. Uh-huh. President Lan Shi, you can come. Why can't I? Baki, it would be a pity not to come to such a good alliance. For a time, the news that the Hockey Guild joined Yifeng's Glory Alliance was rumored. Many people didn't understand why such a powerful Hockey Guild would join the already strong Glory Alliance. Especially Zhuifeng. He originally thought that the Domineering Guild might form a new alliance, but he didn't expect that it would join the Glory Alliance. Humph. No matter what alliance you join, as long as you are from the Glory Alliance, you will not end well. I will let you know that if you offend me, Shuifeng, or my mythical guild, it doesn't matter if you have gang territory. I will still destroy you. Now, after a period of hard work, the people of the mythical guild have all risen in level, and within a month, most of the equipment has been brought up. Chapter 357 Uncharacteristically. Just when everyone still didn't know why the Domineering Guild joined the Glory Alliance, a system prompt made everyone understand. Ding! System prompt. In the battlefield between humans and demons, the human marshal of the human camp has died. There are still 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds before the human marshal is refreshed. What's going on? Why did the human marshal die again? Could it be that? No. No one else will get the gang territory token. It won't be the new Domineering Guild joining the Glory Alliance. Oh! In this case, the Domineering Guild must have obtained the gang territory token. It seems that only the Glory Guild knows how to introduce the human marshal. No wonder. Blue Valley wanted to join the Glory Alliance before. But now it seems that Domineering's choice was indeed the right one. Damn. Joining the Glory Alliance actually has such benefits. I want to join too. Our guild is not small. Come on. Even your guild with hundreds of people dare to say that your guild is big. Soon, another system prompt came out. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Baki Guild for creating the gang territory. There will be 3 hours of defense time. Please be prepared. As soon as this news came out, everyone confirmed their thoughts. If you join the Glory Alliance, you can indeed get the gang territory token. The presidents of the other top 10 gangs were really anxious this time. There was no movement for a month. They thought this was just a quiet period in the game. But they didn't expect such a big news to come out today. As the melody of the perfect guild. After receiving this news, the whole person was already restless. Could it be that the only way to obtain gang territory tokens in the early stage is through Yifeng's Glory Alliance? How did they kill the human marshal? Why can't I find it myself? It is too difficult to kill the demon marshal. The opponent's level is too different from theirs. They have attacked the demon camp countless times. But after all, they cannot beat the demon marshal. Since the demon marshal is so difficult to defeat, the same should be true for the human marshal. Unsurprisingly, Yifeng's level dropped by another level. Does it mean that if he wants to kill the human marshal, he has to pay the price of 1 level? If it were this kind of price, I'm afraid no matter which president of the 10 major guilds would be willing to do it. The current situation is that they have no idea where the human marshal is or how he was killed. On the surface. So if they want to obtain the gang token, they can only go through Yifeng and the others. This time Melody found Yifeng again. Because Melody didn't understand why only Yifeng and the others could obtain the gang token. President Yifeng, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. Obtaining a gang token requires you to pay a level of conditions. So this should be part of a certain task. If President Yifeng trusts me, I hope you will give it to me. Sell us the gang territory token. Yifeng said, Are you the one who said on the forum a month ago that he wanted to join our Glory Guild? Melody said without hesitation, Yes. This is us. But I'm not sure what your situation is. So I had to ask the guild to use the trumpet to release it. The reason why I didn't find you in time at that time was because I had someone here I was troubled by some things. And because it was too quiet during this period. I didn't plan to come to you. Yifeng said, So, when you saw the madman obtain the gang territory token, you came to me again and wanted to join my Glory Alliance. Right? Melody said with a smile. There shouldn't be any deep hatred between you and me. At most, it's us. And at most, it's the town I attacked your town. The rest really can't be said to have any hatred. Yifeng said, You really don't have any grudge against us. But we already have so many gangs here. If there is another gang, I should ask the other presidents. Melody thought there was something interesting and immediately said, Of course. After all, in such a big alliance, their opinions are also important. Okay. I won't reply to you for now. I will reply to you when I make a decision. Okay. I'm sorry to trouble you. President Yifeng. Because the Baki Guild city will be sieged in a few hours. So Yifeng, I want to do other things. Since I agreed to help the Baki Guild defend the city, I must do it. Because of sufficient time, and the fact that the Baki Guild had collected a lot of materials for city defense equipment. Yifeng also made quite a lot of city defense equipment. However, for Yifeng and Lanchi Valley's territory. This time the Domineering Guild's territory is a bit difficult, because it is surrounded by city walls and not a mountain. They chose these two places, which shows that they are full of confidence. And this location is actually very good. Previously, Yifeng and the others were trying to keep the guild. The Domineering Guild feels that not only can they hold on, but they can also use the guild territory to make more money. One advantage now is that not many people know where the position chosen by the Domineering Guild is. After all these things have been done by the fanatics themselves. After all, Vision is such a big map, and the people are spread out. The most important thing is that there are very few people going to high-level places. When the territory of the Baki Guild was established, 007 of their guild passed the place here to the gang leaders. Someone knew the location of the territory of the Baki Guild. Damn it. What position did the Domineering Guild choose? It's so far away. And it's almost a level 70 monster. Holy shit. Why don't we go? Hack you. Did any of you pick up equipment a few times in the past? I picked it up. But it's a piece of junk equipment. It's such a long distance. It will take at least an hour to walk from here. Are you stupid? You can teleport to Yifeng's Glory Guild territory and then go there. It only takes 10 minutes. Damn. It's so close. So hurry up and take a look. Suddenly, a large number of players came to the territory of the Glory Guild. And they all wanted to go to the territory of the Domineering Guild to pick up equipment. That is also a very strange thing. Among the 10 major guilds, none of the gang set out to the territory of the Domineering Guild. This seems a bit unreasonable. Hey, that's strange. Where have those 10 major guilds gone? Why doesn't anyone come to attack the territory of the Domineering Guild? One person uttered such an exclamation, and everyone realized that except for individual players and some small guilds, there was no one from the big guild here. Uncharacteristically, this is definitely not a good thing. The same situation was also discovered by fanatics. What's going on? They're not here? The madman said excitedly, I won't come. Just in time we can securely win the game. Only Chao Ci frowned and said, it's impossible. Our city is very difficult to defend. It doesn't make sense if they don't come. However, in a certain place, a large number of players have gathered, led by Jue Feng of the Mythical Guild. Chapter 358 The Terrifying Mythical Guild. The battle to defend the city finally began. Outside the territory of the Domineering Guild, there were many individual players standing. But unfortunately, they did not find any big guild players. Even if it is a Domineering Guild, it is surrounded by walls, and the walls require personnel to guard them. But today's Domineering Guild members are much stronger than before. Coupled with the help of Yifeng and others, I felt that the gang's territory this time was almost certain. If those big guilds really don't come to cause trouble, I'm afraid this battle for the guild territory will be the easiest one. It was the same as they imagined. First of all, the first wave of wild monster attacks was very simple. They were also weirded out one after another. But they still didn't see any big guilds. The fanatic asked in the gang, have you seen the members of other guilds where they are? Report to the president. Other guild members are scattered in a mess. That's right. The president and the others don't seem to be attacking us. But someone said, President, people from the Xinhua Guild seem to be near us. Yifeng also looked at his enemy list, and found that Jue Feng's location was indeed near here. Yifeng said on the Alliance channel, everyone, be careful. The Mythical Guild will probably come. But the other guilds probably won't come. As the president of the Domineering Guild, the madman also nodded and said, I have known for a long time that this Jue Feng will definitely not give up this opportunity. Do you know what he became like after shortening his time for a month? No matter what he looks like. If he dares to come to my Domineering Guild's territory to cause trouble, I will crush it with one punch. Yes, as long as the Xinhua Guild dares to come, we will destroy him. After learning that Jue Feng and the others were nearby, they finally got motivated. If they continue to be lazy like this, I'm afraid that several guilds would actually appear to attack them. Everyone, please raise your energy and pump up your spirit 120%. We want the Mythical Guild to know that we, the Glory Alliance, are the strongest. Good. The waves of wild monsters passed one after another, until the last wave, after the dragon disappeared. Although the wall of the Domineering Guild was still smashed, it did not cause them particularly significant damage. However, at this time, they were still half an hour away from the end of the 3 hours, because now they no longer have as low attack damage as before. And now after a month, their equipment has been upgraded. Similarly, The people from the mythical guild also hid for a month, which was equally unfathomable. But when the dragon left, the mythical guild did not show up. Some individual players, looking at the equipment on the ground, couldn't care less and rushed forward. If someone goes up, more people will come up. So a large group of individual players rushed up. They were not interested in anything else but the equipment on the ground. Especially the equipment exploded by the boss. You can even see a lot of glittering gold. Golden equipment. This is the boss that the Glory Alliance has fortunately fought hard to defeat. How can others let others take away the equipment? For a while, a fight broke out between the two sides. However, a battle of this level is nothing. Yi Feng and other presidents stood on the wall and observed. After all, Shidoa's people were nearby, so they had to be careful. However, just as the battle was getting fierce on the front, at the back door of the domineering guild's territory, the mythical army chasing the wind finally appeared. There are relatively few guards here, because they broke down the main entrance, so they don't worry much about this place. But this place has become the prime location for the mythical guild's attack. Shui Feng and his men are attacking. The people from the Glory Alliance hurriedly shouted on the Alliance channel, "No! The mythical guild is coming to attack the back door." The madman's heart sank. Sure enough, they came. And they came from the back door. Can they survive the defensive equipment at the back door? Just when the madman was about to speak, a fireball hit the domineering guild territory. Guild master, what's wrong? The siege equipment brought by the mythical guild skills. What? All the members of the domineering guild will go to the back door. The two presidents will be troubled by the front door. Yi Feng and Lan Shi nodded and said, "No problem." The domineering people hurried to the back door. But when they arrived at the back door, they found that their defense equipment was almost always broken. Moreover, their back door has already been shattered, and it is only a matter of time before it is completely shattered. Soon, the back door was directly breached. The people from the Xinhua Guild rushed in, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. However, Shui Feng took the lead and charged into the group of ordinary players, who couldn't stop him at all. Fortunately, Chao Ci and Quanren arrived in time, thus avoiding more casualties among ordinary members. Shui Feng, if you want to break our energy tower, don't even think about it, said the madman. Shui Feng laughed and said, "Don't even think about it? Do you really think you can hold on to the gang's territory this time? Humph. How can you really beat the two of us? Shui Feng? I'm going to beat you up to the point where your mother doesn't even know you," said the madman. Ha ha ha. If you hit me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Let you see how strong my mythical guild is. Come out. 5 players were instantly picked out from the group of ordinary players, and they unanimously used the direct darkness technique, which was exactly the descending technique used by Shui Feng before. 5 of them suddenly appeared. 6 in total including Shui Feng, which suddenly caused Chao Ji and Quanren in front of them to panic. Even the corner of the fanatic's mouth was already trembling. After not seeing each other for a month, what should he do if so many people with transformation skills came to their guild? President. Go find President Yi Feng and the others. They are the only ones who can help us, Chao Ci said. The madman hurriedly called up the call, trying to contact Yi Feng and the others. I heard Shui Feng say, "Want to find help. I'm afraid Yi Feng is in danger." The fanatic had some bad premonitions in his heart, but he still called Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng was surrounded by 5 mythical members who suddenly appeared in front of him, and each of them had the ability to transform. The fanatic's call rang. President Yi Feng, we need help. Shui Feng here is attacking with 5 players with the ability to transform. We can't handle it. Yi Feng smiled bitterly and said, "It's the same here. My people are holding down 5 people with the ability to transform, and they can't get away." What? There are 5 of you over there too? Right. It's scary. What's wrong with their mythical guild? There are so many people with transformation skills. Yi Feng shook his head and said, "We will solve it as soon as possible. You are holding us back. You must wait for us to come. Otherwise we will really fail." The madman smiled bitterly. "Can you hold on? There are 5 of them, and I only have 2. If you can't defend it, you have to defend it. There will be no chance in the future." The madman thought for a moment that it seemed he had no choice but to burn the boat. Chapter 359. The situation is tense. Seeing the frustrated expression on the fanatic's face, Shui Feng laughed. "Ha ha. Do you know now? Why are they unable to protect themselves? We have captured your city. What happened to the president? What happened to President Yi Feng and the others? Chao Si asked nervously. The fanatic said in a low voice, they have been stopped by 5 of the same people from our side. What? Chao Si and Quang were shocked. 10 people with the ability to transform appeared at once. This was terrifying. Even for their entire Glory Alliance. It is already very difficult to deal with a mythical guild. Not to mention that they are now divided into 2 battlefields. Which makes it even more uncomfortable. Looking at the expressions on the faces of Quang Tu and Chao Si, Xue Feng was already happy. Ha ha. In this fantasy world, I am still chasing the wind. Chao Si changed from his previous turbulent state and said, if you want to dominate in front of our Glory Alliance, I will let you know that you are not worthy. Chao Si rushed forward immediately, followed closely by the madman. And then the madman also followed. 3 people were able to deal with 6 people on the opposite side. However, the other ordinary players' attacks. Although the terrain was conducive to the domineering guild, the people on the opposite side were too terrifying. In just a moment, the 3 members of the domineering guild were already at a disadvantage. It was good that they could persist. It was impossible to defeat the opponent unless they had a powerful trump card. At the main entrance of the Huashi Guild territory, the members of the Glory Guild, because they gathered a large number of hidden professions, it can be said that it is not so tiring to deal with 5 people. But if they want to solve it immediately, it is somewhat impossible for them to help Quang Tu. Ho-Yi, can you help the fanatics? They are in trouble over there. Ho-Yi was also encircling and suppressing a member of the Myth Guild. Probably because he was a long-range professional. And his skills were very superb. Every time a member of the Myth Guild wanted to attack Ho-Yi, Ho-Yi could cleverly dodge them. Ho-Yi nodded and said, if there is no problem here, I can go there. Others said one after another, you go over there first. We can handle it. These guys are not necessarily our opponents. Ho-Yi put away his bow and arrows, nodded and said, okay, I'll go over and help them now. Ho-Yi jumped up and ran towards the madman. Of course, Ho-Yi already knew that when he went to help the fanatics, he also chased the wind. Even though Ho-Yi came, they didn't find it difficult. But what they didn't expect was that Ho-Yi would drive them crazy. Because Ho-Yi was a long-range profession. And all of them were melee combatants. Moreover, Ho-Yi's movements were extremely flexible. He tried to catch up several times, but Ho-Yi was able to escape every time. Moreover, Ho-Yi's bow and arrows did very high damage. And those who hit Chai Feng lost their temper. If you have the guts, don't come and fight me. Ho-Yi said calmly, I am different from you. I am not a fool. Although the words were spoken lightly, it was enough to make Xue Feng pass away. Xue Feng said, since I can't catch you, I will kill the 3 of them first. The 6 people chasing the wind ignored Ho-Yi's attack. They began to prepare for a fierce attack from Master Guangzhu. However, the Guangzhu among the 3 had neither a hidden profession nor the ability to transform. He discovered the horror of the abnormal attack, and his blood volume kept dropping. Even if he was in the crowd and someone tried to increase his health, he couldn't withstand it. The madman's blood volume was falling desperately. And the madman said, Xue Feng, if we destroy Guild Shi's territory by you, your mythical guild will never try to establish a territory. Ha ha ha. Do you have the final say? What you said is not cool. All your guilds are no longer my opponents. Yi Xuefeng. I, Xuefeng, will dominate the entire fantasy world and make everyone bow to me. Promise. You're dreaming. The madman roared. It's a pity that no matter how angry Guangfeng is, he can't resist the attacks of Xue Feng and others. Ho-Yi directly said to the madman, kill one person first and concentrate your firepower. Good. The madman told Chao Si and the madman. And just like everyone else did to the poet, they directly started to violently attack one person. A sudden attack can catch people off guard. At this time, Xue Feng also reacted. But the madman blocked everyone's attacks with his own body. But it was only these few seconds that allowed Ho-Yi and others to kill the man directly. However, the madmen who stood in front of them were also killed by Xue Feng and others. Humph. It's useless. You can't defend it. Even if the opponent is missing one person, Ho-Yi is also missing a fanatic. So the fight between the 2 sides is still relatively difficult. On the other side, Yi Feng has almost mastered the overall situation. Opposite him, the 5 mythical members are already below half health at this moment. Although they have strong attack power and strong defense. But in the case of large numbers of people, they are too powerful. They are already at a disadvantage as time goes by. What's more, Yi Feng and others are more terrifying than the people on the fanatic side. President Jue Feng. I'm afraid we won't be able to survive here for long. Yi Feng and the others are too powerful. Jue Feng said with a gloomy face. Hold on. Things will be fine here soon. Clear. Hou Yi was almost unable to hold on anymore. Even Hou Yi didn't suffer much damage. But Chao Ci and Quang Ren couldn't bear it anymore. Descendants asked Yi Feng for help. President, we can't hold on anymore. Yi Feng frowned. Although they had suppressed them, it was completely impossible to kill them immediately. Yi Feng said, force the 5 of them to the same place. I need to attack collectively. It's a pity that the 5 of them are not fools. They also understand Yi Feng's intention, and don't want to get close to each other at all. The 5 of them rushed out desperately. But Yi Feng already understood the other party's reasoning. So I'm sorry. Yi Feng directly spread his wings and flew in the sky. Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng's speed suddenly increased to that of the Analects of Confucius. Bang! Bang! With expressions of anger on their faces. The 5 members of the mythical guild were kicked together by the owner's rapid footsteps. Yi Feng suddenly flew into the middle of them. The 5 of them had noticed something was wrong and wanted to separate. Dragon Roan order. Force stun control for 5 seconds. All 5 members of the mythical guild were stunned. Unable to move or activate skills. Now! Attack! As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, the people around Yi Feng lost their skills to those 5 people almost at the same time. In 5 seconds, the health of the 5 of them dropped by 20%. Seeing this, Yi Feng quickly flew to among the 5 people and shouted, Behead! Chapter 360 Downgrade. Behead. Yi Feng's level 50 ultimate skill. This skill can instantly kill anyone with a blood volume below 18%. As for the members of the mythical guild around Yi Feng, their health volume was already less than 18%. When Yi Feng's killing skills came out, even if they had damage reduction skills, it would not help. So the 5 people around Yi Feng all fell to the ground and died. The moment the 5 people fell to the ground and died, Yi Feng shouted, quickly ask for help. Kill them like crazy. There was a period of time after the death of the 5 people, waiting for resurrection. After being resurrected in time, they were not resurrected here, but in the main city. And now there is less than a minute left to attack the city. As long as they can defend Jue Feng and the 5 of them, they can almost say that the city is saved. But a piece of bad news came. President Yi Feng. The back door cannot be defended. We are all killed. Go to the energy tower quickly. Yi Feng received the furious news and shouted, Everyone, go to the energy tower and be sure to stay. Ding! System prompt. My energy tower is being attacked. Please go to support. Yi Feng and others quickly rushed to the energy tower after hearing the news about this system. But they had already seen 5 people attacking the energy tower from a distance. It was Jue Feng and others. Moreover, the energy tower's blood volume dropped rapidly, and half of its health volume was gone. The madman, who was still in the resurrected state, looked at the energy tower's blood volume, which kept dropping. He was already anxious and shouted, all members of the domineering guild must stop them at their own death. Yi Feng was the fastest and was the first to pounce, but was blocked by Jue Feng in front of him. Yi Feng shouted, attack with all your strength. Kill directly. Don't care about anything else. Jue Feng. Get out of my way. Ha ha ha. Isn't your glory alliance awesome? Very powerful? Why don't we, the mythical guild, not even a single guild be able to break in? We've broken this tower. Yi Feng launched an attack. But Jue Feng showed no sign of weakness. Facing an opponent like Jue Feng, it would be difficult to kill him in a short time unless he used his own passive skills. All members, pay attention to the time. Time is running out. As long as the energy tower is still there, we will win. There are only a few dozen seconds left for the end of the project. Watching every second pass, the fanatic's heart is already beating fast. However, what was beating along with the fanatic's heart was the blood volume of the energy tower. The members of the mythical guild ignored the attacks of others and directly exchanged their own blood volume for the blood volume they could give him. Ding! System prompt. There are still 10 seconds left before the end of the city defense. Ding! System prompt. There are still 9 seconds until the end of the city defense. System prompts one after another indicated that the siege battle had reached the final moment. Yi Feng has stopped, because he can't get past Jue Feng on the other side. Although others were attacking the 4 people from the mythical guild, they still couldn't stop the energy tower's blood volume from declining. At the moment when the system prompted, the energy tower in the domineering guild's territory shattered with a bang. It happened to be at this time that the madman and others had just been resurrected. If they could have been resurrected 10 seconds earlier, they might have been able to save their guild territory. Ding! System prompt. This city defense battle ends here. Ding! System prompt. In this battle to defend the city, the gang territory of the domineering guild has been reduced to the junior gang territory. The reason is, the energy tower is broken. Time is up. In other words, the moment the energy tower shattered, the time also came. So the system did not reclaim the territory of the domineering guild, but lowered their territory to a lower level. The madman who was still crying just now turned into a smile. Even if it was a junior gang territory, it didn't matter. As long as it was a territory, they could still upgrade. When Yifeng heard these system prompts, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he failed, it would be really difficult. The fanatics he promised would help them defend this territory. Fortunately, the level was only lowered, but the members of the mythical guild in front of Yifeng were teleported out in an instant. The appearance of this gang territory soon changed from a city to a village. It seems that the village chief's gang territory is the junior gang territory. Yifeng's guess is right. If it is just the junior gang territory, it is probably because of the siege. I am afraid it is very simple, and most people can defend it. Quickly check the system prompts and open your own territory interface. The fanatic looked at the system interface and frowned. But fortunately the gang territory was saved. The fanatic said on the Alliance channel, Guild Presidents, don't worry. Although my territory has been downgraded, at least it is still there. As long as we keep working hard, we can still build it into a city. But it is more difficult. Yifeng said, what conditions are needed? It takes a month to build a village into a town, and another month to build a town into a city. It only takes 2 months for my gang territory to return to what it was before. During this period, members of the hardworking gang must work hard to contribute. The members of the domineering guild said, it's okay, President. As long as our guild territory is still there, there is hope. And this hope is already obvious. It only takes 2 months, and we will continue to make tributes to raise it, which is pretty good. At least, we don't need to re-establish the gang territory. Yifeng said, fortunately, I didn't take away your right to join the gang territory. Otherwise our hard work during this period would have been in vain. Ha ha ha. But I still have to thank you, President Yifeng. If it weren't for you, Xue Feng and the others would have destroyed our gang's territory to a great extent. I just don't know what happened to Xue Feng and the others. There were so many of them. So many great people. Speaking of Chai Feng, Yifeng also became silent. This guy actually brought 10 people with the same skills as him today. This is already a very terrifying thing. His guild can actually defeat Yifeng and the others. An alliance of several guilds. Yifeng said, Brother Chaozi, you can ask your Pope if he has the same thing. Chaozi shook his head and said, impossible. I have this transformation ability, and I have been doing the task for nearly a month. And this is a unique task, which means that only I can have this transformation ability. It's impossible for anyone else. Now that Chaozi said this, I don't understand how Xue Feng did it even more. Now that Xue Feng's ability has been revealed in front of everyone, the power of their guild has become so powerful that it is suffocating. But Yifeng thought of a terrible possibility. That is, these people may have been to the Demon Emperor's city and met the Demon Emperor. It would be easy to give them these transformation skills based on the Demon Emperor's character. And the Demon Emperor's original intention was to deal with the human race. It seems that at some point, I have to go to the Demon Imperial City. If this continues, wouldn't everyone in the Shenhua Guild have the ability to transform? Chapter 361 Mythical Alliance. Damn it. They let their gangs take over their territory. But you might as well downgrade. President Xue Feng. What are we going to do next? Are we going to stay in retreat for a while longer? That's right, President. Our ability is enough to defeat the Glory Alliance. I think it's time for us to be born. Xue Feng said with a smile on his face. The day of the accident is not bad. Today is the day when our mythical guild will be in the fantasy world. After today, who can dare to say that the Glory Alliance is the largest alliance in the fantasy world? Yes, our mythical guild is stronger than their alliance. Now as long as we hook up, there will be gangs who will join us. Xue Feng nodded and said, yes. There are many guilds who want to ally with us than our current capabilities. We want a powerful alliance, not an ordinary guild. Soon, many guilds saw the video of the Myth Guild attacking the territory of the Domineering Guild. As soon as this video came out, everyone in the server was shocked. The Myth Guild had become so powerful after shrinking for a month. The first one was Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion, which was clearly rejected by Yi Feng. Qi Tian directly found Jue Feng and asked for an alliance with the other party. Although Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion only ranks 10th among the top 10 guilds, he is a member of the top 10 guilds after all. If his background is still there, his strength will not be weak. Jue Feng was not a fool. Since someone came to ask for an alliance, Jue Feng of course agreed immediately. Soon, an alliance called the Mythical Alliance suddenly became angry. The guilds included in them included the Mythical Guild, the Baiheikation Guild, the Xingtian Guild, and the Shengshi Dynasty Guild, temporarily composed of these 4 major guilds. This mythical alliance directly poses a threat to the Glory Alliance. Faced with this situation, Yi Feng and others have frowned. Although they have an advantage, and have already won 3 gang territories, with the opponent's ability, they may soon get the same level of territories. What did not surprise Yi Feng at all was that just today, the moment they formed the alliance, the Human Guild and Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion launched an attack on the demon camp, and their target was the demon marshal. Of course, Baiheikation Pavilion alone could not do it at all, but the other 4 guilds were helping out, especially Jue Feng and others, who separated all NPCs, separated all players, and directly set up trap, strangle the demon marshal. Soon the demon marshal was killed, and a gang territory token was revealed. However, this first gang territory token was, as expected, in the hands of Jue Feng. In the Mythical Alliance, only they were qualified to obtain this gang territory token. Obtaining a gang token all at once made the people of the Mythical Alliance see how easy it was to kill the marshal of the demon camp. They also realized a problem. That is, the Mythical Guild members were too powerful. This time it was finally the Glory Alliance's turn to have a headache. They obtained a gang token so quickly. Their speed was amazing. The fanatic said anxiously on the Alliance channel, "What should we do? Should we let them establish a gang territory? Or should we stop them?" Lan Shi asked back, "Do you think we should go and attack them? Or let them go?" The fanatic said, "If it were before, I would definitely not let them establish a gang territory. But now, the Mythical Guild is too powerful, with a total of 11 players with the ability to transform. And we only have a few here. Let's really fight. The one who is hurt must be our side." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes. It won't work if we don't fight. And it won't work if we let it go. But we still have to try. If we can stop them, that would be better. If we let them develop, I am afraid that in the future fantasy world, we will be myth. The Alliance will chase you to the ends of the earth." Several other presidents nodded and agreed very much with what Yi Feng said. If the people of the Mythical Alliance are allowed to stand up, their strength will definitely bring them greater harm. So they must stop them this time. Yi Feng said, "Instruct everyone to collect materials for siege equipment." "No problem. We collected some siege equipment materials before, but we didn't use them in the end," said the fanatic. President Yi Feng, "Given the current situation, I think we should expand our alliance." "Expanding the alliance? Do you mean to bring in the Perfect Guild?" Yi Feng asked. "Yes, that's right. The Perfect Guild is the 4th-ranked guild. I have seen how powerful their guild is before, so I think he is qualified to join us." The fanatic said, "Yes. President Lan Shi is right. President Melody is low-key and reliable. People in his guild have never had any negative news. In terms of reputation, the Perfect Guild is the best among the top 10 guilds. We have to admit this." The president of the Perfect Guild, Melody, had also come to find him before. Now that such a situation had arisen, it seemed that he had to find the president of Melody. Yi Feng directly found the call record of Melody and called it. However, this time the other party was actually on the call. Yi Feng had to give up and call again later, because just before Yi Feng dialed Melody, Shinawa's Juefeng had already contacted Melody. "President Melody, what are you thinking about? Joining our Mythical Guild Alliance will definitely allow you to get a gang territory token. As long as you agree to our encirclement and suppression, I can give you the Glory Alliance gang territory token with my bare hands." Melody said, "President Juefeng, I only learned about your strength today. It turns out that your Shenhua Guild has not been hiding in vain for a month. You can really endure it. Ha ha ha. A man can bend and stretch. As long as one day I can defeat the Glory Alliance, I will do it no matter how hard it is. I will grit my teeth and persevere." But Melody did not agree to Shinawa's pursuit of the wind. She said very tactfully, "President Juefeng, I know that your Shenhua Alliance is already very powerful, but I have already agreed to Chairman Yi Feng. I will wait until his defense of the city is over. Talk to me later. What are you talking about? About the gang territory tokens. Their Glory Alliance can provide the gang territory tokens. And my mythical guild can do the same. Melody said, I know that both of you presidents have the ability to provide gang tokens. But I promised President Yifeng first. So I have to listen to his opinions. Combining the two, I will have to think for a while before I can make a reply. Okay. I can wait for your reply. But I hope you make a smart choice. Our mythical alliance is your final choice. Thank you, President Yifeng, for reminding me. I will think about it carefully. Melody said. Chapter 362, Building a City Halfway Up the Mountain. Melody has already seen the call history that Yifeng sent him. But he didn't answer it. At that time, he was on the phone with Yifeng. Melody dialed Yifeng's phone number. President Yifeng. Why am I the most popular person now? A president is looking for me in this small guild. Yifeng said, It was Yifeng who was looking for you just now. Yes. That's right. He came to me. He wanted me to join their mythical alliance. And even promised me that as long as I help them destroy your pesticide alliance, he will give me a gang territory token. Yifeng said, Is it so easy to get a gang territory token? This time, he got this gang territory token because we didn't stop him. If there is a next time, it won't be so easy for them. What President Yifeng said is not unreasonable. But the conditions given by the other party are much better than the conditions you gave me. The other party promised to give me a gang territory token for free. And you need me to buy it with money. Who do you think I will agree to? Yifeng sneered and said, If their mythical guild wants to obtain the gang territory token, they must kill the Demon Marshal. However, this Demon Marshal is something that our Glory Alliance can stop. But our Glory Guild wants to get a piece of the gang territory token. Who can stop us? We can get it even if you want $10. Melody said, What you two are talking about now is a blank check. What I need is the gang territory token in front of me. If whoever gives me the gang territory token first, I will join their alliance. Yifeng said, No problem. I don't have a gang territory token yet. I will deliver it to you personally. But the Mythical Guild Alliance, their next gang territory token, will be in the year of the monkey, horse and moon. Okay. I believe in the Glory Alliance. And I also believe in you. I hope you won't let me down. After cutting off the call with Yifeng, Melody never thought that before. She was still a loner. But now she has become a powerful member of the Alliance. The plot turned too fast. She didn't have to spend a penny to gain access to the gang territory token. This kind of pie-in-the-sky thing is probably only this time. Yifeng told the other presidents about Melody. And the other presidents couldn't help but nodded. This was the only way at the moment. If the gang token is not given to him for free, Yifeng's Glory Alliance may have another powerful enemy. You know, in the Glory Alliance, the Glory Guild ranks third among the 3 major guilds in this alliance. Because they are just experts. There are many. And the backbone is really not comparable to others. The leader of the domineering guild said, President Yifeng, the backbone of your guild is really poor. If it continues like this, it may not be conducive to the growth of our alliance. We must become stronger. If you lack experience, we Baki Guild and Lanchi Pavilion can help you. Yifeng nodded. The backbone of his guild was indeed a little behind. The shortcoming of the Glory Guild had always been the beginning but the end. Even the arrival of the desert could not change the appearance of the Glory Guild. If you want to change the backbone of your guild, the only way is to spend money. Spend money, and spend more money. With the help of Chinha Langzigu, Liafeng, you issued a lot of contracts. And these contracts were just to sign their backbone. Members who do not sign a contract with Yifeng's Glory Guild can obtain the quota of elite members. As long as they obtain the quota of elite members, they will receive the top equipment provided by Yifeng and others for free. Although the best equipment at present is just the glory equipment on the battlefield between humans and demons, the difficulty of obtaining the glory value is indeed a trouble. Even though the glory human-demon battlefield has been open for nearly 2 months, there are still very few people who have obtained a complete set of glory junior sets. Even among the members of the domineering guild, no more than 10 people have achieved it. Since the members of the Glory Guild have more glory points than other guilds, there are dozens more people who can obtain the entire set of glory junior sets than other items. But these dozens of sets are far inferior to other elite members. There are thousands of people in their elite group, and Yifeng only has dozens of glory suits. If the two sides fight together, no matter how good your equipment is, they can kill you 2-on-1. Not to mention the equipment of their elite group members. Not much worse than the glory suit. During the past few days of training and contract signing, the territory of the Mythical Guild has begun to be constructed. After asking around, I finally found out the location of the Mythical Guild's territory. What's very strange is that the Mythical Guild worked hard and is still alive. Not far from Yi Feng's territory. As long as you use the naked eye, you can vaguely see their city, although it is about half an hour away. Because the territory of the Mythical Guild is built on a hillside, you can see it clearly. Damn it! The spiritual power of the Mythical Guild is actually built halfway up the mountain. How do you tell us to attack it? The fanatic said, somewhat depressed. At this moment, Yi Feng and several presidents were already standing not far from the Shinhua territory, watching the construction of their territory in full swing. Yi Feng frowned. How could he attack like this? A position like halfway up the mountain can be chased, and they were really impressed by their selection. However, such a location is also very rare. If you want to build a city halfway up the mountain, you must at least have a platform here. There happened to be a platform here that was discovered by Zhui Feng and the others, but it is extremely difficult to attack them. But Yi Feng is also curious about what the field projects will be like at that time. They all walk on the ground. Is it possible that they will fly in the sky this time? No matter what it looks like, it is already very difficult for them to attack the city. How is our siege machinery doing? During this period, Yi Feng was not only making siege equipment, but also siege equipment, because the three guilds continuously sent materials to Yi Feng, and Yi Feng did not want the Mythical Guild to establish a gang so easily. Yi Feng said, not many. A total of 40 units were built in 2 days, which is already the fastest. 40 units? Is the success rate so low? Yi Feng nodded and said, it's not bad. Even if you give us more materials, we can't build too many because only one of us has such ability. The other presidents nodded. If only one person has such ability, then building 40 units is already very good. The fanatic said, we should take a look and see where is the best position to place these siege equipment. Lan Shi shook her head and said, no matter which position it is, I think it is slanted. Because it is a slope. Yi Feng suddenly thought of a profession. One of the skills among archers is to make traps. Maybe you can use this trap to do something. Chapter 363 Siege. Yi Feng directly expressed his thoughts. Several other presidents suddenly became enlightened. Why did I forget that archers also have trap skills? If we dig a hole in the ground and level it for our siege equipment, wouldn't it be a lot easier? Yes. Only archers can destroy the terrain. Other professions cannot destroy the terrain. In the fantasy world, only traps made by archers can be kept permanently. Traps dug by other professions can only last for 1 minute at most before disappearing and being automatically repaired by the system. In this case, the three guild leaders summoned all the archers in the guild who had the ability to make traps. Since you want to build a city halfway up the mountain, we won't be polite. Under the orders of Yi Feng and other presidents, these archers with trap-making skills began to dig holes. I'll check with you later. The people in the Glory Alliance don't know what they're doing. Players are asked to point at Yi Feng and others, who are doing something on the outskirts of their gang's territory. The terrain here is not good. It would be very difficult for them to attack our city. I guess they are planning some conspiracy. President, why don't we go over and take a look? Zhui Feng said very confidently. No. They just can't attack our gang territory. Yes. With so many people from Yi Feng arriving outside the territory of the Mythical Guild, they would definitely be discovered easily. But Yi Feng and the others didn't care. Anyway, the siege battle was about to begin, and they couldn't come out. Players in the Glory Alliance, through the efforts of many players, finally found 40 positions that are very suitable for attacking, and worked together to dig 40 pits. When the mythical territory was built, the siege finally officially began. The Glory Alliance with Yi Feng has also been gathered. This time, almost all the individual players dare not come. They know that this time is a war between the two major alliances. They are simply cannon fodder here. It is better not to go. However, there are still a few major guilds that did not appear. For example, the Perfect Guild did not appear anywhere, and the Emperor's Disciples and the Jantian Guild also did not appear anywhere. The third guild is currently in a neutral state. They are not helping anyone. Without those undisciplined individual players, the entire battlefield looked exceptionally clean and tidy. Half an hour later, the siege battle finally began. It was exactly as Yi Feng expected. The first wave of wild monsters was completely different from them. They were flying in the sky. Let me go! This gang's territory is in a different place. It turns out that the wild areas where they attacked the city are also different. It's weird that they are actually flying. A large number of flying wild monsters rushed toward the mythical gang territory. But a brief, incongruous scene appeared here. That is, those flying monsters can only be killed outside the barrier. And only long-range professions can kill them. Melee professions can only pretend to be standing on the city wall. Their territory has completely ignored the capabilities of melee professions. It can be said that there are advantages and disadvantages. But this time, the Mythical Guild has purchased a large number of level 5 city defense equipment for this territory. I'm afraid they spent more money on the gang territory this time than any other guild. They have only one goal now, and they must successfully defend it. Otherwise their money will be wasted. Moreover, Xue Feng has already boasted in front of the board of directors that he will definitely defend this gang territory. Waves of wild monsters came up one after another, but they encountered some troubles. After all, they built the city halfway up the mountain. In addition to those that flew in the sky, most of them climbed on the ground, climbing from the hillside. The wild monsters that climb down require melee professions to attack. Therefore, their combat power will be more spread out, and they will be able to defend the city for a longer period of time. Until the 8th, 9th, and 10th waves, their territory was built halfway up the mountain. The disadvantages of this location became apparent. It was not easy to defend against the attacks of these wild monsters, especially those in the air. Especially among the 10 big bosses in the last wave. 7 are flying bosses. Fortunately, they purchased a lot of level 5 city defense equipment. Otherwise, if they attacked the bosses flying in the sky, they might be able to tear down half of the cultural guild's territory. The last boss of the expected nutrition, the giant dragon, appeared and also shattered a wall in their guild territory. There was no barrier, and one side of the wall was broken. There were 40 on Yifeng's side, and the siege equipment was ready. At the moment when the dragon retreated, he launched an attack directly. Your city wall has 4 sides, and is equipped with a lot of defensive equipment. But my 40 siege equipment are also intact. In addition, it is quite easy for Yifeng and the others to destroy their offensive and defensive equipment during their raid. After all, they can buy more. There are only about 10 pieces of defensive equipment. Once their defensive equipment was shattered, Yifeng and the others launched a general attack. However, because it was a city halfway up a mountain, Yifeng and the others were completely exposed to their sight. President Yifeng Dong commanded his guild members and began to attack. Of course, as Yifeng's main force, they could not attack from the beginning, because Yifeng did not know where the opponent's main force was. So Yifeng and some of the guild leaders thought about it, and they chose the same pattern as Xuefeng before, who chose to attack the domineering guild territory. There are people in front and people behind. However, Xuefeng had 10 subordinates with the ability to transform, so he scattered the 10 people in 4 directions. Yifeng and the others came to a location with the fewest people. Demonization. The holy light is coming. The wild bear transforms into a beast. The 3 men with the ability to transform immediately pounced on them, especially Yifeng, who flew directly to their city wall. The 2 sides started a fierce battle, but Yifeng and others were well prepared, and the 3 of them occupied the city wall in just an instant. At the same time, the Mythical Alliance also received the message that the main force of the Glory Alliance was here, and almost their main force also ran to this side. When Yifeng and the others had just occupied a city wall, Xuefeng and the others finally arrived and directly confronted Yifeng and others. Ha ha ha. I finally waited for you. Then let us see. Who is better? Your Glory Alliance, or our Mythical Alliance? Xuefeng and other 11 people surrounded Yifeng and 3 others. But just as they were surrounding Yifeng and 3 others, emergency battle reports appeared in other directions. Because Chu Tianai and others are attacking from other directions, the people of the Mythical Alliance really cannot withstand their attacks. Xuefeng gritted his teeth and said, "You 3 go over there." Yifeng sneered, "If you want to leave, there's no way." He was directly entangled by Yifeng and couldn't escape from the battle. Xuefeng said angrily, "Then kill the 3 of them first." Chapter 364 Siege 2. Xuefeng was completely angry. Chu Tianya's side was too terrifying. Their people all had hidden professions and were extremely powerful. He had learned this a long time ago. But his side was completely restrained by Yifeng. If I were to describe Chai Feng's current mood, it would definitely be as angry as a volcano erupting. But even if he was about to explode, there was nothing he could do, because Yifeng and the other 2 had restrained them all. It's not that the 3 of Yifeng and the others were so powerful, but that Yifeng and the others could take advantage of each other's gaps and keep them from fighting. But Jue Feng was completely different. He was out of combat in just an instant, because there were two players with transformation skills in front of him, blocking Yi Feng from entangling him. Yi Feng immediately said in the gang channel, "Jue Feng is going to your side. Be careful." Chu Tianai said, "Don't worry. I'm going to give him a big gift." Big gift? What is it? Secret? Although Yi Feng didn't know what kind of gift it was definitely aimed at Jue Feng. Soon Jue Feng came to Chu Tianai and saw the broken city wall. Jue Feng's heart was bleeding. The originally infallible city was actually broken by them one by one. As for how it was defeated, of course, it was because all the main forces of the mythical guild went to stop Yi Feng and the others, which allowed others to take advantage of the loophole. Originally, Yi Chuifeng thought Yi Feng would attack them one after another, but what they didn't expect was that they would attack from three sides. The first thing Jue Feng did when he came was to stand directly in front of all the players, blocking the attacks of Chu Tianai and others, blasting them away, and stopping their steps. Chu Tianai shouted, "Jue Feng has come just in time. I want to give you a big gift. Golden Arhat." In front of Jue Feng, the original Chu Tianai turned into a golden Arhat, which shocked Jue Feng. Chu Tianai, who had turned into a golden Arhat, had a terrifyingly high defense, and his attacks were even more terrifying. All the attacks hitting Chu Tianai were like hitting steel, making a clanging sound. The president is not good. He is immune to all damage. Jue Feng looked at Chu Tian in horror, not expecting that Chu Tian had such skills. Chu Tianai rushed towards Jue Feng and punched where Jue Feng was standing. Jue Feng jumped away suddenly, and a big hole was made directly where he was standing. Hiss! What kind of attack is this? The art of darkness. It's a pity that its dark technique hit Chu Tianai, and the word immunity appeared directly on Chu Tianai. What? How can you ask others to fight you? This is simply invincible. But Chu Tianai would not wait for Jue Feng. He thought of a way to deal with himself and rushed forward again. It was also the first time for others to see Chu Tianai use such a skill. But Chu Tianai rushed forward. How could the others stay behind? How could a master like Hou Yi miss such a good opportunity to attack Jue Feng? Hou Yi's bow and arrow were directly nailed to Jue Feng's body as if they had eyes. Not only that, another bone-chilling bow and arrow also landed on Jue Feng's body, directly hitting a piece of frost. This man was exactly cold misty rain. Yin Yu said coldly, "You heard Zissou, right?" After being attacked by someone, nearly half of his health was knocked out. Jue Feng shouted, "I don't know what you are talking about. If you want to fight, hit me. Unless you kill me. You said you can't get close to the energy tower." Yin Yu opened her bow again, and a streak of frost rose up, directly rendering Yin Yu's bow white. "Call out." Boom! Jue Feng punched and shattered the bow and arrow in front of him, and his hands turned to ice. Chu Tianai slapped his fists, and a sound like copper and iron came out. Go to H.L. Chu Tianai's attack was so powerful that even Jue Feng's transformation skill couldn't resist it. Of course, if it was one-on-one, Jue Feng might still be able to withstand it. After all, a group of people were attacking Jue Feng alone. The moment Jue Feng landed, a dagger appeared on Jue Feng's neck. The figure Ying appeared behind Jue Feng and said coldly, "Death." The dagger sliced across Jue Feng's throat mercilessly, and a fatal wound shot out directly. "Ah!" He let out a scream and fell to the ground dead. Jue Feng was unable to stop them after his death. And Chu Tianai, known as the Golden Arhat, directly repelled all the players in front of him. The most surprising thing about this siege battle was that Chu Tianai actually had the skill of a Golden Arhat, which was equivalent to a transformation skill. At the moment Jue Feng died, Jue Feng shouted in the gang, "Quickly come to my side. 5 people, and leave Yi Feng and the others alone." When the 10 people with transformation skills saw Jue Feng, Yi Feng couldn't keep them at all. They seemed to have received some instructions, and ran away regardless of the damage. With 5 people leaving at once this time, Chu Tianai might be in trouble. Chu Tianai's side was almost pushed to the side of the energy tower. Jue Feng looked at the time of his resurrection and said eagerly, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Revive me quickly!" When Chu Tianai and others came to the energy tower, 5 figures fell from the sky and blocked Chu Tianai and others. Jue Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Otherwise they would really be doomed. Looking at the limited time to defend the city, Jue Feng thought to himself, "We must defend it." On Yi Feng's side, because 5 of the 10 people have left, the 3 of them can finally open up their fists. The darkness falling technique is far different from Yi Feng's demonizing ability. Otherwise, why couldn't Jue Feng defeat Yi Feng before? What's more, after Yi Feng obtained the main artifact, Yi Feng's abilities became even more powerful. The 5 people on the opposite side obviously felt the pressure, but they knew that as long as they held on for the next few minutes, they would win this siege. At this time, Jue Feng was finally resurrected. The first time she was resurrected was not with the energy bombs, but with heading to Yi Feng's side. As long as I hold back Yi Feng and the others' energy, there will be absolutely no problem here, because those 5 people Jue Feng are very confident. Yi Feng frowned when he saw Jue Feng approaching. Why is this guy here? He obviously wants to block them. It seems that Chu Tianai can't attack from there. Chu Tianai, how are you doing there? President, there are 5 of them coming. I can't stop them by myself. I'm afraid I won't be able to destroy the energy tower. However, Ho Yi, who never participated in the conversation, said, protect me, and I will destroy the tower. Chu Tianai didn't ask anything and said directly, no problem. I'll cover you. Ho Yi, who was hiding behind Chu Tianai, directly drew his bow and said silently, bow of chasing the sun. Shoot! Call out. A flaming arrow flew towards the energy tower, directly hitting the energy tower with a bang. Ding! System prompt, our energy tower is under attack. Requesting support. After Jue Feng heard this system prompt, he suddenly panicked. Could it be that his own people couldn't stop them? Chapter 365 Devoured by the Demon God. Jue Feng was so anxious. What's going on? They couldn't hold on. Jue Feng couldn't stay here any longer. He wanted to return to the energy tower as soon as possible. Yi Feng saw that Jue Feng wanted to leave and wanted to stop him. Boom! It was directly bounced away. Yi Feng's attack just now seemed to hit a spring. Not only was Yi Feng bounced away, but Yi Feng's skills also bounced back to him. What the hell is this? It can actually rebound. I have so many skills. How can you understand them all? Escaped from Yi Feng's pursuit, Jue Feng ran directly towards the energy tower. When Shufeng came to the energy tower again, he saw Ho Yi constantly attacking the energy field, which could make his blood volume gradually decrease. And the speed of descent is not very slow, which shows how powerful Ho Yi's attack is. Don't even think about destroying my territory. Guard it for me. With the addition of my Jue Feng, your salary will not be so accurate. After all, Jue Feng can block Ho Yi's bow and arrow directly, and cannot hit the energy tower. 1 minute and 1 second have passed, and the time to defend the city is about to end. But the energy field of the mythical guild, the territory, and the health are running out. Jue Feng stood in front of the energy tower. No one could get close to the energy. Moreover, more and more people from the mythical alliance came to the energy tower. Their final goal was to guard the energy tower because time was coming. However, at this time, Yi Feng and others were also approaching the energy tower. Looking at the energy tower with low health, Yi Feng and others launched the final sprint. However, at this moment, Jue Feng laughed. Ha ha ha. You actually want to stop me from establishing a gang territory. You actually want to destroy my energy tower. I will make you pay the price. President Jue Feng, I can also speak big words. But this time you can't keep your energy tower. Go, said the madman. A large group of people rushed forward and could definitely break through the energy tower in just a few seconds. Seeing an evil smile on Jue Feng's lips, Yi Feng's heart sank. As if something was wrong, Yi Feng quickly shouted in the alliance, back off. Everyone. There's a problem. The people of the Xinhua Guild immediately began to retreat, because no one would not listen to Yi Feng's words to retreat. But the people of other guilds were different. Their president did not say retreat, so they would not retreat. Seeing the people from the Xinhua Guild retreating, Jue Feng said coldly, want to retreat? It's too late. Demon. God. Swallow. Devour. Behind Jue Feng, a huge shadow tore open the void behind Jue Feng, revealing a huge mouth. The terrifying big mouth opened and emitted a powerful attraction. The people from the Glory Alliance, who were closest to it, were directly sucked in. The next person sucked in dies immediately. And more people are being sucked in. Even Yi Feng and others are no exception. Seeing a large number of people flying into the sky and falling into the huge mouth, Yi Feng knew that this was Jue Feng's last trump card. But Yi Feng couldn't resist the attraction. His whole body was being pulled continuously, and deep marks were dug out on the ground. Boss! A voice came from beside Yi Feng and flew directly to the huge mouth. It was Xiao He. Unexpectedly, This guy came in, and was sucked directly in and died. Not only Xiao He, but also everyone else was sucked in. Yi Feng couldn't stop his feet, and walked towards the huge mouth step by step. Golden body. Yi Feng shouted. Once the golden body comes out, Yi Feng cannot move, attack the opponent, or cause any damage to Yi Feng. But the duration is only 3 seconds. Seeing everyone around him flying towards the giant mouth, he also said that he understood that they had lost the siege battle. He didn't expect that Zhui Feng had such a special ability. 3 seconds later, Yi Feng was still being pulled by that terrifying attraction. Just when Yi Feng thought he was being sucked, the huge attraction in his huge mouth suddenly stopped. The players who were still flying in the air suddenly hit the ground one by one, like human bombs. Yi Feng thought his chance had come, but a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Shenhua. The guild successfully defended its territory. The next moment, Yi Feng and other players from the Glory Guild all teleported out of the mythical territory, appearing on the periphery of the myth. They did not expect that this time, they would be caught off guard by Zhui Feng at the last moment. However, Zhui Feng could be said to be very excited at this time, and he had successfully defended it. If he did not have this devouring skill, I am afraid that their mythical realm would be shattered again today. Ding! System prompt. Because you used the demon devouring skill, your level has been reduced by 10 levels, and your current level is level 42. Zhui Feng smiled bitterly. That's why he didn't dare to use this skill casually. If he used it once, his level would be reduced by 10 levels. It took him more than a month to upgrade from level 42 to level 52. It can be said that after using this skill, it will take more than a month for him to upgrade to level 52. By that time, almost all players will have reached level 52. Already reached level 60. Although the price was a bit heavy, they had defended the gang's territory. As long as the gang fought against him, the loss would be completely negligible. Finally, he sat down on the ground and gasped loudly, I've got it! I've finally got it! The members of the mythical guild jumped up with joy one by one. They didn't expect that their president had such magical skills. He was simply a hero. Turning the tide? Of course. As a player in the Glory Alliance, I am definitely quite depressed. It was obvious that they could smash the mythical guild's territory and energy tower into pieces if given them. Unfortunately, they never thought that Zhui Feng would have such a terrifying skill. Damn. This skill is too perverted. How can I fight like this? If next time, they attack our city and suck us away, wouldn't it be over? For the first time, Xiao He felt that this game was a bit perverted. Yi Feng also nodded. Such a skill is too terrifying. Even Yi Feng cannot achieve this kind of relic. The skill for instant killing is Lian Chuti and I. It is also an instant kill with one move. As long as it falls into that big mouth, it will be announced. His death. Demo said with a gloomy face. Guild President. Don't worry. I just received a report from 007. After Zhui Feng used the skill just now, it dropped 10 levels in a row. That means that every time this skill is used, it will drop 10 levels. The fanatic breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm scared to death. If this is true and can be used infinitely, this game will really be useless. Yi Feng and Lan Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. If this was the case, then Zhui Feng would not dare to use this skill casually. This time it is level 42. So next time it will be level 32 or 22. Then it will be much easier to kill Zhui Feng. Chapter 366 Tug of War. As soon as the Shenhua Guild successfully defended its territory, Zhui Feng directly asked the board of directors for credit. Of course, after successfully defending the territory, the subsequent costs will be less than 1/10 of the cost of defending the city. So the board of directors is of course happy. Moreover, after the gang territory is established, they will obtain more effective benefits. So Zhui Feng is more meaningful in the hearts of those board of directors than the original Aotian. Because Aotian couldn't do it, Zhui Feng did it. Therefore, the board of directors has given more power to Zhui Feng, so that Zhui Feng can better utilize his abilities in the game. At this moment, all the guild leaders of the Glory Alliance were gathered together for a meeting. Of course, in addition to the 3 guild presidents, there are also presidents of other small guilds, totaling up to 10. Yi Feng said, Guild President, we were careless in attacking the city this time. We could have won 100% of the mythical territory, but today we lost. President Yi Feng, you can't blame us entirely this time. If you are, blame Zhui Feng for being too insidious and having such terrifying skills. The Mammon said, You really can't blame me this time. If you do, blame me, Jue Feng. I don't know where he got such a terrifying skill. Fortunately, this skill does more damage, so he shouldn't dare to use it casually. Yi Feng said, that's not the main problem I'm talking about. What is that? One president asked. Yi Feng said, the first alliance they established, the gang territory, will be the second gang territory. So in 5 days, when the demon clan members are refreshed, there will probably be another war. We must. The gang token is in your hands, or you can't let them kill it. Lan Shi nodded and said, yes. If we want to develop the mythical alliance, we cannot let them obtain the gang territory token again. So the battlefield between humans and demons will be our must-win place in the future. But what are we going to do? It's very simple. Either we kill the demon marshal, or we protect the demon marshal. I can understand the demon killing fortress. After all, we are in the human camp. But what you said about the protective film is martial. I don't quite understand this. Not only did the president who asked the question not understand, but others did not understand either. Yi Feng said, there are people in the mythical alliance who have given feedback. And there are also demon gangs. The reason why they were able to kill the demon marshal was because the human gang took action. But President Yi Feng, here we are the only 2 guilds that are from the demon camp. And the combined number of our 2 guilds is only over 10,000, which is far behind the other guilds. Yi Feng said, don't worry. 2 presidents. The alliance cannot attack you in the demon camp. All you have to do is make trouble. This is easy to handle. No one knows how to cause trouble. Anyway, we are already hostile to them. We will do it when we meet. Yes, that's the truth. The most important thing is to rely on us players in the human camp. As long as they dare to attack, we dare to harass them on the flanks. Either no one can get help, leading brands, or only our mythical guild can get it. Yi Feng said again, I will provide each gang in our alliance with a gang territory token. Of course, the premise is that we must sign a contract. The other guild leaders, who had not yet acquired a territory, were already wide-eyed. They could not believe what they heard. Yi Feng actually said that he would give them guild territory tokens. The madman and Lan Shi on the side shook their heads with a wry smile. Their luck was really bad. They all bought it with money. But even if you buy it, you can get the gang territory so early when you meet them. In addition, the mythical guild is already the 4th gang territory. But it may be difficult for a 5th gang territory to appear. Unless Yi Feng kills the human marshal again. It is just a demon marshal. And it may be difficult for the 5th gang territory to appear. A gang territory. With everyone's expectations, the demon marshal finally refreshed 5 days later. The moment the demon marshal refreshed, the mythical alliance had already taken action. And their movements were directly passed to the Glory Alliance by 007. The Glory Alliance had already been prepared. And as soon as they took action, the Glory Alliance also launched an attack. If you want to get the guild territory token, you mythical alliance don't even have to think about it, said the madman standing in front of the demon camp. Shui Feng said, ha. Even your Long Yao alliance dares to come to our demon camp. This is asking for death. Shui Feng, you mythical alliance can give it a try. The 2 sides started a tug-of-war directly in front of the demon camp. And this tug-of-war continued. As time passed day by day, the people of the mythical alliance began to become anxious. Especially the players on the side of the demon camp actually hindered their actions. The demon players who hindered their actions were members of the Glory Alliance. A week has passed since the beginning of the Glory Alliance, and we still haven't broken through the gate of the demon camp. Shui Feng said with a gloomy face. Shi Tian said, is there any other way? President Shui Feng, to get this gang token? Shui Feng said, no. Our only way is to kill the demon marshal. Now it seems that this is a tug of war. It is impossible to easily obtain the gang territory token. Although others are aware of the tug-of-war between the Glory Alliance and the Mythical Alliance, this tug-of-war seems to be somewhat meaningless. The tug-of-war will cause them to have financial problems in the war. Over time, funds will be insufficient. Once funds are insufficient, problems may arise on the gang director's side. Unlike the Mythical Guild, they have a gang territory and can make money while fighting. The money they use is entirely their own. Looking at the side of the Glory Alliance, except for those small guilds, other guilds have already established gang territories, especially the Glory Guild. Their position is good and they make the most money. So this kind of garbage war is not suitable for them at all. Can't hurt muscles and bones. How about we stop the current tug of war? Manny said. Shui Feng frowned and said, "Stop?" Chi Tian also nodded and said, "Yes. I also think this pointless fighting should stop." For a moment, the entire mythical alliance fell into silence. In Yifeng's studio, Xiaohei patted himself on the shoulder and said, "Oh, I'm exhausted. Are you tired of beating them like this all day long? Why don't you give up?" Even the physically strong arrogant brother said a little tiredly, "This is the most tiring battle I have ever fought. It's too scary. How long will they continue to hold on?" Yifeng patted Xiaohei, an arrogant brother, on the shoulder and said, "According to the 007 report, they seem to be making plans and are not planning to attack again. It seems they are tired too. Damn it. I won't watch it if they don't stop." Chu Tianai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. I can't hold it any longer. This battle is really tiring. It's the first time I feel that playing a game can be so tiring." Yifeng looked at the people in the studio with tired faces. He said with some distress, "As long as the opponent stops attacking, I will give everyone a holiday so that everyone can have a good rest." Xiaohei said weakly, "Yeah, I'm so tired. I'm going to get a massage." At this time, a voice came from Yifeng's ear, and Yifeng immediately said, "Okay. It's decided. I have something to do, and I'll go out first." Chapter 367 Alliance of Immortal Cultivators. Yifeng said something was wrong, and Yan Yu looked straight at Yifeng. He slowly stood up and followed Yifeng. Yifeng stopped, looked back at Yan Yu and said, "It's nothing. Why are you following me out? There's Ying. I know you're by my side. You guys go back quickly." Sure enough, behind Yan Yu, Ying's figure slowly emerged. "Is that Wu Tian looking for you?" Yan Yu asked. Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. That's him. I just want to talk to him about something. So you don't have to come and nothing will happen. Hug me," Yan Yu said suddenly. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Yan Yu suddenly said this. But Yifeng still hugged Yan Yu very obediently. "What's wrong?" "It's okay. I just feel like it will take a while for you to come back after you go out. If you see Zissou, tell her that we miss her very much and hope she comes back soon." Yifeng didn't understand at all. Before he even talked to Wu Tian, Yan Yu was sure that he needed to go out for a while. Seeing the disbelief on Yifeng's face, Yan Yu said, "A woman's intuition is always very accurate. Otherwise it might not have been Zissou who was hit by the arrow. But you?" Yifeng lifted Yan Yu's face and kissed her gently. On the side, Ying turned around and did not disturb Yan Yu and Yifeng. "Just a kiss." Yifeng raised his head and said, "Don't worry. I will be back soon. You are here to protect everyone." Yifeng said, "Ying, you don't have to follow me anymore. I'll be fine." Ying said calmly, "I told you. I will protect you." Yifeng could never stand up to Ying's temper, so he could only turn to Yan Yu with his eyes. Yan Yu said, "Go ahead. Ying won't follow you." Yifeng let go of Yan Yu and said, "You all go back. If I really am not here these days, the Glory Guild will trouble you. Well, you go ahead. Don't worry. We will take care of the Glory Guild." Yifeng waved his hand and walked directly to the location designated by the voice in his ear. This is a garden. The only garden in Xiaoye's community. In a pavilion in the garden, a very unseemly person came and was sitting in the pavilion. That person was Wu Tian. Yifeng walked into the pavilion and said, "It took you so long to come to me. I thought you had forgotten me." Wu Tian said helplessly, "Before, you were in the game and had a fierce battle with the Mythical Alliance. I just wanted to find you. But there was no way I could let you leave the Alliance and come to me. The only thing you have to do now is just play this game thoroughly." "Then why did you come to me today?" Wu Tian pointed to the sky and said, "Follow me." "Where to?" "Go see your little girlfriend." "Okay. When will we set off?" Wu Tian said, "Now. Go and explain some things to the members of your studio. And then we'll leave." Yifeng shook his head and said, "No. Let's go. They can do it." "You sure?" Yifeng said with a smile, "My people. I believe in them. Ask him tomorrow and say, 'Not bad. Let's go.'" As he spoke, he grabbed Yifeng's shoulders directly. He seemed to be making gestures with his hands. And what formula was he silently reciting in his mouth? Yifeng only felt the world spinning, waiting for a moment to regain his vision. They actually appeared in a forest. And it was a primitive forest. "Let me go!" "You changed too quickly. What kind of place is this?" Wu Tian secretly thought, "You envy me now. But who knows? You will be the one we admire in the future." Wu Tian said, "You should know that we have an alliance." Yi Feng nodded and said, Elder Chen who rescued Zisu last time should be a member of the alliance you call him. Yes, it is one of the elders in our alliance. Let's talk as we walk. As Wu Tian walked with Yi Feng, he walked directly into the depths of the forest. The name of our alliance is... Yi Feng finally knew what kind of organization Wu Tian and the others were. Their organization is called the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. It sounds a lot like some characters that only exist in novels. But they actually exist in reality. All the people in their Immortal Cultivation Alliance have the ability to fly into the sky and escape from the earth just like Wu Tian. However, the number of people in this Immortal Cultivation Alliance is very small. Only 15 people so far. Wu Tian was the one with the lowest qualifications. So he was sent to the city for training. Wu Tian was also asked to come out to find their king. Of course, Wu Tian did not tell Yi Feng that he was the king the Immortal Cultivator Alliance was looking for. In the Alliance of Cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation level is their Great Elder. The Great Elder's cultivation is unfathomable. According to Wu Tian's 6 levels of cultivation: Qi Training, Foundation Building, Consecration, Bigu, Golden Elixir, and Yuaning. The Great Elder should have reached the Yuaning realm. But it's not that no one knows. Because the Great Elder hasn't taken action in 100 years. Yi Feng asked, Then what level are you? Wu Tian said, I have just entered the realm of consecration. Otherwise, I would not even be able to use teleportation. This is the realm that the Great Elder forcibly promoted for me. Otherwise, with my qualifications, I can reach the peak of foundation building at most. Yi Feng said with some surprise, No way. You are so powerful, and you have only reached the 3rd level. I thought you were already at the 4th or 5th level. Wu Tian rolled his eyes. And Yi Feng said, You really think that the level of cultivating immortals is just for fun? In this life, you can only be in the early stage of consecration. And you will never make progress. But I am already very satisfied. Yi Feng asked excitedly, What about me? What realm do I belong to? Wu Tian explained, Everyone who plays the fantasy world is only in the Qi refining stage. Some are high, some are low. And the highest one is you. But you are in the middle stage of Qi refining. Ah, I'm only in the middle stage of Qi training. How many levels are there in a realm? 4. So I still have to give birth to 2 more ranks before I can reach the foundation building stage? Of course. Otherwise you think it is so easy to cultivate immortality. But it is not so easy to improve to a small realm. Yi Feng nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't have much contact with it. Based on what Wu Tian and others said, this alliance of cultivating immortals should be the most capable alliance in China. Yi Feng asked again, Is there such an alliance abroad? Wu Tian said with certainty, Yong and I have seen that their alliance is called the Alliance of Superpowers. But their number is several times that of ours. There are many people with superpowers. But their superpowers, most of them, are only in the foundation building period. Although there are very few people in our alliance. The people in our alliance are not afraid of them at all. Our alliance is so powerful. Wu Tian said proudly, That's right. Chapter 368 Alliance of Immortal Cultivators 2. After Wu Tian walked with Yi Feng for about half an hour, Wu Tian stopped because a waterfall and river appeared in front of him. Yi Feng said, There is no road ahead. How should we go? Wu Tian said, This is our destination. What? This is our destination. But I didn't see anything except the waterfall in front of me. Wu Tian smiled mysteriously, stepped closer to the waterfall, and said, Follow me. Wu Tian jumped, crossed the waterfall, flew into the waterfall, and disappeared. What? Isn't this the water curtain cave belonging to Monkey King Sun Wukong in Huagua Mountain? Does this place really exist? Yi Feng was very confused. Could such a place really exist? And Wu Tian disappeared into the waterfall. While Yi Feng was still hesitating, a voice came from the waterfall. Why don't you jump over here? Don't you want to see that gorilla? Yi Feng no longer hesitated and jumped into the waterfall. What Yi Feng didn't expect was that he was not hit by the waterfall and fell into the river as he imagined. It was as if he passed through a plastic bag and appeared in another place very easily. But the scene here is not what Yi Feng thought. It is not a real water curtain cave. There are no monkeys. No Monkey King's throne. And no so-called cave. This is a place. Like a paradise. Beside Yi Feng, Wu Tian stood there quietly. Hey. The environment here is better. Look at how beautiful the sunset is. Yi Feng fell in love with the sunset. It was indeed beautiful. Under the sunset, in a large field, several old uncles were planting rice. Now this season happens to be the season for planting rice. Such a picture reminds me of my hometown and my childhood. It does look very comfortable and beautiful here. This should be the life that people yearn for. Yifeng asked, is this the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators? Of course. Our location is the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators. Don't you think it's incredible? Yifeng nodded and said, it is indeed incredible. But there is such a scene on the other side of the waterfall. This place should be two different places from the outside world. Wu Tian nodded and explained, it is indeed different. Here and outside belong to the same two spaces. Of course. Without our permission, others cannot enter here. Yifeng seemed to understand something. This should be the space created by the legendary masters themselves. But these are all imaginary and not true. But now when it was actually placed in front of Yifeng, Yifeng was still greatly surprised. Then those old uncles who are planting rice. Aren't they the elders of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? In addition to practicing, the elders also do farm work to cultivate their moral character. Only in this way can they improve their cultivation. Although Yifeng didn't understand the so-called cultivation, he still felt very strange when he heard this method. Shouldn't cultivation involve meditating all day long? Why can working improve one's cultivation? Wu Tian said, let's go. I will take you to see our great elder. Is he the most powerful elder in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Wu Tian nodded and said, yes. It's him. But you don't have to be afraid. The great elder is kind, and not serious at all. Just rest assured. In Yifeng's heart, Wu Tian is already very powerful. This great elder is several levels higher than Wu Tian. He doesn't know how powerful he is. Facing such a person, it would be a lie if he didn't say he was nervous. Yifeng nodded and followed Wu Tian. The two walked on the country road together, passing several elders who were planting rice. Hey, isn't this Xiao Wu? Why are you back today? This kid can't be the Yifeng you mentioned. An elder who was planting rice straightened up and said. Wu Tian said respectfully, Elder Lu, your skills have improved a lot. Yifeng has seen Elder Lu. Yifeng said respectfully, I have met Elder Lu. An elder was holding seedlings in his hands and said nonchalantly, we are all our own people. So don't be so outspoken. Come here to meet the great elder for the first time. Wu Tian said, well, I'm just here to take her to see the great elder. Elder Lu, you can plant it slowly. I will leave first. Go on. Go on. I haven't even finished my task today. Elder Lu waved his hand and began to plant the rice in his hands again. Wu Tian smiled and said to Yifeng, the elders of our Immortal Cultivator Alliance are all very easy to talk to and have no airs. Yifeng also noticed that none of the elders passing by smiled at others. After walking a long country road, several straw huts appeared in front of Yifeng. Although it looks very simple, it is also very warm. But in the center of several thatched houses, there is a relatively solemn palace. It's not right to say that it's a palace. It's very small, and should look like an ancestral hall or a temple. These thatched houses are the residences of the great elders and some elders. The pond in the middle is our Alliance of Immortal Cultivators. We only worship on important days, and our ancestors are enshrined in them. Ancestor? Who is it? He is the founder of our first generation Immortal Cultivator Alliance. More than 3,000 years ago. More than 3,000 years ago? We have known our alliance for a long time. But outsiders know very little about it. Yifeng nodded. This was the first time he heard of such an alliance. Let alone other people. The great elder should be in his room. Wu Tian took Yifeng to a thatched house. Outside the thatched house, an old man was using the sun to dry something. Wu Tian said respectfully, Great elder, I brought Yifeng. The great elder then raised his head, stopped what he was doing, looked at Wu Tian and Yifeng and said with a smile, You are finally here. Come in and drink some tea. This is the tea I just made today. I haven't even had a chance to taste it yet. It turned out that the great elder was drying the tea leaves he made. No wonder Yifeng thought he looked familiar. It turned out to be tea leaves. Wu Tian said to Yifeng, Let's go in. Yifeng said a little awkwardly, Why don't you come in with the great elder? No. I told you. He is very kind. But if you salute him, he will be unhappy. Yifeng was a little helpless. Although there are such people, they are probably very rare in today's society. In today's society, if you don't salute some seniors, I'm afraid you will be considered very rude, and your life may not be easy in the future. Chapter 369 Human World. But this was the first time Yifeng saw the great elder. So Yifeng still said it very politely. Yifeng has met the great elder. The great elder said with a smile, Go in. I'll be right away. Wu Tian pulled Yifeng and said, Let's go! Yi Feng nodded and walked into the thatched house with Wu Tian. The thatched house was also very simple. An ordinary 8 immortals table, with a tray of cups and a teapot on the table, and the word Jingxin hanging on the wall. An incense burner slowly stretched out its cigarettes. And its roof was even simpler, with nothing but a bed. It's really incredible that there are still people living in such a humble way. Yi Feng asked softly, if you were allowed to live here, would you feel bored? Wu Tian said with an indifferent expression, it's okay. I've lived here for nearly 20 years. I just need to get used to it. Yi Feng was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Wu Tian had lived here for nearly 20 years. What kind of patience does it take for a person to live in this environment for 20 years? There should be no electricity, no running water, no so-called entertainment items, let alone computers and mobile phones. This is a primitive society. After a while, the elder came in, with a small bowl of tea and a small stove in his hand. Sitting in front of Yi Feng and Wu Tian, he started to light the fire and lit it slowly. Slowly the fire grew stronger, and the water boiled. It actually took nearly half an hour to make a pot of tea, which was very slow. The three of them didn't have any communication during this period. They just sat quietly like this. If there is an impatient person, I'm afraid he won't be able to bear this kind of loneliness. Finally, the tea boiled, and the elder placed a small cup of tea in front of Wu Tian and Yi Feng. Are you not used to it? You think it takes too long? Yi Feng shook his head and said, I'm not in the habit of drinking tea, so I don't know how long it takes to make tea. Uh-huh. That's right. Who among the young people likes to drink tea? That means we old people. Come and have a drink. Our tea is pretty good. Yi Feng didn't dare to move, because neither the great elder nor Wu Tian moved. Wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable if he drank first? Seeing that Yi Feng didn't dare to move, Wu Tian said, just drink it when the elder tells you to drink it. This is good stuff. Good thing. Isn't it just a cup of tea? How good can it be? Yi Feng said respectfully, thank you very much, great elder. I'll try the great elder's tea-making skills first. The great elder touched his beard and laughed, ha ha. Old man, I have been making tea for many years, so my skills should be pretty good. Yi Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. With this small sip, Yi Feng seemed to taste a different flavor, but he couldn't tell what it was. Yi Feng simply drank up the tea in the cup in one gulp, and then tasted it carefully. After tasting it carefully, Yi Feng felt very surprised. Why? There are so many flavors in one tea. Shouldn't the tea be bitter? Or sweet? Yi Feng raised his head in disbelief, looked at the elder, and asked with disbelief, why does your tea have so many flavors? The great elder actually gave out a confused smile and said, my tea should be bitter. Occasionally, it will taste sweet, which is bitter yet sweet. Yi Feng frowned and said, is there something wrong with my sense of taste? Why? I drank sour, spicy, salty, sweet and sour. But the great elder laughed and said, there's nothing wrong with your sense of taste. But didn't you say that your tea is only bitter and sweet? The elder smiled and said, that's because you must have experienced the ups and downs, the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the world of mortals. So you can drink a variety of flavors. If it is Xiao Wu, maybe what he drinks is sweet. Yi Feng looked at Wu Tian in disbelief. Yesterday, he drank all the tea in the cup in front of Yi Feng. He said with a satisfied look, it's sweet. It's indeed sweet. It's different from what I drank before. Why is this? Great elder? The great elder said, the name of my tea is Human World. If you drink this tea without any taste, then you will be separated from the world. Wu Tian said with some disappointment, great elder. So I still haven't met your requirements. The great elder shook his head and said, my request is actually so easy to achieve. Just look at how many people in this kind of village can achieve this level. Wu Tian did not speak, although other elders also liked to drink the tea made by the elder. Wu Tian had long known that this tea would always have a taste in their mouths. But Yi Feng didn't understand why Wu Tian only had 1 flavor. But he had 5 flavors. Great elder. Why do I have 5 flavors? Does it mean that my heart is not close enough? Or maybe I have too many distracting thoughts. However, the great elder did not deny Yi Feng. Instead, he praised, I have only seen 2 people who can drink 5 flavors. Yi Feng asked eagerly, which 2 people? One is our ancestor, and the other is you. Yi Feng was very puzzled. Didn't the great elder just say that if you want to escape from the ordinary world, you should drink tasteless tea? The founder of the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators must have escaped from the ordinary world. But why can he drink the same taste as himself? Where's the tea? Is the Great Elder deceiving himself? The Great Elder looked at Yifeng with an unconfident expression on his face, and said patiently, understanding the sufferings of the world is the true supreme way. Only when you drink tasteless tea from this cup can you truly understand. What is the suffering of the world? Wu Tian on the side seemed to know something, and said quickly, did the Great Elder talk about returning to nature? Yes, that's right. What you drank in this cup of tea back then was only bitter, sweet, or bitter and sweet. That only proves that you only care about yourself. Wu Tian on the side was a little unhappy and said in a low voice, so you are saying that I am being petty? However, the Great Elder was not angry. Instead, he comforted him. When you understand the sufferings in the world and the various aspects of life, what do you want this tea to taste like? That's what it tastes like. Do you understand? Yifeng and Wu Tian seemed to understand it. But in fact, it could be said that Yifeng didn't understand it at all. After all, his exposure to this thing was too short. Now that the tea has been drunk, didn't I say that I wanted to take myself to see a Chiso? But after being here for so long, I haven't seen Zissou anywhere. Yifeng asked, Great Elder, can you take me to see Zissou? The Great Elder said, no hurry. No hurry. Let's drink tea first. That girl Zissou won't run away, so we are not in a hurry. Hearing the Great Elder say that Zissou girl wouldn't run away, Yifeng calmed down and thought that Zissou should be fine. Chapter 370 Looking for Medicinal Materials. While drinking tea, listening to the Great Elder tell some things about their Immortal Cultivators Alliance, Yifeng's horizons broadened a lot. At this time, the Great Elder stood up and said, let's go. I will take you to see Zissou. I can finally see Zissou. I have a lot of things I want to say to her. I wonder if he is still used to staying here. Following the Great Elder, Yifeng and Wu Tian walked into the ancestral hall in the middle. The moment he walked into the ancestral hall, Yifeng discovered that there was something special inside. This ancestral hall seemed to be only 100 square meters in size. But after actually walking in, Yifeng realized that he had underestimated this place. After entering the ancestral hall, it turned out to be like a palace. There was a huge statue directly opposite the door of the ancestral hall. This statue turned out to be an old man riding a green bull. The whole statue was lifelike. The most important thing was that Yifeng seemed to have seen this old man somewhere. But Yifeng couldn't remember it for a while. The Great Elder said, this is the statue of our ancestor. Zissou is in the stone house in front. Come with me. Yifeng nodded and followed the elder. But he was a little worried. Why was Zissou in the stone house? When the Great Elder walked to one of the stone houses, he stopped and said, Yifeng, you can go in and have a look. Yifeng is more curious. Shouldn't he ask the party secretary to come out and see him? Instead, go in and see for yourself. Confused, Yifeng walked into the stone house. But Yifeng did not see Zissou. Looking around, there was no sign of Zissou. Yifeng looked back at the Great Elder and said, where is the Great Elder Zissou? The Great Elder said, in the ice. Ice. Yifeng suddenly panicked and hurriedly searched in the stone house. Sure enough, Yifeng found a huge ice cube on a stone bed. Yifeng rushed forward and saw Zissou among them. Today's Zissou is still the same as when Yifeng handed it to Wu Tian and the others. But there is no blood on her body. Looking at Zissou lying in the ice, Yifeng grabbed Wu Tian's collar with his backhand. He yelled angrily, didn't you say that they can save Zissou? But why is Zissou still lying here? Wu Tian didn't understand it himself. He had never saved anyone. Why did you ask me to bring Yifeng to see people? Wu Tian looked at the elder for help. And the elder shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Yifeng's reaction to be so excited. The Great Elder said, currently, the index is no longer in danger. But she has not woken up. In order to prevent her from losing her vitality, I sealed her in ice. I am protecting her. Yifeng let go of Wu Tian's collar and said anxiously, when will Zissou wake up? The Great Elder said, I came to you just to ask you to help her recover. Yifeng asked, what do you want me to do? Looking for the medicine to revive you. I just don't have any here. Yifeng asked, Great Elder. You said, I will take the shortcut and do my best. The Great Elder said, if you want the materials I mentioned, you have two ways. Which two? The first one is found in reality, but it almost doesn't exist. But the effect is very good. The second one is found in the fantasy world. It is still hard to find, but the effect is not particularly good. Yifeng frowned. The first one was undoubtedly the best, but the Great Elder said it almost didn't exist, which shows how hard it is to find. But the second type is found in the fantasy world. Yifeng can bring it out, but the effect is not ideal. However, both of these are ways to save Zissou. Even if it is difficult to find, Yifeng will still find it. Yifeng asked, "Can I find it in the game now?" The Great Elder nodded and said, "Of course. But you need to collect an extra set of medicinal materials. Just in case." Yifeng nodded and said, "I understand. Please tell me the name of the medicinal materials and their appearance. Please, Great Elder." The Great Elder nodded, stretched out a hand, and the next moment, there was a herb floating in his palm. The Great Elder said, "This one is what you need to find in reality. It's called Phoenix Flower." "What? Phoenix Flower? How can something like the Great Elder still exist in the world?" Wu Tian said in surprise. Yifeng had never heard of the Phoenix Flower, especially when he heard the exclamation from Wu Tian beside him. Yifeng could imagine that this Phoenix Flower probably didn't exist. The Great Elder said, "I can't say there is none. I can only say it is very rare." Yifeng nodded and said, "I have already written it down. But what about the one in the fantasy world?" Next, Yifeng kept all the medicinal materials and the Great Elder's transformation place in mind, in order for Zissou to wake up. Yifeng did not dare to be careless. When Yifeng remembered all the materials clearly, Yifeng asked, "What spell did the Great Elder use just now? It can actually condense the appearance of those materials." The Great Elder said with a smile, "It's just some small tricks. When you surpass Wu Tian, you will also know this kind of magic." Wu Tian on the side said a little unhappy, "Great Elder, can you not use me as a negative teaching material?" The Great Elder laughed and said, "You are the worst in our Immortal Cultivation Alliance. If we don't use you as a negative teaching material, who will?" The words of the Great Elder left Wu Tian speechless. Who said he was the worst among them? However, the Great Elder also said, "In real life, if you are looking for that Phoenix Flower, Wu Tian will go with you, and he will assist you." Yifeng said, "Then it's Wu Tian's fault. It's a small thing. I have nothing to do anyway. I might as well go out and have some fun." Yifeng glanced at the frozen Zissou and said, "Can I stay alone with Zissou for a while?" "Well, Xiao Wu, let's go out." At that time, Yifeng was still left in the fog, and behind Zissou who was lying in the ice. Yifeng sat in front of the ice, stroking the thick layer of ice. Yifeng looked at the Perilla inside and said affectionately, "Zissou, I'm here to see you. Are you still used to staying here?" It's a pity that Zissou inside didn't respond at all. Of course, Yifeng also knew that Zissou would not give him any reply. Yifeng continued, "Since you came here, I have found that life without you is a bit uncomfortable. As if something is missing. I still like the way you chatter around me. At least it doesn't make me think the world is so quiet. I'm sorry that it took me so long to come see you. But I will definitely help you recover as soon as possible. Because I still have many things I want to say to you. Yanyu and the others also miss you very much. They hope you can recover and return soon. So I will work harder to find medicine for you. You can rest assured and wait here for me until I come back." Yifeng and Zissou talked a lot in the stone house. In the next few days, Yifeng would come to Zissou's stone house to stay with Zissou and chat with her. Chapter 371. Everyone has their own thoughts. During the days when Yifeng suddenly left, the Gory Guild was in dire straits. Why do you say that? Because Yifeng left suddenly. Shui Feng, who originally planned to retreat, did not go out, but continued to fight with the Gory Alliance. Xiao Hei said with some confusion, "How do the people on the other side know that the boss is not here?" It's very simple. They were betting at first, but after seeing Yifeng not online for a long time, they already determined that Yifeng was unable to go online because of something. Moreover, when they attacked us, no matter how badly we were beaten, Yifeng never showed up, which further proves that Yifeng may be trapped by something and unable to enter the game for a while. At this moment, the Gory Alliance, because of Yifeng's absence, couldn't. The Gory Alliance was beaten by the Mythical Alliance and fled in all directions. But it still fell into a disadvantage. In fact, this does not mean that the Gory Alliance cannot beat the Mythology Alliance due to the lack of Yifeng. In fact, the strength of both sides is almost the same. It is just that the Mythology Alliance feels that Yifeng is not around and their courage is greater than that of the Gory Alliance. Yifeng can restrain several members of the Mythical Guild with the ability to transform. Yifeng's absence allows those members of the Mythic Guild to release their pressure. Then the pressure will be transferred to the Gory Alliance. Therefore, the current situation of the Gory Alliance, it was exactly the same situation as the Mythical Alliance at that time. However, There is still no clue about the gang territory token that the Mythical Union wants to take. But if the fight continues for a long time, the gang territory token will eventually belong to the Mythical Guild. President Jue Feng. While Nye Feng can't play the game, should we speed up and overthrow the Demon Clan's original order or the gang's territory token? Jue Feng nodded and said, I think so too. If Ye Feng comes back, we will have less chance of gaining the gang's territory. Guild leaders, please be ready. It has been prepared for a long time. As soon as our alliance army comes out, our mythical alliance will definitely win this gang token. Okay. Let's find a time to make a sneak attack tonight. Okay. Then let's get ready. On the side of the mythical alliance, several presidents and conspirators are planning to attack the Demon Marshal tonight and obtain the gang territory token. On the Glory Alliance side, everyone was frowning because of Ye Feng's absence. Sister-in-law, when will the boss come back? Has he said anything? Xiao Hei asked. Yin Yu shook her head and said, No. He said he believed we could manage the guild well. Xiao Hei sighed a little and said, Our guild is fine. But some brothers in the alliance have a lot of complaints against us after being angry. It's right to complain a little after being beaten. The president can't be by our side all the time. At least they are just complaining. If they were really afraid of being beaten, they should have quit the alliance long ago. Chu Tianai said. Demo nodded and said, as the only diplomacy of the gang, although our guild has been beaten during this period, no guild has said that it wants to withdraw from the alliance. Yin Yu said, Ye Feng just went to see Zissou. It will be a matter of time before he comes back. So we just need to hold on. At this time, Demo received a message. It was from Lan Qi. Demo frowned a little and said, Oh no. The Mythical Alliance is preparing to seize the gang territory token tonight. What? Brother Arrogant stood up. They are really brave enough to ignore us. Chu Tianai said. Demo asked, Brother and sister, what do you think? The desert is much bigger than Ye Feng, so it's normal to call her sister-in-law Yin Yu. Yin Yu nodded and said, Although Ye Feng is not here, we cannot let the Mythical Alliance be so arrogant. Even without Ye Feng, our Glory Guild is still the strongest. Because you are still here in the Glory Guild, isn't it? Xiao Hei said with a smile. Sister-in-law can still talk. I like to hear this. Come on. My sister-in-law is obviously talking about Chu Tianai and the others. You just go and don't know anything about it. Brother Arrogant said with a sidelong glance. You? Xiao Hei pointed at Brother Arrogant, his fingers trembling, and finally glared at Brother Arrogant. This time, I will snatch the territory token of that gang and see how you can harm me in the future. Arrogant Brother glanced at Xiao Hei and said, Oh, you damn skinny guy. Xiao Hei was really powerless to refute. He was really thin. Alright. Let's go prepare the gang hall and grab the gang territory token tonight. Yin Yu said. Yes. In the evening, people from the Mythical Alliance began to gather. They were preparing to attack the Demon Marshal again and prepared to take this gang territory token. There are also a large number of people gathered here in the Mythical Alliance. They will no longer obstruct you. You can fight as you wish. There is no gang territory token. It's either yours or mine. The people of the Mythical Alliance knew what the Glory Alliance wanted to do. So they gathered a large number of people to block the people of the Glory Alliance. Since you want to snatch the tokens in the gang, I won't give you the chance to snatch them. It's a pity that it's not that easy to trick someone if you think I'm blocking you. Both parties want to obtain the gang territory token. It is impossible to say that I am just here to block you. Although I am a member of the Mythical Alliance, I also want to obtain the gang territory token. However, the Glory Alliance is different. All the big guilds among them have established gang territories. Ye Feng has promised to hand over the gang territory tokens to the subsequent small guilds, so they don't have to worry about the gang territory tokens. So this time their main purpose is to rob. No matter who it is. They rob it for me. So at the beginning of the battle, the Mythical Alliance seemed extremely powerful. But they each had their own plans. When the Demon Clan Marshal was being surrounded and suppressed, many people stared closely at the Demon Clan Marshal, watching his blood volume drop step by step. Almost everyone slowly approached the Demon Clan Marshal's location. Shui Feng had already discovered this situation and shouted, What the hell is going on with you? Stop them, and don't let them rush in. Everyone in the Mythical Alliance wants to get this gang territory token. If Shui Feng gets it, there's no telling who he will give it to. Then I don't know when the next guild token will arrive. So there is no guild. And the territory token is very important. Chi Tian said, It's not that we can't stop it. It's that the people on the other side are attacking too hard. So we have to retreat. He thought to himself, don't think I don't know what tricks you are playing on your mind. But even if he knew how to chase the wind, he would not dare to say it openly. On Chu Tianya's side, all their assassins have been hidden. Especially the assassins led by Ying and Xiue. They even disappeared at the very beginning. Even Chu Tianya's people don't know where they appear now. The demon marshal's blood volume dropped to the extreme. Damn humans. I will make you pay the price. This time is the sound made every time the demon marshal is about to die. Proving that the demon marshal is about to die. Chapter 372 Obtaining the Token. Following the screams of the demon marshal, and after the players suffered heavy losses, the demon marshal finally died. At the moment when the demon marshal died, all the players, whether in the Glory Alliance or the Mythical Alliance, no longer restricted each other, but all rushed towards the place where the demon marshal died. Then I arrived at that moment. A white arm appeared at the place where the demon marshal died. And the gang territory token I grabbed disappeared from people's sight again. It's an assassin. Who is it? It doesn't matter where he attacks. Yes, the gang territory token was picked up by an assassin. And no one knows who that person is. Whoever chased the wind ordered everyone to launch an attack on the place where the demon marshal died. But after a violent bombardment, no body appeared at all. In other words, the gang territory token was taken away. With a gloomy face, Shui Feng said on the Alliance channel, "Did someone from our Alliance take it away?" Several guild leaders shook their heads and said, "It's impossible. Our guild didn't take it. They didn't take anything from our guild either." Shui Feng's face became even more gloomy this time. If no one from their alliance had it, then it could only prove that it was someone from the Glory Alliance who took it. On the Glory Alliance side, several presidents quickly asked, "Did our assassins get the gang territory token?" It's a pity that no one replied. They took it away. Chu Tianyi was a little confused and said, "What's going on? Didn't it mean that you took away the gang territory token?" At this time, Xiaohei did not speak in the gang. Instead, Xiaohei spoke in the gang. "Anyway, when I went to grab it, someone had already beaten me to it. But I don't know if this person was my master. The people of the Glory Alliance are also caught in a mystery. Who took the gang territory token?" Yin Yu was so private at this time. "Did you take the gang territory token?" Ing said calmly, "Yes." "It's me." Yin Yu patted her chest, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I was scared to death. I thought someone else had taken it. But why don't you speak to the Alliance? There is no guild token here. I want to wait until Yi Feng comes back before making any plans. Since I promised to protect him, I will also protect his guild." Yin Yu was silent for a while, feeling very uncomfortable. "Ing, why are you so nice to Yi Feng? He saved my brother. Is it just because of this? Isn't this enough? If it weren't for him, my brother and I would have been separated from each other. This reason is enough." "Really? But I don't think it's entirely because of this. I see your kindness to him. Don't I know why?" Ing still said calmly, "Don't think too much. I'm just here to repay the favor. I don't mean to steal the man from you." "Don't worry," Yin Yu said, "that's not what I meant. What I meant was that you should always consider yourself. No need. I decide my own affairs. Okay. You have the final say." Next, Yin Yu told several presidents of the Glory Alliance that Ing had obtained the gang territory token. "I hope the presidents will keep quiet about the gang territory token issue and wait until Yi Feng comes back to handle it." Chu Tianyi and others expressed their understanding. After all, the things were snatched by the Glory Guild. Anyway, the three major guilds already had gang territories. And they, the small guilds, just had to wait. Because they didn't know which side had taken the gang territory token. Especially the Mythical Alliance. They were all suspicious of each other and suspected that the other side had taken the gang territory token. Because the information they got from 007 was that the Glory Alliance did not get the gang territory token. So who will hold this gang territory token? Was it taken away by some individual master? Or maybe it was taken away by a certain guild in the Myth or Glory Alliance. But it was not announced. Shui Feng had a sullen face and finally managed to kill the demon marshal when Yi Feng was not around. But at this time such a problem arose. "Is it true that no one in our alliance took away the gang territory token?" Shi Tian said, "Anyway, we Bihai didn't take it. As for 007's description, the Glory Alliance is indeed not difficult. But could it be their help and the smoke bomb released by the president?" Finally nodded. "It is indeed possible. If the Glory Alliance suddenly uses the gang territory token, It means that it is really possible that the Glory Alliance took it away, but did not make any announcement. From this point of view, we can only wait for the next time Marshal Meng will be refreshed. That will also be 7 days later. After 7 days, there is no guarantee that Yifeng will be back. Apart from games, in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, Yifeng these days, apart from talking to Zisu, is practicing with Wu Tian. On this day, Wu Tian said to Yifeng, "We have been here for so long. It's time for us to go back." Accompanying Zisu every day, Yifeng seemed to have forgotten the outside world. After being reminded by Wu Tian, he suddenly realized that he had been away for several days. How long has it been? Wu Tian couldn't help but smile. "It's okay. It's only a week." I breathed a sigh of relief. If it was like in the novel, it would have passed by accident, and it would have been troublesome for a month or two. Yifeng said, "My current level is in the middle stage of Qi refining stage. When can I break through to the foundation building stage?" Wu Tian said, "When your level rises beyond level 99 in the game, you will enter another realm, which is the foundation building stage." Sure enough, there is nothing wrong. After reaching level 99 in this game, you will ascend, which is what other games call reincarnation. Can everyone ascend? Wu Tian shook his head and said, "Theoretically, everyone can only rise to level 99, and only a few people can ascend. But it's still early. By then, there will be an update in the game. By then, you will all know the cultivation method, which is the cultivation method I have taught you these days." Yifeng nodded. It turns out that the cultivation method I have been practicing these days is actually a cultivation method that will only be introduced after level 99. So I am practicing in advance? Wu Tian nodded and said, "That's true. Because you can use everything in the fantasy world. So you can practice this method. But others can't. Others must wait until level 99. It seems that Fantasy World intends that after level 99, everyone will be able to use the energy in Fantasy World in reality. By then, the streets and alleys will probably be filled with Supermen. Let's go say H. Lo to the Great Elder." Good. Chapter 373 is back. I'm leaving now. Why don't you stay and see more? The Great Elder tried to keep Yifeng, but Yifeng felt that he had been out for too long, and it was time to go back. Yifeng said, "Thank you, Great Elder, for your hospitality during this time. It's time for me to go back and find medicinal materials for Zisu." "Well, that's fine. Let's go get all the medicinal materials as soon as possible so that you can meet again." Yifeng said, "Didn't our alliance of immortal cultivators say there are more than 10 people? Why? I have been here for so many days and only saw 4 people. Where are the others?" Yifeng expressed his doubts these days. Although the village is not very big, Yifeng has been to every place. He has been in the fields, planted rice, gone up the mountains, and cut firewood. But in this circle, there are only such 4 people, including Yifeng. We're only 5 people. The Great Elder laughed and said, "There are indeed not many people in our Immortal Cultivator Alliance. But it's not like there are just such a few people. Everyone else has gone there." As he spoke, the Great Elder pointed to the sky and looked at Yifeng with deep meaning. Yifeng asked, "Is it the outer battlefield? The so-called demon clan?" "Yes, that's right. They are all resisting the demons. And you will go too in the future." "Me? Let's talk about it then. Great Elder. Let's go first." "Well, next time you come, I can see the medicinal materials I need. I will try my best." Saying goodbye to the Great Elder, Wu Tian took Yifeng back the same way. He met several elders on the way, and Yifeng also said goodbye to them all. Wu Tian grabbed Yifeng's shoulders and said, "I don't want to leave even after I'm here. It's so comfortable." Yifeng sighed. "It's really comfortable and makes you lose your temper. When I get old, I will definitely spend the rest of my life here." "Uh-huh. I'm afraid you can't stand the loneliness." Yifeng smiled and said, "Let's go. Walk." Wu Tian grabbed Yifeng's shoulders and flew out directly with Yifeng. The next moment, Yifeng and the others crossed the waterfall and landed in front of the waterfall, back to where they came from. Looking at the waterfall in front of him, Yifeng asked, "How can I get here by myself?" Wu Tian said, "It's very simple. I'll teach you later. Let's go back first." "Good." When Wu Tian put his hand on Yifeng's shoulder again, Yifeng felt the world spinning again. When he came to his senses, Yifeng found that he was back in Xiaoya's community. "Okay. You're back. It's time for me to leave." "Wait. You haven't told me how to go back." Wu Tian scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I was thinking about some things in the company and forgot about this. Come here. Yifeng walked to Wu Tian and saw Wu Tian pressing a hand on Yifeng's head. But at that moment, Yifeng suddenly felt that something was put in his head. For a moment, some memories that did not belong to him appeared in Yifeng's mind and flashed quickly in Yifeng's mind. Wu Tian clapped his hands and said, Okay, I'm going back to the company. Yifeng said in disbelief, Are you telling me now? Of course. Don't you already know something? Yifeng nodded, covered his head and said, suddenly, There are these memories. It seems that there are some that I can't react to. If I am right, these should be them. Of course, I won't say that I should leave. If you need to look for the phoenix flower in reality, come to me first, and I will take you to the place where he is most likely to appear. Thank you, Wu Tian. You're welcome. We are already friends, and we will still be comrades on the battlefield in the future. I wish you good luck. Bye. As Wu Tian disappeared in front of Yifeng, Yifeng knew that Wu Tian had returned to the Chinese headquarters in the fantasy world. The new memories that appeared in Yifeng's mind were exactly the way to get to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Yifeng walked towards Celia's house step by step. As he walked, Yifeng smelled the aroma of rice. It turned out that it was already lunchtime, and it seemed that I could catch a meal. Walking to the door of Celia's house, Yifeng rang the doorbell. At Celia's home, the naughty Hong Andy was cooking at this time and did not hear the doorbell. Instead, Yenyu, who was the first to go offline, was sitting in the living room and heard the doorbell. At this time, someone will come to the door. Who can it be? Yenyu walked towards the door with doubts. When he opened the door, he saw Yifeng standing in front of the door. Without hesitation, he hugged Yifeng tightly, buried his face in Yifeng's chest, and said softly, You are finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Yifeng stroked Yenyu's hair and said, Fool, how could I not want you? Yenyu raised her head and looked behind Yifeng, only to find that Zissou was not there. Yenyu asked with some anxiety, Where's Zissou? Aren't you going to pick Zissou back? Yifeng nodded and said, I went to pick up Zissou. Unfortunately, although Zissou has recovered from his injury, he is still sleeping and needs some medicinal materials. So I came back. Do you need my help? Yifeng said with a smile, Of course. Yenyu showed a happy smile. I thought you would start to forget about me if you said this. Fortunately, I can do something. Fool. Saying that, Yifeng lowered his head and kissed Yenyu deeply on the lips. After a long time, a cough made the two of them separate in panic. You're back. Come and have dinner when you're back. Don't stand at the door and kiss. What do you look like? The person who came was none other than Ying. Yenyu blushed rarely and said in embarrassment. Okay. I'll be here right away. When Yifeng returned to the hall, everyone in the studio had already come down. Everyone was happy to see Yifeng back. Damn it. Boss. You're finally back. You miss me so much. Yifeng rolled his eyes at Xiao Hei. This guy just likes to talk nonsense. President. You are back. If you don't come back, the Mythical Guild will be in trouble. Chu Tianai said. What happened to the Mythical Alliance during my absence? Chu Tianai said, While you were away, our Glory Alliance was crushed by them because they had too many members with transformation skills. And they also attacked the Demon Marshal a few days ago. Yifeng said with concern, Had they obtained the gang territory token? Chu Tianai shook his head and said, No. I was snatched by Ying in the end. Yifeng looked at the shadow beside him, looking at her indifferent expression. He touched her head and said, You are still reliable. What Yifeng didn't expect was that Ying, who had always been cold, would become shy. Xiuhei's eyes widened and he looked at his master and said, Boss, my master is actually shy. This is a rare sight in 1,000 years. Of course, I was the one who discovered this problem. Although I don't know which muscle is wrong with you. At least let Yifeng know that Ying will be shy. Chapter 374 Looking for Medicinal Materials. By the way, why didn't that Zissou girl come back with you? Bai Yin, Yifeng's little friend, asked curiously when he saw that there was no Zissou behind Yifeng. Yifeng said, She still has some things to do and can't come here for the time being. This time, I need to collect some medicinal materials in the game. I will tell you in the game. Now let's eat first. Because of Yifeng's arrival, the whole table was finally no longer so deserted. Because Yifeng's arrival gave them more confidence. Soon, everyone was on the game. After entering the game, all the major guilds knew that Yifeng was online, which meant that Yifeng was back. The moment Yifeng went online, 2 golden lights appeared on his body, and he was directly upgraded from level 55 to level 57. Yifeng. So early. In more than a week, he was directly promoted to level 57. It was incredible. I didn't expect that there were so many people in the human-demon battlefield. The game fantasy world is particularly influential. Even now, there are still many players who enter fantasy world. Even if they are behind in level now, they will still go to the battlefield of humans and demons, as long as they complete tasks. Yes, it will increase experience for Yifeng. Holy crap. This is a bug. Boss, why did you upgrade twice in a row as soon as you went online? Not only Xiaohei, but others also discovered that Yifeng, who was originally level 55, had directly changed to level 57. Yifeng said, all hall leaders and elders must gather at the gang's territory. As a member of the Glory Guild, Yifeng gathered the elders and hall leaders of the guild as soon as he went online. This is the rhythm of doing big things. In the days when Yifeng was away, they were suppressed and beaten by the Mythical Alliance, and they were very angry. Now that Yifeng is here, they will definitely fight back. Soon, all the elders and hall leaders came to the gang territory and appeared in front of Yifeng. He went straight to the point without beating around the bush and said, I need to collect some medicinal materials. These are his names. As he spoke, Yifeng directly typed out the names of the medicinal materials he needed. These medicinal materials were very precious and could not be bought in ordinary stores. Even these hall masters and elders have never seen these medicinal materials. Xiaohei looked at the names of these medicinal materials and said with a headache, Boss, what do you want these weird medicines for? I have never even heard of the name of this medicine. How can I help you find it? Yifeng said, it's precisely because it's hard to find that I need you to help me find it. Okay. Since the president said so, I will order the gang members to go look for this herb and see where they can find it. Dehimo said. Yeah. Go ahead. But the gang members may not be reliable. We still have to go out and look for it ourselves. If nothing happens, let's start taking action. Everyone else walked away, but English stayed. He walked up to Yifeng and asked, these should be the medicinal materials that can save Zissou. Yes. Unfortunately it may not work, but I still want to give it a try. Okay. I'll help you find them. Finally, Yinyu also left and went to help Yifeng search for medicinal materials. But soon, everyone in the gang knew that Yifeng actually asked the gang to find these medicinal materials, even though he didn't know what to do. But when you came back, you didn't drag us to fight, but you came to find medicinal materials. This is a bit unreasonable. I thought you gathered all the hall masters and elders to give the Xinhua Guild a counterattack, although the gang members didn't say anything. As for the task of finding medicinal materials given to them, I'm afraid they just agreed casually. The real search for medicinal materials fell on them, the hall leaders and elders. Soon, the first thing Yifeng did when he came back was to find medicinal materials. All the guilds were confused. What did Yifeng want to do? Are you trying to make some special elixir? Since what Yifeng wants to get, Shuifeng definitely doesn't want Yifeng to get it. If you are here to make elixirs, then I will never let you make elixirs. The Mythical Guild is also collecting these materials, but their purpose is not to let Yifeng collect them all. Holy shit. What's going on with the Mythical Guild? They're also here to collect these materials. What do you mean? Brother Arrogant said directly. That's it. TMD. The Mythical Guild is seeking death. Xiaohei said. Soon, members of both guilds seem to be looking for these materials in unison. Since you want it, we will go and find it before you do. Since you want to steal our medicinal materials, we will not let you grab it. From this, a series of battles took place, such as in the wild, where everyone was looking for medicinal materials. As soon as the two sides met, it would definitely be a big battle. From time to time, you can see members in the gang channel reporting where they are fighting and need support. Yifeng said in the gang, you can't lose in a fight. The gang will always shout to anyone who wants resources. Anyone who is free will come to support. If there is no one to support within 10 minutes, I will arrive personally. With Yifeng's words, everyone was very motivated. They were going to fight. Right? The president of my gang is the best in the server. If you have the ability, come and join us. After everyone left, Yifeng came to the pharmacist in the gang territory. Pharmacist, do you know where these medicinal materials are obtained? With that said, Yifeng showed the pharmacist the list of medicinal materials he needed. If you take a look at the list of medicinal materials provided by Yifeng, he said with a little thought, reporting to the president, These medicinal materials are extremely precious medicinal materials. They are generally not found. Most of them appear in extremely dangerous environments. Yi Feng felt that there was something interesting and continued to ask, "Tell me where I can get it. I'm just a junior pharmacist. But I heard my master say that every precious medicinal material here is protected by a vicious beast. It's very sad." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Have you seen the medicinal materials above?" If he pointed at one of Yi Feng's medicinal herbs and said, "This is called purple fairy flower. My master once showed it out." Yi Feng said excitedly, "Where is your master?" "Imperial City Palace Pharmacist." Yi Feng muttered silently, "Imperial City Palace Pharmacist. Doesn't this have something to do with the Imperial Palace? With your current relationship with the palace? It seems difficult to get close to this palace pharmacist." "Okay. Then I'll think of a solution. You get busy first. President, please walk slowly. If you want to contact the palace pharmacist. If you are Yi Feng, you will definitely not be able to contact him. But if you are a human marshal, you will definitely be able to contact him. But you will definitely not be able to contact Yi Feng in his current situation. It seems that this time Yi Feng has to ask the Lord of Xuanwu for help. It seems that he still can't hide from the Lord of Xuanwu." Chapter 375 Heading to the Palace. Yi Feng came to Xuanwu City again. But what makes Yi Feng strange is that originally Yi Feng wanted to find the Lord of Xuanwu City. Or at least the old housekeeper president. This time, neither the Xuanwu City Lord nor the old housekeeper is here. What happened? Yi Feng asked the guard, "Where have your city lord and old housekeeper gone?" When the guard saw it was Yi Feng, he immediately responded respectfully, reporting to Lord Yi, "The Lord City Lord and the steward have gone to the Imperial City. I heard that the Emperor is seriously ill." "Why is the Emperor seriously ill? Why didn't I receive the news?" "Master Yi is guarding the battlefield between humans and demons. Probably because the Emperor doesn't want to disturb you." Yi Feng said, "Okay. I'll go to the palace to have a look." Yi Feng left the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion. Why did the Emperor suddenly become ill? And he didn't receive any news at all? It was very inappropriate. Yi Feng checked his system prompts, and found that there was no reminder at all. It seemed that he was not reminded of the Emperor's illness. It couldn't be the Emperor's side. Setting a trap for Xuanwu City Lord. If it was a trap, wouldn't the Lord of Xuanwu City be in danger? Yi Feng headed to the Imperial City non-stop. When Yi Feng came to the entrance of the palace, he was stopped by the guards. At this moment, Yi Feng has been relieved and disguised as a human marshal. "What are you doing? You are so bold." As soon as Yi Feng drank, the guard who stopped Yi Feng knelt down tremblingly and said, "Master Marshal, your Majesty has ordered that no one be allowed to enter without summoning him. Can I go in?" "Get out of my way," the guard said with some embarrassment. "Here, Marshal, don't be so embarrassed. I have something urgent to report to your Majesty. Can you afford to delay?" Yi Feng directly pushed the guard away. The guard did not dare to stop Yi Feng, and could only follow Yi Feng quickly. The players in the Imperial City had gossipy faces after seeing this scene. Isn't that the marshal of the human race? In such a hurry. I'm afraid he has another mission. That's right. Look at those guards, who are usually so arrogant. But now they act like dogs. I come here on weekdays, and threaten me all the time. I'm almost crazy from fear. Yi Feng was walking on the avenue of the palace. And the guard behind him kept saying, "Marshal, you really can't go. No one can go there without His Majesty's order. Stop nagging me. Have all the other city lords gone in? Why didn't you inform me?" I'm not sure. This is His Majesty's order." Snort. It was obvious that the human marshal in front of him was angry. And the guards did not dare to say anything more, and could only follow Yi Feng quietly. Yi Feng looked at the environment of the palace and felt a tense atmosphere inexplicably. Yi Feng went directly to the Jinwan Hall. As soon as he reached the entrance of the hall, the guards did not dare to enter. But the eunuch at the door stopped Yi Feng. "Marshal, your Majesty is discussing state affairs inside. Please don't disturb me." "Marshal, get away." Yi Feng directly pushed the eunuch in front of him. The eunuch was pushed back and hugged Yi Feng's legs. "Marshal, you really can't go in without His Majesty's orders. If you go in, I will be beheaded." Yi Feng said sharply, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yi Feng kicked the eunuch away. In the main hall, many people have heard the sound outside the door. The Emperor sitting on the throne said, "What is happening outside the door? Go and see." At this moment, the door was pushed open. Yi Feng walked in, dragging a eunuch at his feet. Yi Feng quickly walked to the steps, knelt down on one knee and said, I am here to pay homage to the emperor. When the emperor saw it was Yi Feng, although he frowned a little, he didn't mean to blame him. You all go down and give the marshal a seat. Yes, your majesty. Soon Yi Feng sat down, looked around, and found the lord of Xuanwu City and the old housekeeper sitting in their seats without saying a word. When they saw Yi Feng, both parties nodded and did not speak. The emperor asked, Marshal Yi, why are you returning to the imperial city at this time? Yi Feng responded, I heard that his majesty is seriously ill. As a minister, I care about and comfort you. At this time, someone is not good for your majesty. So I rushed back. The emperor laughed loudly. Marshal Yi is serious. I just have a minor cold. It's nothing else. Don't take it to heart. I'm fine now. Since his majesty is already well, Wei Chen is relieved. Don't think about what we are discussing. Why not call Wei Lin over to discuss it together? The emperor smiled and said, it's no big deal. Since you are here, let's listen together. Yes, your majesty. But at this time, I felt a sharp gaze staring at me. Yi Feng looked over with that look. It was really the lord of Qinglong City. This is the first time Yi Feng has seen the lord of Qinglong City after being injured in several months. Regardless of whether the sky is clear now or the appearance after the injury, it is obvious that after several months of recuperation, the lord of Qinglong City has returned to his original state. But it was obvious that the lord of Qinglong City still had ill intentions towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't take it seriously. It's not just a day or two since you wanted to deal with me. I just don't know if you still have the evasion skills you had back then. And the person I am now is completely different from the person I was then. If you want to kill the lord of Qinglong City, you don't have to worry. Just summon the Glory Alliance, and it's very likely to kill the lord of Qinglong City. At this time, the emperor said, okay, let's continue the topic we just talked about. What do you think about the Demon King? The lord of Qinglong City stood up and said, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor is so courageous that he dares to come to the palace to sneak attack you. I think we should raise our troops to destroy the Demon Emperor City. The Lord of White Tiger City said, That's not right. There are many experts in Demon King City, and the Demon King's strength is very high. If you want to destroy Demon King City together, it is not as simple as you think. You must join forces with the Law Enforcement Hall. The Lord of the Holy City, who is the chief law enforcer, said nothing, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. The emperor asked, What do you think of the chief law enforcement officer? The chief law enforcer replied, Reporting to your majesty, this matter requires the consent of our lord the Pope. I have no rights. After all, this matter is not a trivial matter. Please discuss it with your majesty. The lord of Qinglong City, who has always had a bad temper and is a member of the royal family, shouted, Chief law enforcement, then call your lord Pope to meet his majesty. In the human race, you should know that the emperor is the greatest. So why not your law enforcement hall? The chief law enforcement officer looked unhappy and said, Master Qinglong City, since you say so, then go and invite him. I can't do it anyway. You? It was obvious that the law enforcement hall of the Holy City did not take the human royal family seriously. Chapter 376 Pope. Although the Lord of Qinglong City has a hot temper, the emperor is still magnanimous. The emperor said, General Law Enforcement, can the Pope be in the law enforcement hall? Is the Pope here? I don't know. After all, the Pope has disappeared, so I can contact him. The emperor said, It's okay if I can contact him. I need him to come to our palace. Asked, I can help you do this. As for whether you come or not, it depends on the Pope. I can't ask him. The emperor nodded and said, I understand this. After waiting for them all to finish speaking, Yi Feng stood up and asked, Your Majesty, it must have been injured by the demons. As the marshal of the human race, I request to return to the palace to protect you. The emperor said, Marshal Yi, the battlefield between humans and demons is also very important to our human race. If you come here, you will be in trouble. And there are so many of our city lords here to protect me. I will be fine. But if something happens to your majesty, wouldn't that be a loss to our human race? The emperor said, I know that Marshal Yi is eager to protect me, but I really don't need Marshal Yi's protection. There are many city lords here fighting, and their demons are not so bold to assassinate me blatantly. This time I was just careless. What else does Yi Feng want to say? But he was stopped by the emperor. The emperor said, Since you, Marshal Yi, are here, let's discuss together what we should do next. Yi Feng was the first to stand up and said, Your Majesty, I don't think we can fight at all. We need to be afraid of the demons. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, I think Marshal Yi is right. When did our human race suffer such anger? Yes, we must teach the demons a lesson, said the Lord of Qilin City. The other city lords agreed very much and started a war with the demons. But at this time, the emperor hesitated. Seeing the emperor's hesitation, Yi Feng asked, What are you worried about? Your Majesty? Are you afraid that the demons will come and the attack will not be completed? Or are you afraid that we will not be able to defeat the demons? The emperor shook his head and said, I am not afraid of the demons. But I am worried that if we all go out, who will protect the human race's territory? This is really a problem. If the demons do the opposite and directly attack the human race's base camp when the human race's entire army attacks, it will be over. You must know that the main combat power of the human race is these city lords. And of course, those who enforce the law. If there seems to be some gap between the law enforcement hall and the royal family, if the demons attack the human race's base camp at that time, will the law enforcement hall take action? The Lord of Qilong City said, so I think the Pope should come out and express his thoughts. Without their law enforcement hall, I am afraid that if we want to attack the demons, we can only talk on paper. The other city lords nodded. The reason why the demons did not dare to eat into the functional group was not because of how powerful the human race was, but because there was an uncertain law enforcement hall on the human side. The combat effectiveness of the demons and humans is almost the same. But if a law enforcement hall is added, the demons are completely at a disadvantage. Everyone present looked at the city lord, who was responsible for enforcing the law. The chief law enforcer said helplessly, Your Majesty, and all the city lords, it is not my decision. How can I agree to you so easily? I can only say that I can contact our Pope. Then contact me now. The chief law enforcer stood up and said, Your Majesty, let me give it a try. The emperor nodded, and the chief law enforcer walked outside the hall. At this time, the hall was extremely quiet. The Lord of Qilong City looked at Yi Feng and said disdainfully, Some people don't know how much they can do. They say they want to protect His Majesty, but they don't even look at how much they weigh. Yi Feng obviously knew that the Lord of Qilong City was talking about him. But how could Yi Feng let himself be at a disadvantage? Lord Qilong City, I am the only one here whose realm is lower than everyone else here. Isn't it a bit too much for you to say that? The Lord of Qilong City said, Too much. Just leaving the battlefield of humans and demons without permission is enough to punish you. Someone come and suppress the marshal, and wait for his fate. Yi Feng said coldly, Let's see who dares to move. Sure enough, none of the guards standing at the door were moved. One was the city lord, and the other was the marshal. They were both men with high official positions, and they were both men who could not afford to offend. Seeing that the guards did not move, Qilong City Lord said angrily, Do you think that I, a city lord, can't order you guards? The guards were trembling, and did not dare to say anything. They all knew who had a good relationship with whom in this palace. Yi Feng looked at the Lord of Qilong City, as if he was seeing a joke and said, The Lord of Qilong City, if you want to convict me, it is His Majesty who has the final say. You are not worthy. The Lord of Qilong City raised his hands to the Emperor and said, Your Majesty. The Emperor waved his hand and said, Okay. The Marshal came back, because he was worried about my safety. No matter how big the problem is, please be quiet. Seeing that the Emperor did not help him, the Lord of Qilong City sat back down in his seat angrily. Yi Feng also sat down. At this time, the Emperor would definitely not punish himself. So the Lord of Qilong City could only suffer the loss of being dumb. Not long after, the chief law enforcement officer came back, with a smile on his face. He said, Your Majesty, the Pope said he will be here soon. When the Emperor heard that the Pope was coming, his tense face finally relaxed and smiled. Very good. Just as the Emperor finished speaking, an old man stood at the door. If he hadn't coughed, everyone would not have known that an old man was there. Yi Feng looked back and saw that this was the Pope who was beside Oyezi. This guy was indeed the Pope. Of course, when the Pope came here, he also found Yi Feng included. However, there were so many people at the scene that she did not say hello to Yi Feng, but walked straight forward. The Emperor said quickly, Go and sit down for the Pope. The Pope said, No, Your Majesty. Just say a few words and leave. The Emperor said, Say it. Your Majesty the Pope. As for the opinion you mentioned before, it is about attacking the demons. Although our law enforcement hall has always maintained a mentality of destroying the demons, if you really want to attack the demons, You need to think twice before you act. What did the Pope say? The Pope said, the great elders of your royal family should know. But what I said here is that if you go to attack the demons, then I will definitely protect the human side. It just depends on whether you can hold it. The demons are sending what a force. After receiving this promise from the Pope, the Emperor felt relieved. The Emperor said, okay, as long as the Pope makes this promise, our human race will have nothing to worry about. If the demons are not eliminated for a day, it will be a major problem for our human race. Chapter 377 Dr. Liu. Soon, the Pope had left, and the meeting with Yi Feng and others had ended. After walking out of the hall, Qinglong City blocked Yi Feng. Yi Feng frowned and said, Lord Qinglong City. What do you mean? The Lord of Qinglong City said with a sneer, Marshal Yi. You are doing well recently. Seeing the sneer of the Lord of Qinglong City, Yi Feng knew that this guy must be up to no good. Yi Feng said, Lord of the Financial City. If you have anything to say, just say it. I am not very smart. If you don't explain clearly, I don't understand what you mean. Don't say that I don't respect you. Ha ha ha. Marshal Yi is really good at joking. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to say hello to you. Marshal Yi is really excited. Yi Feng sneered and said, Master Qinglong City, your injury is really good. Speaking of himself, the Qinglong City Lord's chest suddenly rose and fell, but soon calmed down again. The Lord of Qinglong City said, thanks to you, I have recovered. But I don't know how Marshal Yi escaped the Demon Emperor's attack in the first place. Yi Feng said, Master Qinglong City, you can escape the Demon Emperor's attack. Why can't I just do it? You have your life-saving skills, and I have mine. Do you think I will tell you? Ha ha ha. After all, we are all officials in the same dynasty. Otherwise, how about I exchange it with you? At this time, a voice came over. Ha ha ha. What are the Lord of Qinglong City and Marshal Yi discussing? Can you let me listen too? It seems to interest me too. The person who came was none other than the Lord of Xuanwu City. Today the Emperor suddenly said that he was seriously ill and asked him to go to the palace to see him. The old housekeeper had to protect him for the safety of the Lord of Xuanwu City. The Lord of Qinglong City saw the Lord of Xuanwu City approaching and said coldly, Lord of Xuanwu City, this is a deal between me and Marshal Yi. So don't get involved. Oh, there is still a deal. So I have to listen to it. Maybe I can also trade with you. The Lord of Xuanwu City is trying to force his way in. The Lord of Xuanwu City smiled and said, why should the Lord of Qinglong City misunderstand me like this? We are all in the same boat. Why should we be like this? Do you think it is Marshal Yi? Yi Feng nodded with a smile and said, of course. If the Lord of Xuanwu City has any good things, he can also trade them. I have no objection to this. From Qinglong City. Of course, I know that Yi Feng and the Lord of Xuanwu City are on the same team. If you want to trade with the two of them, I'm afraid you will be wasting things in vain. The Lord of Qinglong City said, forget it. I'd better communicate more with Marshal Yi in the future. With that said, the Lord of Qinglong City left, leaving behind Yi Feng and the Lord of Xuanwu City. When the Lord of Qinglong City walked away, the Lord of Xuanwu City said, why did you suddenly run away today? You are so courageous. And you even forced your way into the Jinlun Hall. Yi Feng said, aren't I worried about you? Especially when I saw the old housekeeper coming with you. I rushed here non-stop. Ha. Thank you for your concern. Brother. Let's go. The housekeeper will prepare the car. Yi Feng said, brother. Do you know the chief pharmacist of this palace? I want to find something with him. We know each other. What's wrong? I heard he has a medicinal herb, which is exactly what I need. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, that's easy. I'll take you there. With that said, the Lord of Xuanwu City took Yi Feng to the pharmacist. But if the location is really far enough. After walking around, I finally smelled the scent of medicine. It seemed that not far away was where the pharmacist lived. Soon the three of them arrived in front of an attic. Royal Medical Pavilion. It was exactly what Yi Feng was looking for. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, this is it. Come in with me. After entering the Imperial Medical Pavilion, many eunuchs and medicine boys saluted when they saw the Lord Xuanwu and Yi Feng. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, where is divine Dr. Liu? A medicine boy said, report to the Lord of Xuanwu City. The master is refining medicine. Okay. I understand. No need to follow. Yes. Lord Xuanwu. Yi Feng said, brother. You look very familiar with this Imperial Medical Pavilion. Ha. I was often injured when I was a guard in the palace. So I have been here many times. No wonder. When the three of them walked to a room filled with strong medicinal fragrance, the Lord of Xuanwu City stopped and said, "Divine Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu. I'm here to see you." After the Lord of Xuanwu City finished shouting, he directly opened the door. When Yifeng came into view, he saw an old man sitting in front of an alchemy furnace, studying something. Seeing the door being opened, the old man raised his head and looked at the Lord of Xuanwu City and others and said, "It turns out it's the Lord of Xuanwu City. He hasn't come to see me for a few days. What kind of medicine do you want me to come here to get this time?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "It's not me this time. It's my brother. He wants to ask you for a medicine." Looking at Yifeng beside the Lord of Xuanwu City, Dr. Lu said, "It turns out to be Marshal Yi, whom I have admired for a long time." Yifeng also clasped his fists and said, "My name is Divine Dr. Lu. I heard that Divine Dr. Lu has many strange medicinal materials here. Is it true?" Dr. Lu stood up with interest, looked at Yifeng and said, "Maybe you also want to learn this medicine refining. It is a very boring thing, and not many of you young people like it." Yifeng said, "It's not that I want to refine medicine, but my friend is seriously injured and needs some rare medicinal materials. I heard that Divine Dr. Lu has them here, so I came to take a look." Divine Dr. Lu asked, "Tell me what medicinal materials you need." Yifeng directly handed over his list of medicinal materials to Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu looked at Yifeng's list and couldn't help but frown. Looking at Divine Dr. Lu's brow, Yifeng felt that it might be a bit difficult to be called a miracle doctor. He must have a great understanding of medicinal materials. Dr. Lu looked up at Yifeng and asked, "This friend of yours must be a living dead." Yifeng nodded. The current condition of the index can be described as a living dead or a vegetative state. Although the life is still there, it will never wake up. The Lord of Xuanwu City on the side asked doubtfully, "Why haven't I heard you tell me who this is?" Yifeng said, "It's my wife. She was attacked by someone. Fortunately, she was treated in time and she didn't lose her life. But she became a living dead. Who is so bold? Brother, tell me. I will make the decision for you." Yifeng said, "I will handle this matter myself. Thank you for your concern, brother." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Dr. Lu, you can help my brother." However, Divine Dr. Lu sighed, "This prescription is indeed good, but it is a pity that this medicine cannot cure 100%. Yifeng nodded and said, "I also know. Does Dr. Lu have a better prescription?" Dr. Lu shook his head and said, "No. This is the only prescription. How many medicinal materials does Divine Dr. Lu have here?" Dr. Lu held out 3 fingers and said, "There are only 3 of them. There are 3 types, which is quite surprising." Chapter 378 Poor Profiteer. What are the 3 medicinal materials? Yifeng asked eagerly. But soon, Divine Dr. Lu frowned, knocked his head and said, "No. There is only 1 kind left. What's going on? Didn't you just say there are 3 more? Why is there only 1 left?" Divine Dr. Lu said, "Didn't the Emperor have an injury before? In order to give the Emperor your body, I have used a lot of precious medicinal materials. So now there is only 1 medicine left. What is it?" "The more common purple fairy flower." Unexpectedly, it was just this purple fairy flower in the end. And from what Dr. Lu said, Yifeng could know that this purple fairy flower should be a relatively common one among rare medicinal materials. Yifeng showed disappointment on his face and asked, "Does Dr. Lu know where the other medicinal materials are? I am willing to look for them myself." Divine Dr. Lu nodded and said, "As the royal physician of the Imperial Palace, of course, I know all about your medicinal materials. Not only do I know its habits, but also its characteristics. As for where it grows, I also know a little bit about it." Hearing the voice, hope was rekindled in Yifeng's heart. The information he could obtain was probably Yifeng's biggest gain from coming to the palace. Next, Divine Dr. Lu told Yifeng about these, the habits and distribution locations of the medicinal materials. Even the Lord of Xuanwu City on the side couldn't help but frown when he heard about certain locations. Doing business. Aren't you making things difficult for my brother? There are some places where I don't even dare to go. So how can he go there? Divine Dr. Lu said helplessly, "There is nothing I can do about this. The medicinal materials he needs are very precious. In addition to some common ones, there are some that are particularly difficult to find. Of course, the geographical location must be complicated and dangerous." Yifeng replied, "Dr. Lu, are you sure these medicinal materials exist in the places you mentioned?" Divine Dr. Lu nodded with certainty and said, "I have been practicing medicine for many years and have countless disciples. My wife will remember these things correctly. These places are extremely dangerous. So be careful. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lu, for the reminder. If possible, I hope Divine Dr. Lu will give me this purple fairy flower. I am pressed for time and can go to less places. That's no problem. We still have some purple fairy flowers in stock here. I'll ask the medicine boy to get them for you. After obtaining the purple fairy flower, Yi Feng and the Lord of Xuanwu City returned to Xuanwu City. The Lord of Xuanwu City also looked for the materials Yi Feng needed in his own house. But unfortunately there was none. Brother, I can't help you this time. If you need to go to some more dangerous places, you can tell me and I will go with you. Yi Feng said, it's good that I have this heart. I'd better go on my own? After bidding farewell to the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yi Feng asked in the gang channel, have you found the medicinal materials I need? It's a pity that these are some precious medicinal materials, and no one has found one of them. But there is also good news. An individual player has a copy of the medicinal materials Yi Feng needs. Where is that person? What's his name? Boss, that guy is not easy to mess with. He is a very stingy person. Everything in his hand sells for sky-high prices. Profiteer? Xiao Hei said, yes. That's him. Just like his name. He is a profiteer. The profiteer is the name of a player in the game. Of course, it fits his temperament very well. He has many weird things in his hands. If you want to get these weird things from him, you will have to pay a heavy price. It can be proved that the player has gradually become famous in the game and wants some very precious things. Maybe if you ask him, he might just have it in hand. For example, he happens to have one of the medicinal materials that Yi Feng needs to find. Yi Feng found the profiteer directly. However, the location of the medicinal materials recorded by Yi Feng is not particularly dangerous. It is relatively easy to obtain. If the other party's price is too high, Yi Feng will choose to give up. Yi Feng said, profiteer, you know that I am collecting medicinal materials. How much do you want to give me for the medicinal materials in your hand? Seeing business coming to the door, he said with a murderous expression on his shoulders, everyone knows that I am a profiteer. So what if you are Yi Feng? If you want to get my things from me, you have to be mentally prepared. Yi Feng said, don't be nagging. Just give me a price. This medicinal material costs 100,000 in cash. Not even a dime less. 100,000. Are you crazy about money? It's just a medicinal herb. But the profiteer laughed and said, whether you want to buy it or not. Zhui Feng is also asking me about this medicinal material. I only have this one here. If you want it, I will give it to you. If you don't want it, I will sell it to Zhui Feng. Yi Feng sneered. Fortunately, he knew where this medicinal material was. Otherwise, he would have been tricked by this guy. Yi Feng said, how much does Chai Feng pay? He said with a smile on his face. He paid 100,000 for his debut. If you want it, you can raise the price, or I will sell it to him. Yi Feng said, then I will pay 120,000. The profiteer said with excitement, wait a minute. I'll ask Zhui Feng how much he will offer. President Zhui Feng. That Yi Feng. He offered 120,000. If you don't want it, I'll give it to him. Of course, Zhui Feng cannot be handed over to Yi Feng so easily. Since you don't want it that much, then I will let you shed some blood. I'll pay 200,000. That's 200,000. The profiteer said excitedly. This is a big deal. The oldest medicinal materials are not enough to spend on themselves. So they bought them for 100 gold coins. This change of hands can make the profit no less than 100 times. The profiteer replied to Yi Feng, Zhui Feng has already offered 200,000 yuan. President Yi Feng. If you want it, you have to raise the price. Yi Feng sneered. I don't want it anymore. Just give it to him. The profiteer never thought that Yi Feng would say no so easily. Are you kidding yourself? The profiteer asked again with certainty. President Yi Feng. Do you really not want it anymore? Yi Feng nodded and said, I don't want it anymore. You can sell it to whomever you love. But I don't want it anyway. Yi Feng had made it clear that he didn't want it. So the profiteer had no choice but to reply to Zhui Feng. The profiteer said, President Zhui Feng. This medicinal material belongs to you. Yi Feng doesn't want it anymore. Zhui Feng was indeed a little surprised when he heard the profiteer's reply to him. But Zhui Feng soon calmed down. You want me to eat this mute thing? It's not even a loss. What's the use of this thing? It's just rubbish for me. Zhui Feng replied directly, if Yi Feng doesn't even want something, why should I not want it? Suddenly, the profiteers were all confused. What on earth happened? I just paid more than 200,000 yuan. Why doesn't anyone want it now? The profiteer became anxious and immediately said, President Jue Feng, you can't do this. You said you paid 200,000 to buy it? I saw Jue Feng shouting directly, get out of here. I don't want it even if I tell you not to. Jue Feng directly blocked the profiteer. Suddenly, the profiteer who just thought he was going to make a big fortune was in great pain. He blamed himself for being too greedy. He would have sold it to Yi Feng for 100,000 yuan if he had known it. When the profiteer asked Yi Feng again, unexpectedly, Yi Feng also blocked him. Chapter 379 Centifolia. It didn't take long for the profiteer to curse people on the world channel. Speaking of Yi Feng and Jue Feng, these two guys had no integrity at all. In the end, neither of them bought what they said they wanted to buy. Seeing this, Xiao He asked on the gang channel, Boss, what's wrong with you and Jue Feng putting people on their shoulders? They are so angry that they are jumping around now. Yi Feng said calmly, a piece of bad herbal medicine actually asked me for 100,000 yuan. Jue Feng offered 200,000 yuan. You think I am a fool? It seems that Jue Feng is not a fool either. Everyone in the gang said in surprise, what? A medicinal material costs 100,000 yuan? Now a purple outfit is not enough for 100,000 yuan. He is really brave. Yes, he is indeed a profiteer. President, you did a beautiful job. This is what you should do. Profiteers keep shouting in the world, saying that this medicinal material is sold at a loss and only costs 10,000. But still no one asked. After all, except Yi Feng, no one else needed this thing at all. But at this time, Yin Yu directly found the profiteer and said, that medicinal material is 1,000 gold coins. If you sell it, you will reply to me. If you don't sell it, don't reply to me. Seeing Yin Yu's message, the profiteer was about to explode with anger. It could be sold for so much money just now. But now it is directly sold for 1,000 gold coins, which is simply higher than the price of the property. The profiteer said, we have spent a lot of effort to find this medicinal material. You have to give me at least 5,000 gold coins. Yin Yu said calmly, 800 gold coins. Why do you people from the Glory Guild bargain like this? Don't we need manpower and material resources? 600 gold coins. Stop. Come and get 600 for 600. If it continues to be so cheap, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell it, and I will still lose money. When I bought this medicinal plant, I thought it was a precious medicinal plant. So I bought it. However, it was left in my hands, and no one cared about it for several months. I thought I was going to lose money. But now Yi Feng wanted to collect it. If you can make a little bit, it's a little bit. If no one collects it in the future, it's really a loss in your own hands. It's not bad to get a precious medicinal material for 600 gold coins. It saves Yi Feng another trip, and saves a lot of costs. Yin Yu privately chatted with Yi Feng and said, I bought the medicinal materials from the profiteers. Yi Feng's first reaction was that he couldn't have bought it at a high price. Don't worry. I only spent 600 gold coins. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought you paid a high price. I already know where this medicinal material grows, and I can pick it myself. If it only costs 600 gold coins, it's still a good deal. Yin Yu said, should the medicinal materials be placed with me first or mailed to you? I'll leave you there first. I'm going to start picking herbs. Do you need my help? Yi Feng nodded and said, need it. But not now. Okay. Remember to come to me when you need me. Well, you go to the market first to see if you can get other materials. There are only 2 materials here. Take a look and don't buy too much. Then Yi Feng sent the 2 materials he obtained to the gang channel. Apart from these 2, the others are still needed. First, Yi Feng came to the first place, which was the place closest to Yi Feng. It can be said that this place is a place that Yi Feng we often ignored in the past. This is not an advanced leveling area, just an ordinary beautiful mountain range. The people around him were only at level 40. What Yi Feng was looking for was a herb called Centifolia. As the name suggests, there are nearly 100 leaves growing on a small piece of grass less than 10 centimeters. It can be said that this kind of extraordinary thing is extraordinary. But it can also be said that it is very magical. Who can imagine that such a small grass can bear hundreds of leaves? How much energy does this have? Yi Feng avoided some wild monsters on the road. Although the monsters here were not of high level, and did not pose much threat to Yi Feng. In order to reduce time, Yi Feng still tried to avoid them as much as possible. When Yi Feng walked into the mountain forest, the guardian looked around for Centaurus without looking at the surrounding situation. Around them, a group of people were practicing leveling. Yi Feng's sudden intrusion caused them to stop using their skills. Hey brother. We are leveling up. And you suddenly barged in. What does this mean? Yi Feng looked at the people in front of him. Among them, there was a player whose level was only around level 30, while the others were almost at level 50. This is obviously to help people level up. Many small teams take advantage of their advanced game and high level, and then do some low-level leveling to earn service fees. Yi Feng knew that it was indeed his fault that he accidentally broke into someone else's leveling area and disturbed someone else's leveling. So Yi Feng said apologetically, "Sorry. I'm looking for some herbs." "Excuse me. Herbal medicine? Are you an alchemist? Do you have any magic potions for sale?" Unexpectedly, the other party regarded me as an ordinary alchemist. Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No. I'm not here for ordinary herbs." At this time, the 30-level player in their team said, "What you are looking for should be ventilator." Yi Feng looked at the player and said with some disbelief, "How did you know I was looking for bay clover?" "Because I am also an alchemist. But we have all used up the magic restoring potions. So when I saw you picking herbs, I thought you were also an alchemist. So I asked you to buy them." Yi Feng, "It doesn't matter whether you are an alchemist or not. You all know about centifolia. So you must know where centifolia is." Yi Feng asked, "Can you tell me where Baiko is?" "That place is not easy to get to. As a rare herb, white leaf grass is guarded by a boss. However, the boss who guards the rare herb cannot explode any equipment. So few people will kill him." Of course Yi Feng understands that the final result of this kind of guardian boss is obvious to you. You can get the herbs he protects as long as you defeat him. Yi Feng asked again, "Can you tell me where it is? I really need him." The man pointed behind Yi Feng and said, "Behind you. Hold it in your hand. And you can see a valley in about half an hour. Then you have a centauri." "We have seen it before," Yi Feng said. "Thank you very much." After learning about Baiko, Yi Feng went straight to the location mentioned by the man. Fortunately, the man did not deceive Yi Feng. After walking for about 20 minutes, Yi Feng finally arrived at the valley. This valley is very narrow and can only accommodate one person. Yi Feng has already memorized the appearance of the louvers. Yi Feng, who has sharp eyes, can see the louvers hanging on the wall of the valley at a glance. Yi Feng did not act rashly. Since the group of people saw that the centifolia was not picked, it meant that the guardian boss was nearby and they had been repulsed. Yi Feng looked around, but he didn't find any trace that didn't exist. Could it be that he was gone? Just when Yi Feng wanted to move forward, a drop of unknown liquid fell on Yi Feng's head. Chapter 380 Centipede Fighting. A drop of unknown liquid fell on Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng touched it casually and found a thick liquid that was very disgusting. Yi Feng looked up and saw a terrifying centipede looking at Yi Feng with its big mouth open. A drop of liquid was flowing out of the bloody mouth, which was the same liquid on Yi Feng's head just now. Damn. It's actually the saliva of a centipede. This is a golden boss. But it's level 50. No wonder those people can't kill him. Seeing Yi Feng looking back at a huge centipede, he opened his big mouth and rushed down. Those 110 centipede legs make one's scalp numb just by looking at them. This centipede is actually 3 meters long. If a girl sees this, she will be too scared to take action even before she sees it. It's a pity that he met Yi Feng, a mere level 50 golden boss. How could he possibly defeat Yi Feng's goal of obtaining the white leaf grass? This was the first time Yi Feng faced the boss in several months. When he faced the boss again, Yi Feng actually felt a little unfamiliar. But Yi Feng quickly adapted, and the staff in B's hand instantly turned into a golden sword, blocking the centipede's attack. Of course, the impact of the centipede was not so easy to block. Yi Feng was directly knocked back several meters. The huge centipede used his countless centipede legs to move very fast. But the moment it knocked Yi Feng back, it had already entangled him. His goal was clear. He wanted to bite Yi Feng's neck. But how could Yi Feng be entangled by him so easily? Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng directly activated his acceleration skill. But he could no longer keep up with Yi Feng's speed. Using this speed, Yi Feng distanced himself from centipede, and the golden sword in his hand turned into a magic wand. Darkness entwines. The speed of the centipede was instantly reduced. The slowed centipede moved extremely slowly. Yi Feng's magic wand wielded several skills. All of them hit the centipede. But the other strange thing is that this guy is not immune to the attack of dark spells. Even though Yi Feng possesses the main artifact and has extremely powerful attacks, he can't leave many scars on this huge centipede. Every time he attacks the centipede, he only loses over 1,000 points of blood. If it were an ordinary level 50 monster, Yi Feng's attack would be able to lose no less than 2,000 points of blood. It seems that the centipede's defense is particularly strong. After the centipede was injured, it made a slight cry. A jet of black water sprayed towards Yi Feng, and Yi Feng could easily dodge it at his current speed. But Yi Feng found that he was avoiding those black water columns. The black water columns on the trees actually corroded those trees directly. It's poisonous. Fortunately, Yi Feng didn't block it. Otherwise he would have continued to lose blood. Centipede saw that the water column did not hit Yi Feng, so it sent out another water column. Yi Feng cursed, "Damn! You're still here." Yi Feng did not dare to underestimate this kind of toxicity. It was extremely poisonous at first glance. Just as Yi Feng had more than 10,000 blood points now, this kind of poison could probably kill Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't dare to be careless. The opponent's defense was so determined to find weaknesses. The centipede is covered in armor. Where is its weak point? The centipede's mouth is like a pair of scissors. A tree will be cut directly in front of him, because the centipede leg on his body is more like a sharp knife. As for the carapace on his body, Yi Feng's attack only left a white streak. Just a mark. Where is your weak point? Your belly? The earth's flames explode. A black flame exploded from under the centipede's belly. But this skill still did not cause much damage to him. It seems that the belly is not a weak point. From this point of view, there is no weak point in this centipede's body. Is it going to be killed by hard grinding? It's not impossible to grind hard. With Yi Feng's combat power, he can summon pig's feet and kill a golden boss. It's just a matter of time. When Yi Feng attacked Centipede, on a hilltop, a group of people were looking at Yi Feng. Who is this guy? He can challenge a golden boss alone? You should know it by looking at the skills he uses. This guy should be Yi Feng. Besides Yi Feng, who else have you seen use dark magic in this fantasy world? I didn't expect Yi Feng to actually want to find this centauri. What would happen if we took the centifolia away while he is fighting the boss? One of them said, just take a look. Don't have such thoughts. We can't offend the Glory Guild. And do you see that this is Yi Feng's strongest state? But he hasn't transformed yet. Yes, Yi Feng has not yet been demonized. If Yi Feng is demonized, it will be easy to deal with this centipede. But the places Yi Feng wants to go in the future are relatively high-end places. So Yi Feng's demonization skills have been kept. And he has to deal with more advanced bosses. Are we just watching from here? What else? Let's go! Sooner or later, that louver will belong to Yi Feng. In fact, they came here not only to practice leveling, but also to find this white-leaf grass. Now Yi Feng's strong appearance made them give up this idea. Yi Feng also discovered the crowd on the hilltop. But this group of people was of such a low level that if he wanted to grab his two blinds, he probably wouldn't have the guts. Sure enough, they left under Yi Feng's watch. Yi Feng put his whole heart and soul into targeting the centipede boss in front of him. No one was paying attention secretly, and Yi Feng became bolder. He turned directly into a law enforcer and waved the golden sword in his hand. The first skill of the Glory Destiny set, Battlefield Sword Chi. This skill flew out and directly drove the centipede boss into the mountain. A deep scar appeared on the centipede's back. Ding! System prompt. The golden boss centipede is damaged, and its movement speed is reduced by 30%. It turns out that there is this kind of operation. As long as the attack is hard enough, you can directly hit the opponent until the movement speed drops. If that's the case, it would be easy to handle. Yi Feng's law enforcer skills are all about head-on confrontation. Yi Feng rushed forward again with the golden sword he wielded, and with the enforcer sword in his hand, he struck with a set of skills, forcing the centipede back to the mountain wall. Boss Centipede, who had lost a lot of blood, started to shrink back after knowing that he was defeated by Night Breeze. Centipede glanced at the Venetian leaf he was guarding, and then at Yi Feng in front of him. In the end, Wugong retreated out of choice, climbed up the mountain wall, got into a cave, and hid. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this guy was killed, he wouldn't hold anything in his arms. It would be best if he left. Of course, this centipede may be timid. If it were another boss, he might fight Yi Feng to the death. Seeing the blinds growing on the mountain wall, Yi Feng, disguised as an archer, flew up with a catapult. And Yi Feng successfully pocketed the blinds. Of course, Yi Feng needs 2 copies of the herbs he needs, because the Great Elder reminded him that Yi Feng needs to prepare 2 copies of the herbs. Chapter 381 Ninja. After Yi Feng obtained the first centipede, Yi Feng found another centipede nearby. But this time no centipede appeared, indicating that the centipede was guarding the centipedes here. After leaving the valley, Yi Feng planned to go to the next location. But not long after Yi Feng left the valley, Yi Feng found that he seemed to be being followed. It's strange. This feeling doesn't seem to be the feeling of being followed by an assassin, but like being tracked as prey. Could it be that a boss has taken a fancy to me? Yi Feng stopped and looked around, but found nothing unusual. If there were assassins, it would be impossible for him to become invisible in Yi Feng's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Feng completed the transformation from a dark magician to an NPC, and then to a dark magician again. Most people can't see any changes at all, because when Yi Feng is in NPC state, he can tell if there are any hidden assassins around him. But what was strange this time was that Yi Feng didn't notice anything. But subconsciously, Yi Feng was being stared at by someone. Who is it? Come out? But after Yi Feng said this, no one came out. But the feeling of being stared at disappeared. Yi Feng patted his head. Could it be that he felt wrong? There was no way. Yi Feng, who felt that the feeling that was staring at him disappeared, had no choice but to move on. The second medicinal material Yi Feng wanted to find was located in the level 60 wild monster area. But just after Yi Feng walked for about 10 minutes, that feeling appeared again. Yi Feng felt seriously this time that there was indeed a strong aura locking him. Yi Feng shouted, I don't care who you are. You don't want to sneak attack on my door. Come out. Jie. It turns out that you, a Chinese pig, are still so alert. You are indeed different from others. China? Yi Feng's first reaction was that the other party was a Japanese, and he was extremely disgusted with the Japanese Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, if we guess wrong, you should be Fuso Ninja. Yi Feng is an NPC in the Huaxia district. What he can do is see things in the Huaxia district that players cannot see. But if the opponent is a player from another area, Yi Feng should not have that ability. So just now, Yi Feng couldn't see this ninja hiding in the dark. The ninja said, haha. I didn't expect you Chinese pigs to remember us ninjas. Yi Feng said with great disgust, if you say the word China pig again, I will destroy your Japanese district. Haha. You alone are my opponent of the Japanese Empire. Bah! Although I don't know how you came to our Huaxia district, I will tell you that once you come, don't even think about leaving. Haha. The ninjas of our Empire of Japan can come and leave whenever they want. You Chinese pigs can't stop me. I'm here to tell you that your Chinese region is under the control of our Empire of Japan. Yi Feng became angry and threw out a skill from the staff in his hand. Dark Coil. He controlled the opponent. But what Yi Feng didn't expect was that the darkness was entangled and was broken by the opponent within a second. What? The ninja said proudly, you can control me with just a few control skills. But you don't even think about how I came to your area. Yi Feng realized that the opponent was a master. But Yi Feng couldn't understand that now that the national war has not been opened, players from the Japanese area can actually come to the Chinese area, unless he is on a special mission. The Japanese ninja opposite was jumping quickly in the woods, confusing Yi Feng's vision. This guy was obviously showing off his skills, saying that Yi Feng was too incompetent. Yi Feng looked at the ninja coldly. The opponent was extremely fast. Ninjas and assassins have similar professions. If you want to deal with a ninja, you must pull out the opponent at once and interrupt his stealth skills. So Yi Feng was waiting for the moment when he made a mistake. Seeing that Yi Feng was hesitant to attack, the ninja shouted directly on the world channel, ha ha ha. Is this the #1 master in your Chinese region? Nothing more than that. What's going on? Why is there a ninja? He's a ninja from the Japanese district. Why did he come to our Chinese district? No. The national war has not started yet. How did it come to our area? The point is that Yi Feng can't seem to beat him. The discussion on the world channel was heated for a while, and they didn't understand why a ninja from Japan came to China. The Alliance channel is also becoming popular. The domineering president said, President Yi Feng, what's going on? Yi Feng said, it's okay. This guy keeps jumping around like a flea. I'm going to shoot him to death. Lan Shi said, how many people are there? Do you need help? Yi Feng said, I have only seen one person so far. I don't know how he came to our Huaxia district. In the gang channel, Shadow asked, the other party is a ninja. Do you need me to take action? Yi Feng said, no. I will let him die. At this time, the ninja in front of Yi Feng flew out the flying knife in his hand and flew towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng stretched out his hand and pulled out the pig's foot. Pig's feet. Bite him. Don't bite him to death. The sudden appearance of the pig's feet made the ninja panic. He never expected that Yi Feng would use pets. The pig's feet can fly, and the speed is not low, and it directly catches up with the ninja. Otherwise, Yi Feng just used the Feng Xingyan skill, and Yi Feng didn't even have to use the pig's feet. After all, the opponent has a speed advantage. What Yi Feng wants is the pig's feet to drive the opponent down. Sure enough, after the pig's foot turned into a dragon, the ninja had to fall to the ground. But the moment it landed on the ground, Yi Feng appeared. A fist hit the ninja's head directly. The ninja, who was about to become invisible, was cut off by Yi Feng. Without the stealth skills and the advantage in the sky, the ninja was useless in front of Yi Feng. After being knocked down by Yi Feng's punch, Ninja quickly got up. Said, "You cheated. China pig." Darkness entwines. Although Yi Feng knows that this skill is not effective, Yi Feng wants to try how many release control skills the opponent has. Sure enough, after being controlled, he was immediately released by the other party in less than a second. But at this time, the pig's feet swooped down from above, hitting the ninja directly, and a dog gnawed at Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng stepped directly on the ninja's head and said with a sneer, "Ninja. Right? Are you very tolerant?" Yi Feng suddenly raised his foot and stamped his foot, and blood spurted out from the ninja's mouth. "China pig. If you can, let's fight alone without using pets." Yi Feng sneered and said, "Hack you. How can I be fair if I fight you? Anyone who can beat you to death is a good move." Then Yi Feng punched and kicked him, beating the ninja into a pig-headed shape, but still did not kill him directly. The Japanese Empire, will definitely crush your Chinese nation and enslave you," Yi Feng said with a bloodthirsty look on his face. "I'll crush your mother asterisk. Just wait for me." Saying that, Yi Feng cut off the ninja's head with a sword, splashing blood all over Yi Feng. Chapter 382 National War. After Yi Feng killed the ninja, Yi Feng received a system prompt. Ding! System prompt. You killed Junichi Watanabe in Japan and gained 1 international point. International points? And this thing? For Yi Feng, this thing is very unfamiliar, and it is equally unfamiliar to all players in the server. In the past, many games were divided into international versions and Chinese versions, but there was no such thing as a server with players from multiple regions. Although Fantasy World has long said that this is a global game, this is also the first time for all players to play with players from other regions. In previous games, there were at most a few countries playing friendly matches offline, but they never played head-on. And this time, all players in the Huaxia region can compete with players in other regions. And now Yi Feng has obtained international points. If I am correct, they should be used for international rankings in the future. It seems that it is not long before the founding war. At present, it seems that I have gained international points in advance. Yi Feng said in the Alliance channel, "I have already killed that ninja. The squishy one." The fanatic said, "President Yi Feng, what is the ninja's intention?" "No. The words were too unpleasant, so I just killed him." "Boss, what's this guy's name? I'll go to the Japanese area to check it out for you." Yi Feng typed out the guy's name directly. Watanabe Junichi. Xiao Hei entered the forum directly, and switched directly to the Japanese forum. Although it was a group of incomprehensible words, luckily there was a translator. Soon Xiao Hei found the information about Watanabe Chuani. Xiao Hei returned to the game and said, "Boss, I will post this guy's information for everyone to see. Junichi Watanabe, currently level 52. He is the vice president of the Viper Guild, one of the 3 major guilds in Japan. His combat power is ranked 10th in Japan. Very popular in Japan. Everyone in the Alliance was shocked when they saw that person's information. This guy had quite a background. He was quite famous in Japan. Soon, everyone who was sliding down knew that this was a master from Japan named Junichi Watanabe. Finally, when he saw the Japanese's message, he said with a look of disdain, "TSK, a Japanese like this is arrogantly trampled on his head. What's the use of Yi Feng? President, if it were you, you would definitely not let him be so arrogant." "Of course not. I will slap him to death. Damn the Japanese devil." The sudden appearance of the Japanese made people in the Huaxia district aware of the start of the national war in advance. If the national war really starts so early, it means that the entire fantasy world has reached its peak. However, many players believe that this level has not yet reached the time for the founding war. This Japanese ninja may have used some special method to come to the Huaxia district. However, on the other side, as the neighbor of China district, Japan district, Junichi Watanabe returned directly to the Japanese area after washing. But when he returned to Japan, his face looked a little unsightly. He discovered a problem. He originally went to China to do a mission this time. But the mission was not completed. He still can't return to China, which means that the mission was in vain. Of course, as a master like Watanabe Junichi, everyone in his guild wanted everyone to know that he was heading to the Huaxia district. But if he dies suddenly and comes back, it will be very gossipy. As the vice president of the Venomous Tongue Guild, he was shouldering a huge responsibility when he went to the Huaxia district this time. Seeing Junichi Watanabe back, the Poisonous Tongue president Mai Kamio must have asked him about his condition and whether he had completed his mission. Watanabe-kun, our mission is accomplished. I'm very sorry. Mai-kun, I didn't complete the mission. Tell me why. Mai Shinxiang asked with a frown. Yes, I met Yi Feng, the #1 expert in China, in the Huaxia district. This guy is very strong. I was killed by this guy before I returned to our district. Mai Shinxiang said, how powerful. Who is more powerful compared with Hananoyama? Watanabe Junichi said, Hanano-kun is the #1 master in our empire of Japan. How can that Yi Feng be Hanano-kun's opponent? Have you found out Yi Feng's strength? 9 times out of 10. If Hanano-kun confronts me, I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to take action. However, Yi Feng didn't kill me right away. Mai Shinxiang nodded and said, so, he ranks around 5th on our side? Watanabe Jun nodded. According to their ranking, Yi Feng should indeed be in 5th place. Yoshi, it seems that it should be quite simple for us to attack the Huaxia district. Yes. Mai-kun. The Japanese military region had no idea of Yi Feng's combat effectiveness at all. Based on Yi Feng's lack of ability to transform, they concluded that Yi Feng's combat effectiveness was not strong, which would cause them heavy losses in the future. As for the mission they originally needed to complete, Mai Shinxiang did not pursue it anymore. After all, they got better information. On the other hand, in the Huaxia district, Yi Feng sneered in his heart when he knew that this family ranked 10th there. At this level, they dare to rank 10th. And even the 20th place in the Huaxia district can abuse them. Since your Japanese district can come to our Chinese district, why can't we go to your Japanese district in advance? Yi Feng had a plan in mind and wanted to ask the Lord of Xuanwu City if he could go to Japan in advance. But what Yi Feng needs to do now is to find herbs. So Yi Feng does not continue to worry about how this ninja got here, but continues to look for herbs. But it's different on the Fantasy World Forum, because besides leveling up, players just gossip or fight. Suddenly there was such big news. Players from Japan actually came to China, which of course made them gossip. Hey, I heard that guy is quite powerful. He can actually fight with Yi Feng. That's not true. The 10th ranked expert in Japan can't be far behind. What are you always saying? Our president didn't even use all his strength to kill him. How powerful can he be? TCH. Who knew that your president didn't use his transformation skills? And no one saw all this fighting. We all know that Yi Feng is very powerful. But after all, he is a master in Japan. If he is as powerful as you say, then he is too good to go to Japan. However, in the game, one team of players was wiped out. This was the team that had been in contact with Yi Feng before. The reason why they were wiped out was because they were killed by the ninja. Damn it. Why did Junichi Watanabe go to China? And he even killed us. Didn't you see? The 10th ranked master in Japan is of course very easy to deal with us. But fortunately, he has been killed by Yi Feng. And he has probably returned to their Japanese region. I don't know why this guy is here. He's not here to explore some information. Why do I feel like the national war is about to begin? Others nodded. And players from other regions appeared, indicating that a national war was about to break out. Chapter 383 Killer Organization. Yi Feng came to his next place to look for medicinal materials. Step by step, searching for medicinal materials one by one. As time passed day by day, Yi Feng and others had collected most of the medicinal materials. But there were only 3 medicinal materials left. Yi Feng could not find them. According to the geographical location given by Divine Dr. Liu, they could not find them either. Boss, did Dr. Liu give these 3 medicinal materials to the wrong place? We have been there several times, and we haven't seen them at all, Xiao Hei said helplessly. After all, they went there many times and failed to find the 3 so-called medicinal materials. Yi Feng was also very surprised. Logically speaking, others had already told them the location, and they could find it as long as they searched patiently. However, they have searched through all 3 locations in the past few days, and there is not a single herb or guardian boss. Could it be that someone else found it first? But this is a bit unbelievable. They were the only ones who knew the geographical location of these 3 medicinal materials. The other players didn't even tell them. They just told them the names of the medicinal materials to collect. We did collect some medicinal materials, but these 3 types were nowhere to be found. Yifeng said, "How about I ask that divine Dr. Liu again?" "I guess forget it. For these 3 positions, it's useless for you to ask. Haven't they told you that it means you can't find it? And you might be stepped on by others?" Yin Yu frowned and said, "The strange thing is that these 3 positions are special. I'm afraid we are the only ones who can find them." Others nodded, because these 3 positions were all between level 70 and 80. Even they, let alone others, have to be careful. At this time, Demo, who was observing more carefully, said, "These 3 locations are relatively close to Demon Imperial City. Could it be that people from Demon Imperial City took them away?" Demon Imperial City? Yifeng quickly opened the map location. Sure enough, the 3 locations he marked were indeed very close to the Demon King City. Of course, this quietness is relative. Compared with their main cities, Demon Imperial City is certainly closer. But no matter how close it is at least half an hour away. Yifeng was a little hesitant, and didn't know whether he should go to the Demon Emperor's city. After all, his relationship with the Demon Emperor was not very good, and he would probably be killed if he went. Seeing Yifeng's hesitation, Chu Tianai said, "How about I go explore the way first?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "This is definitely not possible. The Demon King is already suspicious of the human race. If you go, there will only be one end, and that is death." "But why can't Yifeng and the others go?" Yifeng said, "The reason why they can go is because they are players in the demon camp. And Yifeng has a deal with the Demon Emperor. Yifeng has a deal with the Demon King. How can such a low-level player get involved with the Demon King?" Others asked in confusion. Yifeng nodded and said, "You don't understand this. In fact, I also had some transactions with the Demon King. Unfortunately, in the end, my relationship with the Demon King collapsed. If I go to the Demon King city, I will probably be killed by him. So I'm hesitating." "Boss, you are usually so decisive. But why are you so hesitant today? It turns out that you have a grudge against the Demon King. Why don't you find the Lord of Xuanwu City? He is also an NPC, and is very powerful. Maybe he can help you." What Xiao Hei said was not unreasonable. But there was still a level gap between the Xuanwu City Lord and the Demon Emperor. It was impossible for Yifeng to take his backstage to death. "Let me go!" A voice sounded from beside Yifeng. This person was Ying. "You go." "Okay," Ying said. "Don't forget what my profession is. I am best suited to go to the Demon Imperial City here." Thinking about the original Demon God Pavilion. The film and television city is the inheritance of God. And it is also the inheritance of the Demon God. The Demon God is also called the God of Killing. Logically speaking, it should be fine if Ying leaves. Yifeng thought for a long time, and then said, "You can go. But we will wait for you outside the Demon Imperial City." "Yes, Master. Go ahead. Don't be afraid. We will be your strong backing," Xiao Hei encouraged. "Okay. Let's go now." A group of people appeared in the direction of the Holy City, left the Holy City directly, and headed for the Demon Imperial City. Of course, their departure will definitely attract the attention of other players. After all, Yifeng and the others can be regarded as well-known figures in the fantasy world. Of course, there are some players who don't know Yifeng at all. After all, playing games doesn't necessarily mean that I need to know everyone in this server. I'll go. Why are Yifeng and the others going to such a big battle? Who knows? People who have reached their level and status. What they want to do. We can't guess. Of course, Yifeng's group outings and activities arouse the idea of chasing the wind. Go and send a few people to follow the wild bees, and see what they are going to do. It's President Yifeng. Yifeng and others move forward quickly, each of them carrying a mount. Of course, they were all ordinary ones, just for traveling. Soon they arrived at the center between the Holy City and the Demon Emperor, which was the city of good and evil. When Yifeng came to the city of good and evil again, the players here watched Yifeng and others taking detours. But at this moment, a group of players appeared in front of Yifeng and others, blocking the way of Yifeng and others. One of the leading warriors carried a sword, pointed at Yifeng and said, "You are that Yifeng, right?" Yifeng nodded and said, "If you are looking for Yifeng, the president of the Glory Guild, then you are right." "Humph. Of course I am looking for you. I heard that you are quite capable, and even killed 2 of us." Yifeng frowned and said, "My friend, I don't know what you are talking about. I have killed not only 1,000 but also 10,000 people. I don't know which 2 people you are talking about." "Uh-huh. Which 2? Do you still remember the suburbs of your city S?" Yifeng stared at the car on the other side with wide eyes. Could they be those killers? Not only Yifeng had this idea, but everyone else behind him also had this idea. Without saying a word, Yifeng and others directly used their weapons to fight directly. Yifeng said coldly, "Of course I remember. But it's a pity that the people inside didn't tell me who their leader was. How can they blame me for losing their lives? Ha ha ha. In our industry, credibility is the most important thing. But if you kill one of our people, it's different," Yifeng said. "In other words, you don't want to tell me who your servant is right now. Right? Ha ha ha. If you want to know who our servant master is, then you have to see how capable you are," Yifeng said coldly. "Kill them." Chapter 384 Sneaking into the Demon Imperial City. The surrounding players never thought that Yifeng would directly order the killing. Of course, the group of players opposite Yifeng are not vegetarians. They already have strong fighting skills in real life. Therefore, in this game, they can display more powerful combat capabilities. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, they were inseparable. It was strange that such a group of players were hiding in the city of good and evil. I didn't know what they wanted to do. Hey, why are these people fighting? Aren't these the same people who have occupied the city of good and evil for a long time? Do they have a grudge against Yifeng? No. Look at how powerful those guys are. It's true. Yifeng and his group are all masters among masters. But they are holding them back. Yifeng didn't expect that the opponent was so powerful. Their fighting skills were extremely fierce. If Yifeng and the others were a group of ordinary players, they might not be able to withstand the opponent's attack for a few times, and would be annihilated. Fortunately, Yifeng and the others have relatively good levels and equipment. Their fighting skills are on the opposite side. And no matter how good they are, they can't withstand their damage. During this period, Yifeng's attacks were extremely fierce. If Yifeng guessed correctly, the person who wanted his life should also be playing this game. So the target had been reduced to a very small size. Except for Yifeng. No one else should be so cruel to him. Yifeng shook the enemy away. And the soldier said, "Your servant is Yifeng. Not only did he not end well, but neither did you. Ha ha ha. So what if you can beat us in the game? In reality, I will let you know the consequences of offending us." Battlefield Sword Energy. In less than 10 minutes, there were more than 10 corpses lying in front of Yifeng and others. They were all left by the players on the opposite side. And none of them left. The players on the side whispered, "Let me go. The fighting ability of the Glory Guild is so strong. These guys are not weak at first glance. Isn't this nonsense? They have occupied the city of good and evil all year round, and have no ability at all. What do you think?" Yifeng asked again, "Name your servant master." Even in the state of lying corpses, they can still talk. "Bah. If you want to know, come find us. We are in City S now." Yifeng firmly remembered the faces of these people in his mind. If he was on PS4, he would definitely have a chance to meet them. And the most important thing is that the other party knew their whereabouts and base. However, Yifeng did not panic. Logically speaking, Yifeng and the others were always protected by Wu Tian. Xiao He asked anxiously, "Will they pose a threat to where we are now?" Yifeng said, "Don't worry. We are safe here. Soon." Yifeng and his party left the city of good and evil, and headed directly to the Demon Imperial City. The news that Yifeng and others were killing people in the city of good and evil quickly reached Zhui Feng's ears. Zhui Feng said with some fear, "You won't ask me. And I don't know the credibility of their killer union." Zhui Feng pretended to be calm and asked, "Did you hear clearly what they said?" It seems that Yifeng was asking them who their servant was. But the other party never told them. As a result, Yifeng was angered. And Yifeng killed them all. Zhui Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the other party didn't say it out loud. In Yifeng's current state, he knew that if it were him who paid someone to kill him, his girlfriend would probably fight against him. Yifeng and others arrived outside the Demon King's city. From a distance, Yifeng and others had already seen the Demon King's city. But they could not go any further. If they went further, they would encounter demon soldiers. Because Yifeng has already seen that there are demon soldiers patrolling around. "Okay. That's it. Now it's up to you." Ing nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go in right now." Ing directly entered the invisible state, and quietly walked towards the Demon Imperial City. Fortunately, Ying's stealth state is very effective, and he is a master of assassins. Even in the invisible state, Ying carefully avoids the attack range of the demon soldiers. Yi Feng watched Ying go deep into the city of imitation and prayed in his heart. It would be best to find traces of the other 3 medicinal materials. Ying slowly approached Demon Imperial City, and Zhang Ying came to the gate of Demon Imperial City, where there were several demon guards. If you want to enter through the main entrance, you will definitely be stopped or discovered by soldiers. But the walls of the Magic Defense City are extremely high. It would be a little impossible to climb over the wall and get in. Of course, if Ling was a little bolder and walked in directly, maybe with his current professional status, the other party would probably not stop her. Ying thought for a while, and decided to climb over the wall, just to be on the safe side. Fortunately, a demon guard would appear at intervals on the city wall, which gave Ying a great opportunity to sneak in. Although the city wall was difficult to climb, Ying silently climbed up for Yi Feng, with Yi Feng and others standing in the distance. Xiao He said anxiously, "I don't know how my master is doing, and I haven't seen any reaction from the demon guards over at Demon Imperial City." Yi Feng said, "It's okay. It should be easy to sneak into Demon King City with the ability you used. It's just that I'm afraid it's a little difficult to get the information on those 3 medicinal materials." Sneaking into the Demon Imperial City, everyone thought there was no problem. But those 3 medicinal materials were not something that could be easily obtained. In the Demon Emperor's palace, a demon mage wearing a mage robe walked up to the Demon Emperor. "Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. A few days ago, I discovered a pair of rare medicinal materials in the mountains around the Demon Emperor City, which are very helpful to the human body's mental ability." The Demon King looked at the medicinal materials in the hands of the Demon Mage. He held it in his hands and observed it with interest, and smelled it with his nose. And there was a strange fragrance. The Demon King said, "It should be refined into a pill. Otherwise, if you eat it like this, you will lose a lot of its efficacy. Your Majesty is wise. I am planning to refine it into elixir and present it to your Majesty." Well, it couldn't be better. It just so happens that these days, I always feel that there is an energy in my body that needs to explode. Prepare some more pills to be prepared. Okay, I'll get ready now. In recent days, the Demon King has been feeling some kind of energy in his body, and it seems that he is about to advance. But based on the current level of the Demon King, if he advances again, he will probably surpass the Pope and become the pinnacle existence of this continent. The Demon King of the Demon Clan, the Great Elder of the Human Clan, and the Pope of the Law Enforcement Hall. These 3 people are all at the 9th level of strength, and the others are only at the 8th level at most. It is easy to kill the 8th level by the 9th level. If the Demon Emperor advances again, it will be the 10th level. Then I am afraid that the entire human race will be enslaved by the Demon Emperor. Of course, there are some reclusive people, such as Oyezi from Yi Feng's gang territory, and the Carefree Li Bai. Of course, there should be many more, but Yi Feng has not encountered them. Chapter 385 Find the Target. Ying carefully climbed over the city wall and came to the Demon Imperial City. This is the first time Ying has come to the Demonic Imperial City. And of course, it is also the first time he has seen the scene inside the Demonic Defense City. In fact, the composition of players is the same as ordinary ones. There are NPCs, shops, restaurants, and of course the demonic guards. In fact, it is exactly the same as the main city in the human area. But he is just a villain. Ying walked cautiously in the Demon Imperial City. He wanted to find out whether the 3 medicinal herbs were taken away by the people from the Demon Imperial City. He must have gone to a place where there was a lot of gossip, which was the restaurant. At this time, the Demon Imperial City has not yet been made public to players. Of course, players have traveled thousands of miles to come here. And of course they can enter. Currently, it is only for demon players. Other human players who want to enter will probably be killed. So now almost all of them are demon NPCs. Ying took advantage of his invisible state and walked into the restaurant. The restaurant was almost filled with NPCs. After Ying's patient waiting, a group of NPC soldiers finally arrived. A group of soldiers chose the largest table and sat down. "Boss, I'm exhausted if you order some wine. There's nothing to patrol in this demonic imperial city. We're asked to walk around all day long. I don't know what's there to patrol. Master June is coming right away." Another demon soldier said, "It's okay for us to defend the city here. How about you go to the front line to fight?" The demon soldier who just said something like this shook his head repeatedly. "I don't want to go to the front line. I heard the death rate there is very high. But it's so relaxing here. One of the NPC soldiers said, "That's not true. I heard that our elders found several precious medicinal plants around the Rubik's Cube city a few days ago. I heard that they will be dedicated to the Demon Emperor." "Hey, I've heard about this too. But it seems like a few people from the human race are going to be arrested to be used as drug introductions." "That's right. I heard that a mission will be released soon. It is said that it is to capture the human magician." "Oh, we don't need to take action on this kind of mission. It's none of our business anyway. Where is Boss Joe? Why hasn't he come yet? Come on. Come on. Aren't you going to get some good wine for the military masters? Hurry and fill it up." "Uncle." After hearing this information, Ing left the restaurant directly. It was certain that the other party did take these materials. It seemed that he needed to find the Demon Elder who took these 3 medicinal materials. "I just don't know where the Demon Elder is." As soon as they went out to rescue, they heard some demon soldiers beside them saying, "Come on. Hurry up. Elder Wang has issued a mission. I heard that we are going to capture a few human mages. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can actually get some benefits." Just now, Ing didn't know where to go. But now, Ying's request was fulfilled. Ing followed these demon soldiers and arrived in front of a mansion in a leisurely manner. In front of Ing, there should be the blessed land of Elder Wang. And a notice has been posted at his door, summoning demon soldiers to go to the human race and capture a few demon magicians. Of course, it is impossible to read these notices like others, but to find ways to enter this mansion, because a large number of demon soldiers gathered at the door. The guards at the door of the mansion came here to maintain order. Ing quietly walked into Elder Wang's mansion. As soon as Ing entered Elder Wang's mansion, he discovered that the servants in the mansion were busy. "Hurry up. Hurry up. The Elder has promised to refine the elixir for His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Hurry up and prepare what the Elder needs." "Yes, Master Butler." The servants were all preparing things for making alchemy, and they had no time to pay attention. Ing had already broken into them. Besides, how could someone break into the Demon Imperial City now? No outsiders have been here for a long time, so the NPCs here are quite lax. Shadow followed a servant holding a single stove and kept walking forward. As Ing walked, he couldn't help but realize that this mansion was really big. If this servant hadn't led the way, Ing would have spent a long time finding his way here. Under the leadership of that servant, Ing came to an alchemy room, but unfortunately, there were 2 guards guarding the alchemy room. Even the servants could not enter the alchemy room, and everything they brought was carried in by a guard at the door. The servants cannot enter the alchemy room at all. In other words, Kaga cannot enter. With the arrival of many servants, there were already more than a dozen servants standing at the door of the alchemy room, all waiting to take the things in their hands into the alchemy room. There are so many people now. If we don't go in now, there will be fewer people, and it will be even harder to get in. So Ing is ready to find an opportunity. What opportunities are you looking for? In front of Ing, a servant was holding an instrument in his hand. In his invisible state, Ing directly gave birth to a foot, tripping the servant down. Hearing an ouch, the servant fell to the ground. And by the way, the servant in front of him was also pushed down. This little accident suddenly happened, which made the soldiers in front frown, and came over and said, "Be careful. You damaged the Elder's things. You can't even pay for it with your life." The moment the demon guard spoke, Ing stepped into the alchemy room. As soon as he entered the alchemy room, Ing saw an old man dressed as a magician staring at him. Ing stood motionless. Could he have been discovered? But he is still invisible. You didn't dare to move. But the demon elder looked at it for a long time and finally rubbed his eyes. Said, "Is it because I'm old or something? I'm actually dazzled when I see things." "Hey!" When he heard the demon elder say this, he breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't dare to move randomly. Ing knew that there was a huge gap between his own level and his opponent's. As long as he moved casually, he would definitely be discovered by the opponent. So he could only stand there motionless like a piece of wood. Soon, everything the demon elder needed was ready. But the other party has no intention of starting to refine the elixir now, because they still lack an introduction to the elixir. Everything was placed in front of the demon elder, including the 3 medicinal materials. Among all the medicinal materials, Ing finally found those 3 medicinal materials. According to Yin's calculation, if he is fast enough and collects the 3 medicinal materials, even if he is killed, he should not explode all the 3 medicinal materials he just obtained. Of course, this is the best plan. The worst plan may be that what you just obtained will explode. Ing did not take such a risk, but was waiting for the opportunity. because the other party had no intention of starting to refine the elixir now. Ing's eye said in the team channel, I have found 3 medicinal materials. It's a pity that they are right in front of me. There is a demon elder guarding them. Being guarded by the demon elders. Wouldn't it mean that there is no chance to capture it? Any chance? Ing said, wait. So you can go back first. You don't have to wait for me. Chapter 386, Being a Bait. After Ying's repeated explanations, Yifeng took the others and went wild in the surrounding area. If something unexpected happens, they can still be of some help. However, the level of the wild monsters around here is really high. The wild monsters around level 70 are still relatively difficult for Yifeng and the others to defeat. If you are not careful, the crispy skin may be slapped to death. At this moment, my shadow is still looking at the demon elder motionless. The demon elder studied in front of the alchemy furnace for a long time, and even looked through the alchemy handbook. 1 minute and 1 second passed like this. In the entire alchemy room, apart from Ing, there was the demon elder. A few hours later, the demon elder yawned, stretched and said, I don't know if the human magician has been caught. If I had known, I would have done it myself to avoid such trouble. As he spoke, the demon elder drank a glass of water next to him, finally came up temporarily, and walked to the door of the room. He subconsciously glanced at where Ing was standing. But fortunately, the demon elder didn't suspect anything and went straight out. After seeing the demon elders closing the door, Ing finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Ing didn't move. Ing didn't dare to move. What if the demon elder was at the door? Didn't he fall into the trap? The demon elder, who stood quietly on the spot, hiding outside the door, saw that there was no movement inside for a while. And then he left with peace of mind. Take good care of the things in here. The key is missing. Let me ask you a question. It's the elder. Hearing the sound of the demon elders walking away outside, I was completely relieved this time. I didn't expect the NPC to be so insidious and wait outside the door for so long. It seemed that he really suspected that there was someone inside. To be careful. Ing still didn't move. After about a few minutes, he moved around quietly. After confirming that there was no danger, you walked towards the pile of medicinal materials. Added the 3 medicinal materials directly. Grabbed the 3 medicinal materials in your hand, and put them into your backpack. But just after Ing put the 3 medicinal materials into his backpack, he received a system prompt. Ding! System prompt. You stole good items from the demon and successfully aroused her anger. You will be hunted by him within an hour. During this period, you cannot use the scroll to return to the city. I haven't thought about it in a few years, but I just took 3 items and actually touched the demon elder. It seems to be a fixed setting in the game, and the shadow can't escape even if it runs away. At this moment, the door of the alchemy room was opened, and several guards rushed in. Shadow's invisibility skill also appears, and he will no longer be invisible because it has been locked. After knowing that he could not escape safely, he launched a counterattack. With your current ability, you can still kill the few guards in front of you. But your cold shout forced Ing to give up this idea, and it was better to run away. Where did you come from? You little thief. How dare you steal my things? I'll use you to make medicine. As this god of death profession. Of course, it has its unique benefit. That is, after activating the skill, it will increase your movement speed in a short period of time. Therefore, you should flee directly after activating a skill, hoping to escape from the mansion in front of you. It's a pity that the demon elder is only level 80, and I am only level 52. The gap between the two sides is still huge, so the moment you escape, the demon elders have already rushed over. Fortunately, this demon elder is a mage, which is the best for Ing. If the opponent is a warrior, it may not be so easy. But if one is a mage, then Ing has a chance. Escape. Suddenly, the battle launched in our imperial city. Especially the magic effects of the demon elders had been seen even by Yifeng and others standing far away. No, we must have been discovered. What should we do? Chu Tianai asked. Yifeng frowned. They couldn't go in. If they did, they would definitely be wiped out because there was a demon emperor inside. This is the top boss known to Yifeng. With their current abilities, they cannot compete with it. Now they can only wait for Ing outside Demon Emperor's city. As long as Ing can come out, they can help you. At least they can delay time. A battle broke out in the Demon King's city, and Ing had no intention of fighting the opponent at all. The demon elder behind him, who was hiding from XE, was about to explode with anger. But your target is not inside the Demon King's city, and you want to leave the city. However, Ying is keenly aware that there are other demon elders coming to support you. A voice came, Elder One. What's going on? I don't know where the thief came from. But he stole the elixir I wanted to give to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. You dare to come to Demon Imperial City to steal things. You are so brave. It's an assassin. I don't know if it's a human race or our demon race yet. Okay. I'll help you capture that little thief. We must let him know how powerful our demons are. But the shadow at this moment is right below them. As long as you move, they will notice it immediately. Seeing that there was still 100 or 10 meters away from the city gate. If he rushed over directly, it wouldn't even take 10 seconds at his current assassin's speed. But if he was discovered by the two demon elders behind him, he would be blasted to pieces without even 10 seconds. But outside the Demon Emperor city, Yi Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore. You guys are here to take care of me. I'll go over and take a look first. Boss, be careful. Yi Feng. Be careful. Yi Feng nodded and summoned the demon directly. If there was no demonic skill in the current magic defense city, Yi Feng might not even be able to get close. Yi Feng appeared at the gate of Demon King City openly. In order to reduce the pressure on Shadow, Yi Feng launched an attack directly from the gate of Demon King City. Yi Feng's appearance surprised the two demon elders. The two demon clan elders showed Yi Feng's appearance and said incredulously, "Isn't this the Black Angel in the legend of my demon clan? Why did he suddenly attack our Demon Imperial City?" Another demon elder said, "The Black Angel is not of a high level this time. We captured him, and said that he might be used by our Demon King." The two looked at each other, and launched a frantic attack on Yi Feng. He also saw the appearance of Yi Feng, and he knew that Yi Feng was here to help him. But this undoubtedly put Yi Feng at the forefront of the storm, and he might easily die. Yi Feng would lose 1 level of experience when he died. However, in order to prevent Yi Feng from dying in vain, Ying quickly climbed over the city wall and left the Demon King City. Because no one cares about Ying's existence now. They only see Yi Feng, the Black Angel who suddenly appeared. Ying finally reunited with Yenyu and others. But at this moment, Yi Feng was trapped tightly by two demon elders. "Boss, do we want to help you?" Being beaten by two level 80 demon elders. Even Yi Feng, who was ranked number 1 in the server, could hardly hold on any longer. The level difference between the two parties was too big. What's more, there are two level 80 people on the opposite side. Yi Feng said with some difficulty, "There is no need to come here. If you come here, you will die. I will lead them outside the Demon Emperor city. When I die, remember to pick up the gang territory token." Good. Chapter 387 The Mysterious Old Man in the Dungeon. When Yi Feng's blood volume dropped, and there was still 10% left, Yi Feng began to withdraw violently. Even if he died, he couldn't die at the door. It would be terrible if someone picked up his gang territory token. Yi Feng, who had fought them to the death just now, suddenly wanted to escape. How could the two demon elders let Yi Feng go? They originally wanted to arrest Yi Feng after injuring him, but they didn't expect Yi Feng to want to escape. The two demon elders chased after him, and released his demonic skills the moment Yi Feng fell into the forest. Just after Yi Feng released his demonic skills, two demon elders appeared beside Yi Feng. After they saw that there was only one human player left in this place, they looked around curiously. What's going on? As for the Black Angel that just landed in this place, why is it missing? Yi Feng watched the two demons retreating cautiously. They were looking for the Black Angel, completely ignoring his own existence. Yi Feng was just about to move, but his feet were suddenly entangled by a black flame. The controlled Yi Feng could not move. "Human guys, can you see a Black Angel?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No, I didn't see it." The two demon elders frowned. Did they just let the Black Angel escape like this? You really didn't see it? Yi Feng shook his head and said, "I didn't see it. Can you let me go?" "Let you go? This is impossible. You must have seen the Black Angel. If you don't say it, I know how to make you say it." Yi Feng knew that the person opposite did not want to kill him, but wanted to capture him. Thinking about it, this is the second time that he has been captured by the demons. As the marshal of the human race, and as the number 1 player on the side of the human race players, Yi Feng was captured for the second time. If he told it, he would really be laughed at by others. But no matter what, Yi Feng was really captured at this moment. Yi Feng said in the team, "You go back first. I can't go back for the time being. They caught me. I don't like boss. You are too watery. You can even be caught by them." Xiao Hei joked. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Although they couldn't see it, Yi Feng still said unhappily, How did I know they were going to arrest me? I thought they were going to kill me. But in the end, they refused to kill me. As long as they got the herbs. That would be fine. You go back quickly. Okay. Let's go back then. If that doesn't work, just let a demon soldier kill you. Yin Yu said. Of course. Yin Yu's intention is not to let Yi Feng delay for too long. After all, the medicinal materials have been found. And he can go to refine the medicine and revive Zissou as soon as possible. Of course Yi Feng understood Yin Yu's mood. And Yi Feng said, I know. But I just need to find something. I have something else to do. I can't always let the mythical guild get so many transformation skills. We will eventually be unable to defeat them. Demo said, yes. If this is the case, the mythical guild will rule our entire Chinese region. I saw that they all crushed the scroll of return to the city and returned to their gang territory. Only Yi Feng was once again taken to the demon dungeon by the demon elder. This time is different from last time. Last time Yi Feng was taken to an ordinary dungeon. But this time, Yi Feng was taken to the real royal dungeon. This dungeon is different from the previous dungeon. It was also sealed in the dungeon before and guarded by some demon guards. As for the dungeon where Yi Feng is now, except for the demon guards guarding the door, it is completely dark, with an occasional faint candlelight. Yi Feng was thrown directly into the dungeon and climbed up to the iron gate. Yi Feng said somewhat speechlessly, What is this? I can't help it even if I want to die. Soon, the entire dungeon fell into silence. Yi Feng touched the cold iron prison. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. It seemed that not everyone could get in here. Just when Yi Feng wanted to sit down quietly, a voice came to Yi Feng. Because it was relatively dark here, Yi Feng didn't know who was speaking. Just based on the direction of the voice, it might be the dungeon opposite. Or it might not be. Young man, what have you committed? They actually brought you to this place? Yi Feng asked in surprise. Senior, where is this place? Where are you? I'm in the dungeon next to you, and you haven't answered my question yet. You said, maybe it's because I'm a human. So they arrested me. Human race? You are also a human race. Listening to the words of the old senior, the other party was also a human race. Yi Feng was also very surprised as to why the other party was caught here. It was obvious that the other party had been detained here for a long time. Old senior, you are also a human race. So why are you locked up here? The old man said, Me? Although I am said to be from the human race. In fact, I have always lived on the side of the demon race. As for why I am locked up here, you don't need to know this. An old man came over and sighed. It's just a pity that you are locked in here at such a young age and can never get out. Yi Feng was shocked. He was locked up here and couldn't go out. Wouldn't his account be useless? Then, senior, is there any way to get out of here? The old man shook his head helplessly and said, I have been with you all my life, and I have never thought of a way to get out. What on earth have you committed? Yi Feng said, I was caught outside the demon emperor's city by these two demon elders. They asked me if I had seen the Black Angel. I said no. So they arrested me. I only heard the old dragon's somewhat excited voice saying, Black Angel. Have you really seen the Black Angel? That is the totem of the demon clan. The totem of the demon clan. Isn't the totem of the demon clan the demon god? The devil is their belief. But their totem is the Black Angel. Unexpectedly, the legendary Black Angel appeared. It's incredible. It's incredible. Yi Feng asked curiously, why were you so excited the day before yesterday? Does this Black Angel have any meaning? According to the records of the demon clan, Black Angel is the top existence among the demon clan. Do you know about the continent of God? Yi Feng nodded and said, I once read in a book and knew about the existence of this place. The people there are very powerful. That's right. Black Angel belongs to that place. Yi Feng was a little frightened. He didn't expect that there really was a Black Angel. And it was very likely that Yi Feng would encounter it in the future. But why did I see those two elders trying to catch the Black Angel? The old man said with some surprise, if the opponent is a relatively low-level Black Angel, then it will be a great thing for the current demon clan. How do I say this? According to the records of the demon clan, the blood of the Black Angel can increase their level. Yi Feng was shocked. If this was the case, wouldn't his own blood be? Chapter 388 Situ. Yi Feng said with some excitement, if you tell the seniors like this, wouldn't it mean that as long as their demon clan captures the Black Angel, won't they want to dominate the world? I heard the old man laughing and saying, it is not as easy as you think to dominate this continent. It is not easy to catch the Black Angel. But it is also not easy to use the blood of the Black Angel. Thing. You are not impressed either. It seems that the blood here cannot be used casually, and it should not be quoted directly. Yifeng asked curiously, Senior, do you know how to use the blood of the Black Angel? Only a sigh was heard from the darkness, and the old man sighed softly, Hey! The blood of the Black Angel is extremely domineering. If it is not processed through other methods, drinking it directly will cause your body to explode and die. Senior, do you know what method to use? When Yifeng asked this question, the entire dungeon fell into silence again. Yifeng felt as if he had asked the wrong question. Shouldn't he have asked this question? Yifeng whispered, Senior, what did I say wrong? No. Do you know why they brought me here? Yifeng shook his head and said, Not sure. The old man said, I was arrested for the same reason as you. Also because of the Black Angel matter. That is to say, Senior, have you also seen the Black Angel? Yifeng asked in surprise. The old man shook his head and said, I have never seen it. But I know a way to use the blood of the Black Angel. Sure enough, the old man in front of him actually knew how to use the blood of the Black Angel. No wonder the demons wanted to imprison him. If they really caught the Black Angel one day, it would be huge for them. But just like the old man in front of him said, he has been here for many years. After so many years, he still has not caught a Black Angel. Which shows how difficult it is for Black Angels to appear. Maybe the Black Angel appeared outside the Demon Emperor city today, and Yifeng appeared at the place where the Black Angel disappeared. From this point of view, it was no accident that the secretary was arrested. Yifeng said, It's so hard to say. Senior, you must not be completely human. The old man sighed, I come from God's continent. You understand now. Coming from God's continent. The old man in front of him must have been a very famous figure before. But how could he end up like this? Imprisoned by the demons in this place. Senior, you come from the continent of gods. For this continent, you should be the top existence. But why were you arrested by them? The old man smiled bitterly at that time. I was arrogant and looked at everyone as if I were a slave. After the Ming people learned that I could use the blood of the Black Angel to make pills, they tried every means and finally imprisoned me in here. I also lost my ability, so I can't escape from here. Yifeng nodded. According to the old man, this was indeed good. Yifeng could also imagine that this old man must have been a strong man standing at the top of the mainland before. After all, they come from God's continent, and their abilities are much stronger than those of the men in this continent now. It is true that in the end, people from the mainland are not as good as them. But it may be because of this that he finally ended up like this. Senior, what do we need to do to get out? If you find the Black Angel, you and I can get out. But whether we can escape is another question. Dark Angel? Does that mean they will come to me again? Yes, because you saw the Black Angel. According to you, the Black Angel disappeared in your direction. So they put you in this dungeon just in case something happened. Yifeng thought for a while. If the demons really wanted to get the Black Angel, they would definitely not come to him yet. Which meant that they would definitely come to him again later. Just as Yifeng thought for a moment, the dungeon door finally opened. With the rumbling sound of the stone door, the dungeon door finally opened. Yifeng could vaguely see a group of people walking towards the door, because the dungeon was relatively dark. Yifeng was not sure who he was holding. But at this time, the old man beside him whispered, It's the Demon King who's here. Yifeng was shocked. This time, he actually acted in person. 10 minutes ago, 2 elders, Yifeng, were captured in the Demon Emperor's palace and reported the situation to the Demon Emperor. What? You can see the Black Angel. Why don't you capture him? The elder one said, Your Majesty the Demon King. Today I was preparing to help you refine the spiritual elixir. But unexpectedly it was stolen by a thief. After I chased it, I found that the Black Angel inside was blocking my way. The two of us wanted to work together to catch the Black Angel. But unexpectedly, this guy ran faster than a rabbit. And he slipped away. The Demon King felt both love and hate after hearing this. He loved it because the Black Angel finally appeared, but hated it because he ran away. Another elder said, But we captured a warrior who saw the Black Angel disappear. He should know where the Black Angel is. Yes, I think they are in a group. This guy must be the one who stole my medicine. Otherwise, they would not appear at the same time. The Demon King asked nervously, Where is that guy? Where is he? He won't be killed by you. Right? Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Please rest assured. We know the importance of Black Angel to us. So I locked him in the dungeon to avoid accidents. The Demon King breathed a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, it would be easy to handle. The Demon King stood up and said, "Let's go to the dungeon to meet the warrior. We must get the whereabouts of the Black Angel from him. It's His Majesty the Demon Emperor." When the Demon King led several Demon Clan elders walking in the dungeon, the Demon King asked, "How long has it been since anyone came here?" Elder One said, "Except for that person. It's the one we caught today. Well, we happen to be together. If you can successfully capture the Black Angel, you will make great contributions. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, we have done our best to find the Black Angel for you." Yi Feng listened to a group of footsteps and slowly approached himself. He had met the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor had a very bad impression of him. However, the Demon Emperor did not come to Yi Feng immediately. Instead, he stopped not far away and looked at the cell next to Yi Feng. "Master Situ, how are you doing recently?" "Situ?" It turns out that this old man's name is Situ. As expected, with a compound surname. You usually only get it from a big family. The old man laughed and said, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I am just an ordinary old man now. It is really inappropriate for you to call me sir." The Demon Emperor laughed and said, "Master Situ is really humorous. Master Situ from the mighty God's continent actually calls me your Majesty. I'm really flattered." Chapter 389 Questioning. Haha. If your Majesty wants to ask about the Black Angel, I will still tell you the same thing as before. I don't understand. I don't know. Situ's answer was the same as before. He had no intention of telling the Demon Emperor about this method of using the blood of the Black Angel to improve his level. On the other hand, the Demon Emperor wasn't angry either. It seemed that Mimic had already suffered a lot in front of Situ, so he didn't care. "Master, I'm not looking for you this time. Now there is a Black Angel outside our Demon Emperor city. This is God's blessing for our Demon Clan." Ha ha. Ha ha. I don't know how to use the blood of Black Angel. Even if you catch him, what can you do? The Demon King laughed and said, "I don't need to worry about this, Lord Situ. As long as I catch the Black Angel, I'm sure Lord Situ will tell me how to do it." "Humph. Don't even think about it." Ha 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 ha. From the Demon Emperor's words, Yi Feng also knew that as long as the Demon Emperor caught the Black Angel, he would definitely find a way to get Situ to hand it over and use the Black Angel's blood. At this time, Yi Feng also knew that he couldn't avoid the Demon King's pursuit anyway. So why not stand up openly? Yi Feng suddenly said, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, we meet again." The Demon King looked towards the dungeon where Yi Feng was. The voice sounded very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, the Demon Emperor did not think of it for a moment and asked, "Have we met? Or, do you know me?" Yi Feng said, "His Majesty the Demon King is really a noble man who forgets things. I am Yi Feng. Doesn't His Majesty the Demon King still remember?" "Yi Feng? What? You are Yi Feng. How can you be you?" Demon Emperor Yi Feng certainly remembers that the Demon Emperor made a deal with Yi Feng at that time. It was just the final transaction. The Demon Emperor suffered a big loss, not to mention the loss of his own things. He did not get any benefits. He also offended the human race. Let you watch a joke. If there is a road to heaven, you don't take it. If there is no door to hell, you rush into it. Yi Feng, you are really here to die. Yi Feng shrugged and said, "There is no way. I don't want to come to your demon imperial city. I was not caught by your people. You think I am willing to come? And you lock me in a place where a bird doesn't shit. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng. You have fallen into my hands now. Do you really think you can negotiate terms with me?" Yi Feng said, "To be honest, I can really negotiate terms with you. Aren't you looking for the Black Angel? Do you want to ask me?" Hearing Yi Feng's words, the Demon Emperor's face suddenly darkened. And then he remembered that he came here just to find this warrior. But he didn't expect that this person turned out to be Yi Feng. "I have suffered losses at the hands of Yi Feng. This guy is not an ordinary warrior. If he has no ability, he will definitely be fooled by the opponent again." The Demon King said, "I don't care what you want to do. Tell me everything you saw today." Looking at the angry Demon Emperor, who walked up to him, Yi Feng said with an indifferent expression, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, are you begging for help?" "You?" Several elders around the Demon King said, "Your Majesty, please calm down and let me ask you. So you are Yi Feng. I have heard about your deeds for a long time. Last time, we, the Demon Clan, were embarrassed. This time, you fell into our hands. If we don't get the answer we want, you won't good luck." Yifeng said. Threaten me? Are you sure? One of the demon elders said. We are not threatening you. But fate. Tell us about the Black Angel. What if I say no? Then we will kill you. Or lock you here forever. Keeping you company with Master Situ. Yifeng showed a panicked expression. This expression fell into the eyes of the Demon King elders. And they all thought that Yifeng was afraid. Ouch. I'm so scared. Someone needs help. Yifeng's sinister scream made the elders and Demon Emperor present feel insulted. One of the elders raised his hands and shouted, Then I'll kill him. The Demon King immediately stopped him and said, No. You must not kill him. Otherwise the Black Angel matter will be over. At this time, Yifeng laughed wildly. The Demon Emperor is still wise. I really wish you would kill me first. But the Demon Emperor is still smarter. The Demon King said sullenly, How can you tell us about the Black Angel? Yifeng said, Juefeng. Did you give them the darkness descending technique they possess? The Demon King said, Yes. It's me. I heard that they have achieved quite a lot now. Yifeng said, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor is not worried. Will Juefeng and the others rebel against you? Yifeng is so depressed. But it makes me. The Demon Emperor. Laugh. Demon Emperor. What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. With my darkness advent technique, they will have no chance of rebelling against me. At this time, Situ said from the side, If I guess correctly, imitating you should charge their loyalty. Right? Humph. Lord Situ. You still understand the truth? Yifeng asked curiously, charging loyalty. What is this? It's very simple. If you give me your loyalty, I will not only let you go, but as long as you find the Black Angel and use his blood to increase your level, I will also share it with you. Yifeng thought to himself. Wouldn't it be better if he agreed to such a good thing? But at this time, Situ poured cold water on Yifeng. After surrendering your loyalty, you can no longer betray the Demon Emperor. You can do whatever is asked of you. If you violate it, there is only one fate. And that is death. And you will be deprived of everything the Demon Emperor entrusted to you. What the master and apprentice said really shocked Yifeng. There is such a terrifying thing in this game. No wonder Juefeng had such a terrifying swallowing skill at that time. It should have been given to him by the Demon Emperor. It seems that Juefeng has completely become the Demon Emperor's servant. The most important thing is that those in the mythical guild cannot betray the Demon Emperor. Yifeng subconsciously took a few steps back and said, Excuse me. Your request is too harsh. And I can't satisfy it. Seeing that Yifeng was afraid, the Demon Emperor became bolder. Yifeng, as long as you tell me the whereabouts of Black Angel, I will let you go. How about that? Yifeng looked at the Demon King with disdain and said, If you could really let me go, you wouldn't have caught me in the dungeon. The Demon Emperor said, Then it depends on your performance. If we really catch the Black Angel, I, the Demon Emperor, will keep my promise and will definitely let you go. Otherwise, I will keep you here for the rest of your life. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, I also have a condition. If His Majesty the Demon Emperor agrees to my promise, I can tell you the whereabouts of the Black Angel. Chapter 390 Breaking into a House Privately. Upon hearing Yifeng's request for conditions, the Demon Emperor's first reaction was that this guy was going to trick him again. However, the clue now lies in Yifeng. And the Demon Emperor is not completely sure that Yifeng can explain it clearly. The Demon King could only bite the bullet and said, You tell me what the conditions are. But I may not agree to it. Seeing the Demon Emperor's expression, Yifeng found it funny that the majestic Demon Emperor was actually afraid of a small player like himself. Yifeng said, It's very simple. As long as I tell you the whereabouts of Black Angel, even if you catch him or not, I think you will let me and that Lord Situ go. The Demon Emperor didn't even think about it and directly vetoed it. Don't even think about it. Either you leave or you don't leave. It's impossible for Master Situ to leave here. At this time, Situ said, Your Majesty the Demon King. How can I, an incompetent old man, still threaten you? Humph. It's hard to say this. Even if you can't return to God's continent now. What about the future? Yifeng said, The Demon King is so petty and unwilling to let go of an ordinary old man. Why should I help you? The Demon King shouted, Yifeng. This is none of your business. You just need to be yourself. Yifeng said, So, the Demon Emperor doesn't want to know the whereabouts of Black Angel? It's okay to wait for so long. If we just wait a little longer, we might find it ourselves one day. Let me see what other reasons you can use to negotiate with me. The only one who knows where the Black Angel is Yifeng himself. Moreover, in this game, there is only one Black Angel, and that is Yifeng. It is impossible for the demons to find the Black Angel, so Yifeng is not panic at all, and even wants to laugh a little. I am right in front of you, and you don't even know. Go. You go look for it. If you can find the Black Angel, I, Yifeng, will write my name upside down. I am the only one in the entire continent who knows where the Black Angel is. The Demon King said, Huh. Don't talk so much. If we really find you, I'll see how you end up. Yifeng said, It's up to you. You can give it a try. If you can't find it, I can give you a chance to beg me. Facing Yifeng's arrogant attitude, the Demon Emperor couldn't stand it anymore and turned around and left. On the other hand, the demon elders behind him glared at Yifeng and said, Boy, wait until we find the Black Angel and see how I kill you. Yifeng said, Okay. If you don't kneel down and beg me when the time comes, let's see if I will agree to it. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. You should come. Yifeng made an expression that said he wanted to be beaten. You? The Demon King walking in front shouted, Enough to come back with me. Waiting for the stone door of the dungeon to slowly close. The dungeon fell into endless silence. After a while, Situ asked, Brother Yifeng, do you really know the whereabouts of Black Angel? Yifeng nodded and said, Of course I know. And I am the only one who knows. Black Angel. He comes without a trace and leaves without a trace. How do you know him? Yifeng said, Well, the mountain man has his own clever plan. Ha ha ha. Then I won't ask. Thank you so much for just now. Yifeng said, Senior has been locked up here for so long. It's time to go out and bask in the sun. There are many empty houses in my territory. Maybe you will like one of them. Oh, you still have territory. A useless old man like me. What do you want me to do? Yifeng said, You are from God's continent. Not an ordinary old man. And there is someone in my territory that you should know. Do I know? I have been imprisoned here for almost 100 years. I'm afraid I know very few people. Yifeng said, In my territory, Senior Oyezi lives a comfortable life by basking in the sun, chatting, and drinking wine every day. Unexpectedly, Situ's eyes lit up when he heard the 3 words Oyezi. Is Oyezi really in your territory? I still have some friendship with him. I didn't expect that after so many years. I can still hope to see an old friend. I am lucky. Yifeng smiled and said, That's it. Senior Oyezi. It's boring in my territory. If you are an old friend here, maybe we can chat with him. How comfortable. Ha ha ha. I would be really satisfied if I thought about a life like this in the future. But now we still have to figure out how to get out of here. Yifeng said, Don't worry. They will come to beg me again. I hope so. When the Demon Emperor returned to the Demon Palace, he began to order the entire continent to search for the whereabouts of the Black Angel. For a time, many demon generals and soldiers appeared within the human race. Their goal was not the human race, but to find the Black Angel hidden among the human race. Of course, in addition to the main city of the human race, there are also some higher-level forests and territories, which have been searched all over by the demons. After a few days, the only result obtained was that the Black Angel seemed to have disappeared and could not be found anywhere. Of course, the demons searched for Yifeng for a few days and imprisoned him for a few days. However, because of the ability to enjoy the benefits, Yifeng was not worried about his level falling behind. At noon this day, Yifeng and others were eating. Xiaohei complained, Boss, why haven't you come out yet? Can't you come out? Yifeng said, What's the rush? You'll be out soon. It's not that I'm in a hurry. We have collected all the medicine. Shouldn't we go rescue sister-in-law Zissou? Yifeng was silent. The arrogant brother beside Xiaohei stepped on Xiaohei and said, What are you talking about? You didn't see the boss is busy. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaohei seemed to understand that he had said the wrong thing, so he could only lower his head quietly and keep eating. After a long time, Yifeng said, I know you are all thinking about Zissou, but I want to handle the things in the game, because I will be away for a few days again. I understand. Boss, I know I said the wrong thing. How do you punish me? Yifeng shook his head and said, It's okay. It's been the past few years. I know you are also concerned about Zissou's safety. Just then, the doorbell rang. Aunt Shui, go take a look. Celia said. Hey, I know. It's coming. The moment Gang Su opened the door, 6 men in black appeared in front of him. Aunt Shui asked with some fear, Who can you find? We are here to pick up Miss Yu Mingming to go home. And Schwinn nodded and said, Just wait. I'll go ask. But these 6 men in black did not listen to Aunt Shui's words, but barged in directly. Yifeng had long heard the strange thing at the door, and immediately stood up and shouted, You broke into a private house. Do you know? Get out. Chapter 391 Heading to Yu Mingming's home. Do you know if you broke into a private house? Get out of here. Yifeng's shout made everyone look towards the door. When the 6 men in black appeared, Chu Tianai certainly refused to let them get in front of everyone. If the other party was anything, a gangster, then Chu Tianai could protect these people. But the man in black didn't hear what Yifeng said, but walked up to Yu Ming and said, It's time to go home. Miss. Yifeng frowned. It seemed like this was the bodyguard of Yu Mingming's family. Yu Mingming, who was eating quietly at first, was stunned when he saw these 6 bodyguards. When the bodyguard walked up to her and spoke, everyone present was surprised. Yu Mingming, who was originally shy, turned into a domineering and willful young lady. Yu Mingming shouted, Didn't you see that this lady is eating? Get out of here. Several bodyguards just nodded and did not go far. Instead, they stood behind Yu Mingming and watched Yu Mingming eat. Yu Mingming threw the chopsticks in her hand and hit the bodyguard in black directly. Don't you understand people's words? Get out of here quickly, and don't interfere with my meal. The bodyguard who was hit did not leave because of Yu Mingming's words. Instead, he knelt on the ground and continued to wait. Looking at the appearance of those bodyguards, Yu Mingming was already furious. She came to their studio unexpectedly today and even wanted to pick her up like this. Yu Mingming must have refused. Xiao He and arrogant brother whispered to each other, Oh my god. This lowly girl is so irritable. Why are you usually so shy? The arrogant brother said in a low voice, How do I know? I'm usually pretty. But look at these guys. They look like eldest ladies. Yifeng was not like others watching the fun. After learning that this was the bodyguard of Yu Mingming's family, Yifeng waved his hand and asked everyone to return to their seats. Yifeng came to Yu Mingming and said, Do your parents miss you? If so, then go back. It doesn't matter. I saw that it was raining, and my eyes were red. Tears were rolling in my eyes, and I was about to cry. Brother Yifeng doesn't want me anymore. Are you going to drive me away too? Tell me what I did wrong, and I will change it. As long as you let me stay. Listening to Yu Mingming's coquettish voice, Xiao He, an arrogant brother, couldn't help but shudder. Not only the 2 of them, but also the 6 bodyguards couldn't help but tremble. The contrast between this and just now is a bit big. So changeable. Little lowly. Yifeng stroked Yu Mingming's head and said, How could I not like you? You are so obedient, sweet and quiet. Ask these brothers if they like you. Under the gaze of Yifeng's death eyes, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, nodded and said, I like it. Look, they all like you. Yu Mingming said aggrievedly, Then why are you driving me away? I don't want to leave. I don't want to go back. Yifeng said patiently, Don't you miss your parents? Think. Yu Mingming nodded and said. Yifeng said, Now that you've thought about it, let's go back and have a look. Brother Yifeng will pick you up then. Okay. No. I don't want to leave now. Miss, if you don't go back, we really have nothing to answer for. The master said. If you don't take you back this time, each of us will chop off one of our hands and feet. In the end, Yu Mingming didn't care at all. You can cut as many as you like. What does it have to do with me? Xiao He, an arrogant brother, broke out in cold sweat. Oh my god. This irritable lowly is really scary. They should avoid messing with her in the future. Yifeng turned back to those few, and the bodyguard said, Why are you taking Yu Mingming back? The master said, She is not safe here with you. Let us take her back, because someone is going to deal with you, and we cannot let the young lady be in any danger. Yifeng nodded. It seemed that those guys really wanted to deal with him. Yifeng said, Can you let me and Yu Mingming go back to your house together? Several bodyguards have no right to agree to Yifeng. Yu Mingming shouted sweetly, Do you still want me to go back? Brother Yifeng said you would protect me when I go back. What else do you want? A bunch of useless things. We need to ask the master, the bodyguard said. Yifeng nodded and said, Of course. A bodyguard stood up, took out his phone, and called Yu Mingming's father. Not long after, the bodyguard came back again and said, The master has agreed to let you go back with the eldest lady. But you are only allowed to go alone. Yifeng said, Of course. With Yifeng's comfort, Yu Mingming and the others finally had the meal. When he and Yu Mingming were about to go to her house, Yifeng called Ying, Yanyu, and Chu Tianai into a room. Since Yu Mingming's father found out that someone is going to deal with me, he has the information we need in his hands. The purpose of going to Yu Mingming's home this time is to get this information. We need you to protect them here. I am no longer here. It's all up to you. Yanyu said, do you really don't need one of us to go with you? Yifeng shook his head and said, since Yu Mingming's father knows that someone is going to deal with us, it means that they must be very capable. I can be very safe in their home, and it is easier for me to handle things by myself. The others nodded, and Chu Tianai said, don't worry. I will protect them and never leave. Yifeng said, I hope you can. If there is one person who is not in the game, he will be watching over here in the villa. Or connect the monitoring in the villa to our game so that we can observe the entire villa in the game case. No problem. I'll do it right away. With that said, Chu Tianai left and went to handle the matter of monitoring and connecting to the game. Yifeng said, you two should stay here quietly. I don't need you to worry. Yanyu nodded, but Ying still looked cold. Yifeng touched Ying's head and said, don't follow me. I can find you. Humph. I'm not a stalker. If you want to leave, just leave. Yifeng smiled helplessly. Finally, after Yu Mingming packed his luggage, Yifeng set off for Yu Mingming's home. Yifeng and others had just left Xiaoya's villa when they were already being targeted. In the distance, there was a person watching the whereabouts of Yifeng and others with a telescope. This Yifeng, a little Lolita, and a few bodyguards are going out to do something. No matter what he does, as long as he doesn't tell you that you have others, we will capture them all. We must let the Yifeng know the consequences of offending us. Stop talking nonsense. Once he leaves, we will take action immediately. Clear. Chapter 392 is coming. Just after Yifeng and Yu Mingming left, what did Yanyu and Chu Tianai arrange for the remaining people to do? As for the three of them, Yanyu and Chu Tianai, they are still discussing whether one of them can stay here. It would be safer. But in the final decision, Chu Tianai stayed, because it didn't mean that someone would definitely attack them. And moreover, Chu Tianai felt that after Yifeng left, he would be the only man here who could fight. After waiting for everyone to play the game, Chu Tianai sat alone on the sofa in the living room and looked at a sandbag in front of the balcony. Chu Tianai said a little strangely, Aunt Shui, do we always have this sandbag here? Aunt Shui came over and looked at the sandbag and said, yes, this is used by Yaya's father for exercise, but it has not been used for a long time. So that's it. Chu Tianai felt that he had damaged his brain after playing games for so many days. He had been a sandbag here all the time. He didn't realize it until now. It seems that he should do more activities when he is not playing games in the future. Chu Tianai stretched out his fists and feet, preparing to hit sandbags to clear his muscles and bones. Xiao Chu, why don't you play games today? Chu Tianai said, it's okay. Isn't our president going out? I felt bored too, so I didn't play the game. I haven't exercised in a long time. I'll give it a try. Okay. Just practice. I still have to work. After Aunt Shui left, Chu Tianai began to attack the sandbag slowly. After his muscles and bones were unblocked, Chu Tianai's moves became more and more cruel. In Celia's other field, a group of killers were approaching. They couldn't help but stop after seeing Chu Tianai, who was practicing boxing. Auntie, why is there still a guy practicing boxing here? Shouldn't they all be in the game? Whatever. Arrest the person first. This is the boss's order. Come on. This guy is strong and strong. He seems to have some skills. Let me try it. As he spoke, one of the killers jumped out and landed in front of Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai's face was covered with sweat, looking at the stranger who suddenly appeared in front of him. Not only did he not panic, but he was a little happy, since acquiring Vision's ability. I have never used it before, so I can finally give myself room to use it. Chu Tianai thought silently in his heart, virtual reality conversion. The next moment, in less than a second, Chu Tianai's perspective finally changed. In front of Chu Tianai, all people, items, and everything had their own blood volume, including level. Of course, the person in front of Chu Tianai actually had a level of 30, which he had tried before yesterday. He couldn't see Wu Tian's level. Yifeng's level was the level in the game. But for ordinary people, it was usually level 5 to 10. Unexpectedly, this guy was level 30. It seemed not simple. Chu Tianai pointed at the guy in front of him and said, "Are you here? Are you the only one? Or are there many more?" "Oh, You muscular man. Don't think that just because you have muscles, you look down on others. The strong man who died in front of me was only 90, if not 100. You still think you are really good at fighting. Chu Tianai sneered. Whether I can beat you or not, I will know after I beat you. Hee hee. I advise you to just stay put so as not to suffer any physical pain. Our target is not you, but Yi Feng. Chu Tianai sneered. It's you. If you are the only one, then I'm sorry. You can stay. Ha ha ha. I can catch all of you by myself. When we catch Yi Feng, I will let you know what it means to be quartered by 5 horses. Chu Tianai shouted, then go to H.L. As soon as Chu Tianai finished speaking, he grabbed the sandbag with one hand and picked it up directly. A sandbag weighs a terrifying 100 or 200 kilograms, so I was able to pick it up casually like a toy in Chu Tianai's hands. The killer across from him stared. This guy was not only muscular, but he didn't expect to be so strong. But he still didn't take Chu Tianai into his eyes, and wanted to avoid the speeding sandbag and attack Chu Tianai's back of the neck. His main purpose is to capture everyone, not to kill them. Otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble. But the moment he dodged the sandbag, with a sneer on his lips, a fist as big as a casserole appeared in front of him. Fist and face collided instantly. Bump! The killer flew out without any suspense, spun several times in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. His face was severely deformed, and the killer had lost consciousness and fainted. Chu Tianai looked at his fist and said in disbelief, "Oh my god. If you use too much force, you won't really die." And at this moment, 4 people rushed out. These 4 people stared at Chu Tianai. One of them walked up to the killer, who had just fainted, and touched the back of his neck. He said in shock, "Lao Lu is dead." What? The remaining 3 people were extremely surprised. With just such a punch, their 6th son was killed directly. What are you still doing? Kill him to avenge Lao Lu. All of a sudden, 4 people rushed up at the same time. On the other hand, Chu Tianai was extremely excited and shouted, "Golden Arhut." After Chu Tianai used his skills, the 4 killers on the opposite side also used their attacks. Daggers, poison, and of course pistols. All of it was spread on Chu Tianai's Golden Arhut. You know, Chu Tianai's spiritual culture has immune function. That gun, that dagger, and that poison couldn't break the golden body of the Arhut. The bullet seemed to hit the steel frame, and the dagger stabbed directly into the bend. As for the poison, Chu Tianai blew it back in one breath. There was a surprised expression on the man's face, and he said in disbelief, "You are a person with superpowers." Chu Tianai shouted, "It's too late to know now." Finally, Chu Tianai launched an attack. In the game, Chu Tianai's attack was powerful and extremely ferocious. Facing the attack of a superpower like Chu Tianai, these 4 killers showed no intention of fighting and ran in 4 directions. However, at this moment, a shout came out, "Come if you want. Leave if you want. Do you think this is your home?" I saw a woman standing on the roof at some point, holding a bow and arrow. The sound just now came from his mouth. Boo-hoo! The 4 arrows flew out in 4 directions, leaving Frost wherever they went. The 4 people looked back at the flying arrow, with only fear in their eyes. They never expected that there would be 2 superpowers hidden in this small wilderness. "No, you can't kill us. Our boss is also a superpower and will avenge us." And at the moment he spoke, a voice came from his ear, noisy. Chapter 393, Meeting the Immortal Cultivator. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Chu Tianai said, extremely unhappy, "That's not fair. I haven't made a move yet." There were 5 corpses in total. One of them was punched in the head by Chu Tianai. One had his back wiped on the neck by a shadow. And the remaining 3 were all frozen into ice, which was caused by Yan Yu's ice arrows. If we hadn't used surveillance in the game to see what you were going through, would you have wanted to keep it all to yourself? Chu Tianai laughed and said, "Well, no. I don't want to give it a try. How powerful is my profession? You have also seen the result. It's a powerful thief." Yan Yu said, "Okay. Let's see what we should do with these corpses. Should we ask Yi Feng?" Ing said, "Ask Yi Feng. Let Yi Feng tell Wu Tian that Wu Tian has a way to deal with it." Yan Yu nodded, took out her mobile phone, and called Yi Feng. On the way to the airport, Yi Feng and Yu Mengmeng were sitting in the car, and Yi Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Yu Mengmeng asked, looking at the name on the phone. Yi Feng said, "Your sister Yan Yu. Let me ask you something." "Hey, what's going on?" Yan Yu said, 5 killers just broke into our studio, and we have already killed them. I want to ask you how to deal with their bodies. Yifeng felt nervous and asked hurriedly, Are you injured? Yin said with a smile, How could the three of us be injured? You can go about your business with peace of mind. But I got some information here. What information? Yin said, The leader of the other killer organization is also a superpower. He is not here now. He should be following you. You should be careful. Yifeng nodded and said, Okay. As long as you are safe. I'll call Wu Tian and let him handle it. Next. Yifeng told Wu Tian what happened. And Wu Tian found out that their leader turned out to be a person with superpowers. And felt strange. It is not surprising that there are people with superpowers in many killer organizations. What is strange is that Wu Tian has never heard of this killer organization. A killer organization organized by superpowers. This superpower is most likely a wanted criminal. Because all superpowers in the Huaxia region are registered in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. And because there are many benefits after registration. Under normal circumstances, superpower users will choose to register in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. But there should be no such person as Yifeng mentioned. Wu Tian said, Oh, I understand this matter. You can go without worry. I will help you handle the matter over there. Good. When Yifeng put down the phone, Yu Mingming asked, Brother Yifeng, what happened? Yifeng said, It's okay. They asked me to be careful and protect you. Really? Looking at Yu Mingming's innocent expression, Yifeng couldn't help but stroke Yu Mingming's head and said, Of course. My little sister? Yu Mingming said extremely unhappy, I'm not a little sister anymore. I'm not little at all. As Yu Mingming puffed up her breasts. Of course Yifeng chose to ignore it. Under the leadership of Yu Mingming's bodyguards, Yifeng and Yu Mingming got on the plane and flew back to Yu Mingming's home. When he first saw Yu Mingming's home, Yifeng felt for the first time that he could really do whatever he wanted with money. This is too exaggerated. This is a super large manor. The moment Yifeng walked in, Yifeng felt the aura of wealth. Yifeng asked softly, Have you grown up in this place since you were a child? Yes. What do you think of my family? Looking at the huge manor, Yifeng sighed, It's good. But I feel a little lonely. They are all servants. Yu Mingming agreed very much with Yifeng's statement. Nodded desperately and said, It's just not fun at all. Everyone is polite and courteous when they look at me. And they have to be careful in everything they do. It's so fake. Yifeng nodded. Such a big family is indeed like this. Especially for a young lady like Yu Mingming. Yu Mingming said, Our studio is still fun. Look at what Xiaohei said. Although sometimes I will be angry. I am very happy to have friends like you. Yifeng said, Don't worry. I will come back to take you back. Now take me to see your dad. Soon. Under the leadership of their servants, Yifeng and Yu Mingming came to a living room. When Yifeng wanted to enter the living room, he suddenly felt like he was being stared at by something. This feeling was the same as when he was being stared at by the ninja. Although this is Yu Mingming's home. For his own safety, Yifeng turned on the virtual transformation system. With the virtual conversion system, Yifeng quickly found the person who was standing behind a middle-aged man. Yifeng frowned. If he guessed correctly, this middle-aged man should be Yu Mingming's father. But why did his father send someone to keep an eye on him? And it was obvious that the person opposite was also an immortal cultivator. The man looked at Yifeng in great surprise. Because just a moment ago, he thought Yifeng was an ordinary person. But in the blink of an eye, Yifeng was at the same level of cultivation as himself. Of course, except for Yifeng and that person. No one else noticed this situation at all. Yu Mingming took Yifeng's hand, walked to her father and said, Dad, I'm back. Now you are satisfied. The middle-aged man smiled helplessly. I'm not satisfied. I'm thinking about your safety. Yu Mingming said with a look of displeasure. I'm still safe at Brother Yifeng's place. Humph. Where is the safety of home outside? Yu Mingming said impatiently. Don't tell me yes with your trick. I don't want to hear it. Let me introduce to you. This is my brother Yifeng. Yu Ming's father looked at Yifeng and said carefully. Young man, you played the game well. But you offended someone. I can't leave my daughter's safety to someone like you. Yifeng said, If you think that this person behind you is here, and you think your place is safe, then my place is safer than your place. Yu Mingming's father said, Do you know who he is? The man standing behind Yu Mingming's father said, No need to test it. He and I have already tested it. And our cultivation levels are the same. Now it was Yu Mingming's father's turn to be surprised. He never expected that Yifeng in front of him turned out to be the legendary immortal cultivator. Yifeng said, If he is the only one in your family, it is safe. But there are 4 of us. And it is 100 times safer than yours. What? 4? There are actually 4 immortal cultivators in your small studio? Yu Mingming on the side said unhappily, third uncle. In our studio, there are 3 people with the same ability as Brother Yifeng. With Brother Yifeng, there are 4. Really? Third uncle asked. Yifeng nodded and said, you can go and take a look when you have time and you will know. But today I am here to ask you a question. Yu Mingming's father put away his gaff and said, ask me. How did you know that someone would be bad for me? So you let Yu Mingming go home? Yu Mingming's father pointed at the man beside him and said, you have to ask him about this. Chapter 394 Dragon. Yifeng looked at his third uncle in the rain. But he didn't expect that it was his third uncle who got the news. Yifeng asked, can you tell me how you got this news? The rainy third uncle not only did not answer Yifeng's question, but instead frowned. This is our own secret. I don't have to tell you. If you don't tell yourself, then Yifeng's purpose of coming here will be completely meaningless. Yifeng came here just to know how they knew someone was bad for Yifeng. And on their way here, it was obvious that someone already knew where they lived. They also launched an ambush on the people in their studio. Fortunately, there was Yenyu, and the 3 of them were there. Fortunately, no major damage was caused. If Yifeng is not here and Yenyu, and the others do not have the ability, then waiting for Yifeng will be a very passive situation. Fortunately, Yenyu and the others had already cleaned up the people on the opposite side. But there was no guarantee that others would come. After all, an organization could not have at least a few people. Therefore, Yifeng must find out the truth and cut off the source to ensure everyone's safety. You are Yu Mingming's third uncle. So it shouldn't be an exaggeration if I call you third uncle. The third uncle said, you are my little sister. Of course, there is no problem in calling me this. But I really can't tell you the information you want to get. Why? Yu Ming on the side also said coquettishly, third uncle. Just tell Brother Yifeng. Isn't it just asking you a question? Is it so difficult to answer? The third uncle shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to tell him. But I really can't answer this question. Let me ask you a question. Yifeng. Yifeng said, you ask? I will try my best to answer you. Okay. Do you know that people with abilities, like you and me have an organization? But I don't know if you know about this organization. Yifeng frowned and said, I only know that there is an alliance of immortal cultivators. But I really don't know about the organization you mentioned. The third uncle said in surprise, you actually know about the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. But you don't know about my organization. This is a bit strange. Yifeng shook his head and said, because the first organization I came into contact with was the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators. As for what you said, I really don't know about your organization. Since you know about the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, it doesn't matter if I tell you. After all, we are a subordinate unit of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. It turns out that this is the case. Yifeng suddenly realized that it seems that not everyone can join the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Most people may join the alliance that the third uncle in front of him mentioned. Although the name of our alliance is not as domineering as the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators, it still has a resounding title, Dragon. Dragon? It's indeed loud enough. So, you got the information from this dragon organization? The third uncle nodded and said, yes. That's right. And the person you offended is a former member of the dragon organization. I see. No wonder I heard that their leader is a superpower. He seems to have some connection with us. Do you know where he is? The third uncle shook his head and said, I don't know where he is. The news I got is that he will be harmful to someone. Ming Ming was in your studio at the time. So I must bring her back. Yifeng frowned and asked so many questions. But the final result was that the other party didn't know where that person was. But will Yifeng believe it? Since you don't know where the other party is, how can you know that the other party is coming to deal with you? Obviously, there must be a connection. Of course, it does not rule out that Yu Mingming's third uncle has a low status in the dragon organization and is just an ordinary member. If this is the case, then you can't just call Wu Tian. If it is a subordinate organization of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, then Wu Tian should know. Yifeng said, thank you, third uncle, for telling me this information. Although it didn't help me directly, I'm still very grateful. By the way, Yu Mingming has sent it back to you now. And it's almost time for me to go back. When Yu Mingming heard that Yifeng was leaving, he immediately took Yifeng's hand and said, don't go. Don't go. It's not fun here at all. I want to go back with you. Yifeng said soothingly, Mingming, be good. I'll come to pick you up in a few days. Once I've settled the matter over there, I'll take you back. Of course. With your father's consent. Yu Mingming looked at his father with wide eyes and said pitifully, "Is it okay?" Yu Mingming was the apple of his eye. He had been pampered since he was a child and had everything he wanted. When he came out alone, he, as a father, was both worried and happy. He secretly sent people to follow him. If his daughter could face this society alone, that would be a good thing. If she didn't know what to do and was frightened by this society as soon as she walked out of the house, that would mean that my daughter needs to work harder. But he was moved by his daughter's efforts during this period. Yu Mingming was able to live well in an unfamiliar environment, which already made him feel very relieved. Yu Mingming's father said with a smile, "Of course there is no problem. The premise is that your brother Yefeng can handle the things around him well. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to hold him back." "Humph. I won't hold you back." Brother Yifeng said that in the future I will become a person with special abilities like him. Yu Mingming's father and his third uncle laughed. It is not that easy to become an immortal cultivator. Not to mention, it took his third uncle a lifetime to reach the middle stage of Qi training. How could it be so easy? Yifeng is in the middle stage of Qi training at such a young age. Which is crazy. He may be more talented in this area, but it does not mean that others can. Because since he was a child, Yu Mingming was diagnosed as being unable to practice. So that's why he and his dad were there laughing. Why there are so few immortal cultivators in China today is because not everyone can cultivate. But what they don't know is that as long as all virtual reality conditions are turned on, everyone will enter the Qi refining period. And then everyone will really be cultivating immortals. In the next time, Yifeng talked with Yu Mingming's father and third uncle for some time. Some unexpected gains are that Yifeng's Glory Guild has won the sponsorship of Yu Mingming's family. And it will also be the most important sponsor of the Glory Guild in the future. After a long time, Yifeng left Yu Mingming's home. After leaving Yu Mingming's home, Yifeng directly dialed Wu Tian's phone number. At this moment, Wu Tian had just finished dealing with the corpses outside Yifeng's studio. Because after 5 days of review, these people were all ordinary people. But their profession was killers. At this time, Wu Tian's cell phone rang. Chapter 395 The Real Master Appears. Looking at Yifeng's phone call, Wu Tian got up helplessly and said, "No problem. I've already taken care of it for you. You don't need to supervise me like a supervisor." Yifeng said, "Okay. I want to ask you something serious. It's business. When did you tell me that it was business? I was so tired that day that I was almost exhausted." Yifeng said helplessly, "Okay. This time it's very simple. As long as you say okay. Talk? Damn it. My hobbies are normal. I only like women." Yifeng was speechless for a while. This guy actually has such an unruly side. "I'm just asking you. Is there an organization called Dragon under your Immortal Cultivator Alliance?" Wu Tian said in surprise. "How do you know? You don't have to worry about this. Right?" Wu Tian said with great certainty, "Of course it is. And the leader of this dragon was founded by an elder in our Immortal Cultivator Alliance." Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. "So, this is one of his own?" Yifeng said, "Those killers you killed me. Their heads were former members of the organization, but they later defected." Wu Tian frowned. There were many people with powers who defected from the dragon organization, but most of them were arrested. Only a few people have not been caught. It seems that he has to find out who wants Yifeng. Their lives? Yifeng continued. This defector from the dragon organization is said to be very capable. We killed 5 of his subordinates today. I wonder if he will come to me for revenge. Wu Tian said, "No matter what. Tell me immediately as soon as he appears." "Oh. I will help you find out who this person is." "Okay. Since I only had one person in the dragon group before, I should be able to find out." After hanging up the phone with Yifeng, Wu Tian began to search for people who had defected from the dragon organization. As long as they are people who have been in the dragon organization, Wu Tian has their information. Soon Wu Tian targeted several people who had all made mistakes in the past. Because in the dragon organization, there is such a rule that people with superpowers cannot attack ordinary people. Of course, ordinary people refer to ordinary people. And of course, they can attack those killers. And these defecting superpowers are using their abilities to attack ordinary people. The targets of their actions are those incompetent economic bosses. These people with special abilities are not satisfied with their own living conditions and rob the property of the rich. Of course, the consequence is that they are hunted down by the entire dragon organization. However, some people change their past. But there are still some people who are on the run. And the people Wu Tian is currently targeting are exactly those desperados. Soon, Wu Tian notified the people of the Dragon Organization to start taking action, targeting the people he had targeted. Since you have been allowed to escape justice for so long, you should also know the power of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. For the first time, Wu Tian not only wanted to find out the person who attacked Yifeng, but also wanted to scare the monkeys and let those with powers know that there is an alliance in China called the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The Dragon Organization began to mobilize quickly. Even Yu Mingming's third uncle also received the news and looked at Yu Mingming in great surprise. What kind of luck did my niece have to be in such a big position? In just a moment, people from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance were dispatched. It seems that this guy has a good relationship with the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Yu Mingming should be allowed to have more good relations with him, so that their family can develop longer in the future. Under the escort of Yu Mingming's driver, Yifeng arrived at the airport. But before Yifeng entered the airport terminal, Yifeng discovered that someone was following him. Yifeng sneered. It seemed that the guy couldn't hide anymore and finally wanted to attack him. Yifeng did not enter the airport, but walked into another place. The airport's underground parking lot. This place is spacious and there are few people. If a fight breaks out, no one will be hurt. In the basement parking lot, Yifeng said coldly, "Now that you're here, come out." The other party seemed not to hear, and ignored Yifeng at all, still hiding in the dark. Yifeng said again, "No need to hide. I have discovered you a long time ago, and you can't sneak attack me at all." After a while, a voice finally replied to Yifeng. "It's really incredible that you discovered me. It seems that you, an ordinary person, can discover my existence. It seems not simple." Because Yifeng did not use the ring to transform into virtual reality at this time. Yifeng is still an ordinary person, and the battle is only 5 to 10. A person appeared about 10 meters away from Yifeng. Looking at Yifeng so coldly, Yifeng said, "Don't be surprised. I am just like you. We are both superpowers and practitioners." Saying that, Yifeng secretly said, "Virtual reality conversion." Yifeng directly turned into a superpower in the middle stage of Qi training, which shocked the people on the opposite side. "You actually have the ability to hide your own strength. No wonder all my people died when they encountered you. It turns out you are also a superpower." Yifeng said, "I actually don't have much grudge against you. But if you guys want to kill me, I will kill them. There is no problem with that. There is indeed no problem. But you killed my people and made me lose face." Yifeng said, "I just want to know who wants to kill me." Haha. A kid who doesn't know where the world is from. If he knew that you were a person with supernatural powers, I'm afraid he would be hiding at home now. How dare he pay to find a killer to kill you? Yifeng frowned and said, "So you don't dare to tell me? Who asked you to kill me?" The man smiled and said, "Of course. Confidentiality is our bottom line, even if it is a task that I have not completed. After all, in our industry, credibility is what we pay attention to." Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, "If that's the case, there's nothing left to talk about. Come on." But what surprised Yifeng was that the other party had no intention of fighting him. After discovering that he was also a person with powers, the other party had given up on taking his own life. After all, they are both superpowers, so it's not certain who will kill whom, especially someone like him who betrayed the Dragon Organization. As a person with superpowers, I don't want to fight with you. But if you killed my people, you can give me an explanation. Want to give him an explanation? Yifeng. There is inexplicable anger in his heart. It is not you who caused Zissou to be like this now. Do you still want to give them an explanation? Does the other party want to die? Looking at Yifeng's reaction, the man seemed to realize something. But it was already too late. In Yifeng's hand, he took out a staff from somewhere, and a black magic emitted from Yifeng's staff, quickly attacking the man. Chapter 396 Battle. What? The man looked at his feet in fear, because under his feet, there were two black flames entangled in his feet. I wanted to take a step forward, but my feet felt as if they were filled with lead. This was the first time since he became an immortal cultivator that running felt so difficult. What kind of spell is this? It's so disgusting. Although his movement speed was reduced, he did not panic too much. After all, he was also an experienced superpower user. The magic wand in Yifeng's hand waved again, and a flame appeared under his feet. The earth's flames explode. It made people feel violent energy fluctuations coming from under their feet. Without even thinking about it, this must be some kind of spell created by Yifeng. Although his movement speed was controlled, He relied on his experience to roll around and barely dodge the explosion. Yifeng, don't bully others too much. Yifeng said, you want me to give you an explanation. And I also need you to give me an explanation. It is because of you that Zissou is now seriously injured and has become a vegetative state and has been unconscious. I will give you an explanation right now. Go to H.L. Teleport. Yifeng disappeared in front of the man in an instant. Just when he was carefully looking for Yifeng, Yifeng was already standing quietly behind him. And at this moment, the staff in Yifeng's hand has turned into a golden sword. In front of Yifeng, this man was about the same level as him. But in terms of skills, Yifeng was superior. Battlefield sword energy. A sword energy flew out and struck directly at the man's back. Of course that person realized this. A flag actually appeared in his hand. And with a wave of the flag, he blocked Yifeng's attack. Yifeng, you and I have the same abilities. It's impossible for you to kill me. Let's stop here. Yifeng said, let's talk after we finish. Yifeng fought with that man again. At this moment, the cars parked in the underground parking lot became victims. The attacks of the bumblebee and the attack of the man would occasionally fall on the surrounding cars, leaving deep marks on the car bodies. At this moment, in the underground parking lot, a woman was hiding in the car in fear. I had just parked the car and was about to open the door and leave when I realized what Yifeng and the man were talking about. But before he could react, it was really difficult for the two of them to fight together. What frightened her the most was that the two of them seemed to be acting on TV. The gorgeous spells and the feeling of real swords and guns looked real. But during their fight, Yifeng's force hit her car directly. She looked at her car in horror. No, it was split in half, and her seats already smelled of burning. If it had gone in even half a minute deeper, I'm afraid she would have died. After the car door fell off, Yifeng realized that there was someone else here. Not only did he cope with it, but he was relieved that the man also discovered the existence of this woman. The two of them rushed towards the woman in unison. Yifeng wanted to save her, but the man wanted to take her as a hostage. Yifeng shouted, go quickly. Get out of here. At this moment, the woman was shocked by what she saw in front of her. How could she move? Yifeng was relatively far away from the woman. If nothing unexpected happened, the woman would be caught by that person. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the woman was already held in the man's hands and blocked in front of Yifeng. Yifeng stopped, frowned and said, let her go. The man laughed and said, let it go if you ask me to. I'm so embarrassed. What do you want? The man said, let me leave. Otherwise I don't recommend taking this innocent life with you. When she heard that someone was going to kill her, the woman said in horror, don't kill me. Don't kill me. If you want money, I'll give you whatever you want. Hey, he's still a rich man. I can't even make the move. If you can't do it, just let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw today. I didn't see anything. Hee hee. It's a pity that you have already seen it. Besides, your life or death depends on the man in front of you. The woman looked at Yifeng in horror and quickly begged for mercy. Brother, just be good. Let him go. And let me go. I don't know anything. Yifeng said, okay, I will let you leave. But you must put this woman down. Haha. You think I'm stupid. If I let this woman go now, won't you still pester me? Just stand still, and I'll take this woman away from here until I feel safe. Yifeng hesitated. If he took this woman away, Yifeng would not dare to guarantee her safety. The woman repeatedly begged for mercy and said, just let me go. He has already said to let you go. And he will definitely not chase you again. Shut up. If it had been before, I would have killed you right now. The man shouted. And the woman was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Yifeng said, okay, I believe you. But you can't hurt this woman. Ha ha ha. It all depends on my mood. You'd better not move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether the girl in my hands will survive. Yifeng said, okay, I won't move. The man, carrying the woman, left the underground parking lot directly. Of course, during the retreat, the man kept staring at Yifeng. As long as Yifeng made any movement, he would threaten the woman in his hand. Yifeng looked straight at the man and exited the parking lot. When the man exited the parking lot, he left the woman and ran away. Of course, Yifeng also ran up. But it was a pity that the other party wanted to leave. And Yifeng couldn't catch up at all. You look like that next to the lady. And you can't see the man at all. Yifeng sighed. It will be difficult to meet him in the future. Yi Feng knelt down, comforted the woman and said, "Is everything okay?" The woman said in fear, "You won't kill me. You really didn't see anything." Yi Feng shook his head helplessly and said, "Of course I won't. That man is a fugitive. I am chasing him. You have been wronged." From what Yi Feng said, this Yi Feng should be a good person. "You really won't kill me?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Of course not. By the way, if you have to catch a flight, go quickly." Yi Feng helped the woman up. When you let go, the woman collapsed in Yi Feng's arms. "Well, I'm sorry. My feet are weak." Yi Feng laughed and said, "It's okay. Let me help you into the airport." "Where are you going?" "City S." "Don't laugh anymore. Everyone will be scared when they see the situation just now." "Okay." Yi Feng smiled and said nothing. Yes, normal people would be scared when they see that kind of situation. Chapter 397, I really didn't see it. Just in time. "I'm going to City S too." The woman said, "Oh wow. Are you from City S too?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "Of course not. I just work in S City." The woman said, "Hello. My name is Wen Xiaobai." Looking at the woman's smiling face, Yi Feng responded, "Hello. My name is Yi Feng." Yi Feng. This name sounds so familiar. As if I've heard it somewhere before. Yi Feng said with a smile, "Did you hear about it in the Fantasy World game?" The woman looked at Yi Feng with wide eyes and said immediately, "Yes. That's right. It's right there. It couldn't be you." Yi Feng said, "Many people say so." Yi Feng said, "Why don't you ask me what you just saw?" When Xiaobai said, "I didn't see it. I didn't see anything." Yi Feng knew that this guy was afraid of him and actually talked nonsense in front of him. Yi Feng said, "Don't worry. I'm not the same person just now. I won't do anything to you. Otherwise I won't save you." When Xiaobai nodded, Yi Feng was right. If he was going to harm himself, why did he save himself just now? "You really won't kill me?" Yi Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Of course not. I'm not that kind of person." Looking at Yi Feng's expression, when Xiaobai felt that Yi Feng was not lying. "Then can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Then, when Xiaobai looked curious and asked, "When you fought with that person just now, did you use immortal magic? Is it like the Sun Wukong in Journey to the West?" When Xiaobai's metaphor is very appropriate. If you compare Yi Feng's ability to the gods and monsters in Journey to the West, then there is something wrong with it. Yi Feng nodded and said, "It can be compared like this. But we are far worse than the gods and monsters in Journey to the West. Sun Dashun can fight for thousands of miles. But none of us can do it." When Xiaobai said excitedly, "That's already great. I actually met the gods. I wanted to take a plane with me today and go to the same place. I left today. What kind of luck is this?" Yi Feng said with a speechless expression, "We are far from being gods. We are just a little better than ordinary people. Maybe you will understand what I say in the future." "Real?" When Xiaobai nodded as if he understood. Yi Feng didn't know whether he understood or not. But Yi Feng also asked Xiaobai a question. "What do you do? When that person kidnapped you just now, you sounded like you were rich?" When Xiaobai said, "It's not bad. But my dad is rich. And I'm just a rich second generation." Yi Feng nodded and did not continue to ask any more questions. The two of them remained silent. It happened that the two of them were on the same flight. But Yi Feng was in economy class, and Wen Xiaobai was in first class. This is where their fate ended. Just after Yi Feng and Wen Xiaobai left the airport. At the outskirts of the airport, the man who had just fought with Yi Feng, Ming Ming, looked unhappy as he watched Yi Feng fly away from the plane. Because no one had just contacted him to arrest Yi Feng. But no one responded to him. He already had the worst plan in mind. That is, these people had been wiped out. "Damn Yi Feng. One day I will make you pay the price." However, right behind him, a man made a voice. "Blade. Long time no see. You still remember me?" That voice, the man named Blade, turned around with fear in his eyes. Looking at the one in front of him, Dao Feng said in a trembling voice, Wu Tian. Boss. Humph. You still remember me." Wu Tian was the former leader of the Dragon Organization. And the blade in front of him was his former subordinate. But since he betrayed the Dragon Organization, he disappeared into this vast sea of people. Today, Wu Tian finally found this blade. What Wu Tian didn't expect was that this guy was actually the one who wanted to harm Yi Feng. "Boss Wu Tian. I was wrong." Facing the powerful Wu Tian, Dao Feng knelt down directly. In the face of absolute strength, Dao Feng could no longer escape. Only by admitting my mistake can I gain a chance of survival. Wu Tian said, tell me. Who wants to harm Yi Feng? Blade said, it's a person named Zhui Feng in the Fantasy World game. As expected, it's him. It seems that Yi Feng has to handle this matter by himself. Dao Feng, do you want to go back with me honestly? Or do you want me to fight you here, cripple you, and then take you back? Dao Feng smiled bitterly. He was only a person in the middle stage of qi refining. But Wu Tian was in the early stage of enlightenment. There was a huge gap between the two. It could be said that Wu Tian could press Dao Feng to the ground with one hand and forcefully friction. The blade can't fight back. Dao Feng lowered his head and said, I can go back with you. But I don't want to die. Wu Tian shouted coldly, then it depends on your performance. Whether you live or die depends on you. Clear. Blade never thought that he just accepted a mission to kill a player named Yi Feng. But in the end, he was caught. After hiding for so many years, he was still caught. Next, Wu Tian left here directly with the blade. On Yi Feng's side, Yi Feng hurriedly wanted to return to his studio as soon as he got off the plane. But at this time, when Xiaobai grabbed Yi Feng and handed Yi Feng a business card. This is my business card. If you want to contact me in the future, you can call the number above. By the way, my name is White Rose in the game. Yi Feng was about to say something. But when Xiaobai ran away in a hurry, not giving Yi Feng a chance to speak, Yi Feng looked at the information on the business card and smiled bitterly. Forget it. Maybe it might be useful in the future. So Yi Feng still planned to take the money for the card. An hour later, Yi Feng returned to his studio. Others are still playing the game. But Yin and the three of them are sitting in the living room. Mr. Yi, you are back. Well, thank you, Aunt Shui. Is there nothing to do today? There's nothing going on here. But I heard that something happened in other places. And a lot of police came. Well, it's okay. Yi Feng walked to the living room and looked at the three people sitting in the living room. Yi Feng said, no one was injured. President, what can these few brats do to us? It's unnecessary for you to worry. Chu Tianai said. Yin and Ning also nodded, indicating that there was no problem. At this moment, Yi Feng was finally relieved. As long as everyone was fine, everything would be fine. Yin asked, how are you doing there? Did you encounter any trouble? Yi Feng shook his head and said, it's not a big problem. But let that guy run away. Ing said coldly, so? You fought with that guy? President, if he can escape from you, that means this person is very powerful. Yi Feng said, no. He took hostages. I have no choice but to let him go. Chapter 398 Drawing Swords Against Each Other. Hostage? Yi Feng said, yes. They are hostages. So I dare not take action. Ing said, if you had asked me to go with you, then this guy would definitely not be able to escape. If Ing follows Yi Feng, then of course this guy won't be able to leave. But the premise is that Ing cannot be discovered by that guy. Otherwise it will be impossible for Blade to come out to see Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng's cell phone finally rang. Wu Tian. Yin said, I guess I have something to do with you. Pick it up quickly. Well? Hey. What does Wu Tian want from me? The guy who fought with you at the airport has been caught by me, and is now in my hands. What are you going to do with him? Caught by you? Hearing what Yi Feng said, Yin and the other three immediately stood up, wanting to know the latest information. Wu Tian said, of course. Would I still lie to you? This guy used to be a member of the Dragon Organization, named Blade. He can tell you who wants my life? Wu Tian said, I've already said it. But what I want to tell you is, can you not do something to him in reality? Yi Feng said, why? He made Zissou unconscious until now, and can only be frozen in the ice. How can I make him feel better in this kind of pain? Wu Tian said, as long as you find the phoenix grass, Zissou will definitely be able to wake up. So you are not missing anything. Yi Feng said in a low voice, it's impossible to want him. Just pretend that nothing has happened. You can bear it. But I can't bear it. Tell me if this person is Zhui Feng? Wu Tian sighed and shook his head and said, in that case, it doesn't matter if I tell you. But the cause and consequences of the matter are up to you to decide. Yi Feng took a deep breath and said, okay. Tell me. One person is Chai Feng. Huang Xiaoyan. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed sharply and he said, it's indeed him. Huang Xiaoyan. If there's nothing wrong, just say so. How to deal with this blade? Wu Tian asked. It's up to you to do whatever you want. It's not your own business. You can deal with it as you like. It's none of my business. Yifeng hung up Wu Tian's call directly. The people around Yifeng, especially Yin Yu, had become cold at this moment. It is indeed him. I have already said that it is her. If you don't believe me, are you satisfied now? Yifeng said, you guys wait here. I'll go meet Jue Feng Huang Xiaotian. No. I'll go with you. Yin Yu said. No. You stay at home and I should handle the things you said. Why are you messing around like a woman? Yin Yu Jiao shouted, Yifeng. What do you mean? You look down on me? Can't I avenge my sisters? This was the first time that Yin Yu got angry in the studio. Her usual iceberg beauty appearance was completely broken. Of course, Yifeng did not give in after being shouted at by Yin Yu. Yifeng pointed to Yin Yu's room and said, Go back to your room. You are not allowed to step out of this house without my order. Ying will keep an eye on her. Chu Ti and I will report the situation to me at any time. Yes. But how could Yin Yu compromise so easily? This was the first time Yifeng yelled at her and ordered her in a commanding tone. In just a blink of an eye, Yin Yu had already conducted the transition to virtual reality and opened the full moon's bow to face Yifeng. Upon seeing this, Chu Ti and I immediately stood between the two of them and said, No. No. We are all our own. And my sister-in-law, the president, is doing it for your own good. Yin Yu shouted, Get out of the way. Yin Yu shouted, Get out of the way. With such a shout, even those in the game were shocked. Xiao He, who was in the game, said, What's going on? I seem to hear something outside. Why don't you go offline and take a look? Brother Arrogant said, I feel like that voice belongs to Yin Yu. Others logged off, and when they opened the door, they were shocked by what they saw. Xiao He was the first to rush down. He ran to Chu Ti and I and said, Boss, what are you doing? Why don't you apologize to sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, it's okay. Boss will apologize to you right away. Put down your bow and say what you have to say. Get out of here, or I'll beat you up too. Yin Yu shouted. Chu Ti and I secretly said, Golden Arhut. This skill is immune to all physical damage. And Chu Ti and I just stood in front of Yin Yu. Yifeng frowned and looked at so many people, walked out, and said secretly, Teleport. Within the remaining 10 meters, Yifeng can move to any place he wants. Yifeng appeared directly behind Yin Yu and landed a hand knife on Ying's neck. Puff! Yin Yu fell down in response, fainted, and fell into Yifeng's arms. Yifeng said, Ying, take Yin Yu back to the room and keep an eye on her. Chu Ti and I can report to me the situation here at any time. Okay. Leave it to us. Yifeng took a breath and said, What should others do? Xiao He walked up to Yifeng and said, Boss, what are you doing? When sister-in-law Yin Yu wakes up, I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress her. How could Chu Ti and I and Ying Zai be unable to suppress Yin Yu? Unless they let Yin Yu run away. Okay. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. And go play the game. I have something else to go out and take care of. I didn't even explain to Yifeng. I just rushed out the door. Shui Feng's current location is of course not City S. Because the Myth Guild is not in City S. As the president of the Myth Guild, Shui Feng must of course be at the headquarters. Yifeng randomly checked and found out that the headquarters of the Xinhua Guild is in City H. Yifeng directly booked a flight ticket to H City and flew directly to H City without any delay. At this moment, Shui Feng had no idea that Yifeng had come to the door. At this moment, Shui Feng was in the middle of the game, planning their next game progress. As the president of the Mythical Alliance, Chufeng has a lot to do. For example, how to obtain the second gang territory token is an urgent problem. As other guilds in the Mythical Alliance, it is no longer a day or two to obtain the gang territory tokens. If the Mythic Guild still cannot help them, I am afraid that it will not be long before they leave the Alliance. President. Today, the president of the Glory Guild, Yifeng, and several masters are not online. Should we take action? Yifeng and the others were not online. Shui Feng had long known that. But Xiao He, Yifeng's follower, had been in the game. Obviously, it was impossible for Yifeng to be away from the game for a long time. Of course, they didn't actually know that Yifeng had been imprisoned a long time ago. If they had known that Yifeng had been imprisoned, they might have launched an attack on the Demon Marshal and obtained the gang territory token. If you want to blame it, it's Yifeng. It's because Shenlong never sees its end. Unless it's a gang war, it can appear in front of other gang members. Otherwise, Yi Feng is not there at normal times. You can only see him online, but you don't know where he is. So 007 can't detect it at all. Chapter 399 Leave Yi Feng alone. An hour later, Yi Feng arrived at City H. Today, Yi Feng went to several places seriously. First to Yu Mingming's home, and now to H City. But this time, Yi Feng came to H City with a different mood. Yi Feng took a deep breath after getting off the plane. Young man, where are you going? Yi Feng got into a taxi and said, the Xinhua Union Building. Okay. Is this young man also a professional gamer? Are you also playing Fantasy World? Yes. Uncle. Do you want to play too? The uncle in the taxi said, hey. It's so popular now. Who wouldn't know how to play with it? But the fantasy ring is too expensive. My son and I share one. He plays during the day, and I play for a while at night. You can still do this. Uncle, are you tired from doing this? The uncle said with a smile, isn't driving a taxi just to make money? Playing Fantasy World can also make money. Isn't it just to make more money? It doesn't matter if you are tired. Yi Feng said with a smile, Uncle, have you ever joined a guild in a game? The uncle said, of course. We originally planned to join the mythical guild. But it's a pity that our equipment is not good. We just joined a small guild. Please buy the equipment and sell it for money. And our life will be quite comfortable. Yi Feng smiled. Many people play games to earn some pocket money or to support their families. Their goals are completely different from Yi Feng. If they reach Yi Feng's level and ladder, they will not only want to make money to support their families. Yi Feng said, it's good to be in a small guild. Unlike a big guild where we fight all day long. Yeah. Now the big guilds are fighting all the time. And the levels can't keep up. We, the small guilds, are still at ease. About half an hour later, the taxi Yi Feng took arrived in front of a high-rise building. In the taxi, Yi Feng had already seen the two characters Xinhua, and the whole building was extremely bright. Look, the Xinhua Guild building you are coming to has arrived. This is the headquarters of the Xinhua Guild. Young man, if you join here, you have a bright future. You are so young and you are so amiable. Yi Feng said, Uncle, you are kidding me. I am not here to join the mythical guild. I am here to find an old acquaintance. Ha ha. You don't have to explain it to me. Young man, get out of the car. It's a total of 76 yuan. Well, I'll give you 100 and you don't have to look for it. Saying that, Yi Feng got out of the taxi and walked directly to the Xinhua Union building. Hey, this young man is serious. Money is not so easy to make. But seeing that Yi Feng had left, the uncle shook his head, accepted the 100 yuan, and slowly drove back to the crowd. When Yi Feng came to the Xinhua Guild building, Yi Feng suddenly remembered what it was like at the Dingtian Guild, compared with the building of the Dingtian Guild. This Xinhua Guild building is actually about the same. They are also among the top 10 guilds in the country, and no one can lag behind the others in terms of appearance. Of course, in terms of strength, the Mythical Guild is still better than the Dingtian Guild. I remember all my experiences when I was in Dingtian Guild, but now my guild and the Dingtian Guild have become dominant, and the Dingtian Guild is no longer my opponent. Yi Feng was walking in the Xinhua Guild hall when a security guard stopped him. Hey, young man, what are you doing? Come here to register. Yi Feng said, I'm here to see Huang Xiaotian, the president of the Mythical Guild. Look for our president. Have you made an appointment? Yi Feng shook his head and said, no. Then you can't go in. Just stand here and I'll ask you questions. Yi Feng said, okay. The security guard left Yi Feng and walked directly to the front desk. After asking the front desk clerk, the security guard came over with a letter that Yi Feng waved at. Yi Feng walked to the front desk and said, I'm looking for your president, Huang Xiaotian. Please wait a moment. May I ask who you are? I am your president's friend. Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Are you Yi Feng, the president of the Glory Guild? Yi Feng nodded and said, yes, it's me. Am I qualified to find your president? After knowing Yi Feng's identity, the front desk clerk's attitude towards Yi Feng changed 180 degrees. President Yi Feng, please wait a moment. I will inform the president now. The front desk clerk hurried to the elevator and took the elevator upstairs. Yi Feng was arranged by the security guard in a VIP waiting room. Of course, the security guard was there. After learning that Yi Feng was the president of the Glory Guild, his attitude towards Yi Feng also changed. while Zhui Feng was playing the game and arranging tasks for the union members. He received a message that it was the outside world calling him. Zhui Feng quit the game, and standing in front of him was his new secretary. Zhui Feng asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Usually there is nothing important. Zhui Feng's secretary will report to Zhui Feng in the game. Of course, unless there are special circumstances, Zhui Feng will not be disturbed. Yi Feng, the president of the Glory Guild, is here and is waiting for you downstairs. Zhui Feng was stunned. What was Yi Feng doing coming to him at this time? Does Yi Feng have something to ask of himself? Zhui Feng suddenly put on airs when he thought of this. If you don't want to ask me for anything, then you can just wait to be humiliated by me. After learning that Yi Feng was waiting for him downstairs, Zhui Feng did not go to see Yi Feng immediately. Instead, he had dinner in his office. Now that it was dinner time, Zhui Feng had no intention of going to see Yi Feng now. He just wanted to leave Yi Feng aside. In the VIP waiting room, Yi Feng had a fast food dish placed in front of him. But Yi Feng didn't eat. Instead, he waited quietly for a full hour. In Zhui Feng's office, Zhui Feng's secretary said, "Yi Feng, the president of the Glory Guild, has been waiting for you for an hour." "President, you can't keep him waiting any longer." Zhui Feng sneered. "It's only been an hour. Not a long time. And I didn't say I had to go see him. If the president doesn't plan to see him, then I'll send him away." "Why send him away?" "I didn't say I wouldn't see him. I just wanted to keep him cool." "President, isn't this bad?" "Nothing wrong. You go out first. I'm a little tired. Let's take a rest." "This, President. Go out." "Yes." When Chai Feng's secretary walked out of his office, the moment he closed the door, a figure floated in. The secretary seemed to feel something, but when he saw no one around, he felt that he felt wrong, shook his head and left. In the VIP waiting room on the first floor, Yi Feng was still waiting quietly. Of course, at this time, Yi Feng who was still in the waiting room was no longer the same Yi Feng. This was just Yi Feng's clone. The real Yi Feng is already in Zhui Feng's office. Chapter 400 Feed the Dog. In Zhui Feng's office, Zhui Feng was leaning on his chair with his eyes closed, resting his mind. Yi Feng stood silently behind Zhui Feng and looked at Zhui Feng quietly. After a while, Zhui Feng opened his eyes and said softly, Yi Feng, I don't know why you came to me this time. It's a pity that Zhui Feng can only help you. I will kill you." Ha 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 ha! Zhui Feng's laughter filled the entire office. And that unbridled laughter made Yi Feng extremely angry. If I had come to Zhui Feng to do something this time, I might not know what Zhui Feng would do to me. Fortunately, I didn't come here to ask Zhui Feng for help. I came here to settle the score between them. Yi Feng took a deep breath and said calmly, "Unfortunately, I am not here to ask for your help, but to settle the accounts between us." Zhui Feng stood up immediately and looked at Yi Feng behind him in horror. "Why did you come behind me? How did you get in?" Yi Feng said coldly, "How did I get in? It doesn't seem to be important. The important thing is that you have to consider your current situation." After hearing Yi Feng's words, Zhui Feng was no longer afraid and said with an indifferent attitude, "This is my territory. Huang Xiaotian. How can you come here and mess around? You should consider your situation carefully." "Not me. It is true that this is the territory of the mythical guild. But here, Yi Feng has the final say." Yi Feng said calmly, "You spent the money to call him a killer, so that Zissa can only lie in bed now. I will make you pay back this grudge." "What?" Zhui Feng never expected that Yi Feng would know that it was the killer he paid for. However, according to the killer industry, it is impossible to disclose the information of the servant owner. How did Yi Feng know? Of course Zhui Feng would not say that he was the killer he hired with money. "What has become of your woman? What does it have to do with me? I have no idea what you are talking about." Yi Feng said, "You don't need to know what I'm talking about. You just need to know that I came to you today to settle accounts, not to negotiate terms with you." Zhui Feng backed away quickly, trying to escape from the office. As he walked, he said, "Yi Feng, what do you want to do? This is the mythical guild." Yi Feng sneered, "What are you doing? You should know very well. I remember breaking your hamstring before. But now you can appear in front of me alive and kicking. It seems that just breaking your hamstring cannot stop you at all." Of course, Zhui Feng remembered that he had been injured by Yi Feng and could not walk. If his family hadn't spent a lot of money to restore his feet, he might still be using a wheelchair today. Zhui Feng was very frightened, turned around, and quickly wanted to open the door and escape. But Yifeng, who was only a few meters away from him just now, appeared in front of him and blocked the door with one hand. You, don't mess around. I really don't know what you are talking about. That has nothing to do with me, Yifeng said coldly. It's useless to tell me this. You can explain it to yourself. At this time, Yifeng no longer cared about image and other things, and shouted, "Come on! Help me! Someone is going to kill someone!" A cruel smile appeared on Yifeng's lips. Yifeng came to Yifeng in one stride, grabbed Yifeng's collar with one hand, and lifted Yifeng up. Seeing Yifeng's fearful face, Yifeng felt a trace of bloodlust in his heart. At that time, when Zissou was lying in front of him, Yifeng's expression of almost collapse is still vivid in his mind. Yifeng did not hesitate to punch Yifeng in the face, venting the anger in his heart. Outside the office door, Yifeng's secretary had already heard the sound and ran over. However, Yifeng's office was locked, and the door could not be opened at all. President? What happened to President? Yifeng was in the house, and heard his secretary's voice, shouting, "Come and save me! Yifeng wants to kill me!" President? What are you talking about? President Yifeng is still downstairs. If you want to play cosplay, you have to wait until after get off work. Now it is affecting other presidents and employees at work. Yifeng still shouted, "Really come and save me! Yifeng wants to kill me! Yifeng is inside now." The secretary dialed the front desk number directly from outside. Is Yifeng, the president of the Glory Guild, still in the reception room downstairs? Yes, President Yifeng is still here. He said that as long as our president does not come to receive him, he will not leave. That's good. After learning that Yifeng was still in the reception room downstairs, Yifeng's secretary didn't take what Yifeng said seriously. It's strange. Why does the president like to play this kind of role-playing? The secretary shook his head and left Yifeng's office door. For safety reasons, Yifeng kicked Yifeng's desk directly to the door, blocking the door. Groups of them hit Yifeng on the face and body. Yifeng's screams became louder and hoarse each time. Yifeng, if you have the ability, kill me. Why do you torture me like this? Yifeng, who had been beaten beyond recognition, resisted weakly. Yifeng sneered, "Torture? What kind of torture is this? When the index is lying coldly in front of me. Can you feel the kind of torture?" Saying that, Yifeng punched Yifeng again. Yifeng could no longer resist it, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Last time, he broke Yifeng's hamstring. This time, Yifeng still wouldn't kill Yifeng. Looking at Yifeng, who had fainted, a golden sword appeared in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng took a deep breath, swung the long sword in his hand, and cut off both of Dang Yifeng's legs. Ah! Yifeng, who was still in a coma, woke up again and fainted again. Yifeng directly carved a few words on the ground with his sword. This time it was the feet. The next time it was the hands. Then Yifeng picked up Yifeng's feet, smashed the glass window in front of him, and flew out. Thanks to the darkness of the night, Yifeng was directly transformed into a black angel. Yifeng found a group of stray dogs in H City. He chopped Yifeng's feet into pieces and threw them in. A group of stray dogs bit them crazily. After that, Yifeng flew away directly with the help of his demonization skills. The next morning, Yifeng's secretary came to the door of Yifeng's office again. Yifeng didn't play the game last night, so the secretary felt something was wrong. The secretary knocked on Yifeng's office door. President. Unfortunately, no sound was heard after half a day. At this time, the secretary finally realized that something was wrong.